After my birth, my mother miraculously recovered from madness, yet the ominous blood moon and dark clouds appeared. Subsequently, I became ensnared in the forbidden realms of yin and yang. Haunted by folkloric horrors, it turned out that living was merely an illusion. Chapter 1. The Day of My Birth. My name is Chun Yi, and I was born in the southwestern region, within the valley of Wolf's Head, in a place called Yulin Village. To understand the events that followed, one must first delve into the circumstances preceding my birth. My mother was a woman of madness, and my second uncle was a guardian of the village. However, mere days before my arrival, he departed from the village. Madame Liu, an esteemed midwife and paper craftsman, renowned throughout the vicinity, was summoned upon the news of my mother's pregnancy. Upon witnessing my mother's pronounced belly, an unusual expression crossed her face, for she perceived a crimson glow upon her abdomen, visible only to those of their mystical practice. Consequently, Madame Liu secluded herself within her dwelling, engaging in calculations for 3 days and nights. Upon her emergence, her visage radiated with vitality as she proclaimed, "This madwoman shall henceforth encounter fortune. Within her womb lies a destined noble, one born under the auspicious Ziwei star. Those with such a fate are destined for greatness in their future endeavors. Who would have thought that from our humble Wolf's Head Valley, a remarkable figure would one day arise?" Yet, soon after, Madame Liu's countenance darkened with concern. Despite the auspicious Ziwei destiny, the child remained but a mortal entity. The Ziwei fate within the child could potentially herald calamity, should malevolent entities manage to inhabit this child's vessel. They might defy the heavens and alter their fate, escaping the torment of rebirth. Should they consume this child, their powers would multiply manifold. When the child was born, those vile entities would undoubtedly vie fiercely for him. At that moment, the child's demise seemed inevitable. With my limited abilities, even if I wished to protect him, it would be akin to striking a rock with an egg. I might even find myself torn apart and devoured by those malevolent spirits. Yet, Madame Liu appeared to have resolved something within herself and declared, "Enough, enough. The descent of a Ziwei star is for the betterment of the world. For the sake of the common people, even if I know the dangers, I must take the risk. Only then can I honor the lineage of my paper offerings and live up to my master's teachings." Having spoken, Madame Liu proceeded to the main hall of her home, where she reverently placed 3 incense sticks before the tablet of Master Luban, uttering a prayer for his protection. Before I even took my first breath, strange occurrences had already begun in the village. First, there was the incident with Huang Laosi, who, while gathering firewood on the mountain, encountered a yellow weasel as tall as a grown man. Upon seeing him, the weasel bowed in greeting. Huang Laosi was so terrified that he nearly lost his wits. He had never encountered such a large creature in his lifetime. While yellow weasels are relatively common in the northeast, they are a rare sight in the southwest. However, Huang Laosi was already familiar with the legends surrounding the weasel's request for a title. The weasel would inquire whether it resembled a human or a deity. Should one answer that it resembled a human, its powers would be shattered, and it would seek revenge, leading to the ruin of one's family. Conversely, if one claimed it resembled a deity, the weasel would drain the fortune of oneself and future generations, rendering them forever unable to rise again. Huang Laosi gazed upon the yellow weasel, cold sweat trickling down his brow, utterly at a loss for how to proceed. Suddenly, the weasel's mouth moved, and it spoke in the voice of an old man. "Dear sir, might I inquire if there are any families in Wolf Head Ravine expecting a child soon?" Upon hearing this, Huang Laosi realized that the words did not seem to be a request for a blessing. Astonished, he stammered, You're not asking me for a blessing?" The weasel, standing as tall as an adult, cast a sidelong glance at Huang Laosi, its face unexpectedly adopting a human-like expression of disdain, as if to convey, "Do you think you are worthy of such a request?" Huang Laosi discerned the unabashed scorn in the weasel's gaze and, in a moment of panic, recalled that the village's madwoman was indeed about to give birth. He hurriedly relayed this information to the weasel. Upon hearing this, the weasel vanished without a trace, as if it had never existed at all. Fearing to continue his woodcutting in the mountains, Huang Laosi returned to the village and promptly shared the incident with Granny L. Ayut Akt that moment. Granny Liu was engaged in crafting paper figures. After listening to Huang Laosi recount the events, she sighed and said, "Brother Huang, you may rest easy that Yellow Weasel was not seeking you out." Once Huang Laosi departed, Granny Lu halted her work with the paper figures. The adult weasel possessed at least 7 or 8 centuries of cultivation, and it was lamentable that the child had yet to be born, only to be targeted by such a malevolent creature. Granny Lu couldn't help but let out another sigh. The villagers had also discovered several newly formed graves near Yulin village. Despite the fact that no one had recently died in the village, the graves were overgrown with withered trees and desiccated grass, clearly indicating they were not recent burials. Some brave souls ventured forth during the day, only to discover that the occupants of these graves had departed this world during the Republic of China era. Others, on their way home at night, beheld 8 flickering will-o'-the-wisps bearing a ghastly pale sedan chair as they flitted through the woods. Such a sight sent shivers down their spines, leaving them utterly terrified. But on the eve of my birth, the venerable Granny Lu summoned all the villagers. She instructed them that on the following night, each household must place a large black dog at their doorstep. In the courtyard, several roosters should be set out. Those without a black dog or roosters were to hasten to neighboring villages to borrow them. Moreover, regardless of any noises or calls from outside, no one was to venture out. Those born in the year of the dragon, ox, or horse were to retire to bed no later than 10 o'clock at night, given Granny Liu's esteemed reputation within the village. The villagers adhered to her directives without question. As twilight descended the next day, Granny Lu, accompanied by her apprentice Lu Fong, arrived at my doorstep. Our home shared the same architectural style as the other houses in the Villahea small courtyard with a 2-story building. To the left of this building stood a room that had never been opened. To the right lay the kitchen, while at the back of the courtyard was the latrine. Granny Lu placed a ghost-repelling wooden stake at the entrance of my home. This stake was crafted from 10-year-old peach wood, anointed with the blood of a black dog and a rooster. However, Grandma Lu was not adept at drawing talismans. Had she inscribed Taoist exorcistic symbols upon the ghost-repelling wooden talisman, its potency would have soared to unprecedented heights. Grandma Lu also brought forth the incense burner dedicated to Master Lu Ban, and with a swift motion, she bit her tongue, allowing her blood to mingle with the incense within the burner. Then, she instructed Lu Fong to scatter the incense ashes in a circular formation, encircling our courtyard. Once the circle of ash was complete, a faint yet ethereal glow enveloped the entire yard. After completing these rituals, Grandma Lu gestured with her hands, chanting a singular word, command. As the sound faded, a procession of pristine paper figures emerged from Grandma Liu's abode, numbering at least 20. These paper figures, both male and female, stood the height of adults, their faces adorned with features, and rosy cheeks painted on either side. However, their hollow eyes lacked pupils, as it is a taboo among paper craftsmen to the eyes of paper figures. The paper figures positioned themselves before our home, dividing into 2 lines along the courtyard walls. By the time this was accomplished, it was already 10 o'clock in the evening. Subsequently, Grandma Lu and Lu Fong entered the house. Inside, they found my mother, heavily pregnant, lying on a pile of firewood, still clutching the axe used for chopping. On a summer's night, the mosquitoes were particularly abundant, yet my mother appeared oblivious, allowing them to feast upon her without a hint of discomfort. Upon witnessing this, Grandma Lu approached, exclaiming, "Mad woman, mad woman." After calling out twice, my mother stirred awake, her face breaking into a silly grin upon seeing Grandma Lu. However, upon laying eyes on Lu Fong, her expression transformed into one of fierce rage, and she brandished the axe, ready to strike at Lu Fong. Lu Fong, merely 11 or 12 years of age, was so frightened that she sought refuge behind Grandma Lu. Observing this, Grandma Lu exclaimed, "Madwoman, this is my apprentice. Here to assist you, you must lower your knife." Upon hearing these words, my mother cast a suspicious glance at Lu Fong and indeed set the knife down. Subsequently, Grandma Lu supported my mother as they made their way inside, instructing Lu Fong, "Quickly, Lu Fong, boil a large pot of water this madwoman is expected to give birth by 11, and no sooner had Grandma Lu spoken than a piercing scream escaped my mother's lips. Upon witnessing this, Grandma Lu realized that my mother's water had broken. Muttering to herself, Grandma Lu remarked, It seems this old woman miscalculated the timing she is about to give birth at any moment. Chapter 2. The paper man with a knife. Old Lady Lu was in a state of panic. However, being a skilled paper craftsman, she swiftly lifted my mother and carried her into the room. As she moved, she urged Lu Fong to hurry and boil some water. Lu Fong responded promptly, scurrying to the stove to ignite the fire for boiling water. Once the water was ready, she brought a basin into the delivery room, continuously making trips to refill it. Put in more effort, more effort. Come on, madwoman, your child is about to emerge. Outside, an eerie voice echoed. He is coming out. He is coming out. Ha ha. In the midst of the chaos, Old Lady Lu glanced out the window and caught sight of a disembodied head floating in the air. Concealed beneath long hair, the face was obscured, yet the red glow emanating from its eyes was unmistakable. At that moment, the head, oblivious to Old Lady Lu's gaze, fixated hungrily on the pregnant woman's belly. Lu Fong, busy with her tasks, remained unaware of the ominous shift outside. However, as she poured the bloodied water on the ground, she noticed that the paper figures which had once been outside had retreated into the courtyard, the gate wide open. Peering beyond the gate, she beheld a female, ghost-clad in white mourning attire, her left cheek devoid of flesh, grinning at Lu Fong in a manner that sent chills down her spine. Beside the specter stood a middle-aged male ghost, his head bound to his waistband, rendering his face invisible at first glance. Additionally, another female ghost crouched on the ground like a four-legged spider. Lu Fong was so frightened that she dropped the basin she was holding onto the ground. It was not merely three ghosts. Behind them loomed an innumerable throng of specters, rendering her unable to count them all. A complete human skin floated ominously in the chilling wind. When Lu Fong raised her head, she beheld dark mist continuously swirling towards her from afar. To her left, a disembodied head hovered in the air, soon followed by another on her right, which was tethered by a long iron chain. Had she been an ordinary child, she would have fainted from terror. However, having grown up with Granny Lu, her courage surpassed that of her peers. She hastily retreated into the house and exclaimed to Granny Lu, "Master, outside there are ghosts everywhere." Granny Lu replied, "I am aware. Lu Fong, fetch a basin of water and then hide, either under the bed or in the wardrobe. Do not emerge. Those vile entities are here for that child. If you conceal yourself, you may yet escape this calamity." Summoning her courage, Lu Fong stepped outside, retrieved the fallen basin, and, under the watchful eyes of the multitude of ghosts, filled it with water and carried it back into the house. In the midst of her actions, Lu Fong faintly heard several sinister voices whispering in her ear, "Little one, wait a moment. Once the child is born, bring it to me, and I shall ensure your wealth and prosperity. If you do not deliver the child born within these walls, I will flay you alive, fashion your skin into a lantern, and imprison your soul within it for eternity, unable to find release." Lu Fong disregarded the cacophony surrounding her, and after placing the water beside Granny Lu, she produced a small knife meticulously crafted from paper, a token of Granny Lu's special handiwork for her. Suddenly, a piercing wail shattered the air. Granny Lu cradled the child, scrutinizing it for a moment before stating, "In my lifetime, to have assisted in the birth of one destined with the Z-Way fate. My role as a midwife feels fulfilled." She then handed the child to the deranged woman, gesturing, "Look, this is your child. If this little one survives, you shall be blessed." Unbeknownst to Granny Lu, a remarkable clarity had emerged in my mother's previously dazed eyes as she gazed at me, a faint smile gracing her pallid face. "Ha ha ha, hee hee hee, woo woo." In an instant, a chilling wind swept through the exterior, accompanied by the anguished cries of spirits, permeating the night with an unsettling dread. A series of crackling sounds arose, mingled with agonized shrieks. These were the souls attempting to breach the circle drawn with incense ash, their bodies ravaged by its potent force. Granny Lu understood well that the ash could not hold back the spirits for long, as an overwhelming number of them approached. Without hesitation, she entrusted the child to Lu Fong and stepped outside, determined to fend off the encroaching darkness for a while longer. She gently touched Lu Fong's forehead, murmuring, "Alas, poor child, you should not have come." Lu Fong took a couple of steps forward, asserting "Master, I shall assist you." Grandma Lu hurriedly intervened, saying, "No, you must hide and await the opportune moment. If you can flee, then do so, and take this newborn child with you." Lu Fong, her face resolute, replied, "No. If Master does not leave, then neither will I. If we perish here, we shall become vengeful spirits, and when that time comes, we will exact revenge upon those foul beings." Grandma Lu smiled gently as she caressed Lu Fong's face, saying, "In that case, remain inside and do not venture out. If anyone must perish, let be me first." With that, Grandma Lu turned and exited the door, firmly closing it behind her. However, as she turned, she failed to notice the appearance of a crimson, ghostly eye upon the infant's forehead, a fleeting glimpse before it vanished. Once Grandma Lu had stepped outside. My mother attempted to sit up, but after 2 failed attempts, her strength waned, leaving her pallid and weak. Concerned for Grandma Lu's safety, she was acutely aware of the peril outside and knew that Grandma Lu could not contend with those vile entities. Resigned, my mother called out, "Xiao Fong, come here for a moment." Lu Fong, taken aback, approached and asked, "Are you no longer mad, crazy woman?" My mother smiled softly and said, "Xiao Fong, could you please fetch something for me? It's the left side of the wardrobe over there, a wooden box. Please bring it to me." Obediently, Lu Fong retrieved the box for my mother. Carefully, my mother extracted a translucent piece of flesh from within the box. Xiao Fong gazed contemplatively at the piece of meat, and suddenly seemed to recall something, exclaiming in surprise, "Is this the meat of the Tai Sui?" My mother, taken aback by the knowledge of such a young child, inquired, "How do you know what Tai Sui meat looks like?" Xiao Fong replied, "My master told me." The incomplete records of Lu Ban's book state that Tai Sui meat is as translucent as white jade. I observed that what is contained in this box resembles both meat and jade. Thus, I surmised it to be Tai Sui meat. When she mentioned her master, Lu Fong's eyes dimmed considerably, as if she feared that something unfortunate might befall Granny Lu. My mother remarked, "Xiao Fong is quite knowledgeable." Just as my mother was about to consume the Tai Sui meat, Xiao Fong hurriedly intervened, saying, "Do not eat it. Consuming Tai Sui meat brings a curse." My mother glanced at Xiao Fong and replied, "What a kind-hearted girl you are. However, there is no cause for concern, for this is purified Tai Sui meat." With that, my mother swallowed the Tai Sui meat in one swift motion. In an instant, she leaned back sharply, her eyes fixed unblinkingly on the ceiling, rendered speechless. Meanwhile, Granny Lu stepped outside, facing a multitude of malevolent spirits without a trace of fear upon her countenance. Those spirits continuously assailed the circle formed by the incense ash, and although they had yet to breach its barrier, the ash was visibly diminishing at an alarming rate. It appeared on the verge of complete disappearance. As long as the incense ash remained, even the disembodied heads floating above dared not enter the courtyard. Granny Lu drew a paper knife from her sleeve and directed her gaze toward the paper figure in the yard, commanding, "Paper figure, raise your knife." As soon as Granny Lu's voice faded, all the paper figures seemed to receive a command, drawing paper knives from their waists. Standing resolutely at the entrance, they exuded an aura of fearless determination, akin to valiant soldiers prepared to defend their homeland, ready to engage in a fierce battle against their foes. Ultimately, the fragrant ashes vanished entirely. Chapter 3. The Yellow Weasel's request for sealing. After the incense ash vanished, those malevolent entities rushed eagerly into the courtyard, only to be thwarted by the ghost-repelling wood. Crafted from 10-year-old peach wood and infused with the blood of black dogs and roosters, these materials serve as formidable adversaries against spectral beings. The foremost specter, standing upon the ghost-repelling wood, was suddenly enveloped in swirls of white smoke, emitting a harrowing wail. Others among them flew directly from the heavens, disregarding the presence of Old Lady Lu as they charged into the dwelling. Old Lady Lu observed as a decaying head soared toward the window. In a moment of desperation, she hurled a paper knife at the ghastly visage. Though seemingly fragile, the paper knife severed a substantial portion of the head's long, unkempt hair, embedding itself into the ground. The head let out a piercing scream. Turning to face Old Lady Lu, its grotesque hair bristled, revealing a visage severely decomposed beyond recognition, with chunks of flesh intermittently falling from its countenance. The head gaped wide, exposing ghostly teeth akin to sharp spikes, lunging crazily toward Old Lady Lu. Unwilling to underestimate the situation, Old Lady Lu recognized that the night's events had far exceeded her expectations. She had anticipated encountering merely weak spirits, yet found herself besieged by vengeful ghosts. Extending her hand toward the paper knife, she commanded, "Knife, come." The paper knife, seemingly responding to her summons, soared back into her grasp. As it returned, illuminated by the moonlight, it appeared sharper than any true blade. The paper knife wielded by Granny Lu was crafted from paper that had been devoted before the statue of the revered Master Lu Ban for 2 decades. Ordinary paper, if left in a single place for 20 years, would have long since decayed into dust. However, this particular paper had not only withstood the ravages of time, but had also become increasingly supple and delicate. Had it not been for the necessity of preserving the fate of Zihui, Granny Lu remarked that she would have continued to offer it for another 20 years before employing it. With the knife firmly grasped in both hands, Granny Lu declared with fierce indignation, "Come forth, beast. Today, I shall be the one to end your life." With that, she advanced 2 steps, aiming the blade at the approaching head of the dead. Yet, her strike met only empty air at the last moment. The head seemed to recognize the paramount importance of the infant connected to Zihui's fate. Originally at the forefront, she now found herself delayed, allowing several soul shadows to surge ahead, including that of a floating human skin. Granny Lu watched helplessly as multiple spirits passed through the window and entered the room. Suddenly, the barrier of ghost repelling would snapped in response. The throng of spirits outside let out a cacophony of cries as they rushed in. In a flurry, Granny Lu quickly formed her hands into a seal and chanted, paper soldiers, you're all soldiers made of paper, standing against 10, drive back the vengeful spirits, and fight for me." Upon completing her incantation, the paper figures raised their knives, their voices echoing as they charged towards the oncoming malevolent spirits, shouting, "Kill, kill, kill." Anxious about the situation within the house, Granny Lu, in a state of fervent urgency, turned to re-enter. At that moment, a yellow weasel, standing as tall as an adult, leaped onto the wall, its ancient voice commanding, "Halt! Do not harm the fate of Zihui. I have significant use." Within the room, those vengeful spirits stood before Xiaofang, each revealing the visage they bore at the moment of their demise. Some were missing limbs, while others had nearly lost their necks, with only a thin strip of skin connecting their heads to their bodies, emanating a thick aura of malevolence. Under the oppressive influence of this dark energy, the temperature in the room plummeted by several degrees. Xiaofang raised the paper knife given to her by Granny Lu, cradling the newborn me in her arms. Behind her lay my mother, who had just given birth, still in a state of unconsciousness after consuming the essence of the Tai Sui. Surrounded by a dozen vengeful spirits, Xiaofang was terrified, beads of cold sweat forming on her forehead, her body trembling uncontrollably. Yet, she maintained her composure, refusing to succumb to fear. With a faint voice, she implored the spirits, "Please, do not come any closer." With a resounding crash, the yellow weasel shattered the window, perching on the sill. Upon seeing that I was still alive, it breathed a sigh of relief. However, when it noticed my mother's closed eyes, seemingly devoid of breath, it could not help but lament, "What a pity, what a pity. What shall we do?" The moonlight illuminated the weasel, and as Xiaofang gazed at it, she could only discern its vague outline and a pair of glimmering green eyes. The weasel's presence instilled a sense of dread among the vengeful spirits, causing them to retreat in unison. The yellow weasel approached Xiaofang step by step, casting glances at me nestled in her arms. After a moment of contemplation, it muttered to itself, "Shall I consume you or devour you?" Or perhaps at that very instant, a voice emerged from behind Xiaofang. "Xiaofang, step behind me." It was my mother awakening. The yellow weasel's eyes narrowed in surprise, for it had not realized when my mother had roused. Observing Xiaofang frozen in place, likely paralyzed by fear, my mother stepped forward, gently taking me from Xiaofang's embrace, and then positioned Xiaofang safely behind her. Confronted by a multitude of malevolent spirits and the terrifying yellow weasel, My mother exhibited no trepidation whatsoever. She gazed at the weasel and declared, "Yellow weasel, do you dare to act menacingly? You are, after all, a member of the spirit realm. Will you not tread the righteous path, but instead choose the sinister one?" The yellow weasel chuckled hoarsely, replying, "I presumed you were dead. Since you yet live, this simplifies matters greatly." It advanced a couple of steps, bowing respectfully to my mother thrice, and then proposed, "Madam, shall we engage in a transaction? I seek a blessing from this child, and upon attaining my rightful place, I shall expel all malevolent entities from this vicinity, ensuring your family's safety. What say you?" My mother understood that the yellow weasel had come specifically to seek a favor from me, for I possessed a Z-Way destiny. Should it succeed in obtaining a blessing from me, it would effectively affirm its position as a legitimate deity worthy of worldly offerings. Conversely, if it sought a blessing from an ordinary individual, it would merely ascend to the status of a rural spirit. However, I am still young and unable to speak. At this moment, my mother can respond on my behalf. My mother secretly thought that this cunning creature was indeed sly, promising to ensure our family's safety without specifying for how long. If it were only for this night, what would happen if those malevolent entities came knocking afterward? My mother pondered, realizing that the creature's sudden request for a seal was clearly not benevolent. It was likely attempting to usurp our family's fortune, especially since it had just muttered its desire to consume me. Though my mother maintained a facade of calmness, her heart brimmed with lethal intent. She could not allow this creature to thrive. Its attention towards me undoubtedly touched upon her deepest vulnerabilities. My mother then declared, "Very well. I hope you are as good as your word." The creature, elated by her response, nodded vigorously, asserting, "I, Huang Xilang, am a man of my word." My mother replied with equal candor, "Good." The creature eagerly stepped forward, addressing my mother, "Madam, do you think your son will see me as a mere mortal, or as a celestial being when he grows up?" The prospect of sealing was immensely alluring to every accomplished spirit. My mother let out a cold laugh, and before the creature could finish its sentence, she responded without hesitation, "My son sees you as nothing more than a giant turtle." Upon hearing her words, the creature's body trembled violently, and it spat out a mouthful of blood. The failure of its request for a seal resulted in a backlash, likely crippling its abilities. The creature pointed at my mother, exclaiming, You do not keep your word." My mother proclaimed, "You, of all people, aspire to seize my family's fortune? Not even your ancestral progenitors from the Huang clan could accomplish such a feat with that." She delivered a forceful kick to the creature, sending it soaring through the air. With a resounding crash, the creature collided with the wooden wall of the second floor, propelling itself outside. Chapter 4. The Taiji spell of exorcism. Those malevolent spirits, surprisingly, shrank back in fear of my mother's fierce demeanor. Even the headless ones instinctively crouched lower. At this moment, Old Lady Lu ascended the stairs. She had just rushed in from the ground floor when a wave of sinister energy surged in alongside her. To dispel that malevolent force, she had taken a moment, hence her delayed arrival. Upon seeing my mother cradling me protectively in front of Xiaofeng, undeterred by the multitude of vengeful spirits, and even harboring an impulse to charge at them, Old Lady Lu could not help but exclaim, "It seems there are advantages to madness when confronted by ghosts." She exhibits no fear whatsoever. Even Old Lady Lu, standing so close to such a host of malevolent spirits, felt her scalp tingle with dread, her legs trembling. At that moment, for some inexplicable reason, she recalled the time when my mother was pregnant. Though erratic, she was always wielding a kitchen knife. Anyone who dared to take advantage of her or joke at her expense would find themselves pursued with that very knife in hand. There were instances when villagers witnessed my mother chasing after 3 or 4 individuals with her blade raised. My mother had returned to the village after conceiving me. Upon her arrival, the villagers had never encountered such a striking beauty. Regrettably, her madness ensued shortly after. It was only after giving birth to me that her insanity lifted. Old Lady Lu hurried over, inquiring as she ran, "Xiaofeng, what has transpired? Are you both unharmed?" Upon seeing Old Lady Lu, Xiaofeng appeared to find solace, her expression brightening slightly. Before Xiaofeng could utter a word, my mother spoke first. "Thank you, Aunt Lou, for your kindness tonight. We are quite well. Aunt Lou regarded my mother with suspicion and inquired, Madwoman, have you truly regained your sanity? My mother smiled gently and replied, I am grateful for your care during this time in the village. I have not forgotten. Although Aunt Lou was unaware of the specifics of my mother's recovery, she reassured her, such trivial matters need not weigh upon your mind. As long as you are not mad, that is what truly matters. However, upon noticing the multitude of malevolent spirits surrounding us, Aunt Lou lamented, What a pity! Just as you have regained your health, it seems you may meet your demise tonight. My mother confidently asserted, Do not worry, Aunt Lou. No one shall perish this evening. These malevolent beings dare to threaten my child, and I vow to scatter them to the winds. Aunt Lou, please hold my child for a moment, she said, handing me over to Aunt Lou's embrace. With that, my mother began to form intricate hand seals, reciting incantations. Heavenly Way, transform the dualities, give birth to yin and yang, shift the cosmos, respond to the command. Boundless heavens and earth, the universe lends its power. The law arises from the heart, perpetually flourishing. The supreme celestial master, swift as the law commands. As she uttered the first syllable, a powerful aura enveloped her, a manifestation of energy that is characteristic of those who have attained mastery in their practice. While Aunt Lou also possessed a similar aura, it paled in comparison to my mother's, lacking the same potency. As my mother completed her final incantation and concluded the hand seal, she unleashed a forceful strike. In an instant, a brilliant golden light erupted amidst the throng of spirits. The entire room was illuminated, and a chilling wail echoed as three specters were instantly rendered powerless under the golden light. The more formidable spirits reacted with remarkable swiftness. Upon the emergence of the radiant glow, they instinctively recognized their inability to resist and hastily transformed into wisps of green smoke, fleeing outside. As my mother completed her incantation, Granny Lou was taken aback, exclaiming, Is this the Taiji exorcism and protection spell? The Taiji exorcism and protection spell is a revered Taoist technique, a closely guarded secret of the Taoist esoteric traditions. Its renown is immense. Nearly all practitioners are aware of this spell, yet few have ever witnessed it in action. Upon hearing Granny Lou's words, my mother replied, Indeed, Aunt Lou, if you wish to learn, I shall teach you once this matter is resolved. Granny Lou, seemingly flabbergasted, humbly responded, I dare not. I am unworthy of such fortune. I never anticipated that you, this wild woman, would possess such remarkable prowess. My mother assured her, Aunt Lou, you need only care for the two children. Leave the rest to me. At that moment, the malevolent spirits that had not yet been obliterated by the golden light, but were unable to escape, found themselves pinned to the ground, exuding waves of dark energy that slowly dissipated. These vengeful spirits were now gripped by fear. Woe is us! We beseech the sage for mercy. We shall never dare again. Some of the phantoms, bathed in the golden light, incessantly bowed before my mother, their foreheads striking the ground until they bled. Yet my mother remained unfazed. Yet that human skin unexpectedly surged forth from the golden light. In but a fleeting moment, the luminescence faded, and the spirits within were reduced to ashes. My mother's complexion turned pale once more, clearly indicating that this maneuver exacted a significant toll on her. She addressed Aunt Lou, saying, Aunt Lou, let us descend. There awaits a multitude of spirits below that require my attention. Observing my mother's ashen visage, Aunt Lou inquired, Are you all right? Perhaps we should remain in the room for safety. With your capabilities, as long as we secure the room, we shall be safe. My mother shook her head firmly, responding, No, we cannot do that. Such an action would signal to those vile entities that I am afraid. I must not show weakness now, for several formidable spirits await my arrival below. With that, she descended the stairs. Initially, my mother intended for Aunt Lou to keep me and Xiao Fong within the room. However, upon reflection, she realized that if a malevolent spirit stealthily entered the room to harm them, she would be unable to provide immediate aid. Therefore, it was safer for both me and Aunt Lou to accompany her. At that moment, Aunt Lou lifted Xiao Fong and followed closely behind my mother. Upon exiting the room, They encountered several ancient graves within the courtyard, positioned before all the spirits. Each mound bore a malevolent ghost. These specters, clad in the garb of landlords from the Republic era, included two who reclined atop the graves, smoking opium. Scattered across the ground were the remnants of paper soldiers, their bodies utterly shredded, having suffered complete obliteration. Initially, these restless spirits, after vanquishing the paper soldiers, were eager to surge upstairs. However, they fortuitously encountered my mother, who was casting the Tai exorcism spell, which immediately rendered the ghosts motionless, preventing them from advancing. Upon seeing Lou Granny holding me, the spirits gazed at me with unbridled avarice. My mother pointed at the malevolent apparitions and exclaimed, "Look, look! What are you staring at? Keep staring, and I shall pluck out your eyes." At that moment, my mother noticed the yellow weasel, which she had previously sent flying, still languishing in the courtyard, and her expression turned serious. She realized that even after failing to secure a seal, the weasel retained a fraction of its power. Evidently, its prior cultivation was formidable. Had the weasel not sought a seal from me, its strength would have remained at its peak, and my mother would have faced considerable difficulty in subduing it. Addressing the weasel, my mother said, "You still refuse to leave? You are determined to wait until I utterly dismantle your abilities before you relent?" With that, she advanced toward the weasel, intent on completely eradicating its cultivation. The weasel, witnessing her approach and rendered immobile, grew increasingly anxious and pleaded, "Madam, spare me. Considering the arduousness of my cultivation, I beseech you not to entirely strip me of my powers." Tears streamed down the weasel's face as it continued, "Madam, it is not that I desire to remain. Rather, all my limbs are broken, rendering me unable to flee." At this moment, my mother discerned that indeed, the weasel lay on the ground with all its limbs shattered. Chapter 5. The red-haired child. My mother let out a cold snort, choosing to disregard the yellow weasel, for she still wished to maintain some regard for the Outmessian family. However, she had resolutely decided that should she encounter any members of the Huang family from the Outmessian in the future, she would demand an explanation. This ultimately led to a rather unpleasant confrontation between my mother and the Huang family, but that is a tale for another time. At this moment, seated atop a grave, an elderly man indulged in a puff of opium, releasing a ring of smoke into the air. As the smoke ring formed, it quickly darkened and drifted toward my mother. With a swift motion of her hand, she dissipated the smoke ring and declared, "Old ghost, why do you flaunt your power in the realm of the living? Are you not afraid of eternal damnation in the underworld?" The smoking elder chuckled and replied, "As long as I consume this child with the Z-Wave fate, why should I fear reincarnation? At that point, even the emissaries of the underworld will be powerless against me, allowing me to roam freely among the living." Just then, a wisp of black mist approached, within which a voice emerged, saying, "Old fool, the Z-Wave fate belongs to me. It is not yours to claim." My mother gazed at the swirling mist and retorted, "What sorcery is this? Who do you think you are?" With that, she unleashed a powerful strike, dispersing the black mist. Within the mist revealed a hanged ghost, clad in funeral garments, its foul, elongated tongue drooping over 3 meters. My mother forced it to reveal its true form, and the hanged ghost was visibly displeased. It lashed its tongue toward her forehead, but my mother deftly caught the tongue in her grasp and yanked downwards. The ghost let out a horrific cry as she pulled its body from the air, subsequently placing her foot firmly upon its chest. The ghost, in its desperate struggle, emanated a sinister red aura, yet was unable to free itself from my mother's grasp. My mother firmly held onto the ghost's tongue, pulling it relentlessly while remarking, "Your tongue is quite lengthy, isn't it? I am eager to ascertain just how long it truly is." As she continued to extract the ghost's tongue, dark water incessantly spewed from its mouth. The ghost let out a mournful wail, attempting to speak, but its tongue remained firmly restrained by my mother, rendering it utterly voiceless. She persisted in her exertions for 2 full minutes before finally liberating the ghost's tongue from its mouth. Indeed, it was remarkably long. When combined, the tongues measured approximately 7 to 8 meters. The ghost, now bereft of its tongue, was on the verge of demise. With a decisive force, My mother crushed the ghost underfoot, sending its spirit into disarray. The smoking elder observed this scene with a derisive smile, declaring, "Ignorant youth. This woman is not someone you can contend with." At that moment, from another grave, a smoking landlady remarked, "Only by uniting our 5 spirits do we stand a chance against her." My mother retorted, "And you think you can defeat me? You might as well train for another 100 years. The smoking landlady continued, "We need not defeat you. We merely seek to seize the Z-Way destiny for ourselves. Let us all attack together. Whoever claims the Z-Way destiny shall possess it." With that, the landlady took 2 deep puffs from her smoking pipe, exhaling a thick cloud of black mist directed at my mother. Simultaneously, all the spirits sprang into action, launching themselves towards us like a hail of arrows. However, their target was not my mother, but rather me, nestled in the arms of Grandma Lu. Upon witnessing this scene, Grandma Lu hastily set Xiaofang down and instructed her to hold me, while she herself gripped a paper knife, poised for action. My mother picked up the tongue of the hanged ghost from the ground, wielding it as a whip, for it was indeed the weapon of the specter. With a swift motion, she brandished the whip and ensnared the fastest flying ghost, directing it toward the dark mist that the old woman had expelled. The moment this ghost encountered the black fog, its body trembled violently, soon dissipating into nothingness. However, the old woman's dark mist also dissipated. My mother stood protectively in front of Grandma Lu, who shielded me and Xiaofang from harm. The smoking elder then hurled his smoking pipe at my mother while transforming into a multitude of crimson, malevolent spirits, charging toward her. Observing this, my mother bit her middle finger, tracing an exorcism talisman in the air. Once the talisman was completed, it radiated a golden light, striking at the surrounding ghosts and the malevolent energy of the elder. My mother's speed in drawing the talismans was astonishing, as one after another flew forth. The smoking elder, now engulfed in red malevolence, made several attempts to breach my mother's defenses and seize me, yet each effort was thwarted. Thus, from within the crimson malevolence, the elder's voice echoed, urging, "Why do you hesitate to act?" Dawn approaches. Upon hearing this, the other 4 vengeful spirits, who had been biding their time atop their graves, transformed into red malevolence and surged forth. Instantly, the pressure on my mother intensified. Despite my mother's impenetrable defenses, even the most meticulous can have their oversights. A malevolent spirit lunged toward me, nestled in Xiao Fang's embrace. Granny Lu brandished a paper knife and struck the spirit, yet its form was as unyielding as steel. The blade merely left a faint mark upon its surface. Alarmed, Granny Lu realized that this was no ordinary ghost, but rather a reanimated corpse possessed by a malevolent spirit. In this moment of peril, a vertical eye on my forehead suddenly sprang open, emanating a crimson glow, thick with a suffocating aura of malice. Instantly, my body leapt from Xiao Fang's grasp, dense red fur sprouting rapidly across my form. My physique expanded significantly, and sharp fangs erupted from my mouth. At that moment, I had transformed into a grotesque humanoid creature, my eyes consumed by a bloodthirsty frenzy. My visage contorted into a terrifying grimace as I opened my maw, unleashing a primal roar before lunging towards the advancing corpse to bite. The corpse's body was remarkably resilient, yet my teeth sank effortlessly into its flesh. My first bite landed squarely on its shoulder, severing it entirely, which I promptly devoured. With my second bite, I took the head clean off, consuming that as well. The spirit trapped within the corpse erupted forth, yet it was now headless, lacking even half of a shoulder. As I sank my teeth into the flesh of the living corpse, I inadvertently devoured the very essence of the malevolent spirit within. The excruciating pain intertwined with a rising panic compelled this wretched specter to flee. However, devoid of a head, it was utterly disoriented, stumbling chaotically across the ground. Yet, with a mere inhalation, I ensnared it, drawing it into my belly. A sense of satisfaction washed over me. The transformation that had overtaken me, coupled with my earlier display of ferocity, had surpassed the expectations of all the spirits present. They had come to feast upon me, yet here I was, having consumed one of their own. I gazed at all the spirits around me, akin to a famished beast fixating on its prey, my eyes brimming with madness. My mother, witnessing my transformation, cast a glance at the moon above. The once bright and luminous moonlight had now morphed entirely into a crimson hue. Beneath the blood-red moon, ominous black clouds gathered, swiftly obscuring half of its glow. My mother, seemingly fearful of the monstrous version of me harming Granny Lu and Xiao Fong, instinctively shielded them behind her. Yet, at that moment, my thoughts were entirely consumed by the spirits before me, or rather, my potential sustenance. I crouched low to the ground, emanating an aura of ferocity. Chapter 6. Identity exposed. Xiao Fang was taken aback by my transformation into a monster, instinctively retreating a few steps. Granny Lu gazed at the peculiar celestial phenomenon, murmuring, "An unnatural occurrence foretells the emergence of malevolence." Meanwhile, my mother, seemingly oblivious to my metamorphosis, continued to scrutinize the malevolent spirits ahead with utmost caution. Those spirits, upon observing my transformation into a red-haired child, appeared momentarily perplexed, remaining motionless for a brief interval. However, I was entirely consumed by a malevolent aura, driven by an insatiable urge to devour these specters. Under the sway of this singular thought, I advanced 2 steps before propelling myself forward with forceful determination, leaving a fleeting shadow in my wake. At that moment, the nearest figure to me was the elderly man with a pipe. I opened my mouth wide and lunged towards him. The smoking elder, clearly taken aback by my sudden aggression, raised his pipe to strike me. In a frantic attempt to protect me, my mother swung her tongue, ensnaring the elder's hand that clutched the pipe, securing it firmly. In that fleeting moment, I'd already pounced upon him, aiming to bite into his head. The elder's other ghostly hand reached out towards me, intent on crushing my skull. I remained utterly unresponsive, and my mother, desperate to intervene, could do nothing but shout, "Son, be careful. Quick dodge." Yet, it was as if I had not heard her, and I sank my teeth into the elder's face. Suddenly, a plume of dense black smoke emanated from the face of the smoking elder. I sank my teeth into a substantial piece of his soul, savoring it with satisfaction. Clutching the essence of the smoking elder, I resembled a famished child embracing an abundance of food. The elder cried out in agony, "Little brat, I will end you." At that moment, his spectral hand grasped my head. However, as his hand made contact, he let out another wail, for my crimson hair was as sharp as steel needles. His seemingly formidable, ghostly hand was instantly pierced by the spines of my hair. By then, I had swallowed the morsels in my mouth and lunged at him once more. Yet, the old specter reacted with astonishing speed. After I had bitten him twice, his head was nearly consumed. At that instant, he unleashed a surge of ghostly energy, propelling me several meters away, landing with a resounding thud that created a crater. However, I emerged unscathed, my ferocity intensified, and a palpable aura of malevolence visibly radiated from me. Rising from the pit, I glared at the smoking specter and unleashed a roar reminiscent of both lion and tiger, a primal growl. Witnessing my formidable demeanor, the elder felt an overwhelming sense of dread. Despite having cultivated his powers for nearly a century, he was now genuinely afraid of me. In that fleeting moment, an odd thought emerged in the heart of the old ghost. Where are the underworld emissaries? Come swiftly and take me back to hell. He would rather endure torment in the inferno than confront me. Forgiven his transgressions, suffering there would still afford him the possibility of reincarnation. However, should I consume him, it would signify the complete obliteration of his soul. My limbs propelled me swiftly across the ground as I charged towards the old ghost once more. He attempted to flee, yet one of his hands was firmly grasped by my mother, rendering him immobile. As I drew nearer, a decisive moment surged within the old ghost. With a swift motion, he severed his smoking hand. Then, he fled in astonishing speed. I found myself grasping at thin air, but upon turning back, I spotted the severed arm of the old ghost lying on the ground. I approached and consumed it. As I feasted, I noticed a tongue entangled within it, and I yanked it free to devour it as well. My mother did not intervene. This scene sent chills down the spines of the other 100 ghosts. The smoking old woman perched atop a grave, witnessing my ferocity was seized by fear and murmured, "What on earth is this? Why does it feel more menacing than us malevolent spirits?" The eerie visage of a flayed human form hovering in the air remarked, "Is this child truly descended from the purple tenuity star? Could it be that he is possessed by a wicked spirit from the depths of hell?" The smoking elder, watching helplessly as his arm was consumed, realized the spirit was incomplete and his powers would inevitably diminish. After my feast, a cruel smile curled upon my lips as I lunged towards the throng of spirits once more. The yard was in disarray as the creatures fled in panic. In the chaos, I inadvertently stepped on a yellow weasel. Its anguished howl echoed through the air, resembling the mournful cry of a wolf. Instantly, the weasel's spirit seemed to diminish, its form shrinking before my eyes, until it stood no taller than an adult's calf. Despite retaining a fraction of its original prowess, the weight of my foot had reduced its capabilities to a mere shadow of what they once were. Fortunately for it, as it was not a spirit, my appetite for it was minimal. Otherwise, I would have consumed it without hesitation. Enduring excruciating pain reminiscent of shattered bones, the weasel shed tears and implored my mother, "Madam, please rein in your child. If I suffer another blow, I shall have no means of survival." My mother casted a disdainful glance and coldly responded, "It serves you right." Now, the weasel was engulfed in a whirlwind of indignation and fear, silently cursing my mother for her words, vowing never again to seek favors from others. This yellow weasel was simply too eager to attain its goals. Yet the path to enlightenment is seldom straightforward for creatures of its kind. In truth, this was a trial that the weasel was destined to face. Meanwhile, a limping ghost, one of its legs severed, stumbled through the yard, its remaining limb barely tethered by a thin layer of flesh. As it fled, the severed leg finally broke free. Sensing my presence closing in behind it, the ghost dared not glance back. In a frantic moment, it snatched up its fallen limb from the ground, hoisting it upon its shoulder and leaping forward with a single foot towards the courtyard wall. He yearned to pass through the wall. Yet, as half of his body emerged beyond the barrier, I seized the other half with a firm grip. Endowed with immense strength, I effortlessly pulled him back. The wretched being, missing a leg, trembled in terror and cried out for help. "Save me! Save me!" Among those present, apart from my mother and the 3 other ordinary individuals, the rest were malevolent spirits, devoid of any inclination to offer aid. In the midst of its desperate wails, I consumed it whole. In this brief interval, I had already devoured over a dozen spirits, yet my belly showed no signs of expansion. At that moment, old Lady Lu appeared to have a revelation. Murmuring to herself, "The third red eye upon this child's forehead bears an uncanny resemblance to the fabled third evil eye." The third evil eye, also known as the ghost eye, is said to embody the accumulated resentment, darkness, and malevolence of the world. Red moon, black clouds, a red-haired child, and the third evil eye manifesting upon the brow. In that instant, old Lady Lu seemed to ascertain my true identity, her eyes reflecting sheer terror. Her face contorted in disbelief, she instinctively recoiled, as if seeking distance from me. Old Lady Lu exclaimed loudly, "This child is not of the Z-Way fate. He is clearly a harbinger of disaster, a true calamity." Chapter 7. The Retreat of the 100 Ghosts. Upon hearing Granny Lu's words, the 100 ghosts were momentarily taken aback. No, that was not quite right. However, Granny Lu found herself engulfed in confusion. This child possessed the Z-Way destiny, which should not be mistaken. My mother sighed and revealed the truth. "Granny Lu, it is indeed true that this child bears the Z-Way fate, yet he is also entangled with a calamity star. Thus, it would not be inaccurate to say he embodies misfortune. Nonetheless, even as a calamity star, it has followed this child through reincarnation. Its malevolence will only manifest this night. Once this evening passes, even the calamity star will lose its power to inflict harm." Granny Lu, taken by surprise, took a considerable time to fully accept this reality, murmuring, "Ah, I see. What a pity. Those entangled with a calamity star are destined for an unfortunate end." Yet, her concern resurfaced as she lamented. Now that the calamity star has emerged, this village is bound to face 3 years of severe drought. How will the villager survive? It was no wonder that upon the child's birth, such ominous energy radiated from him, surpassing even that of a centennial specter. The truth revealed he was indeed a calamity star. Upon overhearing my mother's conversation with Granny Lou, the 100 ghosts displayed not fear, but an even more insatiable greed. Their gazes towards me were tinged with madness. Had they not harbored some trepidation towards me, they would have lunged forth to devour me whole. The zombies and vengeful spirits were mere conglomerates of negative energy from this world. Having endured various injustices in life, their souls could transform into vengeful spirits after death. By a stroke of fate, their corporeal forms might also become zombies. Certainly, with the evolution of Taoist practices, numerous techniques for nurturing corpses and summoning malevolent spirits have permeated folklore. Certain practitioners, driven by ulterior motives, engage in the creation of zombies and vengeful ghosts for their own purposes. Such individuals are invariably of dubious moral character. Regardless of whether they are vengeful spirits or reanimated corpses, they harbor a profound malevolence towards this world, believing that all who inhabit it deserve demise, an erroneous notion, indeed. Consequently, these malevolent entities wreak havoc upon the innocent. Zombies, in particular, have an additional motive, to drain the life force of others in order to augment their own power. Should the resentment of a vengeful spirit run too deep, it may remain trapped in the realm of the dead, unable to reincarnate, until its bitterness dissipates. Alternatively, if discovered while causing harm in the mortal realm, these spirits may face annihilation at the hands of adept practitioners. Those of exceptional skill may opt to guide such spirits towards redemption. However, if redemption proves unattainable, the only recourse to prevent further harm is to obliterate their essence. Among these vengeful spirits, those who attain the pinnacle of their craft may transform into harbingers of calamity. Wherever they tread, disaster follows, resulting in untold suffering and loss of life. The apex above these harbingers is the calamity star, which possesses the power to manifest disasters at will. The nature of the realm beyond the calamity star remains undocumented, suggesting that the evolution of vengeful spirits ceases upon their transformation into such entities. As for zombies, upon reaching their highest potential, they ascend to the status of progenitors of the undead. Historical texts recount only 4 notable progenitors: Jiang Chun, Ho Qing, Hanba, and Ingo. However, these 4 primordial zombies have vanished for 2 to 3 millennia. Among them, Ho Qing and Ingo were both esteemed generals under the Yellow Emperor, while Hanba was his daughter. Only the origins of Jiang Chun remained shrouded in mystery. I was still in the courtyard, chasing after the 100 ghosts. The specter before me had already lost half of its posterior to my biting. In truth, my situation had become apparent to these 100 ghosts once they recognized me as a harbinger of calamity. They speculated that the calamity star had been reincarnated within me. Even if I were fierce now, after tonight, I would revert to being an ordinary child. Nevertheless, their lingering interest in me grew deeper. Whether it be the Z-Wave fate or the calamity star, consuming me would grant them unparalleled benefits. Particularly, the calamity star within me would allow them to achieve the status of a walking disaster within a decade, should they absorb it. However, tonight they need not linger, for they could not contend with me. In an instant, all the spirits vanished from this place. As I watched all the food disappear, I became frantic and searched everywhere. Yet, finding nothing, I turned my fierce gaze towards my mother and the others. With the ghosts gone, I had no choice but to resort to consuming humans. I charged toward my mother. She seemed to anticipate my actions, swiftly forming seals with her hands and intoning. Heaven and earth are boundless. The universe lends its power. Decree of the thunder god, seal. Just as my mother finished her incantation, I had already rushed close to her. My mother pointed to the third eye on my forehead, which had now turned a vivid crimson. Suddenly, a deafening crack echoed through the air, as a bolt of lightning struck this very eye. In that instant, I became utterly motionless, yet my face contorted into a grotesque grimace, revealing the intensity of my struggle. My mother's complexion paled, unable to endure for long, and she urgently called out, "Aunt Lou, I implore you to return home and fetch the statue of Master Luban." Aunt Lou responded, "Very well. I shall go at once. Understanding the urgency of the situation, she hurriedly departed and swiftly returned, cradling the statue of Master Lu Ban in her arms. She approached my mother and asked, "What must I do?" My mother instructed, "Place the statue upon the child's head." Following her direction, my mother then bellowed, "I beseech Master Lu Ban to lend me his assistance." A green light emanated from the statue, infusing my being. In an instant, I collapsed to the ground, the crimson hair retreating rapidly, soon reverting to its original state. My mother gathered me into her embrace and carried me inside, rummaging through the cupboard for some fabric to wrap my body. She then took me into the kitchen to boil water, intending to cleanse me. At this point, it was nearing the witching hour. Aunt Lou assisted, her concern for the villagers' safety evident as she muttered, "Disaster, the harbinger of calamity. You must have known that the child in your womb was a disaster, right?" My mother nodded and replied, "Aunt Lou, you may call me Li Ping. When I first conceived this child, I sensed that he was destined to be ensnared by misfortune. Otherwise, I would not have succumbed to madness. To be candid, for the sake of the villagers, or perhaps for the welfare of the populace at large, old lady Lu now wishes for my demise. A calamity, such as mine, ought to have been extinguished at birth. Yet, gazing upon my slumbering form, she finds herself grappling with her conscience. If she were truly to end my life now, she would indeed find herself incapable of doing so. In the forest, 10 miles from Yulin village, a sudden plume of white smoke materialized. Moments later, 2 figures emerged slowly from the mist. Bathed in the moonlight, one could discern that they donned the garb of ancient constables, albeit draped in black cloaks. Their heads were adorned with long black hats, and emblazoned upon their cloaks were the 3 characters, Soul Reaper. These 2 figures were emissaries of the underworld, tasked with the retrieval of souls. One of the ghostly apparitions wielded a whip and a soul-catching hook, while the other brandished shackles and handcuffs, perhaps perturbed by the sluggish pace of his companion. One specter urged, "Hurry, the witching hour approaches. The king of hell decrees that he must perish by then, allowing not a moment longer in the realm of the living." "Enough with the prodding. We are already in transit," the other specter retorted, sighing in exasperation. He lamented, "In the past, we were allotted a mere 100 souls to collect each day, and that was strenuous enough. Now, they have burdened us with an increased quota of 150. Not only has our workload intensified, but our compensation remains stagnant. The meager monthly stipend barely suffices to procure candles. I truly do not wish to remain in this underworld." Chapter 8. The arrival of the Grim Reapers. One of the Grim Reapers remarked, "The inability to afford candles is a consequence of inflation. The money sent from a mortal realm is calculated in hundreds of billions. How could it not inflate?" Alas, despite the conversation, both Reapers quickened their pace. As they traversed the surroundings, a white mist enveloped their path. Gradually, they noticed something amiss. The ground was stained crimson. Upon raising their gaze, they were astonished to see the moon glowing a deep red. "What is happening?" one Grim Reaper inquired. The 2 spirits exchanged a glance, their eyes drawn to the ominous red moon, and simultaneously declared, "An unnatural phenomenon heralds the emergence of malevolence." Could it be that the disaster star has reincarnated after escaping from the underworld? Recently, only one significant event had transpired in the netherworld, but it seemed that the higher-ups had suppressed this information, leaving the 2 to glean it through whispers. Nevertheless, the likelihood of its truth was high. Possessing the ability to see beyond the veil, the Grim Reapers directed their attention towards Yulin village, where they discerned an overwhelming aura of malice ascending into the heavens. Could it have indeed reincarnated in that village ahead? They speculated, for it was rare for vengeful spirits to emit such a sinister energy. One Grim Reaper, filled with excitement, exclaimed, "I can hardly believe we have uncovered this disaster star. Quickly, summon others, many more. We must capture this malevolent entity." The other Grim Reaper interjected, "Wait. The disaster star's reincarnation has left little of its former power. Why should we share this merit with anyone else? The escape of a calamity star from the underworld is no trivial matter. If my brother and I can capture it, it would indeed be a significant achievement, potentially elevating our ranks several levels. Indeed, look at my mind. After hundreds of years serving as soul-retrieving specters, we have yet to ascend. This opportunity is a divine gift. Let us proceed to seize the Calamity Star. However, as the third watch approaches, will we be able to capture the soul? We must allow it to survive until the fifth watch. The Calamity Star is of utmost importance, as our future fortunes depend on it. With that, the two specters changed direction and floated toward Yulin village, filled with renewed vigor and moving swiftly. My mother, utterly exhausted, had not rested after giving birth to me and had instead fought a fierce battle against numerous spirits. Her weariness was palpable. With the assistance of Granny Lou, my mother bathed me. She expressed her gratitude to Granny Lou, saying, "Thank you for your care these past days. Your kindness will forever be etched in my heart. I shall ensure this child is dutiful to you in the future." Granny Lou, ever modest, replied, "No need for such formalities, dear sister." While my mother tended to my cleansing, Xiao Fang stood nearby, curious about the red hair that had suddenly sprouted on my body. Xiao Fang asked Granny Lou, "Master, will this brother turn into a red-haired child?" Granny Lou did not respond, as it was indeed a possibility. After completing the bath, Granny Lou prepared to return home with Xiao Fang. My mother carried me and accompanied Granny Lou to the gate of the courtyard. After Granny Lou departed, my mother intended to rest for a while. However, she was suddenly startled by a frantic knocking at the door, accompanied by the urgent whispers of Granny Lou. "Open the door quickly." My mother hastily unlatched the door, allowing Granny Lou and Xiao Fang to enter. Before my mother could inquire about the commotion, Granny Lou spoke rapidly. "Inchai, I believe there are two Inchai approaching here. I have not observed anyone in the village with imminent death. So why have they come?" After pondering for a moment, she turned to me and remarked, "The Calamity Star is intolerable to the natural order. Could these two Inchai have come for this child?" My mother's expression shifted dramatically as she retorted angrily, "I care not for the natural order. This is my son. Even if the heavenly king himself arrived, he would not take him from my side. Just two Inchai. If they dare to take my son, I shall dispose of them." Yet, no sooner had my mother spoken than she coughed up a mouthful of blood. Granny Lou rushed forward to support her, advising, "Sister, do not succumb to anger. We must carefully contemplate how to confront those two Inchai. After all, they're officials from the underworld, regardless of your current injuries and ability to fight. Even if we were to kill those two Inchai, we would still face dire consequences." With a sigh, Granny Lou reflected on how my mother, during her pregnancy, had become unhinged in an effort to suppress the Calamity Star within me. Over the past 10 months, my mother has endured significant injuries. Although she consumed the meat of the Tai Sui, it did not suffice to heal her wounds. Furthermore, in her weakened state, she engaged in a fierce battle with malevolent spirits, severely depleting her energy. Granny Lou gazed at me with a complex expression, acknowledging that, for the sake of the common people, she ought not to impede my fate with the underworld messengers. Yet, witnessing my imminent demise since birth weighed heavily on her heart. Granny Lou then turned to my mother and inquired, "Sister, do you have any means at your disposal?" To which my mother, with a humble admission of her limitations, replied, "I am truly a loss." Soon, my mother regained her composure and stated, "The only hope lies in whether this child possesses fortune." With that, she cradled me and approached the left side of the courtyard, standing before a door of a room that had never been opened. She gently placed me at the threshold and called out, "Mr. Hay, this is my son. Please discern if he possesses the blessings to become your godson." After uttering these words, my mother fell silent, standing aside in anticipation. Before long, the door creaked open. A long, bony arm extended from within, reaching out to draw me into the room. Granny Lou only caught a glimpse of this skeletal limb, straining to discern what lay beyond, but to no avail. As the bony arm pulled me inside, the door slammed shut with a resounding thud. My mother, filled with joy, bowed respectfully towards the house and expressed her gratitude, saying, "Thank you, Mr. Hay. Your kindness will be forever cherished by this child." At that moment, a thick veil of white smoke began to envelop the courtyard. Amidst the swirling white smoke, two spectral figures drifted in. They appeared to regard my mother and Mrs. Lou with indifference. Upon entering, they surveyed the courtyard, noting signs of struggle and an ominous aura, clearly indicative of vengeful spirits having sought to seize the misfortune bringer. It seemed we had not erred in our arrival. Yet, I pondered why the essence of the misfortune bringer was no longer palpable. Only then did the two specters cast their gaze upon my mother and the others. My mother stepped forward, undeterred by their spectral nature, and inquired, "Are you here to collect a soul? May I ask whose life has reached its end?" My mother has always been one to extend hospitality. Had they been mere visitors, she would have graciously welcomed them, even venturing into town at such an hour to procure candles for them, perhaps offering our family's specialties upon their departure. However, with the awareness that they might intend to claim her son, she felt no obligation to be courteous. Upon hearing her words, the two specters furrowed their brows. One of them retorted, "You dare speak so boldly?" The other threatened, "Do you not fear descending to the depths of the 18 layers of hell for your insolence?" My mother let out a cold laugh. To have spectral figures arrive at such an hour is indeed a harbinger of ill fortune. Is it truly within your purview to decide who descends to the 18 layers of hell? Or have you grown so accustomed to your corrupt practices that you believe you can condemn whomever you choose? If so, I shall have a word with Judge Chui the next time we meet. The two specters were taken aback, their tempers flaring, as they had not anticipated my mother's sharp tongue. Chapter 9. Do you still wish to seek a title? One of the spectral officials raised an iron chain and struck towards my mother. These two were indeed legitimate emissaries of the underworld. Had my mother been in her prime, these two would have bowed respectfully, addressing her as Great Celestial Master, may you be blessed. However, now, she was gravely injured, her strength diminished to mere remnants. The one wielding the iron chain sneered, "You must be the one who bore the Calamity Star. For this alone, you deserve to descend to the 18th level of hell. Hand over the Calamity Star, and we may pretend this never occurred." My mother, wary of the two, swiftly dodged the incoming chain. Just as she evaded it, a sharp crack echoed, and the whip of the other spectral official lashed towards her. Granny Lou, witnessing the unfolding chaos, quickly interjected, "Esteemed emissaries, let's converse civilly." Yet, her words fell on deaf ears, for the two officials paid her no heed. As my mother narrowly escaped the whip, she bit her middle finger, pointing forward, and a droplet of blood flew from her fingertip, soaring directly towards one of the officials. The moment the blood struck the official's chest, he let out a piercing scream and was sent reeling backward. Alas, the other official's whip was still aimed at my mother, and she had no time to evade. In that critical moment, with a resounding crash, the door of my godfather's abode swung open. A long, bony arm emerged, seizing the spectral official's hand that wielded the whip. When the spectral enforcer noticed someone daring to impede his actions, he immediately exclaimed in fury, "How audacious! Who dares to obstruct the enforcement of justice by a spectral envoy?" The spectral enforcer then cast his gaze upon the skeletal arm, and subsequently into the darkened room, eager to discern the identity of its owner. Yet, the interior remained shrouded in impenetrable darkness, rendering even their supernatural eyes ineffective. "Release me at once. I am a spectral envoy of the netherworld," the spirit declared, invoking the authority of his title in an attempt to compel compliance. However, the skeletal arm steadfastly retained its grip. In his struggle to free himself, he discovered that the opponent's arm was as immovable as iron claws. At that moment, my mother interjected, "My son is within. Do enter." It was only then that the two spectral enforcers scrutinized the chamber more closely, their trepidation escalating with each glance, as if a terrifying entity resided within. With a sudden swish, the enforcer wielding the whip was abruptly drawn into the room, unable to utter even a scream. Witnessing this, the other enforcer swiftly turned to flee. Yet another skeletal arm emerged from the shadows. This time, the hand was enormous, capable of enveloping the spectral envoy's entire head. The skeletal hand seized the envoy's head and pulled him into the dimly lit interior. Subsequently, a loud thud echoed as the door slammed shut. An extended silence ensued before old Lady Lou approached my mother, inquiring, "Do you think those two spectral enforcers will be all right?" My mother replied, "I cannot say. It depends on the mood of the dark gentleman." Grandma Lou expressed her hopes that no mishap would occur, for those two were messengers of the underworld, and a situation escalated would bode ill for all. However, observing my mother's demeanor, it seemed to matter little to her. After a while, the door swung open, and the two messengers emerged, limping and devoid of their prior bravado. Their faces wore expressions that were more sorrowful than a frown. As they stepped out, they appeared utterly disheartened, ignoring my mother and Grandma Lou, and hastily departed, carrying away the white mist they had brought with them. Upon witnessing this, Grandma Lou addressed the two messengers, saying, "I bid farewell to the esteemed messengers." Unbeknownst to Grandma Lou, the entity referred to as Mr. Hay was extraordinarily formidable, even capable of subduing the underworld's emissaries with ease. Initially, she had been concerned about the impending arrival of the 100 ghosts tomorrow night, intent on seizing the Calamity Star. She turned to my mother and remarked, "Sister, it appears that as long as Mr. Hay is present, you and your son can rest easy. Even if the 100 ghosts come knocking again tomorrow, there is no need for fear." My mother shook her head and replied, "That cannot be. Mr. Hay requires slumber, for he has other pressing matters to attend to. After he seals the Calamity Star within my son's body tomorrow, he shall not intervene further." My mother then bowed respectfully to Grandma Lou and said, "Aunt Lou, I will need your assistance once more tomorrow to summon the statue of Master Luban." Grandma Lou said, "All right, sister, make sure to rest early. I shall come back tomorrow." After my mother saw off Grandma Lou and her companion, she returned to her room and fell asleep, the hour already deep into the night. As dawn broke the following day, my mother arose early. She made her way to the residence of Mr. Hay, my godfather. Offering 3 sticks of incense, she spoke, "Mr. Hay, the child is still too young to rise and pay his respects, so as his mother, I shall bow on his behalf. Once the child turns 3, I will ensure that his first task each morning is to honor you with incense." As she prepared to kneel, the door of Mr. Hay's abode swung open once more, and a skeletal arm emerged to halt her descent. Another arm extended, inscribing on the ground, "No need for formalities." Seeing this, my mother replied, "Thank you, Mr. Hay, for your understanding. Then, I shall not stand on ceremony." The skeletal arm slowly withdrew, and the door closed once again. At that moment, a feeble voice arose, "Madam, have you truly forgotten my presence?" My mother turned to find the creature known as Huang Xilang, the yellow weasel, still lying motionless. Anger surged within her as she exclaimed, "You still remain here, truly believing I would hesitate to end your life?" Huang Xilang hastily responded, "Please, madam, do not forget that I am utterly incapacitated, my limbs severed. I implore you, for the sake of the Huang family, spare me." My mother retorted, "Spare you? I have shown you mercy by sparing your life, which is already a concession to the Huang family. Furthermore, having saved you, what if you repay my kindness with malice and seek to trouble my son later?" My mother harbors no concern regarding the yellow fox seeking her out, for she does not fear him. Huang Xilang remarked, "Madam, given my current state, it would take centuries to recover. Moreover, your son is a harbinger of misfortune. I would sooner avoid him than provoke his ire." My mother nodded in agreement. Suddenly, an idea struck her. She approached the yellow fox with a stool in hand and inquired, "Tell me, do you still wish to seek a title?" Upon hearing her words, Huang Xilang shivered in terror and hurriedly replied, "I dare not. I dare not. Madam, I implore you, spare me." My mother said, "I speak truthfully. If you seek a title for my son, it is not beyond possibility. Granting you a title rests solely on my son's word. It would merely cost my family a modicum of fortune. However, that is of little consequence, as our family has accumulated considerable fortune over generations. When a yellow fox seeks a title from an ordinary family, he drains their limited fortune. In contrast, the fortune amassed by my family over the ages is vast. Thus, the fortune required to bestow a title upon a yellow fox is but a drop in the ocean compared to what we possess." Chapter 10. The star's destiny. Huang Xilang's eyes darted around restlessly. If he could truly be reinstated, it would be a tremendous blessing, far surpassing a millennium of arduous cultivation. After a brief moment, Huang Xilang addressed my mother, saying, "Sister, what conditions do you have? Please speak freely." My mother replied, "I have no substantial conditions. Simply swear allegiance to my son, as long as you earnestly remain by his side, safeguarding his well-being and assisting him with manageable tasks. I believe my son will not treat you unjustly. Opportunities for reinstatement are not entirely out of reach. After my mother finished speaking, she observed Huang Siling's reaction. In truth, Huang Siling understood that he had already been rendered powerless once. Although diligent cultivation might restore some of his abilities, achieving a breakthrough had become exceedingly difficult. Attaining true enlightenment without extraordinary fortune was nearly impossible. Thus, Huang Siling felt quite tempted by my mother's proposition. He sought confirmation from her sister. "Are you certain that your son will indeed have the capacity to reinstate me in the future?" My mother assured him, "As long as you are wholeheartedly dedicated to my son, the chances are quite favorable." Upon hearing this, Huang Siling immediately swore, "I, Huang Siling, vow before the heavens that from this day forth I will." At this juncture, Huang Siling paused and inquired of my mother, "By the way, what is your son's name?" Without a moment's hesitation, my mother articulated my name, Chen. It seemed as though she had predetermined this name long ago. Huang Siling continued, "I, Huang Siling, solemnly swear to serve Chen from this day forth, dedicating myself to assist and protect him. Should I violate this oath, may heaven smite me and the earth forsake me. May I be struck by lightning." Little did I know, unbeknownst to me, my mother had taken in a younger brother for me. Suddenly, with a thunderous clap, Huang Siling's words were met with a rumble from the heavens. Startled, he trembled, questioning the bizarre occurrence. Why, upon making an oath, did thunder roar? For both man and beast, once they embark on the path of cultivation, their vows carry immense weight. To break them invites genuine consequences, a reckoning from the heavens. On this bright, sunny day, it was incongruous for thunder to sound. Thus, the thunder seemed particularly strange. Upon hearing the thunder, my mother cast a sharp glance at Huang Siling, saying, "Young man, it appears you harbor ulterior motives." At her words, Huang Siling felt a surge of trepidation, fearing both the wrath of the thunder and my mother's potential fury. Cultivators possess an ingrained dread of thunderbolts. He hastily declared, "I swear, I do not, or I shall be struck dead by lightning." Just then, a flash of lightning illuminated the sky, followed by another crack of thunder. The bolt seemed to be aimed directly at our home. Huang Siling was at a loss, tears welling in his eyes as he implored my mother. This must be a mistake. Sensing the gravity of the situation, my mother rushed indoors and cradled me in her arms. Upon inspecting my forehead, she noticed 2 dark spots where the third eye was once situated. The third eye, once concealed upon my forehead, was suddenly stimulated by the celestial thunder, revealing itself with an almost discernible inclination to open. Upon witnessing this extraordinary event, my mother's gaze was overtaken by a palpable fear, prompting her to exclaim, "Heavenly star illuminates fate." At that moment, the heavens resounded with successive claps of thunder, echoing 18 times. With each thunderclap, a dark spot emerged on my forehead, culminating in 18 such spots that encircled my brow, enveloping my third eye. Following the final thunder, tranquility returned once more. My mother, burdened with unspoken concerns, gently laid me back on the bed to continue my slumber, as I had yet to awaken. Subsequently, she exited the room to attend to Huang Siling's fractured bones. Startled by the thunder, Huang Siling had been rendered oblivious to my mother's utterances within the chamber. My mother's technique for setting bones was remarkably adept. Before Huang Siling could fully comprehend or feel any pain, his bones were already aligned. This display of medical prowess left Huang Pitsi in awe, perhaps believing that even the finest bone-setting masters in the world might find themselves humbled in comparison. Following this, she proceeded to dress Huang Pitsi's wounds. I remain uncertain of the concoction she employed, but upon application, Huang Pitsi experienced an exquisite tingling sensation at the site of his injury, a sign that his own flesh was mending. Once the bandaging was complete, my mother further nourished Huang Pitsi with a bowl of porridge. However, Huang Siling found the porridge utterly tasteless and thus complained to my mother, "Sister, could you fetch a chicken for me? I am gravely injured and in need of nourishment." My mother shot him a glare and replied, "Have you seen me eating chicken?" She then warned Huang Siling, "Remember, by following my son, you have chosen the righteous path. Henceforth, you are forbidden from harming the village's poultry. If you desire chicken, Venture into the mountains to catch wildfowl. Furthermore, you must not frighten anyone. My mother added this final remark. As time slowly drifted towards noon, there came a knock at the gate, and the voice of Granny Lou echoed from outside. Young lady. Young lady. It was Aunt Lou. My mother hurried to open the door, and Granny Lou entered, cradling a statue of the Master Luban. She explained, "This is the hour of greatest yang energy. It is the most opportune time to seal away calamities, which is why I have brought the Master Luban." My mother expressed her gratitude. Upon entering, Granny Lou noticed Huang Xilang, whose limbs were wrapped in white cloth, seated in a chair like a lord, and her brow furrowed immediately. My mother clarified, "Aunt Lou, this yellow weasel will be accompanying my son from now on." Upon hearing this, Granny Lou understood that my mother had tamed the creature. My mother then brought me out, and Granny Lou gasped in shock at the 18 black marks appearing on my forehead, exclaiming, "The heavenly stars dictate fate. It is indeed the celestial decree. The heavenly stars illuminate only those who are destined for divine retribution. This is truly depriving the child of any chance at life. This child, he will not see the age of 30. At 30, his fate is sealed." My mother's expression darkened, for she was well aware of this. Upon hearing Lou Granny's words, Huang Xilang was immediately taken aback, his jaw dropping in disbelief as he exclaimed, "What? I just vowed to serve him, and now he is destined by the celestial star?" Observing my mother's somber demeanor, Lou Granny remarked, "However, the celestial decree does not pertain to this child, but rather to the calamity within him." Huang Xilang now felt ensnared by my mother's words and lamented, "The outcome remains the same. This child is the calamity, and the calamity is this child. By the age of 30, he is doomed." He slumped into his chair, a look of despondency etched upon his face, declaring, "It's over. I have become the world's greatest fool, toiling away for 30 years in vain." My mother, her gaze imbued with a murderous intent, addressed Huang Xilang, saying, "Very well, I shall end your life now, so you need not labor for 30 years in vain." Witnessing her genuine wrath, Huang Xilang hastily interjected, "Sister, please. It's only 30 years. I have lived for 700 or 800 years. 30 years is but a trifle. I will do it. I will do it. Rest assured, dear sister, for these 30 years, I shall ensure the young master experiences the wealth and splendor of this world, indulging in all manner of beautiful fox spirits and enchanting rural beings, so that he shall not have traversed this realm in vain." My mother, ignoring the frantic Huang Xilang, pondered for a moment, and then said, "Perhaps there is still a glimmer of hope." Huang Xilang reclined in his chair, seemingly aware of what my mother referred to as a glimmer of hope. With a hint of resignation, he remarked, "It is impossible. Those destined under the celestial star are ultimately doomed to lose their very essence. Moreover, that is merely a legend. In my experience, such tales bear no semblance to reality." Chapter 11. The heir of medical text. Upon hearing Huang Xilang's words, my mother approached and delivered a sharp slap across his face, stating, "Silence." Huang Xilang promptly sealed his lips, refraining from uttering another sound. Granny Lou interjected, "My dear sister, are you referring to that legend? I too have heard it. It is said that if one can gather the 5 tomes of mountain, medicine, fate, physiognomy, and divination, they may borrow a thread of life from the heavens." My mother nodded in acknowledgement. Granny Lou sighed and remarked, "Sister, I speak plainly and with honesty. You must understand that this legend is likely a fabrication. Even if it were true, the illustrious figures of history, such as Zhuge Liang, Liu Bowen, Yuan Tiangang, and Li Chunfeng, devoted their lives to the pursuit of these 5 volumes. Yet none succeeded. Even Zhang Jiao, the founder of the Taiping Dao, scoured the earth in search of them, but ultimately found nothing. I have heard that the notorious rebel Huang Chao also sought them, yet his quest ended in futility. Moreover, this child has but 30 years remaining. By the time he possesses the capability to seek out these 5 tomes, there may be little time left for him. For Granny Lou believes that I will require a decade or 2 to hone my skills, and after accounting for those years, my remaining time truly is scant, merely a little over a decade. My mother fell silent for a moment before asserting, "The only certainty I hold is that the legend is indeed true. Both Granny Lu and Huang Xilang were left bewildered by my mother's unwavering conviction. Regarding Grandma Lu, my mother had nothing to conceal, for her skills in physiognomy were remarkable. Through her observations, she discerned that Grandma Lu was not of a treacherous disposition. Furthermore, Grandma Lu had rendered our family considerable assistance. As for Huang Xilang, he had already sworn allegiance to me, thus he dared not betray me. My mother turned and entered the house, moving aside a wardrobe to reveal a hidden bagua door. This door could only be opened through an exceptionally intricate method. Once my mother unveiled the bagua door, she retrieved a beautifully bound ancient tome from within. The cover of the tome bore the words medical book inscribed in traditional Chinese characters. My mother handed the medical book to Grandma Lu, stating, "The reason I am certain is that I am a descendant of the medical lineage." Upon hearing this, both Huang Xilang and Grandma Lu gasped in astonishment, realizing the significance of my mother's identity. Grandma Lu cradled the statue of Master Lu Ban with one hand while using the other to open the medical book. The tome contained the essence of the medical masters from antiquity to the present. It included renowned formulas such as Hua Tuo's Ma Fei San, Bianke's Tian Hui Yi Jian, and the invaluable prescriptions of the medicine king, Sun Simiao. Huang Xilang, seeing Grandma Lu perusing the medical book, couldn't help but lean forward. Yet his body remained immobile, rendering him unable to glimpse the contents of the tome. It seemed he too harbored a desire to learn medicine, albeit he ought to pursue veterinary studies. With a pleading gaze, Huang Xilang addressed my mother, saying, "Sister, I am one of your own now. May I take a glance at the medical book?" My mother replied, "You may not." Huang Xilang immediately drooped his head in despair. After observing for a moment, Granny Lu discerned the content above to be obscure and difficult to comprehend, necessitating a gradual understanding. Thus, she returned the medical text to my mother. However, even if the legend were true, Granny Lu did not believe that I could gather all 5 volumes of esoteric texts within 30 years. Huang Xilang sighed heavily, troubled by the prospect of laboring for 30 years without reward. My mother did not return the medical book to its original location, but placed it on the table within the room. Then she cradled me and, along with Granny Lu, entered the abode of my godfather. Upon entering, Granny Lu finally beheld the true visage of my godfather. The room was desolate, with only a pitch-black coffin positioned in the center. Surrounding the coffin, both at its sides and at either end, were 9 golden dragons emblazoned upon the surface. My godfather was indeed entombed within this coffin. My mother laid me flat upon the lid and addressed my godfather, saying, "Mr. He, let us commence." My mother invoked the Tai Bazu Zhan Yao protective incantation, her hands forming intricate seals as she chanted, "The universe is boundless. The winds and thunder heed the call. Dragons battle in the wild. All directions are annihilated. Tai Tianzuan, hasten forth as the law commands." Subsequently, my mother pressed her handprint directly onto my forehead. Simultaneously, the 9 golden dragons adorning my godfather's coffin seemed to awaken, swirling upon the surface before ultimately converging upon me. Perhaps sensing impending peril, the third eye of misfortune upon my forehead abruptly opened wide. Immediately, a mournful wail of a woman echoed through the room. This lamentation emanated from within me. As soon as the cry emerged, a chilling wind swept through the space, accompanied by flickering crimson light, an ominous aura. Shortly thereafter, an immense force surged from my forehead, causing my mother to stagger back several steps. To my astonishment, from my third eye, a ghostly figure clad in a resplendent red wedding dress emerged. The gown, seemingly soaked in countless streams of crimson blood, bore an unsettling beauty. Adorned with a phoenix crown and flowing silk, the specter possessed an exquisite visage. Yet the palpable malevolence surrounding her rendered her exceedingly fearsome. As she gazed upon my mother and the others, a haunting, disdainful chuckle escaped her lips. Lu Granny nearly collapsed upon meeting the ghost's penetrating gaze. My mother, too, was taken aback, realizing that the so-called harbinger of misfortune was none other than this strikingly beautiful specter. The hidden resentment and malevolence radiating from the ghost sent shivers down my mother's spine. It appeared that her vengeful spirit would remain unappeased, even if the entire world were to perish. Turning to Lu Granny, my mother urged, "Quickly, summon Master Luban." Clutching the statue of Master Luban, Lu Granny inquired, "Dear girl, what should I do?" My mother replied, "Position the statue of Master Luban 2 meters above my son's forehead, and suppress that calamity back into the abyss." Upon hearing this, Granny Lu raised the statue of Master Luban high above her head, bowing deeply as she intoned, "Disciple Wang Lu requests the assistance of Master." As soon as she finished speaking, the statue of Master Luban soared autonomously to a height of 2 meters above my forehead. The statue hovered steadily in midair, rotating gracefully as it gradually repelled the disaster star. Simultaneously, the 9 golden dragons that had been climbing upon me all entered through my third eye. With each dragon that penetrated, the brightness of my third eye diminished. In truth, the disaster star had not interfered with my mother and the others as they sealed her. Otherwise, the sealing would not have proceeded so smoothly. Under the suppression of Master Luban's statue, the disaster star had retreated into my body. When the last golden dragon entered my third eye, that eye along with 18 dark spots completely vanished. At that moment, the 9 golden dragons that had once appeared vibrant on my godfather dimmed considerably. Once the sealing of the disaster star was completed, the statue of Master Luban began to descend towards the ground. Quick as a flash, Granny Lu caught it deftly in her hands. My mother lifted me up, and after expressing her gratitude to my godfather, stepped outside. Once outside, Granny Lu inquired of my mother, "Sister, now that the disaster star has been sealed, the village should be safe from calamity. However, the 100 demons will likely visit every night. What shall we do about that?" My mother replied, "Do not worry, Aunt Lu. I've already devised a plan. Could you assist me by crafting a paper figure resembling this child?" As she spoke, tears streamed down my mother's cheeks, her eyes brimming with reluctance. Grandma Lu inquired, "Dear girl, what is it that you intend to do?" My mother replied, "As long as this child remains here, those vile entities will continue to linger, and new malevolent forces will ceaselessly infiltrate this village. When that time comes, the safety of the villagers will be at stake. It is only by taking this child away that you will find security." Chapter 12. The 13 Needles of the Ghost Gate. Old Lady Lu remained perplexed as to why my mother insisted on having a paper effigy made in my likeness. At that moment, my mother knelt before her, bowing deeply. Old Lady Lu, taken aback, hastily exclaimed, "Sister, what are you doing?" She was reluctant to accept my mother's gesture of respect, instinctively stepping aside. "My dear sister," she continued, "if there is anything you require of this old woman, please do not hesitate to ask. I shall do whatever is within my capabilities." My mother then handed me over to Old Lady Lu, imploring, "Aunt Lu, I beseech you to help me raise this child." Old Lady Lu, visibly startled, inquired, "What is this?" With a heavy heart, my mother gazed at me and said, "I have other pressing matters to attend to and must leave this place. Once I depart, it is unlikely I shall return. This child cannot remain with me, for if he does, he will surely meet an untimely end." Old Lady Lu, being a compassionate soul, understood the gravity of my mother's words. Upon hearing that my mother might not return and that my presence could lead to my demise, she recognized the dire situation my mother was facing. My mother continued, "Before I leave, I will ensure that all malevolent spirits here are dealt with. Aunt Lu, please conceal this child and only reveal him after 2 or 3 months, claiming he was found outside." Old Lady Lu glanced between me and my mother, then let out a resigned sigh, saying, "Sister, I know you are not an ordinary person. The challenges you face are beyond my humble abilities to assist with. Very well, I shall take care of this child. Rest assured, dear sister, as long as I am alive, I shall take good care of him. Even if I were to pass away in a couple of years, I would entrust the other villagers to ensure that the child has enough to eat, so he shall not suffer from hunger." Upon hearing this, my mother rejoiced and expressed her gratitude to Aunt Lu, saying, "Thank you, Aunt Lu." Aunt Lu hurriedly approached my mother, lifting her up and saying, "Oh, dear sister, please do not say such things. You are making me worry for your health. By the way, Aunt Lu, would you come with me for a moment?" With that, my mother led Aunt Lu into the house. Huang Xiling, witnessing this, called out to my mother, "Sister, you can speak freely here. I am one of you now." My mother paid no heed to Huang Xilang. He lamented, "After working for your family for 30 years without pay, and now you discuss matters behind my back. It seems I am not truly considered one of you." However, Huang Xilang found himself powerless, having already made his vow. He remained troubled by the idea of having worked for my family for 30 years without recompense. My mother retrieved a book, a jade pendant, and a wooden box from a previous hidden chamber. The book was titled Daozong. Within its pages, Daozong recorded the myriad esoteric arts collected by my maternal and paternal families over the years. It contained authentic Taoist secrets as well as sinister and potent techniques, capable of defying the heavens. Even the legendary forbidden arts, such as the Yin-Yang Curse of Vengeance, were meticulously documented with clear methods of cultivation. In my mother's words, there is no inherent good or evil in these arts. It is the individual that determines their nature. Here, I shall reveal a secret. My grandfather was a practitioner of the arcane arts. The incantation for expelling demons and protecting oneself, known as the Tai Bazu Zhan Yao spell, is documented within. However, my mother is a disciple of an extraordinarily enigmatic sect of Taoism, an esoteric tradition. The Tai Bazu Zhan Yao spell is also a closely guarded secret of this hidden sect. The Taoist canon encompasses not only mystical practices, but also the arts of divination, fortune-telling, geomancy, and the assessment of land. My mother mentioned that Lu Granny is permitted to peruse the spells recorded in both the Taoist canon and medical texts, yet she must not reveal them to the Yellow Weasel. Subsequently, my mother bestowed upon Lu Granny 2 talismans, instructing her to affix them to the covers of 2 books after her examination. Additionally, my mother retrieved an ancient peachwood ruler from the cabinet, asserting that if the Yellow Weasel dared to act out, Lu Granny should wield this ruler against it. On the wooden box was inscribed the words Ghost Gate, and within lay 13 silver needles, the legendary Ghost Gate 13 needles left by the renowned healer Bien Quebec. As for the jade pendant, my mother did not elaborate much. She merely advised me to carry it with me when I depart from this village. Furthermore, she cautioned Lu Granny that I must not linger in the village for too long. I must leave before I turn 18, for after that time, my second uncle will return. It is imperative that neither my second uncle nor I are present in the village simultaneously. The reason is straightforward. My second uncle is a source of misfortune for me, and conversely, I am said to bring misfortune upon him. In summary, our paths must not cross. My mother said that after I left the village, I could reside at the fortune-telling shop located at 444 Sanin Road, Jinghai City. She urged me to utilize the skills I had acquired from the Taoist texts to earn my livelihood. Furthermore, as descendants of medical practitioners, it is our duty to heal and save lives, and she instructed me to refrain from accepting any monetary compensation for my medical services. Additionally, she advised Granny Lu to remind me diligently to search for the other 4 volumes of esoteric texts, as the 5 heirs must not meet one another. My mother was uncertain if the other 4 texts still had living successors. Then, my mother entrusted Granny Lu with another task, each morning before rising, to light incense for my godfather on my behalf. After I turned 3, I was to take over this ritual myself, ensuring that the first thing I did upon waking was to honor my godfather with incense. Because of my mother's directive, I found myself unable to attend to my bodily needs until I had completed this morning offering, often holding back until I could fulfill this duty. After conveying these instructions, my mother pricked my finger and extracted a small bowl of my blood. Subsequently, Granny Lu carried me back to her home, concealing me in the cellar where sweet potatoes were stored, and she instructed Xiao Fong not to enter the cellar without her explicit permission. Although Xiao Fong was puzzled as to why her master forbade her from entering, she was an obedient child and refrained from asking further questions. After placing me in the cellar, Granny Lu began to fashion a paper effigy resembling me, notably without drawing any eyes upon it. As dusk approached, Granny Lu presented the paper figure to my mother. Upon receiving the paper effigy, my mother commenced preparations to perform the substitution spell. She intended to use this figure as my double, carrying it with her as she departed. Naturally, when she left, she would ensure that all malevolent entities were aware of her presence, thus diverting their attention toward her. These sinister forces were drawn to me, and as long as I distanced myself, they would follow suit, vacating the vicinity of our village. However, this plan rendered my mother exceedingly vulnerable. Initially, she retrieved a brush, then a small bowl containing a portion of my blood extracted from my body. Dipping the brush into the blood, she aimed to bestow life upon the paper figure. Old Lady Lu hastily intervened, warning, "Dear girl, remember that if you merely draw eyes on the paper effigy, it may lead to unforeseen consequences." My mother replied, "Without eyes, those malevolent beings will not believe this is my child." Ignoring Old Lady Lu's protests, she proceeded to paint the eyes onto the figure. As she completed the final stroke, the paper effigy moved in an uncanny manner. Its eyes seemed imbued with life, glancing at my mother and then at Old Lady Lu. My mother poured the remaining blood from the bowl into the body of the paper figure. Upon contact, the blood appeared to merge seamlessly with the effigy, leaving no trace upon its surface. Remarkably, a red eye manifested on the figure's forehead, surrounded by 18 black dots, mirroring my own eyes perfectly. Chapter 13. Silence is consent. Subsequently, my mother commenced her incantation, weaving her hands into intricate gestures while reciting, "Young lad, young lady, in times of distress, I shall come to your aid. This morning, I ascertain your origin, and I shall inscribe the necessary documents. Should there be a prior bond, let no troubles remain. Divine beings will intervene to alleviate your plight. If there is a matter at hand, fret not. My role as a substitute is well-founded. With gentle breezes stitching trousers and clouds crafting garments, I traverse the realms above and below. Fear not the grasp of those who seek to apprehend. Let none dare to harm the innocent. Strike if you must, but do not disrupt my art of substitution. As long as I safeguard my own well-being, there is no need to discern the genuine from the false." As my mother completed her chant, the paper effigy bore an uncanny resemblance to me. However, it soon appeared to possess a will of its own, seemingly reluctant to fulfill its purpose as my stand-in, attempting to flee. My mother swiftly subdued it with a firm hand, admonishing, "Little one, be compliant. Assist my son in evading this calamity, and I shall spare your eyes." Upon hearing her words, the paper figure obediently ceased its struggle. My mother then addressed Aunt Lu, saying, "Aunt Lu, remember, my son's name is Chini." Aunt Lu replied, "Very well, I shall remember, old woman that I am." At that moment, darkness enveloped the sky, and Aunt Lu observed several flickering will-o'-the-wisps in the distance, the malevolent entities eager to seize me. Without hesitation, my mother carried me out of the courtyard and toward the outskirts of the village, with Aunt Lu trailing behind. As the ghostly flames beheld my mother emerging with me, they emitted mournful wails. Suddenly, amidst the silence, several wisps of black mist and shadowy figures materialized. My mother did not linger. After leaving the village, she continued to walk towards the distant horizon. She avoided the main road, fearing that she might startle the ordinary villagers. Upon reaching the village entrance, Granny Lu heard the chilling voice of a malevolent spirit and shouted, "That woman seeks to carry away the harbinger of disaster. Stop her at once." Granny Lu witnessed several corpses rising from the ground beyond the village, clawing and grasping as they pursued my mother. A chilling breeze swept past her, and she noticed that my mother was advancing on the verge of entering the woods, closely followed by 100 fearsome apparitions. This scene would be etched in Granny Lu's memory forever. Only someone as powerful in the arcane arts as my mother could summon so many vengeful spirits, especially while still nursing her own injuries. Granny Lu cried out, "Take care, dear sister." After my mother had departed for some time, Granny Lu returned to the village. Once back, she hurried to the cellar to check on me, anxious that my cries might attract unwanted attention. Consequently, she secured the cellar door tightly, though she left a ventilation opening. Perhaps I was simply too weary, for I remained in a deep slumber, completely unaware. The cellar was damp, and after ensuring that Xiaofang was asleep, Granny Lu brought down some dry grass and scraps of clothing to fashion a comfortable little bed for me. The following day, she first offered 3 sticks of incense to my godfather, then reassured the villagers that all was well, proclaiming that no further strange occurrences would trouble our village. With Granny Lu's words, tranquility returned to the village once more. The only abnormality was the disappearance of the village's madwoman and her brother. Some villagers inquired of Granny Lou about their whereabouts. Granny Lou merely replied that they had gone far away and asked her to look after their house. This implied that my mother and my second uncle had temporarily left the village, entrusting their home to Granny Lou. The villagers then asked when they would return. Granny Lou shook her head and said she did not know. Perhaps they would not come back for a while. Every month, Granny Lou would travel over 100 miles to the county town to purchase milk powder for me, opting for the more premium brands. Fearing that inferior quality would make me ill, she avoided the closer town because it lacked such milk powder. At that time, a single can cost several tens of dollars, which represented several months' wages for a worker. Had I continued to consume it, Granny Lou would not have been able to sustain me. Fortunately, I only needed it for 3 months. One day, 3 months later, Granny Lou rose at dawn and stealthily carried me out of the village. When the sun fully rose, she brought me back. On the way home, if anyone inquired, Granny Lou would say that the child was unknown to her, having been left by the roadside in a pile of grass, presumably abandoned by someone, and she had simply brought me back. During that era, though not commonplace, it was not unheard of to find children abandoned by the roadside. Thus, upon learning of my situation, the villagers did not perceive it as wrong. Rather, they felt a sense of pity for me. Granny Lou insisted that I refer to her as Granny Lou instead of Master. However, I continued to address Xiaofang as senior sister. At that time, my senior sister Xiaofang was already in the 6th grade. Curiously, she scrutinized me, whom Granny Lou had brought home, and inquired, "Master, is this child a boy or a girl?" Granny Lou replied, "A boy." Xiaofang then asked, "Master, can a boy also be unwanted?" Granny Lou sighed, realizing that Xiaofang's heart began to ache. This was because my senior sister Xiaofang had also been abandoned shortly after her birth, discovered by Granny Lou amidst a pile of grass. When Granny Lou found her, she was on the brink of death. During that time, the prevailing mindset favored sons over daughters. Some families would abandon their newborn girls upon discovering their gender. Xiaofang had surmised that her biological parents likely discarded her because she was a girl. When she discovered that I too had been abandoned for being unwanted, she treated me with great kindness, ensuring I received the first share of any delicacies. Consequently, Granny Lou no longer needed to purchase formula. Whenever a family within 10 miles celebrated the birth of a child, Granny Lou would take me along to their home to borrow a little milk for me. Thus, I grew up nourished by the kindness of many families. However, this arrangement was ultimately not very convenient. Over the course of these 3 months, Huang Xiling had already made a full recovery. As the saying goes, it takes 100 days to heal from a severe injury. Yet after my mother's attentive care, the yellow weasel was able to walk again in less than a month. Once Huang Xiling had recovered, he spent his days in idleness, either foraging for wild chickens in the mountains or lounging in my home, indulging in long slumbers. On several occasions, he attempted to sneak a peek at the Taoist scriptures and medical books, but he refrained from approaching due to the 2 talismans inscribed upon them. One day, while Lu Popo was perusing the Taoist scriptures, she noticed Huang Xiling seemingly hiding under the eaves, trying to spy. In response, she retrieved the ruler my mother had given her and struck the yellow weasel with great force. He yelped in distress and was sent flying. Observing Huang Xiling's idleness, Lu Popo began to instruct him to venture into the deep mountains to seek out nursing she-wolves or leopards and bring back some milk for me. Initially, Huang Xiling was reluctant, but upon remembering that I was his master, he set off into the forest. However, each time he ventured forth, he would be gone for several days. Lu Popo was aware that the yellow weasel was merely shirking his responsibilities, yet considering the milk he brought upon his return, she chose not to reprimand him. Gradually, as I grew older, particularly after reaching the age of 3, I continued to reside at Lu Popo's house. Nevertheless, the first thing I did each morning upon waking was to return to my own home and offer 3 incense sticks to my godfather. This ritual was unwavering and performed daily, always with the courtyard gate closed to prevent the villagers from discovering my actions. Years passed, and my curiosity about the identity of my godfather began to stir within me. Why do you remain indoors without venturing out? One day, while I was offering incense to my godfather, I addressed him, "Dear Godfather, I am your godson. I wish to come in and see you. I shall count to 3, and if you do not respond, I shall take it as your consent. 1, 2, 3. Chapter 14. The 9 Dragons Ruler. After counting to 3, an eerie silence enveloped the room. I forcefully pushed open the door, only to find nothing inside. Standing at the threshold, I craned my neck and called out, "Godfather, are you there?" I shouted several times, but the room remained desolate, with only 2 long benches standing forlornly. It appeared that those benches had been vacant for an extended period, covered with a thick layer of dust. In my distress, I ran to Grandma Lou's house, where, upon seeing her, I burst into tears, exclaiming, "Grandma Lou, my godfather is missing." Grandma Lou, alarmed by my words, took me to my home. Upon reaching, we found the door to my godfather's room ajar. We stepped inside, and indeed, apart from the 2 long benches, there was nothing else to be found. Observing my tear-streaked face, Grandma Lou gently wiped away my tears and said, "Chen-yi, remember, your godfather saved your life. Even if he is no longer here, you must come and pay your respects to him every day. Understood?" I nodded, replying, "I will remember, Grandma Lou." At that moment, something fell from the ceiling. Grandma Lou picked it up and examined it closely. It was a black ruler, intricately adorned with 9 golden dragons, each one vividly depicted as if it had been born from the ruler itself. Grandma Lou promptly handed the ruler to me, saying, "Chun-yi, this is likely a keepsake from your godfather. Be sure to thank him." As I grasped the ruler, I marveled at its composition, a material I could not identify, yet it emanated a warmth that enveloped my hand. Grandma Lou said, "Bow to your godfather." I knelt on the ground and made 3 bows, saying, "Thank you, godfather." After rising, Grandma Lou took me away from my home. As we walked along the path to Grandma Lou's house, I inquired, but Grandma, where has my godfather gone?" Grandma Lou shook her head and replied, "I do not know either." I pressed on, "Will my godfather return?" Once more, Grandma Lou shook her head and said, "I do not know, my dear." "But who is my godfather?" I asked. "Your godfather is Mr. Hay." "Mr. Hay? Is he very dark?" Grandma Lou responded, "Indeed, he is very dark." I continued, "So is he black?" At that time, I had already begun elementary school, and I recalled my young teacher explaining to us that there are 3 major races in the world: the yellow race, the white race, and the black race. My godfather is very dark, so naturally, I assumed he was black. However, Grandma Lou said, he is actually not a human." Upon hearing this, a large question mark flashed in my mind. My godfather is not a human? Grandma Lou had the burden of supporting both me and my senior sister while also providing for our education, which added to her considerable stress. In the past, when Grandma Lou crafted paper figures, she would offer them at half price or even give them away for free to those in need. But now, she began to charge for them. The people from the surrounding villages were well aware of Grandma Lou's situation, and thus, no one complained about her. After studying the Taoist scriptures, Granny Lou became deeply intrigued by the art of geomancy and the practice of feng shui. After several years of diligent study, she began offering her services to the villagers, guiding them in selecting auspicious burial sites. The locations chosen by Granny Lou were always exceptional, ensuring that any spirits interred there would bless their descendants with safety and prosperity. Naturally, Granny Lou charged a fee for her expertise. However, if a family was too impoverished to pay, she would graciously overlook the matter, treating it as a complimentary service. It wasn't until I was 7 or 8 years old that I discovered I had a little brother who was a yellow weasel. This weasel spent most of his time roaming the woods, only occasionally visiting our home. Due to my tender age, I had not paid much attention to this creature until Granny Lou mentioned that I could command it at will, revealing that this yellow weasel was indeed my younger sibling. However, this weasel seemed to harbor little fondness for me, often displaying impatience and resentment upon encountering me. To my astonishment, it could even speak. When I shared this revelation with my friends in the village, they were met with skepticism. The yellow weasel rarely appeared before anyone else in the village, as my mother had warned it to refrain from frightening the locals. Consequently, in order to avoid alarming the villagers, it would always keep its distance. In my daily life, whenever our household ran low on meat, I would send the yellow weasel to the river to catch a few fish or to the hills to hunt wild chickens and rabbits for our supper. When I commanded these tasks, the yellow weasel seemed to feel that it was being underutilized, thus it always reluctantly undertook the tasks I assigned. Since I learned to read, Granny Lu began teaching me the mysteries of feng shui. She instructed me to cultivate according to the methods documented in the Taoist canon and medical texts. I became utterly enamored with the practices of Taoism and the study of medicine. Even during class, my thoughts were consumed by the esoteric teachings and medicinal arts, which caused my focus on academic studies to wane. Consequently, I swiftly descended from being the top student in the entire school to the very bottom, and thereafter, I showed no signs of improvement. Even more egregious was my failure to submit assignments. The school teachers concerned repeatedly summoned my guardian, Granny Lu, to address my behavior. In her presence, the teachers sternly warned that if I dared to neglect my homework today, I might resort to violence tomorrow, emphasizing that my age was particularly susceptible to moral decline. Hence, they urged Granny Lu to be vigilant. To reassure the teachers, Granny Lu promised that she would ensure I completed my assignments and threatened that if I indulged in play, she would discipline me with a rattan cane. Yet upon returning home, I devoted myself to my cultivation. Witnessing my diligent and earnest demeanor, Granny Lu felt a great sense of satisfaction. The Taoist canon not only encompasses the art of feng shui, but also ancient martial arts. Exorcising spirits and subduing demons are physically demanding tasks. Therefore, a yin-yang master who lacks martial prowess cannot be deemed a competent practitioner. The ancient martial techniques within the Taoist canon are formidable skills, truly lethal arts. To master these martial disciplines, I rise at 6 o'clock each morning, exercising my body in the embrace of the dawn. Time flies swiftly. My senior sister, Xiaofeng, has already been accepted into a university and has gone to study in another province. Meanwhile, I have commenced my studies in the 3rd year of junior high. Over the years, Granny Lu has gradually revealed certain details about my origins. I have learned some information regarding my mother, as well as the fact that the Taoist scriptures and medical texts are my family's treasured legacies. However, this remains my secret, and Granny Lu has insisted that I must not disclose it to anyone. Since childhood, my innate talent for cultivation has astonished even Granny Lu. Initially, she was able to provide guidance in my practice, but as I faced increasingly complex challenges, she found herself at a loss. Nevertheless, Granny Lu had no intention of teaching me the paper folding techniques from the Luban scriptures. For those who practice them are said to suffer from the 5 deficiencies and 3 shortcomings throughout their lives. Yet, considering that I am destined by the stars to live no longer than 30 years, the aforementioned afflictions would seemingly not apply to me. Thus, I persistently urged Granny Lu to teach me the art of paper folding. My senior sister, Xiaofeng, was not initially meant to learn this skill either. However, after her fervent insistence, Granny Lu consented to teach her. She refrained from imparting the methods contained within the Taoist scriptures to my sister, as this knowledge is, after all, a family heirloom. Granny Lu believes it would be inappropriate to teach it to others without the consent of my family. Throughout all these years, she has yet to inquire whether I would permit her to share the cultivation techniques from the Taoist scriptures with my sister. Firstly, it is due to my youth. Secondly, I have been raised by Granny Lu, who, when she inquired about my situation, seemed to impose a moral obligation upon me. However, my senior sister and I share a bond devoid of formality. The knowledge I possess, she undoubtedly possesses as well. Yet, my senior sister exhibits little interest in the art of exorcism and demon subjugation, gravitating instead towards the realms of feng shui and talismanic inscriptions. From the Taoist texts, she has engaged with the principles of feng shui and talisman crafting. Unfortunately, she had yet to complete her studies in talismanic art when she departed for university in another province. The exorbitant tuition fees made it impossible for Granny Lu to bear the costs alone. Consequently, during her summer breaks, she chose not to return home, opting instead to work in the city to earn her own tuition and living expenses. She only returns during the winter holidays to celebrate the new year. Chapter 15. The murder case. Although my academic performance was lackluster, Grandma Lu still leveraged her connections to secure my enrollment in a county high school. Firstly, Grandma Lu believed that even if my abilities had surpassed hers by that time, My skills were still insufficient for venturing out to seek the remaining 4 volumes of esoteric knowledge. Secondly, since I had not engaged in formal studies at school, but rather dedicated myself to the exploration of the mysterious arts, this arrangement would grant me 3 years for cultivation. Lastly, if I were to remain at home after graduating from middle school, doing nothing and avoiding vocational training or seeking employment, I would surely become the subject of gossip among the villagers. At that time, Lu Lao's son served as the director of the high school in the county. Grandma Lu had assisted Lu Lao's family on numerous occasions, and through this connection, I successfully attended 3 years of high school in the county. However, once I began my studies there, I could only return home once a week. By the time I entered high school, my senior had already graduated. After graduation, she found work at a feng shui consulting firm in Yanbei City, reportedly a lucrative field, and she earned a substantial income. One year, she returned and generously left over 100,000 yuan for Grandma Lu's living expenses, as well as several tens of thousands for me to use freely, which was more than sufficient to cover my tuition and living expenses throughout high school. With that amount, I enjoyed a lavish lifestyle during my 3 years of high school. Initially, I intended to seek refuge with my senior after graduation. However, Grandma Lu informed me that my mother had already made arrangements for me to reside at a fortune-telling establishment in Jinghai City. Reluctantly, I had to abandon my plan to seek refuge with my senior sister. Over the course of 3 years in high school, Granny Lu gradually revealed all the intricacies of my circumstances to me. This included the fact that I was cursed by misfortune, destined under the stars to meet my demise at the age of 30 unless I could locate 5 ancient tomes, which would grant me a glimmer of hope for survival. I also came to understand my own fate, all the while harboring deep concerns for my mother's safety. In the second semester of my senior year, while my classmates were consumed by the intensity of their studies, a few of us in the back row remained unfazed by the pressure. Coincidentally, after the second year, those of us who were less academically inclined were all assigned to the same dormitory. It was uncertain whether this was the result of the teacher's design or mere happenstance. Each day, they engaged in playful banter, while the rest of the class immersed themselves in their studies. As for me, I found myself in a peculiar position, neither joining in their frivolity nor quietly focusing on my studies, but rather appearing to be in a state of quiet contemplation. I had no alternative. I could not possibly bring the Taoist text into the classroom for all to see. If discovered by my classmates, I would likely be mocked and labeled as eccentric. Thus, I resolved to commit the contents to memory and reflect upon them slowly once I arrived at school. Wang Jin, a notorious troublemaker in our class, was also my roommate and closest companion throughout high school. When I first entered high school, he initially sought to extort money from me for cigarettes, demanding a weekly sum of 50 yuan as protection money, assuring me that I could simply invoke his name should any trouble arise. However, I hardly appeared to be the type in need of his protection, and thus, I paid him no heed. Wang Jinping, in an attempt to make me recognize the gravity of the situation, summoned a group of individuals, including some ruffians from the streets, intending to teach me a lesson. However, unbeknownst to him, my proficiency in ancient martial arts was such that I could have held the rank of a general in a bygone era, facing adversaries without a hint of trepidation. The ruffians he gathered were of little concern to me. Should I have wished to eliminate them, I possessed an array of methods to do so discreetly, leaving them oblivious to their fate. Without hesitation, I sprang into action, swiftly incapacitating the entire group. From that moment on, Wang Jinping was utterly submissive to me, even expressing a desire to acknowledge me as his leader. Our initial conflict transformed into an unexpected camaraderie, revealing that despite his brash demeanor, Wang Jinping was a man of loyalty. Under my guidance, he refrained from bullying other classmates. One morning, at precisely 6:30, the school's wake-up announcement echoed through the halls. Yet, amidst the broadcast, a series of piercing screams emanated from the girls' dormitory, drowning out the announcements. These cries were laced with terror. As the students, still groggy from sleep, heard the fearful shrieks, they were jolted awake, rushing to the windows of their rooms to discern the cause of the commotion. Some even paused mid-routine, unable to continue their morning preparations. I too directed my gaze towards the girls' dormitory, but could discern little of the unfolding events. Wang Jinping addressed me, saying, "Brother, what do you suppose those girls are screaming about so early in the morning? Could it be they encountered a ghost?" I had not detected any malevolent aura around the girls' dormitory, and given the school's bustling population, both the vitality and the positive energy were quite strong. It would be quite peculiar for a ghost to emerge to frighten anyone, except perhaps for particularly ferocious spirits. I replied, "Pang, do not speak so recklessly. There are no ghosts at this hour." At that moment, Lu Xiaocheng, a fellow dorm mate, chimed in, "I suspect they must have seen some handsome fellow. Those infatuated girls react like this upon spotting a good-looking guy." We were soon to engage in physical exercises, and I needed to hurry with my morning routine. If our teacher caught me tardy, I would be forced to run 5 laps around the track. Although I was unaware of the specifics of the incident, I disagreed with Lu Xiaocheng's assessment. The screams were laced with terror, clearly not the result of mere admiration for a handsome face. Before long, the school authorities arrived at the girls' dormitory. Our dormitory housed a total of 6 residents. Upon descending the stairs, we learned of a tragic event that had unfolded in the girls' dormitory, resulting in the untimely deaths of 2 students. The dormitory supervisor had already contacted the police and called for an ambulance. The police and the paramedics arrived almost simultaneously, swiftly securing the scene. Wang Jinping approached to inquire further and discovered that the circumstances surrounding the deaths were exceedingly bizarre. Both victims hailed from the same dormitory. They had perished from having their blood completely drained. Yet curiously, neither the nurses nor the doctors could find any wounds on their bodies. It was as if their blood had vanished into thin air. I had no understanding of how the perpetrator could have executed such a method. Through conventional means, it appears unattainable. Could it be that malevolent forces are at play? Or perhaps someone is employing sorcery to inflict harm in an effort to maintain order? The school expelled all onlookers. This morning's exercises were rendered impossible, and we were directed to have our meals directly, followed by a return to the classroom for self-study. On the path to the cafeteria, Lu Xiaocheng tapped Wang Jinping on the shoulder and exclaimed, "Hey, look over there. ISNT that Duan Xiao." Wang Jinping's eyes brightened at once, and he hurried over with great enthusiasm. Duan Xiao is the goddess of Wang Jinping's affections, whom he ardently pursues. However, Duan Xiao excels academically and is a favored student of the teachers, which causes her to maintain a respectful distance from Wang Jinping. Accompanying Duan Xiao are several classmates from her dormitory. Upon noticing Wang Jinping, Duan Xiao's roommates were equally intrigued and inquired, "Pongzi, where's Chun-Yi? Why isn't he with you?" Preoccupied with thoughts of Duan Xiao, Wang Jinping casually replied, "He is just behind us. Though my academic performance may not be commendable, my appearance is certainly not lacking. I am regarded as one of the most handsome boys in school. Furthermore, due to my consistent physical training, I possess a tall and well-proportioned physique, which has garnered me numerous love letters throughout my 3 years in high school. Adhering to my principle of prioritizing self-improvement, I paid little heed to these letters." Duan Xiao's roommates turned to me, greeting me warmly. "Hi, Chun-Yi, Chen-Yi, Kudasmate Chen-Yi." Chapter 16. I do not smoke. The recent bizarre homicide at the school, while extensively discussed among students, had not led anyone to contemplate whether misfortune would descend upon them personally. 3 days later, another tragic incident occurred, resulting in the demise of 2 more students who succumbed to a mysterious fate, their bodies drained of blood and seemingly vanished. This time, the deceased were a young man and woman who met their end not in their dormitory, but on a bench beneath the library. It was rumored that they were a couple. After securing the dormitory door that evening, they had clandestinely slipped out with the aid of a roommate to rendezvous. The following day, they were discovered, their lifeless forms entwined in a final embrace. This harrowing event instilled a palpable sense of dread among the students. Previously, the school had refrained from providing a definitive explanation for the earlier incident, and now, with another tragedy unfolding, uncertainty loomed over whether further calamities would strike, and if so, whether they would befall them. In the wake of these occurrences, the school administration mandated that homeroom teachers conduct rigorous inquiries into any romantic relationships within their classes. They declared that any student found venturing outside the dormitory after hours would face expulsion. Furthermore, The authorities were said to be closely monitoring these cases, diligently conducting investigations, and promising to provide clarity once concluded. In light of these unsettling events, the students became increasingly anxious, with some feeling too apprehensive to sleep at night. Following the consecutive tragedies, Chun-Yi took it upon himself to thoroughly explore every accessible corner of the school during his idle wanderings. No peculiarities were discovered, no specters were present, and the feng shui posed no issues. It was indeed a curious occurrence. In recent days, Chun-Yi had been engrossed in studying human acupoint diagrams, carrying with him the ancestral 13 silver needles, ready for the practice of the Ghost Gate 13 needles at any moment. This technique, conceived by the legendary physician BNK, possesses unfathomable powers. As long as one's life is not expended on the death register, the Ghost Gate 13 needles can extend life even in the face of grave injuries, enabling complete recovery without difficulty. That evening, while the students quietly engaged in their evening studies, the supervising teacher seemed to have vanished. A few students in the back row, aimlessly passing the time, either read novels or stared into space. Meanwhile, Wang Jin, infatuated, gazed at his goddess, Duan Xiao, as she diligently studied. After a while, he shook my hand and inquired, "Brother, what must I do to win Duan Xiao's heart?" I replied, "It's simple. Just become handsome." Upon hearing this, Wang Jin sighed and declared, "From tomorrow, I shall embark on a weight loss journey." At that moment, Zhang Xiu, Duan Xiao's deskmate, exclaimed in astonishment, "Xiao, why is your face so pale?" Engrossed in her studies, Duan Xiao remained oblivious to any anomaly. Looking up with a hint of suspicion at Zhang Xiu, she responded, "Xiu, what are you talking about?" However, as soon as Duan Xiao finished speaking, her body went limp and she collapsed to the ground. A student shouted, "Quick, go find a teacher." The unexpected fall of Duan Xiao startled her classmates. As the realization dawned upon us, we all gathered around to assess the situation concerning Duan Xiao. However, she had already succumbed to unconsciousness, disregarding the cacophony of voices from her classmates calling her name. Wang Jin, the stout boy, rushed over, exclaiming, "Xiao, what has happened to you?" I approached as well, witnessing her complexion rapidly paling to a ghastly white, a clear indication of excessive blood loss. In a panic, the hefty boy shouted, "Call an ambulance, quickly." At that moment, many students possessed mobile phones, and those who did promptly dialed 120 for assistance. Our homeroom teacher soon arrived. Taking a brief glance at the scene, Wang Jin, nearly weighing 300 pounds, was now weeping as he cradled Duan Xiao. The adage "concern breeds chaos" seemed to manifest, as he began to exhibit signs of distress. Realizing the gravity of the situation, I noted that Duan Xiao's pallor was intensifying. If we delayed the ambulance's arrival, she might succumb to her injuries. Yet, the source of her bleeding remained an enigma. I turned to Wang Jin and urged, "Step aside, let me take a look." With tear-filled eyes, he gazed at me and asked, "Igu, do you have a solution?" Without time for elaboration, I stepped forward, pushing aside his considerable bulk, and checked Duan Xiao's pulse. It was alarmingly faint. Upon further examination of her body, I discovered no visible signs of bleeding. However, with summer nearing, most students were dressed in short sleeves, leaving little to conceal any potential wounds. The female classmate was no exception. I quickly discerned something unusual. Beneath Duan Xiao's skin, a small lump was forming, crawling beneath the surface. Moreover, there was not just one such lump. There were several, albeit small enough that one could easily overlook them. In an instant, I understood the gravity of the situation. Something was alive beneath her skin. I hastily instructed Wang Jin, Pang, quickly fetch the needle box from my desk drawer. Additionally, does anyone have a jar? Please bring a sealable one. At that moment, the homeroom teacher inquired, "Chun-Yi, what are you doing? Do you have a solution? Please do not act recklessly. The ambulance is on its way." I replied, "There is no time. Before the ambulance arrives, she will lose all her blood and perish." At this juncture, Pang hesitated, unsure whether to trust me. While I was indeed capable, this was a matter of life and death, and a misstep could prove fatal. What if my intervention delayed her treatment? I was aware that any further delay would spell disaster for Duan Xiaoxiao, making her rescue far more complicated. Thus, in a fit of exasperation, I urged Peng, "Do you not wish to save her? Have you not noticed her complexion growing increasingly pale? Once she dies, it will be futile even if the ambulance arrives." Hearing my words, Wang Jinping promptly rushed to my desk and retrieved the box from beneath it. Chun Yitong, the homeroom teacher, intended to express further thoughts. Yet the words remained unspoken. From earlier until now, he had indeed noticed that Duan Xiaoxiao's breath had grown increasingly faint, her complexion becoming ever more pallid. Thus, the teacher turned to return to the office in search of sealed jar. Upon obtaining the silver needle, I inquired, "Who has a lighter?" Wang Jinping cast a glance at Lu Xiaoqing, silently urging him to produce one swiftly. Lu Xiaoqing, being Wang Jinping's subordinate, was accustomed to providing a lighter whenever Wang wished to smoke, as the latter never carried one himself. Lu Xiaoqing, feeling somewhat awkward, looked towards Wang Jinping and explained, "Brother, I don't smoke." Wang Jinping bellowed in response, "For heaven's sake, just get it out already. What are we waiting for?" Startled by Wang Jinping's commanding presence, Lu Xiaoqing hastily retrieved his phone and handed it over, saying, "Here you go, brother." Wang Jinping accepted the lighter and passed it to me. Chapter 17. The purple blood worm. After sterilizing the silver needles with a lighter, I addressed everyone present. "Please remain still and silent. This is my inaugural attempt at the Ghost Gate 13 needles, necessitating my utmost concentration and effort." Inwardly, I recited the incantation. A spark opens the celestial gate. The king of ghosts descends, wielding golden needles, traversing the three realms. One puncture towards the east, the wood of Jia and Yi, the phantoms and demons, are vanquished. Two punctures to the south, the fire of Bing and Ding, banishing water monsters and mountain spirits. Three punctures to the west, the metal of Gong and Xian. The souls of monsters and demons are subdued. For punctures to the north, the water of Run and Gue, severing heads, ears, and gouging eyes. 5 punctures to the center, the earth of Wu and Ji, reaching to the heavens and penetrating the earth, exhibiting divine might. 500 thunderbolts strike from above. The general leads the troops in patrol. The righteous commander, Zhu, dispels evil. Those who doubt the methods will face annihilation, swift and urgent as the law commands. Upon completing the incantation, I deftly inserted the silver needles into Duan Xiaoxiao's acupoints. The first needle at Rinzhong, the second at Shaoshang, the third at Yinbai, the fourth at Deling, the fifth at Yanshun, the sixth at Fengfu, the seventh at Jiache, the eighth at Chengjiang, the ninth at Laogong, the 10th at Shangxing, the 11th at Chuqi, the 12th at Xiaoyang, and the 13th at Fengyang. With each needle I placed, the small lumps beneath Duan Xiaoxiao's skin grew increasingly agitated. By the time the 13th needle was in place, all the lumps had vanished. At that moment, Old Ban had procured a sealed glass jar, sizable enough, presumably intended for soaking medicinal liquor, capable of holding several dozen pounds. He presented the jar before me, inquiring, "Classmate Chunyi, will this jar suffice?" I replied, "It will do." I accepted the jar from Old Ban and set it aside carefully. Then, with a finger pointed at Duan Xiaoxiao's Tianzheng acupoint, he uttered the words, "Awaken." A cough resonated, and Duan Xiaoxiao opened her eyes, immediately followed by a wave of nausea. At that moment, she appeared exceedingly weak, her head spinning in a fog. I hastily supported her towards the jar. Unable to endure any longer, she promptly retched. Strangely, the substance she expelled was a thick, black liquid, reeking abominably. The classmates in the room recoiled, covering their noses in response to the grotesque sight. Only Wang Jinping approached, offering assistance by steadying Duan Xiaoxiao and gently patting her back in a bid to provide some comfort. Duan Xiaoxiao expelled a substantial 3 to 4 pounds of the vile black liquid. As she finished, I swiftly secured the lid on the sealed jar, ensuring its contents were contained. At this juncture, the classmates beheld the jar's interior, where the black liquid was teeming with a multitude of tiny insects. These insects, a vivid crimson, resembled ladybugs but possessed subtle distinctions. However, I recognized them at once. They were malevolent creatures, specifically cultivated and known as purple bloodworms. The individuals capable of breeding such sinister insects, to my knowledge, belong to two categories: the enigmatic practitioners of Gu from Miaojiang and the sorcerers from Nanyang. The purpose of cultivating these purple bloodworms is to sustain them. After surreptitiously draining the lifeblood of the living, they return to their creator. The cultivators of these creatures feed the blood-sucking purple bloodworms, drained of their vitality, to more formidable venomous insects they are nurturing. When these venomous insects consume the already blood-sapped purple bloodworms, it is akin to siphoning life essence directly from the living. This practice essentially utilizes the life essence of the living to rear the insects. It is a form of dark sorcery that can both harm individuals and foster even more vicious venomous creatures. The extraordinary individuals of Miaojiang typically adhere to the righteous path, with few resorting to such malevolent sorcery. Should anyone engage in it, they are likely to be the scoundrels of Miaojiang. In contrast, the sorcerers of Nanyang possess both benevolent and malevolent practitioners. I reside in the southwestern region, merely over 300 kilometers from the Nanyang border. Occasionally, I hear reports of sorcerers arriving in our area to cause harm. However, Miaojiang is also only about 700 kilometers away, and comparatively, there are fewer reports of Miaojiang's extraordinary individuals causing harm. Nonetheless, without investigation, one cannot speak with authority. It remains to be seen who is truly responsible after proper inquiry. A classmate, upon seeing the purple bloodworms in the glass jar, felt a chill run down their spine and trembled as they inquired, "What are these creatures? Are they still alive? Could they be parasites? How can there be so many?" Another classmate remarked, "Duan Xiao, what on earth have you been consuming lately? You haven't resorted to eating raw meat, have you?" At that moment, Duan Xiao appeared exceedingly weak and lacked the strength to respond. Wang Jinping interjected, "Mind your own business. Why do you care what Xiao has eaten?" At this juncture, our teacher also inquired, "Classmate Chen, what exactly is contained within this jar?" After a brief moment of contemplation, I replied, "They are parasites." The presence of such a multitude of parasites within a single individual is astonishing. The teacher's face bore an expression of skepticism. I felt compelled to refrain from suggesting that perhaps malevolent practitioners of voodoo or nefarious figures from the Miao region were responsible for this affliction, as it might incite panic or lead to my being deemed insane. I removed the silver needle from Duan Xiao. The teacher inquired, "Classmate Chen, how should we address these parasites? It is imperative that we proceed with caution. Should these purple bloodworms escape, other students could very well suffer the consequences. However, managing the situation will not prove overly burdensome, for these purple bloodworms possess a mere lifespan of 49 hours. Once that time elapses, they will perish on their own." I cradled the glass jar and declared, "Teacher, I shall handle this matter." Wang Jinping whispered in my ear, "Brother E, I did not anticipate your prowess. Thank you." I responded, "By the way, will there be any further issues concerning Duan Xiao?" I assured him, since she has expelled these parasites, there should be no lingering problems. She has merely lost an excessive amount of blood. I will prescribe a remedy, and after taking 2 doses, she shall recover. At this point, Wang Jinping was entirely convinced of my abilities, exclaiming, "Brother, who would have thought? Not only are you skilled in martial arts, but you're also a skilled healer." I retorted, "Nonsense about being a healer. Spare me the flattery." Just as I was inscribing the prescription, an ambulance arrived at the school. A group of doctors and nurses hurriedly entered the classroom with a stretcher, eager to examine Duan Xiao. Leading them was an elderly doctor, approximately 60 years of age. The elderly physician examined the situation and, furrowing his brow, inquired, "How could there be such significant blood loss? What has happened? Where is the injury?" However, the leading doctor found no wounds on Duan Xiao. This was perplexing. It seemed they would have to proceed to the hospital for further examination. With that, they carefully placed Duan Xiao onto a stretcher. Wang Pengzi hurried over, presenting the prescription I had written to the physician, saying, Doctor, could you please prepare a batch of medicine based on this prescription for Xiao to take in the meantime?" The leading doctor glanced at the prescription. Codonopsis, poria, white peony, stir-fried with wine, rehmannia, cinnamon, ginseng, atractylodes, angelica, ligusticum, rhamania, and licorice. The dosages and methods of administration were comprehensive. After reviewing it, the doctor remarked, quite impressive. This is actually the formula for the 10 complete and 8 treasures decoction. Your grasp of the dosages surpasses even my own. One would not suspect you to be so knowledgeable. Would you have any interest in working at the traditional Chinese medicine hospital? With your level of expertise, you could easily earn at least $30,000 a month. In this small county, a monthly salary of $30,000 was indeed the pinnacle of remuneration. Wang Pengzi shook his head repeatedly, saying, "It's not my prescription." He then turned his gaze towards me. The doctor followed Wang Pengzi's lead and looked at me, quickly realizing that I was the one who had written the prescription. He then addressed me, "Young friend, you truly possess remarkable depth of knowledge. Should you wish to join our hospital after graduation, you would be most welcome, and we can certainly discuss the terms of your remuneration." Chapter 18. The 9 openings of human before the ambulance carried Duan Xiaoxiao away. I approached her and inquired, "Duan Xiaoxiao, have you recently offended anyone or had any disputes with someone?" Groggily, she shook her head and replied, "No." I pressed further, "What about your family? Do you have any enemies?" Duan Xiaoxiao continued to shake her head. I then asked, "Did you know the 4 classmates who passed away previously?" My intention was to ascertain whether the individual raising the purple bloodworms intended to cause harm or was merely engaged in a peculiar hobby of worm-keeping. Duan Xiaoxiao shook her head once more, stating, "I don't know them." After the ambulance took Duan Xiaoxiao away, the evening's study session resumed. Initially, Wang Pengzi intended to tend to Duan Xiaoxiao, but our homeroom teacher summoned 2 girls from the class to assist her, deeming it more convenient. They also informed Duan Xiaoxiao's parents. Coming from the countryside, her parents required some time to reach the county town. Once the evening study concluded, Wang Pengzi insisted on treating me to barbecue outside the school, claiming it was to express his gratitude for saving Duan Xiaoxiao. It dawned on me that despite Wang Pengzi's imposing stature, he possessed a tender heart. Although Duan Xiaoxiao did not reciprocate his affections, Wang Pengzi seemed willing to do anything for her without hesitation. Upon returning to the dormitory, I placed the sealed jar beneath my bed and instructed everyone not to touch it. I planned to wait for 2 days until the purple bloodworms perished, after which I would dispose of the jar carelessly outside. The contents within are so terrifying that the inhabitants of the dormitory would rather keep their distance, ensuring that no one dares to approach that object. After the dormitory supervisor completed her inspection, Wang Pengzi, Lu Xiaocheng, and I ventured out of the dormitory and beyond the school gates, seeking a barbecue stall where we ordered an abundance of grilled delicacies accompanied by several crates of beer. Wang Pengzi's family is not affluent. This meal likely consumed his entire week's allowance. While indulging in the barbecue, Wang Pengzi inquired, "Are those creatures inside Xiaoxiao truly parasites?" At that moment, Lu Xiaoqing interjected, "Indeed, Ego, I noticed that Duan Xiaoxiao's complexion has grown increasingly pallid." The 4 victims from the recent incidents at school all exhibited a ghastly white hue, devoid of any trace of blood. If you do not rescue Duan Xiaoxiao, will she ultimately become another pale corpse? He further pondered, if they are indeed parasites, could this signify a novel parasitic infection? For lives have already been lost. It is unfathomable that a human body could harbor such an abundance of parasites. And why, with so many residing within, is there no sensation of their presence? I swallowed the morsel of kidney in my mouth and remarked, "Do you genuinely wish to know?" Lu Xiaocheng nodded fervently, his curiosity piqued. In a hushed and mysterious tone, Wang Pengzi whispered to me, "Ego, do you think there might be some foul entity at play? Perhaps the vengeful spirits of a deceased?" Liu Xiaokeng replied, "Peng Yi, do not jest. What era are we in to still believe such things?" I cast a glance at Wang Pengzi and inquired, "Why do you feel this way?" With an air of mystery, he replied, "I, too, was once skeptical of such matters. However, 2 years ago, when my great-uncle passed away, his coffin simply refused to budge. Despite the efforts of a dozen robust men, it was perplexing that a coffin weighing no more than a few hundred pounds could not be lifted. The elders in the village claimed it was because my great-uncle did not wish to depart. While I accepted that notion, peculiar occurrences began to beset his sons. My cousins and uncles suffered from relentless bouts of diarrhea, and at night, the voice of my great-uncle echoed through their homes, lamenting, "Unfilial descendants, I require your company." Ultimately, it was the village elders who sought the aid of a wandering shaman from a neighboring village. After conducting a ritual, they were finally able to lift my great-uncle's coffin. The shaman revealed that the cause of the trouble lay in the unfilial behavior of my great-uncle's sons, who continued to berate him even in his twilight years, fostering resentment that lingered after his death, thus preventing the coffin from being moved. My great-uncle had contemplated the extreme measure of eliminating his sons, yet being their father, he could not bring himself to do so. The shaman performed the ritual, persuading my great-uncle to let go. Since that incident, I have come to believe that such entities do exist in this world. Moreover, I have often seen in television dramas that those afflicted by malevolent sorcery, upon receiving treatment, expel various insects and even hair. Upon reaching this point, the portly fellow indignantly exclaimed, "Damn it! If someone truly employs dark sorcery against Duan Xiao Xiao, and I uncover their identity, I shall surely strike them down with a single blow." The matter of Duan Xiao Xiao's plight had evidently struck a nerve with him. I replied, "You are not mistaken, my friend. I suspect that Duan Xiao Xiao has either fallen victim to a curse or has been subjected to malevolent sorcery." Upon hearing this, the stout man, filled with fury, hurled the bottle in his hand to the ground, declaring, "If I find out who is responsible, I shall beat them to the point where they won't even recognize their own mother." His confidence in this threat was not unfounded. After all, a practitioner of the occult merely possesses esoteric skills that ordinary people do not. If a practitioner of the occult were to confront an ordinary individual who refrained from granting them the opportunity to utilize their mystical abilities, it is indeed plausible that the ordinary person could overpower them. However, I caution him, "My friend, in the future, should you encounter such individuals in your daily life, if they do not provoke you, it would be wise to refrain from instigating them. Otherwise, you may find yourself in dire straits without any forewarning." Naturally, I understood that the stout man's agitation stemmed from the fact that someone had dared to harm Duan Xiao Xiao. Lu Xiaoqing interjected, "Brother, I still do not comprehend how those who practice curses or malevolent sorcery manage to introduce insects into a person's body. Moreover, how could they possibly introduce so many without the victim's slightest awareness?" I responded, "You are aware that humans possess 9 orifices, correct? 9 orifices? Isn't it said that humans possess 7 orifices? The eyes, ears, mouth, and nose. What about the other 2? As I savored a succulent skewer of roasted pork belly, I swallowed before articulating. They are the anus and the urethra. Those insidious creatures can infiltrate your body through these 9 orifices while you are in slumber." Lu Xiaoqing was taken aback by this revelation and exclaimed, "I see. That's just utterly revolting. However, even so, we should still be able to feel something, right? It must be quite uncomfortable to have so many insects crawling on you." I elucidated, "Typically, the insects cultivated by a sorcerer release a toxin that numbs the nerves in your skin, rendering you devoid of sensation. Moreover, based on recent occurrences, it appears that the assailant operates primarily at night. When one is asleep, their awareness is significantly diminished, thus allowing these creatures to infiltrate your body through your 9 orifices. After draining your life essence, they will then emerge from your orifices, which explains why the deceased classmates exhibited no visible wounds upon examination." Chapter 19. A warning from the Calamity Star after indulging in a delightful barbecue. We made our way back to the dormitory, with a plump fellow among us ensuring he packed some barbecue for our roommates. Upon returning, we roused our slumbering companions and shared another feast. Following this, we quietly attended to our nightly ablutions and settled down to sleep. By then, it was already past 1 in the morning, and as I climbed into bed, I swiftly drifted into the realm of dreams. Before long, most of the occupants in the dormitory had succumbed to slumber, leaving my peculiar state unnoticed. Gradually, 18 dark spots began to emerge on my forehead, accompanied by the faint flicker of a crimson eye. In my dream, I found myself engaged in a game of chess with the deity of dreams. Suddenly, the figure before me transformed into a woman. She was breathtakingly beautiful, her skin as pale as snow, exuding an enchanting allure, yet with a subtle air of melancholy. Despite her delicate appearance, a sense of authority emanated from her brows, instilling an involuntary sense of dread within me. Adorned in a wedding gown of deep crimson, the fabric appeared stained with blood, as if steeped in it for countless years. Her delicate hands rested quietly upon her abdomen, fingers crossed. The nails of her hands were crimson as well, and a chilling aura enveloped her entire being. With a piercing gaze, she fixed her eyes upon me, sending shivers down my spine, as though I owed her a fortune. Having never encountered this woman before, I inwardly lamented, what is this deity of dreams up to? Is she attempting to distract me by transforming into a woman, sensing her imminent loss? Quite possibly. I declared, dear Lord of Dreams, let us engage in this game without distraction. Let the true skill of our chess play reveal itself. You have transformed into a woman, and that is truly excessive. Moreover, do you believe that a woman clad in garments can divide my heart? You underestimate me gravely. If you possess the audacity, manifest as one devoid of attire. I resumed my game of chess, and, after making my move, I addressed the woman before me. It is your turn. With a single wave of her hand, the pieces on the board transformed, the black and white stones forming the character awake. As I pronounced this character, in an instant, the woman vanished, along with the Duke of Zhou and the chessboard, and I felt myself ensnared in a vortex. Abruptly, I sat up in bed, cold sweat beading on my forehead. Suddenly, a crimson light appeared upon my chest. Hastily, I glanced down, discovering a swarm of purple bloodworms crawling towards my face. Alarm surged through me. These worms were poised to attack. This was a matter of life and death. Simultaneously, a wave of fury engulfed me, for I resolved to unearth and eliminate the sinister force behind this. Had it not been for that dream, I might have perished tonight, unbeknownst to anyone. My anger was genuine. Whoever had provoked me would surely regret it. I extended my hand and struck at my body, swiftly crushing the purple bloodworms. The dormitory was filled with the sound of slapping. This noise roused the other slumbering occupants, one of whom, irritated, exclaimed in the dead of night, "Can you take your antics to the restroom? Are you going to let anyone sleep?" The dormitory lights were turned on, and everyone discovered it was me. Lu Xiaoqing inquired, "Brother, what are you doing?" I disregarded the group, closing my eyes to meticulously examine my body with my spiritual energy, checking for any purple bloodworms that might have infiltrated me. Upon confirming their absence, I let out a sigh of relief. At that moment, I realized that everyone had been roused from their slumber, except for Wang Pengzi. A sense of unease washed over me. Wang Pengzi usually snored while sleeping. Yet tonight, he lay silent, his breathing noticeably weaker than usual. My expression shifted, a sense of foreboding settling in. In a few swift strides, I approached Wang Pengzi's bed and was met with the sight of his pallid complexion. Beneath the exposed skin, something appeared to be writhing. Fortunately, it seemed the purple bloodworm had only just entered his body. I retrieved a silver needle and began to perform the 13 ghostly needle technique to save him. My roommates, upon witnessing my demeanor, understood that something was amiss with Wang Pengzi. They promptly rose to my side, offering assistance and inquiring whether I needed to notify a teacher. I shook my head, signaling them to wait a moment. Once I completed the needlework, Wang Pengzi emitted a painful groan, stirring from his unconscious state. I quickly gestured for Lu Xiaoqing to fetch the sealed glass jar. As soon as the lid was removed, Wang Pengzi awoke, clutching the jar, and began to vomit violently. He expelled not only copious amounts of black liquid and purple bloodworms, but also the barbecued food he had consumed earlier that evening. The odor that permeated the room was indeed quite unpleasant. Observing this, Lu Xiaoqing hurriedly opened the windows and doors. After Wang Pengzi finished vomiting, he felt somewhat weakened. Upon seeing us gathered by his bed, he inquired, "What is going on? Why are you all surrounding me?" Suddenly, with a look of terror in his eyes, he clasped his hands over his chest and exclaimed, "Could it be that you find me endearing and harbor ulterior motives?" One of the roommates pretended to gag and said, "Fat brother, don't discuss me. I feel like throwing up." Wang Pengzi mistakenly believed that his earlier nausea was simply a result of having drunk too much the previous night. I resealed the glass jar, lifted it for Wang Pengzi to see, and remarked, "Look, had I not noticed in time, you would have been in grave peril tonight." Upon hearing this, he abruptly regained his composure, observing the significant amount of vomit within the jar, along with a considerable increase in the purple bloodworms. Realizing the implications, he looked at me with a hint of fear and stammered, Did I fall victim?" I nodded in confirmation. Wang Pengzi collapsed back onto the bed, cold sweat trickling down his forehead. He said, "Thank goodness Brother E was here tonight. Otherwise, I would have met my demise." Then, in a fit of anger, he declared, "Damn it, where's that scoundrel? I want to make him pay." Lu Xiaoqing responded, "Fat brother, I'll go with you." The other three roommates exchanged puzzled glances, uncertain of who Fat Brother intended to confront. Nevertheless, one must ponder, are there truly parasites in that glass jar? How could Wang Pengzi have expelled such things? It was indeed a frightening sight, densely packed and grotesque. The glasses-wearing individual remarked, "Fatty, surely you haven't fallen under some malevolent influence?" I quickly replied, "Oh, what nonsense about evil spirits. This is merely an ailment, nothing to be overly concerned about. It will pass with a little purging," I assured them. Drawing upon my lineage from a family of traditional Chinese medicine practitioners, rest assured, none of you are afflicted. Now, let us all retire for the night. I refrained from disclosing that this predicament was the result of someone employing dark sorcery, for such revelations could incite panic and unwarranted disturbance. Earlier today, they bore witness to my use of the 13 ghostly needles to save a life, and my prescription had garnered admiration even from the hospital physicians. Thus, when I proclaimed my heritage in traditional Chinese medicine, they accepted it without skepticism. However, I mused, given my current medical prowess, even the most esteemed practitioners from my lineage might find it challenging to rival my abilities. The glasses wearer continued, "Brother E, I never would have guessed. You usually keep a low profile, yet you are indeed a hidden miracle worker." I waved my hand dismissively and said, "Just a small trick, nothing divine now. Let us sleep." Then, leaning in close to the fat fellow, I whispered, "Do not fret, the time for reckoning will come. For now, we must rest well." The fat fellow, still brimming with indignation, retorted, "Brother E, that person is a threat to our lives. We cannot simply let him go." I nodded in agreement, assuring him, "Do not worry, I will not let him escape. For tonight, we shall rest." I then addressed the group, "All is well. Let us retire for the night. For tomorrow we must rise early. Such is the nature of the second semester of senior year. We are granted but half a day of respite each week." Once everyone had settled into their beds, Wang Pengzi cautiously approached me and whispered in my ear, "Brother E, the purple-blooded worms should not invade my body again tonight, right?" I shook my head and replied, "Rest assured they will not, judging by his method of causing harm. He can only cultivate enough purple-blooded worms to afflict 2 individuals at a time. I have already collected tonight's worms, and they will not reappear." Wang Pengzi sighed in relief. "That is indeed good to hear." Reflecting on the events of the night, I felt a wave of apprehension. Had it not been for the woman in my dreams, I feared I would have already been sipping tea in the underworld. But who was that woman? Suddenly, I recalled that Granny Lu had mentioned that the calamity afflicting me was tied to a woman. In an instant, I understood. The woman who appeared in my dreams was the very calamity residing within me, warning me of impending danger. This calamity is now one with me. If I were to perish, she would effectively meet the same fate. Chapter 20. Prepared, I lay in bed, my mind engrossed in devising a strategy to confront the malevolent individual responsible for cultivating the purple-blooded insect plague. At that moment, the thought of Huang Xilang crossed my mind. That wretched yellow weasel had visited the school on several occasions, yet now his whereabouts remained a mystery. He had once sworn allegiance to me, making it implausible for him to have strayed too far. Perhaps he was off pilfering chickens somewhere. If only that yellow weasel were here, matters would be considerably more manageable. Nevertheless, even in his absence, I was confident in my ability to resolve the situation. As dawn broke the following day, the school's wake-up call echoed through the halls, prompting me to rise immediately. I turned to the plump fellow and said, "Help me request a leave of absence. Just tell them I am unwell and have gone to the hospital." As a student with poor academic performance, obtaining permission from the homeroom teacher was quite simple, given her lenient expectations of me. As long as I did not cause trouble, I was in the clear. I had no intention of bringing the plump fellow along, as the situation could prove perilous. Should a confrontation arise, it would be a matter of either his demise or mine, and I might not be able to safeguard him. The plump fellow seemed to grasp my intentions and turned to Lu Xiaocheng, saying, "Lu Xiaocheng, assist me in requesting a leave for both myself and Ego," stating that we have gone to seek medical attention. Lu Xiaocheng replied hesitantly, "I also," although he had initially planned to accompany us. The words caught in his throat, for we were seemingly heading into a confrontation with someone versed in dark arts, which understandably instilled a sense of trepidation within him. After all, dramas often portray such individuals as heartless killers. Lu Xiaocheng forced a smile and said, "All right, fat brother Ego, leave the matter of requesting a leave to me." Lacking the requisite permission slip, my corpulent companion and I were compelled to surmount the school's perimeter wall. Naturally, I ensured the conveyance of the glass receptacle containing the purpur sanguis vermis, its presence being indispensable to subsequent endeavors. Simultaneously, in a nearby hostelry, an austere and wizened elder, his complexion dusky and his cranium devoid of hirsute adornment, sat in a meditative posture upon a cushion in the room's nucleus. The chamber remained unilluminated, save for the twin scarlet tapers that flickered before him. Arranged before the aged gentleman were a cranial relic for metallic coffers and a keen-edged dagger. The skull was positioned centrally amidst the quartet of boxes, each agape, revealing its venomous occupant. A Scolopendra viridis, a Bicaudalus scorpio, a diminutive serpent of sanguine hue, and a Buffonity. The elder was in a state of anticipation, awaiting the return of his purpur sanguis vermis, intending to provision the venomous creatures within the iron receptacles. The cohort of purpur sanguis vermis dispatched at dusk had yet to return, engendering a sense of foreboding within him. Subsequently, he had released the remaining 2 contingents, which, by all rights, should have rejoined him by now. Yet, they remained conspicuously absent. Could it be that a sagacious individual within the school had detected the purpur sanguis vermis? Such a revelation would place him in grave peril. A veneficus clandestinely entering the People's Republic of China and employing malevolent arts is subject to capital punishment. Should the self-proclaimed paragons of righteousness, the yin-yang masters of China, discover his presence, he would be relentlessly pursued until his demise. Reflecting upon this perilous predicament, the elder procured a honed blade and incised a laceration upon his palm. The coarse, aged skin on the palm was sliced open, and instead of blood, emerged maggots the length of an adult's little finger. These maggots fell to the ground, only to be picked up by the old man, who promptly stuffed them into his mouth, chewing them into a pulpy mass. Subsequently, from the ample folds of his robe, he extracted a crow. Upon closer inspection, it became evident that the crow had long since ceased to live. It was nothing more than a desiccated corpse. The old man expelled the chewed mass from his mouth and stuffed it into the crow's lifeless body. Then he clasped his hands together, cradled the crow in his palms, and murmured incantations. Upon completion, he opened his hands and commanded, "Go." The once inanimate crow seemed to spring back to life, flapping its wings and soaring out through the gap in the curtains. It perched upon a large tree outside the inn, its branches lush and abundant, effectively concealing the crow from view. With its dark eyes, the crow scrutinized the surroundings of the inn through the foliage, vigilant for any suspicious individuals. One must admit that the old man was exceedingly cautious. Merely due to a conjecture in his mind, he had already taken precautions. After Chan E and the chubby man climbed over the school wall, the chubby man inquired, "Brother, what shall we do now?" To be honest, this was my first encounter with such malevolent beings, and I dared not be careless. Lives were at stake. To confront these adversaries, we naturally needed to be well prepared, and it was imperative to ascertain the number of foes on the opposing side. If I were to rashly charge forward with the hefty fellow, only to discover a dozen adversaries awaiting us, it would indeed spell our doom. Furthermore, the most pressing concern is that, aside from the silver needles I possess, I am devoid of any other weaponry. My godfather's 9-dragon ruler is absent from my person, and I lack even a single talisman. Thus I suggested, let us proceed to the slaughterhouse. The hefty fellow, perplexed, inquired, Brother, what purpose do we have at the slaughterhouse? Do you already suspect that the one behind this malice is lurking there? I replied, not at all. We need to procure a few large roosters. Given that the adversary is capable of breeding purple-blooded insects, it is plausible they might harbor other venomous creatures as well, and roosters are naturally their bane. Upon hearing this, the hefty fellow instantly perked up, exclaiming, very well, brother, let us acquire several. At this hour, the sun had only just begun to rise as we made our way to the slaughterhouse, which is the sole establishment of its kind in our county. The place, aside from its disarray and filth, was permeated with the pungent aroma of blood and animal waste. We approached a vendor selling chickens and selected 3 large and robust roosters. I instructed the vendor not to slaughter them, but rather to bind their beaks with rope to prevent any crowing. This was the first instance the vendor had encountered a customer requesting such a thing. He muttered, what is the purpose of binding their beaks? However, I chose not to respond, and the vendor did not press further. After binding the rooster's beaks, the proprietor produced a yellow urea bag and placed all 3 large cocks inside. At that moment, the hefty fellow noticed numerous bowls on the bloodied chopping block, each brimming with fresh crimson chicken blood, some still exuding warmth. Thus, he shamelessly implored the owner to gift him a bowl of rooster blood. Unable to withstand the persistence of the rotund man, and considering our purchase of 3 sizable birds, the proprietor reluctantly acquiesced. The man joyously picked up an empty bottle from the roadside, requesting the owner to fill it with the blood. He inquired, are you certain this is indeed rooster blood? If not, I shall return to trouble you. The owner reassured him, rest assured, my young friend, I conduct honest business. It is certainly rooster blood. Naturally, I would cover the cost of the chickens, as the hefty man likely had little left after last night's barbecue. With the urea bag in hand and the bottle filled with blood clutched tightly, the rotund man turned to me and said, Brother E., I have heard that rooster blood can ward off evil, correct? I nodded in affirmation. Subsequently, the 2 of us ventured to purchase vermilion, brushes, and paper for crafting talismans. Chapter 21. My eyes are your eyes. We subsequently sought a tranquil spot to commence the inscription of talismans. During this process, one must not waver in concentration. It is imperative to maintain a heightened focus of mental energy, for only then can the symbols be rendered effective, qualifying them as genuine talismans, thus possessing the corresponding powers of their inscriptions. I diligently inscribed over 20 talismans in one breath, nearly depleting my mental reserves. Beads of cold sweat formed on my forehead, and it was only when I could no longer continue that I set down my brush. By the time I completed the inscriptions, midday had arrived. Upon witnessing my condition, the rotund fellow expressed his astonishment, inquiring, Brother, it's merely the drawing of talisman. Why are you drenched in sweat? Have you perhaps suffered from a deficiency in your kidney energy? I was rendered speechless. This fellow had no inkling of the nuances involved in talisman crafting. Among the talismans I had inscribed were not only offensive ones, but also protective symbols. I beckoned him over, instructing him to remove his shirt, revealing his ample physique, and then affixed 2 thunder protection talismans to his back and chest. He queried, What is this, brothery? I replied, These are thunder protection talismans, safeguarding you and warding off malevolent spirits. Upon hearing this, he eagerly exclaimed, Brother E., do you have more? Please give me a few more. I haven't affixed any to my thighs or backside, nor on my forehead. Most importantly, my second brother requires protection as well. His well-being is crucial to my lifelong happiness. He must be a top priority, needing at least 2, or rather, 3 talismans. I found myself at a loss for words once more, responding, Fatty, you truly have no comprehension of how precious these talismans are. Allow me to elucidate. These talismans I just inscribed, you could beseech for them on bended knee for 3 days and nights at the most venerable Taoist temples, and still not procure a single one. Ah, so potent, the corpulent man remarked with a hint of astonishment. However, in the interim, as I turned away, the stout fellow, whilst hastily donning his attire, surreptitiously retrieved a 5 Thunder Guardian talisman from his chest. With alacrity, He unzipped his trousers and affixed the talisman to the exterior of his undergarments, convinced that his own felicity warranted the utmost protection. Subsequently, I bestowed upon the rotund man an insect-repelling talisman, instructing him to merely keep it on his person. This talisman would serve as a deterrent against venomous insect bites. I, too, adhered 5 Thunder Guardian talismans to my person, one in front and one behind, and then secreted an insect-repelling talisman within my trouser pocket. As for the remaining score of talismans, they were all of an offensive nature, comprising Cloud Thunder talismans, Evil Vanquishing talismans, Oil Pool Fire talismans, 5 Thunder Evil Suppressing talismans, and Celestial Thunder talismans, among others. I entrusted several offensive talismans to the corpulent man, advising him to employ them against any malevolent entities that might assail him. The stout fellow, imbued with the temerity of youth, brandished the offensive talismans and exclaimed with eagerness, "Brother, shall we advance forthwith? But if I may inquire, how shall we ascertain the whereabouts of our quarry?" At that juncture, I collapsed onto the ground, exclaiming, "Not at present. A prudent warrior does not engage in battle unprepared. My mental fortitude is severely depleted. We must tarry until I have recuperated to my zenith." Observing my condition, the portly man promptly assisted me to my feet, reassuring me, "Very well, brother. No matter, we can confront him in due course. Let him prolong his existence for a few more days." I shook my head, replying that there was no need to wait for several days, as tonight would suffice. Delaying any longer could result in more casualties. The corpulent fellow gathered our belongings and assisted me to a secluded area of the park. I settled onto a bench and began to recuperate while he procured some sustenance. After our meal, I continued to meditate, replenishing my depleted mental reserves. Time elapsed swiftly as I remained in contemplation, and twilight soon descended. The instant the park's lampposts illuminated, I abruptly opened my eyes, feeling invigorated. At that moment, the stout man, overcome with ennui, was dozing on the chair, saliva dribbling from his mouth. "Fatty," I declared, "it's time to proceed." Startled by my voice, he wiped the drool from his face and inquired, "Brother, have you recovered?" I nodded in affirmation. Subsequently, we retrieved our equipment and proceeded to a deserted spot within the park. I extracted the glass jar containing the purple bloodworms, along with the insect control talisman I had meticulously prepared. Holding the talisman between my fingers, I channeled my inner energy and forcefully flicked my wrist. The paper ignited instantaneously, and I promptly tossed the burning talisman into the glass jar. Immediately, the purple bloodworms within the jar became agitated, scurrying and writhing frantically. Observing my ability to ignite the talisman seemingly from nowhere, the stout man exclaimed in astonishment, "Impressive, brother. That feat is reminiscent of a Taoist priest exorcising demons in a zombie film. Later, find an opportunity to teach me, for if I master it, I shall no longer require a lighter to ignite a cigarette. I have no time to concern myself with the irrelevant, overweight individual. I'm wholly engrossed in the execution of my secret technique. This technique, merely a minor art recorded in the Taoist scriptures, is known as the insect control method. However, this method does not allow for prolonged control over the insects, sustaining only for approximately 2 hours. I brought my fingers together, tracing a circle at the mouth of the glass jar, while intoning, "Hasten," as commanded. Then, I pointed towards the jar, and the dark liquid within began to swirl, forming a vortex. As it spun, the ashes of the burnt talisman were entirely absorbed into the black water. I withdrew my finger, completing the incantation, and the purple bloodworms emerged from the jar in unison. The overweight man instinctively took 2 steps back at this sight, still haunted by the memory of these creatures that had once invaded his body. I reassured him, "Do not fear, they now heed my command." Once the purple bloodworms had emerged, they aligned themselves and began to crawl in a single direction. "Quickly follow them. These worms will lead us to the one who seeks to harm us." As we walked, I handed the overweight man a 100 yuan note, instructing him to procure 2 large flashlights, for the night had already fallen, and these flashlights were intended for him. I possessed the ability to see beyond the veil, rendering such items unnecessary for my purposes. After purchasing the flashlights, he quickly rejoined me. Along our path, aside from the 2 of us, No one else seemed to notice the purple bloodworms traversing the ground. The insect was indeed minuscule, even smaller than an ant. Naturally, as we traversed the path, many of these tiny creatures met their demise beneath the feet of passers-by. Before long, the purple-blooded insect guided the portly companion and me to the exterior of a hotel, specifically the Home 2 Hotel, conveniently located not far from the school. I urged the insect to halt behind the hotel, whereupon I proceeded to crush it entirely. Observing this, my companion inquired, "Have we arrived, Brother E? This place is quite close to the school." I nodded in affirmation, replying, "It is to be expected. One who wishes to harm the students would naturally not stray far from the institution." I then gestured for him to remain silent. Lifting my gaze to the modest four-story hotel, it became evident that the individual we sought was residing within its confines. I resolved to take the initiative, yet first, I needed to ascertain his room number, a task that posed no challenge for me. I produced a sheet of paper and deftly folded it into a miniature figure, sketching rudimentary facial features while omitting the eyes. Subsequently, I bit into my middle finger, allowing a drop of blood to fall upon the forehead of the paper figure. In an instant, the blood melded with the paper, creating an inseparable bond. I addressed the figure, saying, paper figure, I am you, and you are me. My eyes are your eyes, and my ears are your ears." Upon uttering these words, the figure stirred slightly, and simultaneously, a jolt coursed through my body. In that moment, a vision unfurled in my mind, revealing the perspective of the paper figure, allowing me to perceive all that it beheld. Chapter 22. My customary prelude to conflict. Purging the social atmosphere with meticulous care, I maneuvered the paper effigy into the inn, fortunate enough to evade detection. As I was engrossed in guiding the paper figure, a raven emerged from the verdant canopy of a towering tree adjacent to the inn, silently gliding into a darkened window on the third floor. Upon entry, the raven alighted upon the shoulder of the elder, who remained seated in the center of the room, eyes firmly shut. Only upon the raven's landing did he open his eyes. The elder seized the raven, consuming it entirely in mere moments. Subsequently, a contemptuous smile graced his countenance as he murmured to himself, "Two callow youths, daring to set their sights on me." Thereafter, a fierce, murderous intent flashed across his face as he retrieved the iron box containing the two-tailed scorpions. Caressing the scorpions within as if they were beloved paramours, he remarked, "Precious ones, you must be famished after a day without sustenance. Fear not, our repast is imminent." Meanwhile, I directed the paper effigy to commence its search from the ground floor, infiltrating rooms through the narrow gaps of doorways, seeking out the suspect. However, a thorough search of all rooms on the first and second floors yielded no trace of the individual in question. I did, however, witness several scenes of flagrant licentiousness. The participants clearly engaged in illicit affairs. In one room, a woman was simultaneously philandering with her lover while conversing with her husband on the telephone, a truly appalling spectacle. I silently committed the room numbers to memory. However, upon reaching the third floor, I finally located the suspect. As I guided the paper figure upward, an ominous aura emanated from one of the rooms. Having practiced dark arts, I was particularly attuned to such energies. Instantly, I discerned that the room likely housed a nefarious individual cultivating the purple-blooded insects. The paper figure bore no discernible presence, thus I was not concerned about being detected. I maneuvered the paper figure through the crack of the door. Inside, I beheld an elderly man seated at the center of the room, flanked by an iron box and a skull, with two candles flickering ominously. The elder, bald and exuding an intimidating aura, made me hesitate to draw the paper figure closer. Suddenly, his previously closed eyes shot open. Glancing at the 4 iron boxes before him, he picked up a toad and caressed it. Speaking in relatively fluent Mandarin, the purple-blooded insects have yet to return. They must have been discovered and exterminated. How dare they slay the insects I painstakingly nurtured? I shall not let this transgression go unpunished. My dear, let us seek the poison god as assistance to uncover the identity of the one who has slain my insects. I demand blood for blood. Upon uttering these words, the skull seemed to sense the elder's fury, emitting dark malevolence in response. Hearing this, I inwardly concluded that the individual cultivating the harmful purple-blooded insects was indeed this man. Upon observing the elderly man, his South Seas origin was unmistakable, suggesting he was undoubtedly a practitioner of black magic. Distinguishing individuals from the South Seas from those of China is generally quite straightforward. The infamous South Seas black magic is, in fact, an offshoot of Chinese Taoism. Today, I intend to demonstrate to this old man the potency of authentic Chinese Taoist practices. However, this is not the opportune moment for confrontation. Any action taken here would inevitably create a disturbance, drawing attention and causing alarm. Fortunately, the old man is apparently seeking out this so-called poison god, affording me the chance to strike en route and eliminate him. Those who exploit Chinese lives to cultivate dark arts must forfeit their own. At that moment, I noticed the black magic practitioner rising to his feet, proceeding to stow the skull and iron box into a backpack, evidently preparing to depart imminently. I promptly directed the paper effigy to retreat, and it returned to my side. Immediately, Fatty inquired, "Brother, what's the situation? Have you identified the suspect?" I nodded, replying, "Fatty, when the suspect emerges, I will initially follow him. You follow at a distance. As you're not a practitioner, I fear your proximity may lead to detection." Upon hearing this, Fatty exclaimed, "What? Is he leaving? Where is he headed?" I instructed, "Do not inquire. Simply heed my instructions. Furthermore, should you witness a confrontation between the black magic practitioner and myself, release the rooster's beak before approaching." Upon hearing this, the stout man, visibly agitated, exclaimed, "Damn it! It truly is the sorcerer at work. I have heard tales of such practitioners causing harm in our homeland since childhood. Today, I shall ensure that this sorcerer faces dire consequences." At that moment, I retrieved my phone and dialed the local police station. The stout man, noticing my call, inquired, "Brother, are you seeking assistance?" Once the call connected, I stated, "Is this the police station? I wish to report an incident. There are improper relations occurring in rooms 1002, 1004, 1007, 2010, and 2013 of the Hongta Hotel." The voice on the other end asked, "Sir, are you reporting prostitution?" I replied, "Indeed, as a model citizen. I believe it is imperative to suppress such immoral societal behavior promptly." "Understood. We will respond as swiftly as possible." I urged, "Please hurry, or I fear they may conclude their activities before you arrive." After hanging up, I noticed the stout man gazing at me in bewilderment. He stammered, "Brother, I thought you were calling for help. In such a critical moment, you chose to report others' immoral conduct. There's no need for concern," I reassured him. "I have a habit of purifying societal morals before engaging in conflict, and this was merely a convenient action." With that said, I turned my gaze towards the hotel front desk, just in time to see the sorcerer, clad in a long black robe, checking out. Following the reimbursement of his security deposit by the hotel receptionist, the sorcerer exited the premises and proceeded in a different direction. I discreetly tailed him, maintaining a consistent distance with ease, as his pace was unhurried. It became apparent that the sorcerer was heading towards the outskirts of the county, suggesting that the so-called poison god was not located within the town. A sense of foreboding washed over me as I realized the imperative to prevent the sorcerer from uniting with the poison god, as their combined strength would likely prove insurmountable. I surmised that the poison god was likely a malevolent deity from Southeast Asia, entities typically possessing considerable power. Resolving to act, I decided to eliminate the sorcerer in a secluded spot. As for the poison god, should they dare to wreak havoc on Chinese soil, I would have to defer to more capable individuals, given my limitations. Lost in thought, I observed the sorcerer veering into a neighboring forest. The forest was shrouded in darkness, prompting me to activate my yin-yang eyes. With this ability engaged, the night transformed into day. Upon entering the forest, I clutched a cloud lightning talisman, prepared to strike at a moment's notice. After some time, we had ventured a considerable distance from the county. Just as I was about to make my move, the sorcerer abruptly halted and declared, "Youngster, you've got quite the nerve to follow me here." Chapter 23. The 10 Malevolent Sorcerers of Southeast Asia. Youngster, daring to follow me here, you possess considerable audacity. The sorcerer abruptly halted before a vacant expanse. Upon hearing the sorcerer's words, I was immediately taken aback. This hairless scoundrel had detected my presence long ago. Nevertheless, I remained unfazed by his discovery. With composure, I advanced and addressed the sorcerer, a sorcerer from Southeast Asia. Inflicting harm upon the people of China, you ought to take your own life. The sorcerer turned to face me, as if I had uttered something utterly ludicrous. He chuckled and said, "You, a callow youth, dare to speak such bombast to me. Before I rose to prominence, you were not even born." Upon hearing this, I inquired casually, "Oh, tell me your name, and let's see if it intimidates me." The sorcerer smiled and replied, "Since you are a dying man, what harm is there in telling you? I am Ma Chikuan." My knowledge of Southeast Asia was limited, and thus I was unaware of the region's renowned sorcerers. However, observing Ma Chikuan's proud demeanor, it seemed as though I should certainly recognize him. Gazing at his sinister, malevolent grin, I grew incensed and retorted, "Oh, so you're Ma Chikuan, the fellow who still wets the bed at 30. This was a fabrication on my part, intended solely to provoke Ma Chikuan. Ma Chikuan was taken aback, then raged. "You lie. I stopped wetting the bed at 10. I responded with an "oh," and said, "My apologies, I must have mistaken you for someone else. Then you're not the Ma Chikuan I know." However, there is little to boast about when a child of merely 10 years is no longer wetting the bed. I, for one, managed to overcome that at the tender age of 5. Ma Chikuan was visibly agitated by my words, still panting heavily, for it seemed that his reputation carried considerable weight. If word were to spread that he was still wetting the bed at 30, it would surely be the source of endless amusement in the martial world. Suddenly, Ma Chikuan's expression shifted as he realized he might have been played, his face darkening with a murderous intent as he glared at me, asking, "Boy, are you toying with me?" I quickly took a step back, replying, "No, I have no interest in you." Ma Chikuan sneered, "You haven't even grown all your hair yet and haven't heard of my name. I shall not accuse you of ignorance. Just remember this. The one who will kill you today is one of the 10 evil sorcerers of Nanyang." My countenance changed upon hearing this. I had indeed heard whispers regarding these notorious figures. The 10 evil sorcerers of Nanyang were infamous, their wicked deeds reverberating even to Huaxia. In villages closer to the border, adults would often frighten disobedient children by threatening them with abduction by these malevolent sorcerers. The power wielded by the 10 evil sorcerers of Nanyang was formidable. They would stop at nothing to cultivate their dark arts. There had even been instances of entire villages being slaughtered, and the carnage extended beyond a single settlement. Not only did they massacre innocent civilians, but they also eliminated other sorcerers in their relentless pursuit of power. Eventually, their heinous acts incited public outrage, prompting other sorcerers to unite against them. It is said that 3 or 4 of the 10 evil sorcerers met their demise, while the remaining ones vanished from sight. I became vigilant, sensing that tonight would likely be a fierce battle. Facing this well-known sorcerer, I had to exercise extreme caution. I fixed Ma Chikuan with a stern gaze and inquired, "Are you the one who cultivated the purple bloodworms to harm people?" Upon hearing this, Ma Chikuan's eyes turned even more sinister, making no attempt to conceal his murderous intent. He retorted, "Boy, did you kill all the purple bloodworms that I painstakingly cultivated?" I tightened my grip on the cloud lightning talisman, returning Ma Chikuan's murderous glare. "Your purple bloodworms nearly cost me my life. How do you propose we settle this debt?" "Shahahaha." Ma Chikuan, upon learning that the purple bloodworms had almost killed me, burst into laughter. As he threw his head back and laughed, he exclaimed, "What a pity they didn't bite you to death. But no matter, now that you've fallen into my hands, I'll make you wish you were dead." Taking advantage of Ma Chikuan's moment of laughter, I swiftly formed a hand seal and rapidly chanted, "Du Tian Lei Gong." Drive thunder and drink wind. Exhale clouds and spew mist. 10,000 ghosts disappear without a trace. Respectfully invite the supreme thunder god. Act immediately according to the law. In an instant, a clap of thunder resounded between my fingers. After completing the incantation, I hurled the cloud lightning talisman directly at the still laughing Ma Chikuan. Ma Chikuan did not anticipate my sudden attack. It wasn't until the sound of thunder echoed that he halted his laughter in shock. His gaunt, wiry face was now etched with gravity. In desperation, unwilling to confront the cloud lightning talisman head-on, he darted to the left, scrambling to evade it. However, as the thundercloud talisman soared towards Ma Chikuan, it erupted with a sudden explosion, unleashing a tempest of lightning and thunder, accompanied by the manifestation of swirling clouds. In that critical moment, fearing the backlash from the explosion, Ma Chikuan had already reached into his bag while evading, retrieving a skull from within. He positioned the skull before him as a shield. Eerie black mist emanated from the 7 orifices of the skull, absorbing the lightning strike aimed at Ma Chikuan, who then collapsed to the ground. Not daring to linger on the ground, Ma Chikuan swiftly rose, his face aflame with indignation as he addressed me. I had thought that the great nation of Huaxia was one of propriety and etiquette. I did not expect you, young rascal, to resort to such underhanded tactics. Just moments ago, Ma Chikuan had been laughing, only to narrowly escape serious injury from my thundercloud talisman, thus inciting his current fury. The entirety of the preceding events transpired in the blink of an eye. When Ma Chikuan fell, I contemplated delivering a final blow. However, as I grasped another thundercloud talisman, Ma Chikuan nimbly regained his footing, wary of my next move. It was evident that he too feared my relentless assault. Observing Ma Chikuan's disheveled state, I could not help but taunt him. You were laughing just now. Why the silence now? Though I had gained the upper hand in that exchange, I sensed that Ma Chikuan possessed formidable strength. Engaging him in a direct confrontation would likely spell my defeat. Thus, I resolved to outsmart him rather than confront him head-on. In truth, it was Ma Chikuan's initial underestimation of me, perceiving me as merely a teenager, that had led to his momentary lapse in caution. In his heart, he never regarded me as a formidable adversary capable of threatening his life. After all, how could he possibly believe that after decades of cultivation, he could be defeated by a mere junior who had practiced for only a few years? However, my recent strike shattered this notion. If he did not take me seriously, he might indeed meet his demise in my hands tonight. Consequently, Ma Chikuan suppressed the anger etched on his face and began to treat the situation with earnestness. He inserted his 5 fingers into the eye sockets, nostrils, and mouth of the skull. I clearly observed the blood flowing from his fingers into the skull. Gazing at me, Ma Chikuan remarked, I have long heard my master speak of the abundance of talent and extraordinary individuals in the land of Huaxia. Yet, I could never have anticipated that in an ordinary county high school, there would exist a young person with such profound mastery of the Tao. Pray tell, who is your master? What lineage or sect do you belong to? The power behind you must be quite formidable, I presume. There is an ancient adage in Huaxia that states, a renowned master begets exceptional disciples. Surely, your master possesses considerable strength as well. I replied earnestly, if I were to tell you, would you spare my life? Chapter 24. Mental shock. Ma Chikuan was momentarily taken aback. Just moments ago, I had appeared ready to kill him, and now I was suddenly pleading for mercy. He seemed to think I was intimidated and remarked, do you truly believe that is plausible? You have already witnessed my nature, realized that I have taken lives in your homeland, and released you. Do you think I could possibly survive this? Even if I were to return to Nanyang, I would not find peace. I replied, if that is the case, then what is there left to discuss? Subsequently, I called out to Ma Chikuan's back, Master, now is the time. Act swiftly and eliminate this old scoundrel. Upon hearing this, Ma Chikuan's previously calm demeanor transformed in an instant. His eyes widened in terror as he glanced over his shoulder. He exclaimed, Kid, how was I unaware that you had a master accompanying you when we were at the hotel? Only then did I comprehend that this old man had already set his traps at the hotel to detect my presence alongside Fatty and had deliberately lured me here. I responded, had my master not followed, I would never have dared to come here. I feared that if my master revealed himself, you would be too frightened to show your face. Thus, I kept him hidden in the shadows. Earlier, Ma Chikuan had presumptively stated that a renowned master produces outstanding disciples, and naturally assumed that I possessed a formidable mentor. Capitalizing on this, I asserted that my master had indeed come, and his instinctive belief in my words was evident. It was entirely possible that my master was also in this county, or perhaps a mere phone call could summon him here. I observed the growing trepidation etched upon Ma Chikuan's face. As he fully turned around to survey his surroundings, I crouched low and summoned all my strength, charging directly at him. My intention was to engage Ma Chikuin in close combat, employing ancient martial arts to incapacitate the old rogue before anything else. Confronting him with esoteric spells might not be prudent, as he had practiced longer than I had lived, despite my considerable talent. I could not rival the decades of his cultivation. However, I possessed unwavering confidence in hand-to-hand combat, having mastered martial techniques that were genuinely lethal. Furthermore, given his advanced age, I was in the prime of my vigor, and it was only natural to exploit my advantages in this confrontation. After searching for a moment and finding no other presence, Ma Chikuin swiftly turned and inquired, "Where is your master?" No sooner had he uttered the words than I unleashed a left hook that connected squarely with his face. I poured all my strength into that punch, channeling over a decade's worth of skill, and the force sent Ma Chikuin's face crashing toward the ground. Bloodied teeth flew from his mouth, a testament to the impact. Realizing he had once again been deceived, Ma Chikuin exclaimed, "You dare to trick me." Yet, his words emerged somewhat breathless. Before his body could completely descend, I executed a whip kick aimed at his abdomen, sending him hurtling backward. A piercing scream escaped Ma Chikuin, reverberating through the quiet woods, chilling in the night air. Upon landing, he expelled a copious amount of blood, his visage contorted in pain, struggling to rise from the ground. However, this old fellow possesses remarkable physical resilience. Even if a robust young man were to endure a couple of my blows, he would likely find himself incapacitated, if not deceased. Yet, at over 60 years of age, aside from spitting blood, Ma Chikuin's body remained surprisingly agile. I had no intention of granting this old man a moment's respite, and I charged at him once more. Upon seeing my approach, Ma Chikuin hastily turned to flee. However, his speed paled in comparison to mine. Before he could take more than a few steps, I had caught up to him. A swift kick to his back sent him sprawling. Fuming, Ma Chikuin exclaimed, "You call this sneak attack a skill?" I paid him no heed, stepping forward to mount him, unleashing a flurry of punches upon his head and back. Despite enduring such a beating, this old rogue clung tenaciously to the skull he had gripped. Just as I relished the moment, Ma Chikuin suddenly shouted, "Bite him! Kill him!" I kept Ma Chikuin firmly beneath me, cautiously surveying my surroundings. To my dismay, I noticed 4 venomous creatures lurking in the grass: a purple-green centipede, a double-tailed scorpion, a blood-red snake, and a toad. Though these creatures regarded me with predatory intent, they refrained from heeding Ma Chikuin's commands to attack, as I bore a talisman to repel insects, which filled them with trepidation. I recalled that these poisonous creatures had originally been confined within an iron box by Ma Chikuin. When had he released them? I had failed to notice. It seemed Ma Chikuin had intended to use these venomous creatures to seize an opportunity to ambush me. However, now that I have subdued him, I called out to divert my attention. Daring to ambush me, I struck Ma Chikuin's neck with a precise chop, just as he intended to utter a word. My blow rendered him voiceless, and he cried out in distress. If these were ordinary venomous insects, they would have fled at the scent of the exorcism talisman. Yet, these 4 poisonous creatures have been nurtured with human essence by Ma Chikuin, having developed a semblance of intelligence. Thus they did not escape. Nevertheless, in that moment, the 4 insects hesitated to attack me. Observing this, Ma Chikuin regained his composure and began to chant in a peculiar, jarring language. I recognized it as the incantation of a sorcerer. Without hesitation, I delivered a punch to Ma Chikuin, interrupting his spellcasting. Ma Chikuin let out a wretched scream, cursing, "You little beast, I swear I will make you wish for death." I retaliated with 2 firm blows to his back, retorting, "Old fool, do you really think you will survive this night?" However, his previous incantation had driven the 4 poisonous insects into a frenzy, and they all lunged at me. I swiftly dodged. These creatures were laden with venom, and I had no desire to come into contact with them. In the midst of my evasion, I picked up a stone from the ground and crushed one of the approaching toads beneath it. I proceeded to do the same with the other 3 poisonous insects. Just as I was about to confront Ma Chikuin once more, I noticed he had taken a seated position against a tree, watching me with a cruel gaze. At that moment, I understood that he wished nothing more than to see me torn to shreds. However, I struck without mercy. Ma Chi-kuen's head was swollen to the size of a pig's, and I dare say that even his mother would scarcely recognize him upon her arrival. Ma Chi-kuen had sustained grave internal injuries, and I can assure you that even if he were to leave this place alive, it would take no less than half a year for him to recuperate properly. The skull in his grasp emanated a palpable aura of malevolence. In a grotesque display, he tore open the skin on his chest, extracting handfuls of maggots to stuff into his mouth. After consuming these wretched creatures, he appeared to regain some semblance of strength. At that moment, I heard the crowing of a rooster behind me, accompanied by the beam of a flashlight. Turning around, I saw the rotund figure of my companion leading 3 roosters, and in one hand, he clutched a brick. He inquired, "How is he go? Have you dealt with that sorcerer?" I responded, "Why have you only just arrived?" He sheepishly replied, "My apologies, Ego." I lost track and only came upon hearing those dreadful cries. "Not to worry," I said. "Step back. That sorcerer is about to go berserk." I sensed a tremendous malevolence radiating from the skull. My companion then asked, "What about the venomous insects? Where are they?" With my left hand, I brandished the Cloud Thunder Talisman, and with my right, the 5 Thunderbreaker Talisman, prepared for what was to come. I replied, "I have slain 4 of the venomous insects. I am uncertain if any remain under the sorcerer's command." I then whispered to him, "Hold the talismans I gave you tightly. If the situation turns dire, unleash them." The stout man nodded, holding 3 large roosters at his side. He then waved his hands and shouted, "Come on, brother. Give it your all. Vanquish this sorcerer." I was at a loss for words. The situation had become so tense. Yet the stout man showed no fear and took on the role of a cheerleader. Ma Chi-kuen recited that obscure and unpleasant incantation once more, and I suddenly realized a wave of terrifying mental force was surging towards me. This mental assault pushed me back several steps. Chapter 25. If I don't kill you, I won't bear the surname Wang. I exerted every ounce of my strength to resist the onslaught of this mental assault. However, as the incantations of the sorcerer grew increasingly pronounced, the force of the psychic attack intensified correspondingly. I beheld the skull rise into the air in its entirety. This maneuver evoked memories of a particularly formidable form of sorcery known as the flying head technique. Yet, while the flying head technique involves the practitioner utilizing their own head, it was evident that the individual before me employed another's cranium. Thus, this was not the flying head technique, but rather a similar, albeit distinct, form of sorcery known as the killing ghost technique. Although the killing ghost technique lacks the potency of the flying head technique, it remains a most fearsome dark art. The killing ghost technique was conceived by a monk from a temple in the southern seas. Its method of cultivation is exceedingly gruesome, necessitating the selection of a close blood relative, who is then subjected to torment for a total of 49 days. After this period of agony, the relative is ultimately brought to death, their head severed, and their soul sealed within the cranium. The practitioner must then nourish the spirit within the skull with their own blood, ensuring unwavering loyalty to their will. As the skull ascended, it hurtled towards me. I placed the thunder calming talismans within my palm and struck towards the oncoming skull. The dark energy emanating from the skull collided with the talismans in my hand, producing a hissing sound reminiscent of a red-hot iron meeting solid ice. Subsequently, anguished wails erupted from within the skull. I was not unscathed. The malevolent spirit contained within the skull was extraordinarily potent, and it forcefully hurled me backward. Moreover, a series of terrifying psychological shocks surged into my mind. Under this overwhelming mental assault, blood streamed from my eyes, nose, ears, and mouth. I realized that Ma Chi-kuen was fighting with all his might against me. As I collapsed to the ground, the skull once again lunged towards me. This time, a woman's laughter echoed from within the skull. Ha 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 ha. The laughter was extraordinarily eerie. Following the emergence of this unsettling sound, the intensity of the psychological assault escalated, amounting to a dual mental attack. When Wang Pengzi witnessed the wailing and laughter emanating from the skull, he was taken aback, yet he quickly comprehended the nature of the entity within. The first encounter with a ghost can indeed paralyze an ordinary person with fear. Wang Pengzi swallowed hard, instinctively wanting to flee, but his legs felt weak and immobile. However, Upon seeing the blood streaming from my 7 orifices, he mustered his courage and hurled the Yunlei talisman towards the skull. One must commend Wang Pengzi for his loyalty. Although the skull was not currently targeting him, he still launched the talisman in a bid to save me. Even if Wang Pengzi had refrained from attacking the skull, I had already prepared my own talismans. The vengeful spirit within the skull was entirely focused on me. Thus it did not notice Wang Pengzi's Yunlei talisman hurtling towards it. The talisman struck the skull squarely on its forehead. Boom! In an instant, thunder roared and lightning flashed as several bolts struck the skull. To my astonishment, vibrant red malevolence erupted from within the skull, suggesting that the entity within had sustained harm. Seizing the moment, I steeled myself against the mental onslaught and conjured another cloud thunder talisman. This talisman was undoubtedly the most potent offensive charm I had crafted during this endeavor. It was the final one in my possession. The cloud thunder talisman pierced through the eye socket of the skull, directly infiltrating its interior. With a resounding crash, thunder and lightning reverberated, obliterating the skull into mere fragments. From the explosion, a stream of red malevolence escaped. This skull was a magical artifact belonging to Ma Chikuan. With its destruction, Ma Chikuan's psychic assault abruptly ceased, along with the cryptic incantations he had been uttering. Clutching his chest, he struggled to endure an overwhelming sensation. Ultimately, he could no longer contain it and expelled a copious amount of blood. Following this, his complexion turned ghostly pale, a consequence of the backlash from the destruction of his artifact. The red malevolence then revealed its true form, an emaciated old woman with wispy white hair. She appeared grievously injured, gaunt and frail, likely having perished from starvation in her past life. Upon witnessing the destruction of the skull, which had once been her dwelling, her fury ignited. Her venomous gaze darted between me, who had just risen from the ground, and the portly figure nearby. The latter trembled under her stare. Cautiously, he stammered, "Grandma, please don't look at me. Instead, gaze upon a handsome rooster on the ground," perhaps sensing the supernatural presence. The rooster on the ground had raised its wings in alarm. At this moment, Ma Chikuan also rose to his feet, resolutely commanding the elderly woman before him, "Kill them." Upon hearing the order, the old woman let out a shrill scream and charged at me. This woman was exceedingly malevolent, her gnarled claws reaching directly for my face. I thought to myself, if I couldn't make a living by exorcising spirits, I had hoped to earn my bread through my looks. How dare she attempt to mar my visage? This was tantamount to severing my means of livelihood. To deprive me of my livelihood felt akin to slaying my own parents, and I was filled with rage. I swiftly produced a talisman to subdue spirits, and, evading the old woman's grasp, deftly affixed the talisman to her forehead. Instantly, she froze in place, and with a swift kick, I sent her flying. However, I noticed that the talisman had begun to emit black smoke. This was due to the overwhelming malevolent energy emanating from her. The talisman was utterly ineffective against her. Seizing the moment, I took out 2 thunder talismans, hurled them at the old woman, formed a hand seal, and shouted, "Break." In an instant, 2 resounding booms of thunder echoed, accompanied by the old woman's anguished cries as she was violently propelled backward, collapsing to the ground, motionless. Meanwhile, Ma Chikuan had consumed the corpses of the 4 poisonous insects I had previously vanquished. His complexion regained some color as he resumed reciting the obscure incantation. However, this incantation was unlike the previous one. As the words left his lips, both the chubby man and I beheld a swarm of insects materializing around us. This was the summoning of insects. I quickly urged Chubby release the rooster. 3 magnificent roosters, upon encountering a plethora of insects, rushed eagerly towards them and commenced their feast. Having endured hunger throughout the day, they were finally able to indulge. As these insects emerged, they surged wildly towards me and my rotund companion, seemingly intent on devouring us alive at the behest of the sorcerer. Alas, 3 roosters proved insufficient to fend off such a relentless swarm. They consumed voraciously, quickly reaching their satiation. My companion, in a state of panic, turned to flee, but I reassured him, saying, "Do not worry, my friend. We possess talismans to repel these pests, and they cannot harm us." Indeed, the insects swarmed around us, yet they dared not bite. Witnessing this, Ma Chikuin amplified his incantations, commanding the insects with increasing fervor. Under his spell, the insects threatened to spiral out of control. In haste, I produced several fire talismans, channeling my spiritual energy before casting them into the dense cluster of insects. Instantly, a fierce blaze erupted from the ground. Despite their numbers, the insects perished in the inferno. Observing this, Ma Chikuin unleashed a mental assault, an attack that was inescapable, striking directly at the mind. Ultimately, Ma Chikuin's cultivation surpassed mine, granting him greater mental prowess, which forced me into a defensive stance. Previously, I had severely wounded Ma Chikuin with ancient martial arts, diminishing his strength considerably. Otherwise, this night might have held dire consequences. I summoned all my might to counter his mental onslaught, ready to clash with him in a desperate struggle, as our spiritual forces intertwined in an intense contest. Then I said to the hefty man, "Hefty, strike that sorcerer. He is incapacitated at the moment. Remember, aim for his head." Without a moment's hesitation, the hefty man picked up a stone from the ground and approached Ma Chikuin. As he walked, he muttered with disdain, "Damn that foul old man for daring to unleash those insects to feast on my blood, nearly bringing harm to my goddess, Duan Xiao Xiao. If I do not eliminate you today, I shall not bear the surname Wang." Chapter 26. None are good. As the rotund man passed by the elderly woman lying on the ground, she silently rose to her feet. A surge of alarm coursed through me upon witnessing her ascent, yet I found myself rendered incapable of alerting him, my voice trapped within. The old hag bore a chilling expression. Upon spotting the man, she lunged directly towards his back, intent on seizing him. However, a flash of yellow light erupted from his rear, sending the old woman sprawling away. Sensing the commotion behind him, the man swiftly turned, only to glimpse the elderly woman struggling to regain her balance, still oblivious to the unfolding events. Upon standing, she unleashed a piercing scream and charged at him. Faced with the horrifying sight of a specter advancing towards him, the rotund man was engulfed in panic. He hastily plunged his hand into his pocket, seeking to retrieve a talisman. Yet in that crucial moment, he found himself unable to produce it. With the specter drawing ever closer, he had no choice but to flee. Alas, it was too late. The moment he turned, the old woman's ghastly claw gripped his ankle, yanking him down to the ground. Aware of the protective charm on his back, she refrained from making contact there. Finally sprawled on the ground, he managed to extract the talisman, though its potency was limited, being merely a dispelling charm. Nevertheless, when he hurled the charm at the old woman's leg, it caused her to stumble and fall, landing directly between his legs. At that moment, the bottle filled with the fake rooster blood fell to the ground. Wang Pongzi, witnessing this, was filled with delight and hastily opened the bottle to splash its contents onto the old woman. The vivid crimson liquid splattered across her face, yet the old woman merely paused, seemingly unharmed. Realizing he had been tricked by the vendor, Wang Pongzi's expression shifted to one of dismay. Although the old woman suffered no physical injury, her fury had reached a boiling point. With a swift motion, she opened her mouth wide and aimed a bite into Wang Pongzi's thigh. Despite the old woman's fierce demeanor, a mischievous grin spread across Wang Pongzi's face as he perceived her target. He cheekily lowered his hips, inviting her, come and bite." Unaware of his intentions, the old woman clamped down with her teeth, only to be sent flying by a burst of yellow light, her form dimming significantly as if on the brink of losing her very essence. This old woman had endured several powerful strikes, particularly the earlier 2 heavenly thunder talismans that had unleashed their full force upon her without reservation. Observing the old woman being propelled away, Wang Pongzi rose with a triumphant laugh, declaring, "You dare to challenge me? I am protected by divine forces." With that, Wang Pongzi seized a stone from the ground and hurled it towards Ma Chikuin's head. Bang! 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 Wang Pongzi struck repeatedly. The impact of his actions diminished the mental assault I had been experiencing from Ma Chikuin, allowing me to swiftly shift from defense to offense. Channeling my mental energy towards him, I could sense Ma Chikuin's realization of his impending defeat, his gaze meeting Wang Pongzi's with a look of deep resentment. The corpulent man, filled with indignation, declared that if one wished to take his life, he would retaliate with a few strikes. Undeterred by his defiance, he aimed 2 blows at Ma Chikwin's head, rendering him disoriented. Seizing this moment, I unleashed my mental prowess into his consciousness, wreaking havoc upon Ma Chikwin's mind. His body collapsed heavily to the ground, devoid of any sound, clearly lifeless. Upon noticing something amiss with Ma Chikwin, the rotund man realized he was not merely unconscious. He placed his fingers before Ma Chikwin's nostrils, discovering the absence of breath, which sent him into a frenzy. Dropping the stone he held, he exclaimed, "Brother, have I killed him? I only intended to teach him a lesson, not to take his life." Being an ordinary man, he understood the grave consequences of murder. I reassured him, "You did not kill him. Those few strikes could not have taken his life." "But how then is he dead?" he queried. "It was I who took his life." This marked my inaugural act of murder, and perhaps due to the malevolent force within me, I felt no psychological burden. I comprehended fully that this night, it would be either the sorcerer or myself who would perish. Thus, I resolved to exert every ounce of effort to vanquish him, allowing no room for mercy. Otherwise, I would be the one to face death. However, with the frequent encounters with spirits, one begins to understand that while ghosts may harm openly, humans commit their malevolence in secrecy. Hence, at times, humans can be far more terrifying than ghosts. I bore the wounds inflicted by Ma Chikwin's mental force, with blood still trickling from my 7 orifices. With great difficulty, I rose to my feet and approached the lifeless body of Ma Chikwin, intent on erasing all traces of him. However, the vengeful apparition of the old woman was swifter than I, as she shrieked and lunged toward Ma Chikwin's corpse. The speed was astonishing, prompting the portly man to hastily evade her. The old woman pounced upon the corpse of the sorcerer, her mouth opening wide as she relentlessly tore at it. Previously, her compliance stemmed from Ma Chikwin's control over her. Now, with his demise, her hatred surged forth against the one who had transformed her into a vengeful spirit and bound her will. At that moment, Ma Chikwin's soul, still tethered to his body, was seized. Being merely a fledgling spirit, he stood no chance against the old ghost. Clutched in her grasp, Ma Chikwin trembled and pleaded for mercy, uttering, "Mother, I beg you to spare me. Do not let my soul be scattered. I do not wish to vanish completely from this world." The old woman's form flickered, teetering on the brink of annihilation. Ignoring Ma Chikwin's desperate pleas, she lunged at his spirit with ravenous intent. Ma Chikwin cried out in agony, "It hurts. Oh, it hurts so much. Son understands his mistakes. Please, mother, have mercy." The scene was so harrowing that even the portly man averted his gaze, unable to bear it. As she consumed Ma Chikwin, the old woman seethed with indignation, declaring, "I gave you life and nurtured you, only to have you transform me into a vengeful spirit in the end. I am your mother. How could you do this to me? You wretched, ungrateful creature. I shall ensure your soul is scattered to the winds." Ma Chikwin seemed to have resigned himself to his fate, no longer pleading for mercy. With a face twisted in ferocity and resentment, he remarked, "Old woman, you intended to use me to cultivate the killing ghost technique. Did you think I was unaware? I merely aimed to eliminate the stronger opponents first." The old woman responded with a sorrowful smile, tears of blood streaming from her eyes. "However, considering you were my son's counterpart, I ultimately chose to spare you. Do you truly believe you could stand against me?" From their exchange, it became evident to me that both individuals had not been virtuous in life, each seeking to exploit the other for their own nefarious purposes. To my surprise, the old woman had also been a practitioner of dark arts in her lifetime. Soon, Ma Chikwin's soul was completely consumed by her, and the malevolent Ma Chikwin was eradicated from this world. After devouring his essence, the old woman seemed to regain a modicum of her former power. Yet, even so, she remained no match for me. Had there not been lingering inquiries I wished to pose to her, I would have dispatched her without hesitation. The old woman regained her composure, her expression growing cold and guarded as she cast wary glances at both me and the stout man, primarily focused on me. I stepped forward and inquired, "Old woman, I have a question for you, and I hope you will respond truthfully." Chapter 27. If you wish to exhaust me. Just say, so the old woman gazed at me and remarked, "Young brother, you seem troubled. If I know the answer, I shall certainly provide it. But please, spare my life." She continued, "I came to Huaxiao against my will and have harmed no one. Everything is the doing of that beast." With that, the old woman cast her eyes upon the lifeless body of Ma Chikuan. I replied coolly, "Do you believe you possess the standing to negotiate with me? Whether or not I grant you mercy depends on your forthcoming demeanor." Upon hearing my words, the old woman's face quickly transformed into a mask of smiles as she said, "Young brother, feel free to inquire." I asked, "Ma Chikuan previously mentioned a being known as the poison god. What is this poison god, and where can it be found?" The old woman's expression shifted upon hearing the name of the poison god. She replied, "The poison god is an evil deity revered by our southern sea's 10 evils. Its power is unfathomable. Young brother, I advise you not to oppose our poison god, for you would soon find yourself filled with regret." It was evident that the old woman had once been one of the southern sea's 10 evils. However, my interest did not lie in her past affiliations. What I sought to uncover was the whereabouts of the poison god. I inquired, "I heard from Ma Chikuan that the poison god has arrived at Huaxia. I wish to know, where is it currently hiding in Huaxia?" The old woman responded, "Young brother, you have been deceived. How could the poison god possibly arrive in Huaxia? You should be aware that Huaxia is a forbidden land for all evil deities. The poison god is inherently cautious. It would never venture here. It was Ma Chikuan who deliberately spoke to you in order to lure you here. In truth, as soon as you arrived near the hotel, you were already detected by the methods employed by Ma Chikuan. When you later controlled the paper figure to enter the room, Ma Chikuan intentionally mentioned seeking the malevolent deity to investigate who had slain the purple-blooded insect he had cultivated, seeking vengeance in the process. He anticipated that you would surely attempt to ambush him along the way, as he deduced you would think that if he uncovered your identity through the poison god's secret techniques, any retaliatory actions he might take would leave you in a vulnerable position. Thus, he sought to draw you here with the intent to eliminate you. Yet unexpectedly, it was he who met his demise at your hands. I felt a chill. The schemes of these seasoned individuals are indeed intricate and cunning. Observing the expression of the old woman, I discerned no deceit in her demeanor. I inquired once more how many of the 10 malevolent descendants of Nanyang remain. The old woman replied, "Several have perished already, and now, with Ma Chikuan's death, 2 more have joined, so there should be 6 remaining." I nodded and said, "Very well, I understand. You may leave now." The old woman, taken aback by my unexpected mercy, expressed her profound gratitude, saying, "Thank you, young brother, for sparing my life." "Thank you. Thank you." At that moment, the stout man stepped forward and remarked, "Brother E, are you truly letting her go? What she harms others?" Just as the old woman turned to depart, I summoned the power within me and declared, "Heaven and earth are boundless. The universe lends its laws." With a swift motion, I struck forth, sending forth a beam of golden light that enveloped the old woman, who let out a piercing scream before vanishing completely. Gazing at the direction of her disappearance, I blew gently on my palm and remarked, "I did say I would let you go, but I never promised not to kill you. Those are 2 entirely different matters." Upon hearing my words, the portly fellow gave me a thumbs up and exclaimed, "Wow, Brother E, you are truly a master of logic. I am in awe." The old woman could not be spared, should she escape. And if the others under the influence of the 10 evils of Nanyang learned of my slaying of Ma Chikuan, they would undoubtedly seek vengeance upon me. Well done, lad. I did not expect you to be even more cunning than I. I admire that. A raspy voice echoed, and I immediately recognized its owner. None other than the wretched Huang Xilang, the yellow weasel. At that moment, a yellow figure leapt from the thicket, swiftly approaching me and the portly fellow. Huang Xilang stood beside me and remarked, "You lad, whom I have found intolerable for over a decade, have suddenly become rather agreeable tonight, quite to my liking." The portly fellow stepped back, astonished, as it was his first encounter with a talking weasel. He whispered in my ear, "Brother E, is there a monster?" I reassured him, "Do not fear, my friend. This weasel is my pet and poses no threat to anyone." Upon hearing this, the portly fellow was once again left speechless, his admiration for me deepening as he said, "Brother E truly is extraordinary. I am utterly in awe that you keep a monster as a pet. The yellow-skinned creature disappears when there are matters at hand, yet emerges when there is none. I remarked with exasperation, "Where have you been?" Huang Xilang chuckled. "Hee hee, I went to catch some chickens." "How did you know we were here?" I inquired while approaching Ma Chikuan's lifeless body. Suddenly, a thought struck me, and with a tone of reproach, I continued, "Huang Xilang, you haven't been lurking here all along, waiting to witness my plight, have you? Do you secretly wish for me to be slain by that sorcerer, so you could shed your guise as my servant?" Upon hearing this, Huang Xilang, with a look of indignation, exclaimed, "By the heavens! I was on the other side of the mountain catching chickens and only hurried over upon sensing a clash of powers here. I arrived just moments ago, I swear it." He wore an expression of unjust accusation, gazing at me with a pitiful demeanor. Ignoring his forlorn look, I clasped my hands in a gesture of incantation, and the talisman in my grasp ignited spontaneously. I cast the burning talisman upon Ma Chikuan's body, and instantly, flames engulfed it. Huang Xilang continued, "After all these years, you still do not regard me as one of your own and persist in doubting me. This line of work is becoming unbearable." Huang Xilang could no longer shirk his responsibilities. For most of the past decade, he had been in a state of idleness, doing nothing. Yet now he dared to voice his grievances. I retorted, "Huang Xilang, do you not enjoy wandering about? Starting tomorrow, you must run 3 laps around the county town each day. Furthermore, we shall take our leave now. Once Ma Chikuan's remains have been incinerated, ensure that this battlefield is thoroughly cleaned, leaving no trace of the conflict that once transpired here." Huang Xilang widened his verdant eyes and exclaimed, "What? You want me to run around the county town for 3 days? If you wish to wear me out, just say so directly without beating about the bush." I gestured to the hefty man that we should proceed, and upon hearing Huang's words, I coolly added another lap, declaring for laps. Huang Xilang, now rendered speechless, could only feel the resentment emanating from the yellow weasel behind him. After exiting the woods with the hefty man, it was well past midnight. We hailed a vehicle on the main road and returned to the school. Chapter 28. The aspiration of a noble young man upon returning to the dormitory. I rested until the following day, when normal classes resumed. Aside from the chubby one, none were aware that I had vanquished a renowned practitioner of sorcery. Nevertheless, since that incident, the school had seen no further occurrences of inexplicable fatalities. Time swiftly passed, and June arrived. After the college entrance examination, all students prepared to embark on their respective journeys. Given Duan Xiaoxiao's academic performance, it was clear she would gain admission to a prestigious university without any difficulty. The chubby one seemed to have anticipated Duan Xiaoxiao's choice of city for her studies, planning to seek employment in the same locale to remain closer to her. However, he was merely a high school graduate seeking work, while she was destined for a reputable university. It appeared he understood that they would henceforth inhabit entirely different worlds, leaving him somewhat melancholic. Yet, due to his boisterous nature, he did not overtly express this sorrow. Following the conclusion of the college entrance examination and the class gathering, our dormitory held a separate dinner. Among us, Lu Xiaoqing intended to pursue a vocational education. The remaining 5, myself included, had no plans for further studies. During the gathering, the chubby one boldly declared that if any of us sought employment in a factory, we could reach out to him, as he had connections. We were astonished to learn of his affiliations. Upon further inquiry, we discovered that his uncle worked as a security guard at the factory. Anyone wishing to enter the premises would need to seek his uncle's approval. Partings are invariably tinged with sadness, as we ponder whether we would ever reunite again, regardless of the distance that may separate us. At last, we shared a toast, exchanging farewells with a promise to keep in touch, before returning to our respective homes. Upon my return to Yulin Village, I found myself on the cusp of adulthood, as I was about to turn 18 in just a few days. I understood that the time had come for me to leave the village, a departure that would likely be permanent. My mother had long warned me that my second uncle would return to this village on my 18th birthday, and due to the discord between us, it would be impossible for us to coexist in the same place. If my uncle were to remain in the village, I feared I would never return. More critically, without the completion of 5 tomes of knowledge, I would be left with a mere 13 years to live. Old Lady Lu was aware of my impending departure, and in the nights leading up to it, she tirelessly prepared a plethora of items for me, including local delicacies and homemade cured meats. At times, I would catch a glimpse of her, tears streaming down her face as she packed these cherished belongings. I knew she would miss me dearly, just as I would miss her. Throughout the years, she had raised me as her own, embodying the role of a beloved grandmother. Regrettably, I could not predict whether I would ever have the opportunity to repay her kindness in the future. Ultimately, it seemed that Old Lady Lu had meticulously arranged everything for my departure. With only 2 days remaining until my 18th birthday, I resolved to leave the following day. For this reason, I strictly ordered the mischievous yellow weasel to remain within the courtyard, forbidding it from wandering elsewhere. This evening, I ventured into the kitchen to prepare a lavish feast, sharing the meal with Old Lady Lu. During dinner, my eyes were red, and I merely shoveled food into my mouth, oblivious to its taste. Grandma Lu, noticing my urge to cry, comforted me, saying, "Chun-yi, a true man aspires to conquer the world. When you venture forth, make sure to achieve greatness. Do not let romantic sentiments weigh heavily on your heart. Moreover, diligently seek the remaining 4 tomes of knowledge. I firmly believe you will find them. Your destiny is extraordinary, destined for trials. Yet I have faith that you will overcome them." Upon hearing her words, I could no longer restrain my tears, yet I nodded solemnly in response. Grandma Lu, at the venerable age of 87, with her head crowned in white hair, had painstakingly raised both me and my senior sister. It should have been a time for her to enjoy her twilight years. Yet, at this moment, both my sister and I were departing. After finishing my meal, I tidied the house and proceeded to the courtyard, where I offered incense at my godfather's abode, addressing it, "Godfather, I shall depart tomorrow. Today is my final visit to pay my respects." With that, I bowed deeply 3 times in homage. Having completed this ritual, I quietly opened the door to my godfather's house, hoping to see him return, but the interior still held only 2 long benches, devoid of anything else. That evening, Grandma Lu prepared a plethora of luggage for me, anxious that I might forget something. She insisted on giving me 50,000 yuan, which was a gift from my senior sister, Xiaofeng. Grandma Lu explained that she had little need for money at home and urged me to take it, in case I encountered any difficulties while away. The following day, after finishing breakfast, I gathered a large suitcase and prepared to depart. However, while retrieving my luggage, I discreetly placed the 50,000 yuan given to me by Grandma Lu, along with several thousand yuan from my senior sister, which I had not yet spent, beneath Grandma Lu's pillow. I carried only 1,000 yuan on my person. Grandma Lu was alone at home, and I wished to leave her with a little more money so she would not have to toil. This was the only filial piety I could offer at that moment. I possessed the skills to earn a living once I reached my destination. I took with me Huang Xilang, along with the Taoist texts, medical books, and jade pendant left to me by my mother. This jade pendant, purple in hue and shaped like a dragon, exuded a spiritual essence, clearly nurtured over many years. I could sense its extraordinary nature. It was not merely an ordinary spiritual jade. Additionally, I carried the Ghost Gate 13 needles and the 9-dragon ruler bestowed upon me by my godfather. Bidding farewell to Grandma Lu, I officially left the place I had called home for over a decade. As I walked to the edge of the village, I glanced back to find Grandma Lu, hunched over, standing at the village entrance, watching me depart. Upon noticing my gaze, she extended her hand to wave. I turned and knelt before her, bowing deeply several times, tears streaming down my face. Despite the heartache, I knew I must leave. My destination was Jinghai City, a region renowned as an economic special zone in the heart of Huaxia, exceptionally prosperous and a place where hidden talents abound. The distance from my home to Jinghai City spanned several thousand kilometers. Traveling by train necessitated several transfers. Naturally, Huang Xilang was unable to procure a train ticket. However, this posed no challenge for Huang Pizzi. He could stealthily ascend to the roof of the train and accompany me on my journey. After 2 consecutive days and nights aboard the train, Huang Pizzi and I finally arrived in Jinghai City. Upon exiting the train station, the bustling skyline of towering edifices greeted us. To avoid drawing unnecessary attention and complications, I had already concealed Huang Pizzi within my backpack. After inquiring for a considerable time, I finally located the address of the shop at number 444 San'in Road. This establishment was bequeathed to me by my mother. In Jinghai, where every inch of land is precious, my mother's legacy should be quite valuable. Nevertheless, the rather ominous designation of shop number 444 is somewhat unsettling. Chapter 29. The fortune teller shop number 444. I spent the better part of the day finally locating the position of shop number 444. Surrounding it are old residential complexes, none exceeding 6 stories in height. However, the fortune teller shop at number 444 stands alone, nestled between these aging buildings, yet it does not belong to any of them. Upon my arrival, I sensed an unsettling atmosphere. The nearby residential areas were all constructed atop a site of extreme energy, while shop no. 444 was situated directly on a vital point of this energy, evidently erected to suppress the overwhelming forces. The term extreme territory refers to areas where energy converges and proliferates, making them susceptible to malevolent entities. If a corpse remains unaddressed for too long after death, it is prone to transformation. Extreme territories can be either naturally occurring or formed through tragic events. Typically, those that arise from calamities are haunted by the spirits of many who perish there, laden with grievances, unwilling to depart from their final resting place. This accumulation of resentment intensifies the atmosphere, leading to a burgeoning of energy, ultimately culminating in extreme territory. The extreme territory before me was evidently not of natural origin, but rather a product of subsequent events. Yet, the potency of the energy here surpassed my expectations, rivaling even that of naturally formed extreme sites. As I placed my hand upon the ground, I could feel the immense energy beneath me, stirring an instinctive desire to flee from this place. What had transpired here in the past? I pondered within myself. Once the malevolent energy beneath is unleashed, the entire city of Jinghai may suffer, potentially transforming it into a ghost town overnight. The fortune-telling establishment at number 444, whether constructed by my mother or another adept, possesses an extraordinarily unique technique, the intricacies of which I am unable to fully comprehend at this moment. However, the location of this establishment is precisely at the heart of the extreme the site of eye. The fortune-telling shop effectively suppresses this eye, preventing even the slightest release of its ominous energy. Nevertheless, it cannot halt the continual accumulation of the malevolent energy from the extreme realm. As time passes, once this energy reaches a certain threshold, it will inevitably breach the seals of the fortune-telling shop at number 444. It is no wonder that this establishment is named No. 444, situated at the very eye of extreme a truly cursed place, even with all the sealing power contained within. If an ordinary person were to reside here for 3 to 5 years, madness would eventually ensue. However, for someone like me, a practitioner, the effects are minimal. At this moment, Huang Xilang, nestled in my backpack, sensed the unusual atmosphere and, employing a secret method, communicated telepathically. "Kid, where on earth are you?" "In broad daylight. I can sense that you have entered a rather terrifying place. My hair is standing on end." I found myself standing before the fortune-telling shop at number 444. Scrutinizing it carefully, Huang Xilang continued, "Brother, perhaps we should leave." There was a note of pleading in his voice. I replied, "Leave? This is precisely where I intended to come." The fortune-telling shop, numbered 444, is situated in the eye of extreme However, the terrifying aura of is firmly suppressed beneath the establishment. This ensures that the surrounding residents remain unaffected by the subterranean energy. Were it not for this safeguard, the area would have long been plagued by a multitude of supernatural occurrences. As long as the fortune-telling shop stands, no untoward incidents are likely to transpire here. I scrutinized the shop with great care. Constructed entirely of wood, it eschews the use of steel and concrete. Wood, one of the 5 elements, symbolizes vitality, and utilizing this force to counteract the energy is indeed a sound approach. Flanking the entrance are two imposing Pishio statues. Among the 9 offspring of the dragon, the Pishio is renowned. It is believed to ward off malevolent spirits, dispel disasters, and safeguard both home and wealth. For those in need of protection from harmful energies, the Pishio is most fitting, as it can neutralize various forms of malevolent influences, providing security and peace. This fortune-telling shop resides in a perilous location, yet the absence of ominous energy within its confines is attributable to the continual protective presence of the 2 Pishio statues. On either side of the wooden entrance, couplets are affixed. Left couplet, interpreting yin and yang, discerning the 5 elements, gazing at the sun and moon in the palm. Right couplet, assessing the feng shui, probing the 6 realms, wielding the universe from within my sleeve. Upon reading these couplets, I was taken aback. The audacity of the author was astounding, and I questioned whether I would ever possess such skill. Merely mastering the interpretation of the 5 elements demands immense cultivation. However, when I beheld the horizontal inscription, I was left utterly astonished. The horizontal inscription boldly proclaimed, "I brag unabashedly." With such a declaration displayed, I pondered how I could possibly attract clientele in the future. I secretly speculated that this could not possibly be the work of my mother. Moreover, to be frank, there is no need to vocalize one's boasts. The individual who penned this couplet was excessively candid. Resolutely, I decided that this inscription must be replaced. Yet, I soon found myself dismissing this thought. The 4 grand characters were inscribed in vermilion. Furthermore, the paper used was not ordinary, but rather a special type of talismanic paper. It is inconceivable that a typical couplet would be written on such paper, suggesting there might be some hidden significance. Thus, I resolved to refrain from making any alterations. On the wooden door hung an antique brass lock. I produced the key and unlocked it with a creak. As I opened the door, my gaze fell upon a simple square table designated for fortune-telling. The table was adorned with bamboo sticks, a horn divination tool, paper, and writing implements essential for the craft. Behind the table stood a chair, and beyond it, a counter. Adjacent to the counter was a door leading to the rear. As I stepped inside, an unsettling sensation washed over me. My backpack's yellow weasel became exceedingly agitated, suddenly bursting forth from its confines and leaping outside onto the street. The location of the fortune-telling shop was relatively quiet, yet a few passers-by noticed the weasel's abrupt exit. However, these individuals likely assumed it was merely a common pet of mine, paying it little heed. In contemporary society, the variety of pets people choose to keep is astonishing. I have even heard of individuals who maintain lions and pythons as companions. Thus, it seems entirely reasonable for me to care for a yellow weasel. With a gentle cough, I signaled the weasel to refrain from speaking. Should its human-like utterances be overheard, I could foresee considerable trouble arising. I conveyed my thoughts to Huang Xilang. What is happening? What trickery is this? With a hint of trepidation, Huang Xilang replied telepathically. This fortune-telling establishment bears an unusual aura. It seems to bar my entry. The array within appears poised to attack me, but fortunately, I managed to exit swiftly. I found myself puzzled by this situation. Why was I unharmed? I sensed no disturbance in the array inside. Could it be that my ability to access this fortune-telling shop is the reason? I attempted to communicate with the weasel. Come inside, little one. Then, I continued to relay my thoughts to Huang Xilang, suggesting, Huang Xilang, why not give it a try? Huang Xilang, still shaken, responded telepathically. What if attempting it leads to my demise? Chapter 30, The 5 Reckless Soldiers. I said, it should be fine. Just react quickly. If it feels off, simply jump out. Upon hearing my words, Huang Xilang cautiously approached the door, tentatively placing one foot inside. After confirming that all was well, he leapt fully into the room, but fearing an attack, he quickly retreated outside again. Huang Xilang appeared to hesitate, seemingly realizing that he had not sensed any imminent threat from the magical formation upon his initial entrance. Subsequently, he stepped back inside. I inquired, how is it? Do you sense anything unusual? Huang Xilang shook his head and replied, no. It dawned on me then. My ability to enter this fortune-telling parlor likely led the magical formation within to perceive me as the proprietor, thus sparing me from any assault. However, Huang Xilang's unauthorized entry may have marked him as an intruder, rendering him vulnerable to the formation's defenses. It was only after granting him permission to enter that the formation recognized Huang Xilang as my invited guest, consequently ceasing its hostility toward him. On the counter, I noticed an exquisite Bagua mirror. After examining it for a while, I discerned that this mirror was undoubtedly a Taoist treasure, possessing the ability to capture spirits and subdue demons. As I held the Bagua mirror in my grasp, the yellow weasel dared not approach me. The reverse side of the mirror bore the inscription Wenwang. I have stored away the Bagua mirror, resolutely deciding that in future endeavors of exorcising spirits and subduing demons, I shall always carry the mirror with me. I entered through the door beside the counter and found myself in the backyard. The yard, though modest in size, was adorned with various flowers and plants. In addition to this verdant display, 5 statues of the Wuchang soldiers were positioned therein. Each of the 4 corners held one statue, with an additional one placed in the center. This formation constitutes the Wuchang town Ensnared, serving as a protective measure over this profoundly Yin territory. The origins of the Wuchang soldiers are steeped in 2 ancient legends. The first recounts that, according to the records of the Xinyuan law canon, these statues represent the valiant generals and soldiers who perished under the command of Emperor Xinyuan. In a fateful decree from the 9 heavens, he sealed their souls within the iron mountain of Fengdu, granting them the gift of immortality, albeit at the cost of their autonomy. Henceforth, they became bound to the commands of the talisman, evolving into one of the most utilized extraordinary forces in Taoist and shamanistic practices. The second account speaks of the valor of Marshal Zhao from the Dragon and Tiger mystical altar, who alongside Zhang Tianshi subdued the remnants of the 6 caves of heavenly demons. These subdued remnants, compelled by the divine might of Zhang Tianshi and Marshal Zhao, pledged their allegiance to him, thus transforming into the Wuchang soldiers, also subject to the control of talismans. However, to command the Wuchang soldiers from the 6 caves of heavenly demons, it is imperative to offer reverence to Marshal Tianpeng for their suppression. Failure to do so may lead to the soldiers inadvertently harming the populace, and the one who commands them would face dire consequences. Upon observing the courtyard, I noted the absence of a statue dedicated to Marshal Tianpeng, leading me to surmise that the 5 war spirits within originated from the iron morning mountain of Fengdu. These 5 war spirits embody the countenance of ancient soldiers, yet they possess a far more menacing demeanor. Each figure bears a fearsome visage, towering stature, and wields a long spear, even in stone form. One can perceive the chilling aura of impending violence emanating from their forms. The central figure, in particular, is depicted with a green face and sharp fangs, resembling a formidable deity, likely the king of war spirits. This so-called king oversees the 5 war spirits, ensuring that this ominous realm is rendered considerably safer in their presence. Huang Xilang exhibits profound reverence towards these war spirits, performing a respectful bow before each stone likeness and uttering a prayer for their protection. Beyond the small courtyard lies a series of bedrooms, each furnished with an array of essentials. To the left of the sleeping quarters is the kitchen, while the right leads to a restroom. It was only at this juncture that I discerned the immaculate cleanliness of the premises. The area behind the fortune-telling stall was spotless, as though it were perpetually maintained by an unseen hand. Could it be that other inhabitants resided here? Such a notion seemed unlikely, for my mother had instructed me to come here without mentioning the presence of others. Dismissing the thought, I chose a room and settled in. Once I had organized my belongings, I assessed my remaining funds, merely a little over $200 after spending approximately $700 on transportation to this place. Given my appetite, this amount would suffice for no more than 2 weeks. With the provisions brought to me by Grandma Lu, I could sustain myself for a maximum of 3 weeks. Suddenly, my phone rang. Upon glancing at the screen, I saw it was a call from my senior sister. After answering, her voice resonated through the line. "Hello, junior brother. I heard you have arrived in Jinghai." I responded, "Yes, senior sister, I just got here today." She continued, "Great. Once I finish my current commitments, I will come to visit you. By the way, I plan to bring Grandma Lu to Yanbei for her retirement. However, she refuses to leave, claiming she has grown accustomed to village life. Therefore, I intend to take some time in the next few days to visit her and teach her how to use a mobile phone, making our communication more convenient. Upon hearing her words, a spark of inspiration ignited within me. Indeed, while I could not return to the village, Grandma Lu could venture beyond its confines. I resolved to earn diligently, with the aspiration of bringing Grandma Lu to the city for her retirement. In our era, mobile phones were just beginning to gain popularity, and smartphones had yet to emerge. I said, "Senior sister, I am currently unable to return to the village, so I must trouble you to look after Grandma Lu." She reassured me, "Do not worry, I understand." Over the years, I have also been inquiring about the whereabouts of the other 4 volumes of the technique books. However, these books seem to have vanished without a trace, akin to stones sinking into the sea. Even the director of our feng shui office has no inkling regarding these tomes. Junior brother, your primary focus should remain on the quest for these technique books. After listening to my senior sister's words, I was deeply moved, unaware that she had been diligently searching for the remaining texts of the art for me. I replied, "All right, senior sister, I understand." After conversing for a while longer, we ended the call. After 2 days and nights of travel, I was utterly exhausted. After preparing a meal with the provisions that Granny Lu had brought me, I shared it with Huang Xilang before retiring to bed. To my surprise, Huang Xilang chose to sleep atop the stone platform of the Chaoshan King rather than inside the room. Ignoring this mischievous creature, I succumbed to slumber. I slept soundly until the following morning, awakening refreshed and revitalized. After enjoying breakfast, I began preparing for work. I opened the door to my fortune-telling shop, set up my stall, and inscribed on a sheet of white paper: fortune-telling, palm reading, feng shui consultation, exorcism, disaster avoidance, home protection, subduing demons and spirits. I then affixed this paper in front of my stall. The foot traffic on this street was scarce, as it was deemed an ominous location with poor feng shui. Thus, I anticipated that opening my business would be quite challenging. Many passers-by glanced at my fortune-telling shop, but did not stop to look. Some even chuckled upon reading the bold declaration on my door, teasing, "It's the first time I've seen a charlatan mock themselves." I paid them no mind. Chapter 31. Recruitment of corpse handlers at the crematorium. Thus, 2 or 3 days passed without a single transaction. Many regarded me as a charlatan, while others, perceiving my youth, urged me to seek more conventional employment. Some even suggested that I lacked the aptitude for such mystical endeavors. On the 4th day, a man in his 60s residing nearby happened to pass by. Upon noticing the fortune-telling establishment, a flicker of curiosity ignited in his murky eyes. To my astonishment, he performed a rare act of reverence, bowing 3 times before the storefront. He then approached me and inquired, when was this fortune-telling shop reopened? The elder spoke with profound respect for the establishment. I replied, "Just a few days ago." He continued, "Is it you who runs it now? What relation do you have to the previous proprietor, the previous owner of the fortune-telling shop?" I genuinely had no knowledge of that, and had not heard any mention of it from my mother or Mrs. Lu. Thus, I shook my head and responded, "I am unaware. I only recently arrived here. This shop was bequeathed to me by my mother." The elder regarded me with surprise. "Oh, how is it that the proprietor of this establishment is so youthful?" It seemed that he was only now truly observing my appearance. Listening to his words, I found myself at a loss for a suitable reply. I asked, "Elder, where do you hail from?" He responded, "I'm a local of Jinghai, having resided here for several decades. When I arrived in Jinghai as a teenager, this fortune-telling shop was already in existence, run by an elderly man with an ethereal demeanor. Subsequently, the fortune-telling shop remained perpetually closed, with only an elderly man occasionally coming to tidy up the place, a routine that had persisted for decades. Upon hearing this, I pondered to myself, so that explains the immaculate condition of the shop. It is indeed due to someone regularly maintaining it. The old man continued, "This fortune-telling establishment has been shut for decades. Now that you are here practicing divination, it seems you have become its new proprietor." He added, "The previous owner possessed remarkable abilities. He could predict virtually anything you wish to know with astonishing accuracy." In response, I remarked, if it merely concerns matters of love, fortune, and misfortune, I too can provide insights. I concede that my methods may be somewhat less refined, yet I am by no means a charlatan. In fact, I surpass many young practitioners who specialize in the art of fate reading. The elderly gentleman remained silent after my declaration and continued, in my youth, my father once told me that if it weren't for this fortune-telling shop, the people in our vicinity would have perished long ago. A thought struck me. Did the old man's father possess knowledge of past events that transpired here? My curiosity piqued. I inquired, "Why do you say that, sir?" He paused momentarily and replied, "As the owner of the fortune-telling shop, are you truly unaware?" I shook my head, indicating my ignorance. The elderly man, upon hearing this, remarked, "I am uncertain. In my youth, my father merely told me that peculiar events transpired here, resulting in numerous fatalities. It was not until the emergence of this fortune-telling establishment that those strange occurrences ceased, and no further bizarre deaths were reported. The elders of that time claimed that had it not been for this fortune-telling shop, we would have all perished. It appears that this old man is also unaware of the specific events that transpired here in the past." He shook his head and sighed. Decades have passed, and the wondrous tales surrounding this fortune-telling shop have likely faded from the collective memory of the people. Indeed, several decades are sufficient to obscure a legend. After the old man departed, I continued to languidly await the arrival of customers. In the interim, I retrieved my phone, hoping to search online for any information regarding the strange events that occurred on Sanyin Road in Jinghai City decades ago, yet I found not a single relevant detail. Thus, 2 weeks elapsed, and still, I had not secured a single transaction. At this juncture, I harbored an intense disdain for that 4-character inscription. Several individuals approached, intending to inquire about various matters, but upon seeing the boastful words inscribed, they hesitated. Moreover, given my youthful appearance, they assumed I was merely jesting and subsequently departed. Additionally, the foot traffic in this area was exceedingly sparse. I had only a meager sum of around 100 yuan left, barely sufficient to sustain myself for another week. If I failed to earn any money within that time frame, I would face starvation. In stark contrast, Huang Xilang exhibited a far more carefree demeanor, venturing out each day and returning at night, often resting beneath the statue of the mad god without a care in the world. However, at present, I find myself devoid of better alternatives. Moreover, I am utterly at a loss regarding the search for the remaining 4 tomes of arcane knowledge. A week has elapsed, and my financial resources are nearly depleted, leaving me with less than 20 yuan. For the past few days, I have been sustaining myself solely on steamed buns, and if circumstances do not improve, I will have no choice but to beseech my senior sister for assistance, though I intend to reserve that option for dire situations only. As I languished in ennui while awaiting potential business, I noticed a rather unsavory middle-aged man, bald and unkempt, affixing a notice onto each verdant tree. My keen eyesight quickly discerned that the content of the notice pertained to a job opening. Specifically, it was a solicitation for workers at a crematorium to carry corpses, with an enticing remuneration of 1,200 yuan for day shifts and 2,400 for night shifts. The prospect of earning 2,400 in a single night piqued my interest immensely. Previously, I had noticed several similar employment announcements on these trees, seemingly all from the same crematorium, though I had not paid them much heed. Earning such substantial sums, 60 to 70,000 a month, far exceeds the profits from fortune-telling. With that amount of money, even if a corpse were to rise and flee, I would be capable of retrieving it. I am not boasting. This is indeed within my capabilities. Just as I was about to approach and scrutinize the details of the job listing, I suddenly sensed that I was being followed. I glanced towards a distance of about 100 meters behind the middle-aged man and observed a remarkably beautiful young girl, seemingly of similar age to myself. Around 17 or 18 years old, she was concealed behind a tree, a peachwood sword slung across her back, and was peering sideways at the man as he continued to affix the recruitment notices. What is going on here? A sweet young girl, trailing a lecherous middle-aged man? This plot seems inverted. As I observed the girl, she too noticed me. With a slight furrow of her brow, her gaze bore a hint of menace, evidently warning me to mind my own business. Yet, I paid her threat little heed. My immediate concern was to resolve my hunger. Thus, I approached to examine the recruitment notice from the crematorium more closely. At that moment, The balding middle-aged man had already plastered the last of his notices on this street and turned to another. On the tree trunk, alongside several crematorium job postings, there was also an advertisement offering a substantial reward for a child, featuring a picture of an attractive young woman. A person of my integrity naturally held no interest in such a proposition, primarily out of fear of falling into a trap. The crematorium's job postings all shared the same contact information, clearly indicating they were from the same establishment. However, the wages listed varied, with the one I had just seen offering the highest pay. It seemed that this crematorium had been struggling to hire workers in recent days, hence the increase in wages to attract applicants. A salary of $2,400 would surely entice many. For even if some harbored concerns about the taboos associated with handling corpses, the allure of wealth often beckons the common folk to take risks. Chapter 32. The eerie crematorium. I dialed the number provided. A middle-aged man's voice answered, and upon expressing my intention to apply for the night shift as a corpse bearer, he responded with great enthusiasm, relaying an address for me to visit that evening. After hanging up, a voice beside me remarked, "Young man, some jobs are best left untouched." Turning around, I discovered it was a construction worker. I had not realized it was already past 6 o'clock, marking the end of the workday. The worker glanced around to ensure no one was in earshot before leaning closer and saying, "Little brother, you seem quite young, about the age of my son. I offer this warning out of goodwill. That crematorium is quite sinister. Those who have entered know better. For your own safety, it would be wise to refrain from going." I felt gratitude for the man's caution. His demeanor suggested he was a simple, honest farmer. Yet, my curiosity was piqued. What made this crematorium so ominous? After all, such places typically have knowledgeable individuals overseeing operations to prevent mishaps. Thus, incidents are generally rare. I addressed the worker, "Sir, I have already secured the position over the phone and am expected to start tonight. Could you share what makes this crematorium so foreboding?" The worker's expression shifted to one of hesitation upon hearing my inquiry. After a moment's pause, he replied, "Young brother, I implore you, do not disclose to anyone that I share this with you." I nodded and assured, "Rest assured, my friend, I promise not to speak of this to anyone." The elder, in a mysterious tone, inquired, "Have you ever heard of a confidentiality agreement being signed at a crematorium?" I shook my head, for I had never encountered such a notion. It seemed peculiar that a crematorium would have such a rule. Moreover, working there primarily involved transporting corpses. What could possibly warrant confidentiality? The elder replied, "This particular crematorium does require it, and breaching the confidentiality agreement could lead to dire consequences." A look of fear crossed his face. I asked him, "How do you know this?" He sighed and shook his head, saying, "It is because my co-workers and I had previously ventured there. We were lured by the high wages. At the time, we earned $1,400 for a night shift, which was equivalent to what we would earn in over 2 weeks on a construction site." He continued, "Initially, it was uneventful. We began by performing our usual tasks of transporting the deceased, though their long fingernails were quite unsettling, causing my legs to tremble. Yet, for the sake of the money, I gritted my teeth and persevered. However, the strange twist came when I awoke the following morning to find myself inside the incinerator. Just the night before, that very furnace had been ablaze, consuming several corpses. I was taken aback. Such a bizarre occurrence was unprecedented for me, and I listened intently as the elder recounted his tale. My co-worker experienced a similar fate, yet upon awakening in the incinerator, we discovered ourselves unharmed and devoid of any discomfort. Thus, I did not take it to heart, merely attributing it to the exhaustion from working late into the night, leading me to inexplicably fall asleep in the crematorium. However, that reasoning falters, as the fire in the crematorium had evidently burned throughout the night. If we had indeed slept there, how could we have escaped unscathed? We inquired with the crematorium staff, but they merely stated that we were mistaken, claiming the fire had ceased burning in the latter half of the night. Yet, we distinctly remember continuing to carry bodies to the crematorium during that time. Unable to glean any further clarity, we accepted our wages and departed. As we left, a staff member specifically cautioned us against discussing any occurrences from the previous night at the crematorium with outsiders, asserting that we had signed a confidentiality agreement, and that speaking of it would lead to dire consequences. My co-worker, dismissing the warning, recounted the events of that night to others. Within a few days, he tragically fell from the 27th floor and perished. The elder man sighed deeply, his eyes glistening with unshed tears, lamenting the fate of my co-worker, who had an 80-year-old mother and young children, trapped in a stage of life where even the thought of death felt unattainable. Yet he met his end in such a bewildering manner. Initially, I did not connect my co-worker's demise with the crematorium, but later I learned of another incident that led me to believe that the crematorium was indeed shrouded in mystery. At that time, many workers from our residence had been employed at that crematorium. One worker, after midnight, ventured outside the cremation chamber to relieve himself, only to return to a scene that instilled profound fear within him. He gazed through the window into the crematorium, realizing that it was not a person carrying a corpse, but rather a corpse bearing a person. I inquired, "Uncle, are you certain that individual did not misinterpret the scene? Could it not be an illusion brought on by the late hour? The crematorium is inherently heavy with negative energy. For someone of frail vitality, it is quite normal to experience such hallucinations in the dead of night." The uncle replied, "Then how do I explain waking up in the incineration chamber the following day after my visit to the crematorium? I was rendered speechless. It appeared that the crematorium harbored peculiarities indeed." After a pause, the uncle continued, "Those living souls were slumped beneath the weight of the corpses, as if devoid of spirit, and were subsequently cast into the incineration chamber entirely. Upon hearing of this incident later, I recalled that I had been thrown into the furnace by a corpse that very night, sending a shiver down my spine. The individual who witnessed that scene was so petrified that he remains confined in a psychiatric hospital to this day. Subsequently, through the ramblings of his deranged mind and the testimonies of his fellow workers, the events were pieced together and recounted. However, it is worth noting that everyone who has publicly spoken of this affair has met with untimely demise. Just recently, the madman in the psychiatric hospital also passed away. Upon realizing this, I remarked, "Uncle, if that is the case, does your revelation to me not place you in danger?" The uncle responded, "Young brother, I have merely whispered this to you in confidence. It should pose no threat. However, you must not divulge this to anyone else, for should you do so, I may find myself in peril. Upon seeing you, I am reminded of my son. I hesitated to disclose your whereabouts in such a perilous place for fear of your safety. You must not betray my trust." I reassured him, "Rest assured, sir, I shall not divulge this to anyone." I expressed my gratitude sincerely. The gentleman chuckled amiably, waving his hand dismissively. "No worries, young lad. I must tell you, my son has just completed his college entrance examinations. When estimating his score, he confidently stated that he could gain admission to a prestigious university. It was evident that pride illuminated his face as he spoke of his son. I smiled and gave him a thumbs up, exclaiming, "Your son is truly remarkable." However, my smile faded as I noticed a dark aura manifesting on his forehead, a foreboding sign of impending misfortune. Such an omen foretells that within 3 days, one may perish due to an unforeseen accident. Could this be the consequence of the confidentiality agreement with the crematorium? This is no mere confidentiality agreement. It is, in fact, a death warrant. The kind-hearted gentleman had unwittingly alerted me to an impending doom, and I could not stand idly by. I hastily called out to him as he turned to leave, "Sir, please wait a moment." I entered the room, retrieving a talisman to dispel evil, a charm to quell malevolence, a protective amulet of thunder, and a fortune-turning talisman, handing them all to him in one breath. "Please take these. They are not much, but carry them with you. They will ensure safety and summon good fortune." It was then that the gentleman realized I resided within this divination shop, seemingly astonished that someone so young could operate such an establishment. However, the elder held the talisman in his hand and said, "Thank you, young brother, for your kind words." I observed that as he grasped the talisman, the misfortune etched upon his brow diminished significantly, yet did not vanish entirely. I understood that to lift the curse afflicting the elder, it was imperative to abolish the confidentiality agreement he had signed. I casually inquired, "What is your name, sir?" "Zhou Fujing," he replied effortlessly. Chapter 33. Maoshan with you, Uncle Zhou Fujing assured me that as long as he kept these talismans on his person, he would be safe. However, To preempt any unforeseen circumstances, the confidentiality agreement must be destroyed. I watched his departing silhouette. Initially, upon hearing his warning, I was reluctant to take the risk of returning to the crematorium, yet now, for Uncle Zhou Fujing's sake, I felt compelled to make the journey. At that moment, I sensed someone approaching from behind. Turning around, I discovered it was the young girl who had previously followed the lecherous middle-aged bald man. Her large, expressive eyes sparkled with an unusual brightness, and she carried a peachwood sword on her back, resembling a chivalrous maiden. The girl gazed at me and pointed towards the recruitment notice for the crematorium affixed to the tree trunk. "Are you going to work as a corpse bearer at the crematorium tonight?" she inquired. I responded, "Why do you ask?" "I mean no harm," she replied. Then her attention shifted towards the fortune-telling shop, numbered 444. A contemplative expression crossed her face, and she seemed to recall something, her eyes widening in surprise. When I descended the mountain, my master instructed me to steer clear of certain places, including the fortune-telling shops in Jinghai City and the tattoo parlors in Yanbei City. He particularly warned me to hold the fortune-telling shops in Jinghai City in reverence. Could it be that the fortune-telling shop before me was the one my master cautioned me about? As I pondered the girl's words, I considered that there must be more than one fortune-telling shop in Jinghai City. However, in terms of the extraordinary, it was likely that none surpassed the shop at number 444. The young woman continued to scrutinize the fortune-telling shop, remarking, "Such a diminutive establishment can indeed suppress the extreme een of this land. It is truly remarkable. The entire city of Jinghai owes its tranquility to this very shop." I inquired, "Who are you? How much do you know about this fortune-telling shop?" The young woman shook her head and replied, "I know little about this shop. Perhaps my master knows a bit more. I noticed you seemed to be seated within this establishment earlier. How is it that you are not familiar with it?" She then added, "By the way, I am Luo Shiyu, a disciple of the internal sect of Maoshan, sent down the mountain by my master to explore the world." I responded, "Ah, so you hail from Maoshan. I am Chun Yi, the proprietor of this fortune-telling shop." Upon hearing that I was the owner, Luo Shiyu regarded me with a hint of skepticism, scrutinizing me closely. "You? My master has spoken highly of the shop's owner. You appear to be of similar age to me. How formidable could you possibly be?" I felt a surge of indignation at her condescension, thinking it audacious for one from Maoshan to look down upon me. "Your master has indeed said that the owner of this shop is quite powerful. That must refer to me. While I may not claim to be the foremost in the world, I am certainly more than capable of asserting myself as the second. Moreover, if I dare to claim the second position, no one else would be bold enough to declare themselves the first." Luo Shiyu, upon hearing my boastful words, was instantly enveloped in frost, stating, "Just wait. I shall go procure a piece of cowhide and see just how grand your claims can grow." I replied, "If you're going to buy, you might as well get several. One piece won't suffice for my declarations." Luo Shiyu, slightly vexed, crossed her arms and gazed at me, saying, "If I call you plump, you seem to take offense. I have come to discuss serious matters with you." You have yet to respond. Do you intend to work as a corpse bearer at that fortune-telling shop? I nodded slightly. Luo Shiyu inquired why. Her tone was accusatory, and I, feeling irritable, replied, "For money, of course. What else could it be? What is it that you wish to discuss?" Luo Shiyu asked, "Are you in dire need of money?" I nodded again. Furrowing her brow, she remarked, "That shouldn't be the case. Generally, those with genuine skills in the art of divination attract the attention of wealthy patrons who eagerly seek their company and often offer monetary gifts. My master, for instance, is such a person. When others present him with money, he feigns refusal, all the while pocketing generous amounts. After he had collected the offerings, he would then tell those who gifted him, 'I shall not accept the box of money. You may take it back.' A sense of discontent brewed within me as I pondered the unfairness of it all. Why did those affluent individuals not come to bestow gifts upon me? I turned to Luo Shiyu and remarked, "Your master certainly has a talent for collecting." She nodded in agreement, affirming, "Indeed, he possesses quite the knack for it." Then, Luo Shiyu continued, "Do me a favor, and I shall offer you 100,000. Upon hearing this, my eyes lit up instantly. 100,000 was a substantial sum for me at this moment. I scrutinized Luo Shiyu. This young woman must be quite wealthy. However, if she was willing to part with such a sum for my assistance, the request must surely be significant. I needed to ascertain the nature of the favor before deciding whether it was worth my while. Indeed, 100,000 is a considerable amount, but one must have the means to enjoy it as well. I inquired, "What is the matter? Pray enlighten me." Luo Shi responded, "This is not a suitable place for conversation. Could we perhaps retire to your fortune-telling establishment?" I was uncertain of Luo Shiyu's true intentions, yet I believed she was not of ill disposition. After all, Maoshan has long been esteemed as a bastion of righteousness. Naturally, Maoshan has had its share of rogues, but typically, upon discovery, the sect promptly intervenes to rectify the situation. I replied, "Let us proceed." Upon entering the fortune-telling shop, I noticed Luo Shiyu hesitating by the entrance, seemingly reluctant to cross the threshold. It dawned on me that for practitioners such as her to enter this establishment, my consent was requisite. "Do come in," I urged. After she stepped inside, I guided her to the backyard. Upon witnessing the 5 fierce guardians within the courtyard, her expression shifted to one of astonishment. Impressive. Even my master might struggle to command such formidable spirits. "You possess 5, along with a fierce deity." Just as I was about to indulge in some ostentatious display of pride, Luo Shiyu gasped again, exclaiming, a yellow weasel. "Is it yours?" I sensed that this weasel was indeed remarkable. "Are you perhaps a spirit medium?" she queried. I clarified, "Not quite. However, this yellow weasel is indeed my pet." Hearing our conversation, Huang Xilang stirred awake, casting a casual glance at both Luo Shiyu and me before returning to slumber. After procuring 2 stools, Luo Shiyu and I sat down. Without preamble, she declared, "I intend to eradicate that malevolent crematorium." I recalled that she had attempted this twice before, both times to no avail. However, she assured me that this time she was thoroughly prepared and resolute in her mission to extinguish the crematorium. Her previous failures, she explained, were due to the terrifying malevolence that emanated from the underground. Yet, this time she brought along a flag designed to subdue such evil forces. "You merely need to assist me in placing the flag at the crematorium according to the positions dictated by the 8 trigrams," she instructed. Luo Shiyu appeared exceedingly confident in her abilities. It dawned on me that she must have sought my assistance after overhearing my phone call to the crematorium. She had learned of my intentions and thus came to enlist my help. Observing her unwavering confidence, I cautioned, "You have already raised suspicions by visiting twice. While you prepare, it is likely that the crematorium is also bracing itself to thwart your next attempt." Were I among the staff at the crematorium, discovering your 2 previous visits with the intention to dismantle, it would prompt me to anticipate your 3rd or even 4th attempt. Consequently, I would devise specific strategies to counter your efforts, lying in wait for your return, ready to meet your demise. Chapter 34. The destruction of the cult and the life-extending nunnery. Upon hearing my words, Luo Shiyu was momentarily taken aback, clearly not anticipating such a scenario. "Nevertheless," she replied, "why are you so cowardly?" "I am unafraid. What is there for you to fear? Just state whether you will earn this money." She added, "In any case, soldiers will meet soldiers, and water will be met with earth." At her statement, I could not help but shake my head, thinking that Luo Shiyu was somewhat naive. I certainly had to visit the crematorium, otherwise, Uncle Zhou Fuzheng would be in peril. Uncle Zhou was a good man, and it was unacceptable for a virtuous person to face danger after performing a noble deed. The confidentiality agreements at the crematorium were likely akin to curses, and dismantling them would not be a simple task. Now, Luo Shiyu's desire to destroy the crematorium would undoubtedly benefit me, as assisting her would also serve my interests. However, I remarked, "If I assist you, I would essentially become your accomplice. Should you fail to demolish the crematorium, its remnants might harbor resentment towards me, potentially sending individuals to hunt me down. That would be exceedingly perilous." Upon hearing this, Luo Shiyu regarded me with palpable disdain. Yet, I maintained a serious demeanor and stated, "If you wish for my assistance, it will require additional compensation." Luo Shiyu furrowed her brow, refraining from countering, and declared, "A fixed price of 200,000. I raised 3 fingers in an okay gesture and responded, "At the very least, it must be 300,000. In a fit of indignation, Luo Shiyu rose abruptly, spitting out a single word, scram. As Luo Shiyu turned to leave, I discerned that her bottom line was set at 200,000. Hastily, I called out to her, saying, 200,000 it is. Do not be agitated, I shall comply. After all, I intended to visit the crematorium regardless. And extorting 200,000 was already quite commendable. I felt a sense of satisfaction, knowing that for a considerable period, I would no longer need to worry about my living expenses. Seeing this, Luo Shiyu returned to her seat, somewhat irritable, and remarked, 200,000 is no trifling sum. I have descended the mountain for over half a year and have only earned around 20,000. She continued, I can give you 200,000, but you must assist me not only by placing the flag inside, but also when I engage with the crematorium personnel. Of course, I shall be the main force in the fray. You merely need to support me. Surely, you can handle a few minor adversaries. Given your earlier hesitance, it is evident that your strength is lacking. I felt somewhat speechless, as Luo Shiyu had evidently perceived me as a weakling. However, that was inconsequential. With greater power comes greater responsibility. Just as I suspected, Luo Shiyu had taken on the primary role herself. Not wishing to delve further into that matter, I inquired, what do you know about this crematorium? Since Luo Shiyu aimed to eradicate it and had visited twice, she must possess some knowledge. Luo Shiyu countered my question. Are you familiar with the Broken Sect and the Life Renewal Society? These two sects are documented within the Daozong, which contains numerous esoteric methods of the mystical schools, along with their origins and the forces associated with these arcane practices. The sect of Breaking One was founded by the notorious monk Wuxin, who simultaneously devised a sinister technique known as the Lantern Soul Binding Art. It is said that all followers within the sect were ensnared by Wuxin's malevolent influence, willingly subjected to the binding of this arcane art. Those afflicted by it found their souls tethered to a flame, such that when Wuxin extinguished the light, the connected individual would suffer a devastating disintegration of spirit, an exceedingly dark and diabolical practice. Interestingly, Wuxin was once revered as a profound monk, his mastery of Buddhist teachings seemingly boundless. However, one fateful day, he became consumed by hubris, believing that even if he transgressed every precept set forth by the Buddha, he could still attain enlightenment. Thus, the arrogant Wuxin began to violate one precept after another, ultimately discarding all the commandments handed down by the Buddha, including those against killing and lust. It is rumored that he grew increasingly addicted to the latter. Having shattered all moral constraints, Wuxin had long spiraled into madness, transforming his once pure heart into one of malevolence. One day, his master witnessed Wuxin reciting scriptures, only to find that an aura of death and demonic energy surrounded him. The once harmonious verses morphed into terrifying curses as they issued from Wuxin's lips, disrupting the minds of the other monks. Realizing that his disciple was beyond redemption, Wuxin's master sighed deeply. Initially, he intended to quietly confine Wuxin within the Buddha's golden form. Yet, Wuxin sensed this intent and, in a fit of murderous rage, slaughtered every monk in the temple overnight, transforming the once thriving Minin temple into a haunted edifice. Thus, Wuxin established the sect of Breaking One, wreaking havoc across the realm. It was only when the forces of Mao Shan and Long Hushan united that they managed to suppress the sect, but Wuxin himself vanished without a trace. As for the notorious organization known as the Lifespan Sect, its malevolence is truly abhorrent. Established during the Republic of China era, this group is most infamous for its deadly art of soul harvesting. The sect specializes in siphoning the lifespans of ordinary civilians, subsequently selling these precious years at exorbitant prices to the affluent. Throughout the tumultuous times of the Republic, the sect operated predominantly in the Northwest, instigating considerable panic among the populace and even attracting the attention of the underworld's emissaries. These emissaries, upon noticing discrepancies between individuals' lifespans and the records in the Book of Life and Death, conducted a thorough investigation, uncovering the insidious dealings at play. In a fit of rage, the underworld condemned all those who had purchased additional years to the depths of the 18 layers of hell, collaborating with earthly celestial masters, specifically from the Jingyi sect, Kunlun school, and Kongtong school, to obliterate the lifespan sect. When Luo Shiyu mentioned these two malevolent organizations, I nodded in acknowledgement and remarked, I am indeed familiar with them. Could it be that the lifespan sect has resurfaced and allied with the Break One sect? To my surprise, she affirmed with a nod, saying indeed. After a brief pause, she continued, moreover, the lifespan sect has resumed its nefarious activities of robbing civilians of their years and selling them to the wealthy. This crematorium in Jinghai City is merely a branch of the lifespan sect and the Break One sect. Do you think they are merely hiring corpse bearers? Those workers, upon entering, are insidiously robbed of 10 years of their lifespan without their knowledge. They then resell these years at a premium to others. It is said that a single year of lifespan can fetch up to 10 million, and it's not a commodity available for anyone to purchase at will. Upon hearing this, I felt a surge of indignation. Indeed, the longevity establishment is quite unscrupulous. Selling a mere year of life for 10 million is bound to attract numerous buyers. For to the wealthy, 10 million is hardly a significant sum. Luo Shiyu produced a cloth bag, within which were 9 crimson flags, each emblazoned with the character for command. However, these flags were rather diminutive, scarcely larger than a hand. Such small banners, when planted in the ground, would be difficult for the untrained eye to notice. As I reached for a flag, intending to tuck it into my pocket, Luo Shiyu interjected, "Wait, you cannot conceal it in your pocket. Upon entering the crematorium, there will be security personnel conducting thorough searches to prevent the entry of mobile phones and other suspicious items. Should it be discovered in your pocket, our plan would be jeopardized. What then shall we do?" I inquired. Luo Shiyu appeared equally perplexed, evidently having only just contemplated this dilemma. After a moment of reflection, a spark of inspiration illuminated my thoughts, and I suddenly conceived a plan. Chapter 35, Generous Gesture. I called out loudly, "Huang Xilang, it's time to get to work." Upon hearing my voice, Huang Xilang was jolted awake, only to immediately adopt a lackadaisical demeanor as he sluggishly approached me and said, "Boss, what's the matter? Can't it wait until I'm fully awake?" I tossed him the bag containing the command flags and instructed, "Huang Pizzi, once I enter the crematorium, quietly hand these flags to me." Given Huang Xilang's small stature, infiltrating the crematorium should pose little challenge. He accepted the bag and replied, "All right, understood. I'll ensure the task is accomplished." With that, he crawled back under the chaotic deity and resumed his slumber. Seeing this, Luo Shiyu inquired, "Is this Huang Pizzi reliable?" I too harbored some concerns about his potential unreliability during critical moments. Yet, I reflected that throughout our years together, despite his whimsical nature, Huang Xilang had always executed my commands with commendable efficacy, which reassured me. I replied, "Rest assured it will be fine." In my heart, I contemplated that with Huang Xilang by our side, we would have an additional ally when the time came for confrontation. According to Granny Lu, Huang Xilang was originally a formidable demon of over 700 years of cultivation, nearly reaching the threshold of transformation. The fact that a demon could achieve such a state after 7 centuries speaks volumes about Huang Xilang's innate talent. Had it not been for his excessive greed and the desire for immediate elevation, he might have succeeded, but my mother had crippled his powers, leaving him with only a fraction of his former strength. Nevertheless, his capabilities were still formidable. Luo Shiyu remarked, "These flags serve as the focal points of the 9 palaces and 8 trigrams formation. Once you properly position them, the formation will commence its operation. At that moment, the personnel at the crematorium will become aware, and I too will sense it. When the time comes, I will emerge decisively." Before Luo Shiyu could continue, I interjected, "All right, I understand what I need to do next. I shall stand by your side to assist and cheer you on. Rest assured, as a cheerleader, I am quite competent." Luo Shiyu shot me an exasperated glance and replied, "Suit yourself. There is only one old man whose strength is commendable inside, but I alone am more than capable of handling them. If you choose not to intervene, I'll simply deduct your pay. Don't forget, I am your superior now," I retorted, the insufferable capitalist. Subsequently, Luo Shiyu stated, "I shall take my leave. We will meet at the crematorium shortly." After Luo Shiyu departed, I contemplated the potential dangers that lay ahead and recalled every word exchanged with her, seeking valuable insights. Some matters require precaution. I tore off small pieces of paper and affixed them to each of my 10 fingers. Under the influence of my spiritual energy, the paper melded seamlessly with my fingertips, undetectable to the naked eye. In truth, this was of little utility, merely obscuring the fingerprints on my fingers. For added safety, I retrieved the 9-dragon ruler and called out, "Huang Xilang, come here, there is something to discuss." Huang Xilang was roused from his slumber, his irritability evident as he trudged towards me, grumbling, "What is it now?" I handed the 9-dragon ruler to Huang Xilang and said, "Please bring this along for me later." Sensing the aura emanating from the ruler, Huang Xilang swiftly retreated a considerable distance, hiding behind the mighty king of the wild gods, and exclaimed, "Boss, are you trying to get me killed? I am one of your own now." The ruler was undoubtedly a genuine Taoist artifact, and, as a demon, if I were to grasp it, the righteous energy would surely obliterate me. A twinge of regret washed over me as I momentarily overlooked this fact. Yet as the leader, it is my duty to acknowledge mistakes and rectify them without denial. Thus, I remarked, "Huang Pitsi, this is your fault. As a demon, you should have warned me sooner." Upon hearing my words, Huang Xilang gazed at me in sheer astonishment, as if to say, "How can you blame me for this? And can't you tell that I'm a demon?" Feeling somewhat embarrassed, I cleared my throat. I then procured a bag and placed the 9-dragon ruler inside. After a moment of contemplation, I decided to add the Bagua mirror I had acquired from the fortune-telling shop, along with the unused talismans. Fearing that the talismans might prove insufficient, I hastily drew several cloud, thunder, and sky thunder talismans. Just as I was engrossed in my drawing, a voice called from outside. "Is anyone there?" Upon hearing the voice, I promptly stepped outside. This marked the first occasion since my arrival at the fortune-telling shop that someone had sought me out. Excluding Luo Shiyu, of course. As I approached the entrance, I happened upon a strikingly beautiful young woman, likely in her early 20s, standing there. She exuded an air of innocence, reminiscent of a university student. Adorned in luxurious designer attire, it was conservatively estimated that her outfit alone was worth several $100,000. However, despite her beauty, I noticed a disturbing aura emanating from her forehead, an ominous black mist with a faint crimson glow piercing through. This was an unmistakable sign of malevolent energy infiltrating her being. Examining her countenance, I observed that she possessed a well-rounded forehead and a square jawline, indicative of genuine fortune. What could be amiss? Had she perhaps fallen prey to some sinister entity? Upon noticing my presence, she glanced towards the fortune-telling shop and inquired, "Brother, where are your elders?" I replied, "I am the elder in my household. If you seek assistance, you may address me directly." Upon hearing my words, her expression dimmed, and she said, "Do not jest. I am here seeking salvation." I asked, "Is there trouble at home? I may be able to help you." She cast another glance towards the fortune-telling shop and called out, "Is anyone there? Is anyone present?" I furrowed my brow and replied, "There's no need to shout. I'm the only one here." It seemed she had underestimated my presence. Upon hearing this, she sighed and, with a look of disappointment, turned to leave. "Please, do not go," I urged. However, she paid me no heed and walked towards a pink Bentley parked by the roadside. I had seen this exquisite vehicle online. It was valued at over 10 million. It appeared that this young woman hailed from considerable wealth. However, she was already ensnared by malevolent energy. No amount of wealth could stave off her demise within a few days. I stepped forward and offered the striking woman, who was about to enter her car, a talisman imbued with the power of 5 thunders. I said, "Esteemed lady, this amulet shall safeguard your well-being. It will be prudent to carry it with you. Should you encounter any difficulties, feel free to seek me at this fortune-telling establishment." The lady hesitated for a moment, then accepted the talisman and tucked it close to her. Subsequently, she produced a stack of 100 yuan bills from her bag and handed it to me, saying, "Thank you, I understand." With that, she drove away in her Bentley, accelerating swiftly. As I watched the luxurious car fade into the distance, I mused on her generosity. She had bestowed upon me over 1,000 yuan. However, barring unforeseen circumstances. She was likely to return for my services. Glancing at the time, I realized it was getting late. The evening shift at the crematorium commenced at 9, and it was already nearing 8. I called out to Huang Pizzi and locked up the fortune-telling shop before heading towards the crematorium. The location of Ensnared, where I resided, lay to the northeast of Jinghai City, beyond the 4th Ring Road. The crematorium itself was situated even further outside the 5th Ring Road, approximately 20 miles from my starting point. After boarding a bus and traveling for over 40 minutes, I finally arrived at the crematorium. Even before entering, I could sense the heavy aura within. The atmosphere was thick with an oppressive energy. While the presence of heavy energy within a crematorium is not unusual, the accompanying malevolence was indeed peculiar. Chapter 36. Ebony Parchment, Crimson Script. The crematorium was situated in a desolate expanse, bordered by a necropolis to the rear and devoid of any neighboring structures. Indeed, within a radius of approximately 2 to 3 kilometers, the crematorium stood as the solitary edifice. I surveyed the vicinity, yet failed to discern the presence of Luo Xiu, her whereabouts remaining enigmatic. Typically, the feng shui arrangement of a crematorium entails positioning the main entrance in the northwest and the portal of vitality in the northeast, thereby allowing the living to enter through the former and exit through the latter. Such a configuration ensures that, despite entering a realm of Yin, the living do not become tainted by miasma. The crematory should ideally be located in the southwest, which represents the gate of death and corresponds to the Kuan trigram in the Bagua. Kuan symbolizes earth, and its vastness can accommodate and mitigate the malevolent energy of the deceased, facilitating their passage to the afterlife. As for the gates of Du and Jing, they signify concealment and obstruction, and are thus unsuitable for harboring spectral entities. The gates of Jing and Shang, situated in the east and west respectively, constitute the paths of the netherworld. Infernal emissaries arrive from the west, escorting souls to the east. Consequently, no objects that could impede the spirits should be placed in these directions. Such a layout ensures the well-being of the living and the staff, while also aiding the deceased in their transition to the afterlife. However, this particular crematorium deviated from the norm, with its main entrance situated in the southwest. As the southwest represents the gate of death, the living who enter through it are destined to be tainted by Yin's baleful aura. I approached the crematorium, its imposing iron gates firmly shut. Dim light emanated from 2 antiquated tungsten lamps positioned above the gates, one of which flickered erratically, lending an eerie ambience to the locale. The doorman was a middle-aged man with a bald head, yet his imposing stature instilled a sense of intimidation. As I approached, a fierce glint appeared in his eyes, and he inquired, "What brings you here?" I sensed a palpable menace emanating from this man. He had undoubtedly taken a life before. I replied, "I called earlier and was hired for the night shift as a corpse bearer." The bald man scrutinized me with a dismissive glance, seemingly judging my youth. He then opened one of the iron gates and said, "Enter, but try not to frighten too easily." Ignoring his comment, I stepped inside. Having walked less than 10 meters, I encountered another door, beside which stood 3 more bald men. Each held a security device and was clad in black suits, complete with ties and polished shoes. They bore a striking resemblance to underworld enforcers. As I approached the trio, they moved to intercept me. One of them, bearing a scar across his face, asked, "What is your name?" I casually fabricated a name, Li Tian. Then, feigning surprise, I queried, "Gentlemen, I'm here to work as a corpse bearer. Is security screening really necessary?" I've never heard of such a requirement before. The 3 men proceeded to scan me with their devices, and one of them retorted, "Every place has its own rules. Spare us your questions." I fell silent as one individual retrieved my phone, stating, "The crematorium prohibits the entry of mobile devices. I shall temporarily keep it for you. Please collect it tomorrow after work." Subsequently, the trio found nothing else of interest, and they opened the grand door, revealing an office to the right within. Inside sat a woman in her 30s. Upon my entrance, a robust voice from behind me commanded, "Proceed to the room on the right to register." "Very well," I replied casually. Upon entering, the woman in her 30s produced a document and instructed, "Please register your basic information." Write down your name and identification number. I inscribed the name Tion, and naturally, my ID number was a mere fabrication. After completing the task, the woman remarked, "Wait a moment. You must also sign an agreement." With that, she rose and approached the cabinet behind her, opening a drawer. As the drawer creaked open, I sensed a profound aura of malevolence emanating from within. My thoughts lingered on the possibility that it harbored something sinister. The woman extracted a sheet of black paper from the drawer. Although the paper was black, the script inscribed upon it was in a vivid crimson hue. If the red characters were indeed penned in the blood of the deceased, then this document constituted a malevolent curse. It is a form of dark sorcery that binds one to the written content. To sign it is to acknowledge its terms, and to contravene them invites the wrath of the curse, leading to one's demise. The origins of this black paper are rather sinister. It is said to be formed by placing ordinary sheets in an area saturated with negative energy over an extended period. Consequently, these sheets transform into vessels of this malevolent essence, thus acquiring a dark hue. As I inhaled the air, a faint metallic scent reminiscent of blood reached my nostrils, intertwined with an undertone of resentment. I was immediately convinced that the crimson characters were inscribed with the blood of the wronged deceased. The woman brought the black paper closer to me, placing a seal ink beside it, instructing, "Imprint your finger here." These individuals were undeniably cunning. The purpose of the fingerprint was evidently to prevent any deceit regarding names and other identifying information. Once the fingerprint was affixed, it would leave an indelible mark. For human fingerprints are immutable. Moreover, fingerprints serve a function akin to that of one's birth date. If an ill-intentioned person were to obtain your fingerprint, they could employ it to cast various malevolent spells upon you. Fortunately, however, I had anticipated such a tactic from the crematorium, and thus had already applied a layer of paper using an arcane method on each of my 10 fingers. The top of the black paper bore 4 vivid, crimson characters: confidentiality agreement. I refrained from immediately pressing my fingerprint, opting instead to scrutinize the contents of the agreement. The text was simple yet ominous. Upon leaving this place, one must not disclose any information regarding the crematorium to anyone. Failure to comply would result in death. I remarked, "Dear sister, I am merely here to retrieve a corpse. Is a confidentiality agreement truly necessary? Moreover, the consequence of death for a breach is quite terrifying." The woman cast a glance at me, her eyes betraying impatience and disdain, and declared, "People like you are worthless. Your lives are expendable." My countenance shifted instantly. How could this woman speak with such disregard for human life? I retorted, "Madam, I am still young. Surely my life is far more precious than yours." The woman, incensed, slammed the table and rose to her feet, raising her hand to strike me while unleashing a torrent of abuse. "You little brat, how dare you speak to me like that? Do you believe I won't end your life right now?" Was I to simply allow her to strike me? With swift action, I retaliated, delivering a resounding slap to the woman's face. Smack! The crisp sound of the blow echoed, accompanied by the woman's cry of pain. "Ah, you dare strike me?" Resorting to violence at the slightest provocation, I would not tolerate this woman's foul behavior. Simultaneously, I seized the hand she aimed at me, applying pressure until the woman's agonizing screams filled the air. "Ah, it hurts. Release me. Release me at once," I stated icily. "Let us converse civilly and refrain from resorting to physical altercations." At that moment, the 3 bald men outside, having heard the commotion, entered, demanding, "What is happening here? What do you think you're doing?" The woman shrieked, "Kill him! Kill him!" One of the bald men interjected, "Cease this commotion. He's the only one who has arrived thus far. There's work to be done." These 3 bald men implied that, given my ability to work, they would refrain from killing me for the time being. But once the work was completed, would they then be free to end my life? However, I have no intention of holding these individuals accountable just yet, as my purpose for being here has not yet been fulfilled. Upon hearing this, the woman, eager to avoid suffering, reluctantly conceded, "Please release me. We are merely here to safeguard the privacy of our clients. Everyone who has worked at the crematorium has signed a confidentiality agreement, so rest assured." Client privacy? Very well. I could not refute her claim. After I pressed my fingerprint, The woman cast a venomous glance in my direction, though her eyes betrayed a hint of satisfaction. She held the confidentiality agreement in her hand and spoke to me in a subdued tone. "Follow me. I will show you to your place of work." I trailed behind her as we continued onward. There was but a single path that led deep within, culminating in a spacious courtyard where a row of two-story buildings stood. At the far left end of the row, I surmised, was the cremation chamber, as I could see the fierce flames raging within. There were indeed several such chambers. At that moment, I realized that this crematorium lacked any other exits. In essence, both the entrance and the exit were the very place I had just entered. Consequently, the underworld's emissaries could not reach the crematorium, nor could they carry away the souls that resided here. The Southwest is typically known as the Gate of Death, so one would expect the cremation building to be situated in that direction. However, this cremation facility was conspicuously located to the northwest. A discerning eye would easily identify the discrepancies present in this crematorium. Chapter 37. Can you urinate on your face if you can't hold it any longer? Soon, we arrive at the staircase on the right side of the two-story building. Upon entering the stairway, I realized that beneath the second floor there was also a basement, as the staircase extended downwards from below. The woman remarked, "The mortuary is located underground, which is where you will be working shortly." She proceeded down the stairs, and I followed closely behind. The descent was lengthy, illuminated by a solitary light, casting an eerie shadow over the surroundings. As we entered, a chilling gust swept through, and the temperature seemed to plummet by several degrees. I shivered and exclaimed, "It's so cold. How can it be this frigid?" I noticed the woman's breath forming a white mist in the air. She cast a cold glance at me and replied, "In a place designated for storing corpses, the temperature is naturally low. After working for a while and breaking a sweat, you won't feel the cold any longer." Then I inquire, "By the way, do you know how many bodies need to be cremated tonight? I can't possibly be the only one handling the corpses, can I? I need to know how much work there is, as more work should entail additional pay." The woman retorted, "Approximately 30 to 40, I suppose. Are you telling me you can't manage to cremate that many bodies in a single night?" I was taken aback and responded, 30 to 40? That's quite a number." The woman chose to ignore my astonishment, prompting me to ask, "Where do all these corpses come from?" "Why, haven't I seen their families here to bid them farewell?" Upon hearing my inquiry, the woman bristled instantaneously, pivoting to glare at me with vehement indignation, proclaiming audibly, "Young man, why are you so loquacious? Refrain from posing questions that are not your concern, and avert your gaze from sights that are not meant for your eyes. Is that understood?" Observing her ire, I remained unfazed, retorting, "What harm is there in asking?" She cast a menacing glance in my direction, seemingly intent on dissuading further inquiries, and ceased responding to my queries. Presently, we arrived at the summit of the staircase, where a door stood emblazoned with the inscription "Mortuary." However, it was evident that another level existed below, as indicated by the descending stairs. The lower staircase was devoid of illumination, rendering its depths indiscernible. At that moment, my gaze fell upon a stark white bone fragment nestled in the corner, resembling a human femur. I emitted a cry, feigning alarm. Observing my reaction, the woman remarked with a somewhat macabre tone, "Discovering human bones within a crematorium is quite commonplace, wouldn't you agree?" I steadied my composure and nodded in affirmation. The woman then stated, "I shall descend to deposit an item. Remain stationary here, and I shall promptly return to elucidate your work responsibilities." With that, she clutched my confidentiality agreement and proceeded down the stairs. An eerie tranquility pervaded the surroundings, punctuated only by the rhythmic cadence of her descent. The sound soon dissipated, leaving me with a sense of ominous dread and the palpable presence of malevolent energy. The act of storing cadavers in such close proximity to potent emanations of morbid energy heightens the likelihood of corporeal reanimation. It is inconceivable that someone capable of working in a crematorium would be unaware of certain matters. The woman descended with a confidentiality agreement. Could it be that all previous individuals had signed similar agreements? It appears I must seek an opportunity to infiltrate below, and I am resolute in my decision. However, I ponder whether my descent might inadvertently raise alarm, and the conditions below remain shrouded in uncertainty, which has deterred me from acting recklessly. Subsequently, I pressed my hand against the iron door of the mortuary, attentively sensing the atmosphere within, yet detected no anomalies. Before long, I heard the sound of the woman's footsteps and withdrew my hand. Upon her assent, she promptly opened the door to the mortuary and led me inside. The mortuary was an expansive cold chamber, with temperatures plummeting to a chilling 40 to 50 degrees below zero. Inside, numerous rectangular iron tables were lined up, each bearing a corpse draped in a white cloth. The woman instructed me, "You shall carry these bodies to the crematory for incineration, and then return for another." I inquired, "Is the workflow truly this straightforward?" "Indeed, it is as simple as that," she replied with a notable chill, and subsequently, she proceeded on her own. I lifted a corner of the white cloth, revealing the body beneath. The moment I beheld this corpse, my pupils dilated in astonishment. The nails on its hands were remarkably elongated, measuring nearly 10 centimeters. I harbored suspicions that this might be a zombie. However, I felt no trace of malevolence emanating from it. A zombie devoid of such energy becomes merely a lifeless shell. I had intended to pry open the corpse's lips to examine its teeth. However, the body was frozen solid, akin to a block of ice, rendering such an action impossible. To avoid arousing suspicion, I hoisted the lifeless form onto my back and ascended. Upon reaching the first floor, I did not linger but made my way directly to the crematorium, where a fierce blaze danced within. I cast the body into the inferno, and soon it was consumed by the flames. As I observed the corpse being reduced to ashes, I returned to retrieve another. In a single breath, I carried 4 or 5 more bodies upstairs. Each of these corpses bore striking similarities, their fingernails elongated and stained a deep crimson. Just as I was about to fetch the 6th body, I suddenly sensed the presence of the Jiulong ruler. The Jiulong ruler resonated with my spirit, and I realized that Huang Pizzi was near, perhaps lurking in the shadows, observing my actions. I abandoned my plan to retrieve the 6th corpse and turned astride towards the rear of the 2-story building. Beyond it lay the courtyard wall. Standing at the edge of the wall, I sensed the Jiulong ruler drawing nearer. Before long, in the darkness, a pair of glimmering green eyes appeared atop the wall and leapt towards me. It was Huang Xilang. He handed me 2 bags and whispered, "Boss, the task is complete. I'll take my leave now." I seized Huang Xilang and retorted, "You're not going anywhere. Stay and lend a hand for a while. Every extra pair of hands is invaluable." I secured the bags containing the Jiulong ruler and the One Wang Bawa mirror close to my person, tucking the formation flags into my pocket. Feigning a search for the restroom, I wandered about the crematorium, occasionally murmuring, "Where's the toilet?" As I passed each of the 9 cardinal points, I planted a flag. Soon, I had successfully placed 8 flags. Just as I was about to locate the 9th, someone finally noticed my aimless wandering. It was the same woman from before, who, upon spotting me, stormed over and scolded, "Hey, what are you doing idling here? Are you trying to slack off? I've been looking for you for ages. It's nearly midnight, and you've only burned a few corpses. Do you still want your wages?" At that moment, I realized it was indeed approaching the witching hour. Seeing her approach, I quickly squeezed my thighs together and said, "I'm sorry, I was looking for the restroom. I've been searching for quite a while." I feigned an urgent demeanor as I spoke. The woman, upon hearing my words, replied, "You're a grown man. There's no one around here. Can't you just find a spot to relieve yourself?" I retorted, "That is unacceptable. I'm a person of civility. If you're not going to say anything, I'll just continue my stroll." With that, I intended to walk away. The woman, her face frosted with displeasure, said, "You're going the wrong way. Head in that direction." She pointed, and I followed her indication, aware that she trailed closely behind, likely to ensure I did not slack off. Soon, I spotted the restroom. After emerging from it, the woman remarked, "It's time to return to work. If you don't incinerate those bodies by tonight, don't expect to receive your wages." I inquired, "Isn't there a possibility of an additional payment for completing the task?" She shot me a glare and added, "It's almost midnight. I forgot to mention earlier, but after midnight, the crematorium prohibits restroom usage." I instantly displayed a look of distress and asked why. "Is there such a peculiar rule at the crematorium? What am I to do if I need to relieve myself?" "Hold it in," she retorted with irritation. I feigned innocence and queried, But what if I can't hold it? Clearly losing her patience, her expression darkened, perhaps due to my prolonged absence from my post. She replied, "If you can't hold it, just tie it up with a rope." I was taken aback by her response and exclaimed, "Are you serious? Can I just relieve myself on your face then?" Chapter 38. It is not too late to turn back in an instant. The woman's face was clouded with frost, emanating a chilling aura of hostility towards me. She inquired, "What did you say?" Realizing the intensity of her fury, it was evident that she yearned to eliminate me on the spot. The formation of the 9 palaces and 8 trigrams had yet to be completed, and the confidentiality agreement remained intact. It was not the opportune moment to confront her. Thus, I replied, "Do not be angry. You are already quite unattractive, and your anger only exacerbates it. I will return to my work now. It's merely a matter of refraining from using the restroom. Fear not, my kidneys are resilient." With that, I turned to retrieve the corpse. As I departed, I sensed the hostility radiating from her intensifying, revealing her as a practitioner of the mystical path. I immediately concluded that I should remain vigilant. However, before long, all traces of her murderous intent dissipated, and she erupted into a radiant laughter. Suddenly, she posed a question, "Young man, how much do you think your life is worth?" Uncertain of her intentions, I expressed my confusion. "Why do you ask such a thing?" "My dear lady, I merely jested with you. There is no need to take my life." As she approached, she continued, "It is nothing. I was merely reflecting. Some individuals, when they pass, are worth merely a few 100,000, while others' lives may be valued in the tens of millions or even billions. Young man, what do you believe your life is worth?" Despite my uncertainty regarding her motives, I responded, "My life is of little value. It is but a meager existence." The woman's laughter grew louder as she declared, "Indeed, your life holds little value in your own hands. Even in death, it amounts to merely a few 100,000. However, if your life were to fall into my grasp, its worth would soar into the billions." My expression shifted at her words. I recalled what Luo Shiyu had mentioned. The prize for a year's extension of life at the Life Continuation Chamber was 10 million. Yet this woman claimed my lifespan to be worth several billion. Did she intend to seize all of my remaining years? This woman truly harbored murderous intent, her heart as cold as ice. Yet, the question of who would ultimately kill whom remained unanswered. Given her desire to claim my entire lifespan, she would undoubtedly employ the soul-seizing fire spell, making it improbable for her to end my life at this moment. I replied, "Several billion? Then bestow it upon me. I hereby entrust you with this life." With that, I extended my hand towards her, expecting payment. The woman furrowed her brow in annoyance and retorted, "Hurry up and get to work." I proceeded to the mortuary, hefted a corpse onto my back, and ascended the stairs. The woman stood at the entrance of the mortuary, her cold gaze fixated upon me, seemingly monitoring my every move to prevent any semblance of laziness. As I climbed the staircase, I suddenly recalled what Uncle Zhou Fujing had said. After midnight, some have witnessed not a person carrying a corpse, but rather a corpse carrying a person. This woman had just mentioned that after midnight, one should refrain from venturing out for even the most basic needs. A sudden alertness surged within me, forbidding any excursions to the restroom. Were they perhaps wary of a recurrence of the previous incident? It was indeed a person stepping out to relieve themselves who had stumbled upon the grim revelation of the cremation chamber. It was not the living bearing the dead, but rather the dead bearing the living. Surely, it must have surpassed midnight by now. I lifted my gaze to the corpse upon my back, its frostbitten visage aligning perfectly with mine. I felt the weight of the body pressing down on me and confirming that it was not the corpse carrying me. I hastened towards the incinerator, in an effort to remain vigilant and guard against the illusions that might ensnare me. I silently recited the heart-purifying incantation, "Supreme Star of the Great Realm, transform without pause, banish evil and bind spirits, safeguard my life and being, wisdom clear and pure, tranquility of heart and mind, may the 3 souls endure and the spirit never falter." After chanting it twice, my mind became clear, and I found myself before the incinerator. I cast the corpse into the flames, and upon witnessing no unforeseen occurrences, I could not help but exhale in relief. Yet, I was left pondering why the scenario of the dead burying the living had not materialized this time. I proceeded to the morgue. As I entered, I discovered that the woman was also present. Upon seeing me, she pointed to a body and declared, "This time, carry this one first." My alertness heightened. In the past, she had never dictated which corpse I should carry, so why now specify this particular one? Approaching the designated corpse, I lifted the white cloth that shrouded it. In that instant, a rush of dark malevolence surged towards me at an alarming speed. Indeed, this woman has resorted to underhanded tactics. Had I been caught off guard, I might have fallen victim to her malevolent aura. However, with a swift motion, I evaded the sinister energy. I then fixed a cold gaze upon her and inquired, "What are you scheming?" The woman, witnessing my effortless escape from her trap, displayed a countenance of disbelief, exclaiming, "Impossible! How could this be? You! How did you manage to evade it?" Towering over her by considerable height, I scrutinized her from above, instilling a profound sense of intimidation. At that moment, panic surged within her, prompting her to attempt an escape. Yet, I would not allow her that satisfaction. In mere strides, I positioned myself before her. As she opened her mouth to scream, I seized her by the throat, exerting enough force to lift her off the ground with a single hand. The woman writhed violently, struggling for breath, unable to utter a sound. I warned her fiercely, "Do not speak, or I shall end your life." She nodded frantically in response. Releasing her, I slightly loosened my grip and posed a question. "Your organization, the Lifespan Guild, uses the malevolent energy to incapacitate the living and then manipulate their corpses to place them in the cremation furnace, does it not?" My conjecture elicited a change in her expression, and she asked, "How do you know this is the Lifespan Guild?" My demeanor hardened as I replied, "You need only to answer my question." After a moment's hesitation, she nodded. I continued, "The cremation furnace is not a genuine furnace, but rather a formation for your soul-snatching incantation. Is it?" The woman nodded once more. I had resolved the questions that lingered in my mind. It was time to attend to business. I inquired, "Where is the confidentiality agreement?" "Let me there." The woman's gaze shifted, as if contemplating her next move. I firmly gripped the 9-dragon ruler, fully prepared to eliminate her should she attempt any treachery. She took a deep breath and said, "Young man, do you have any idea where you are? This is not a place for reckless behavior. Turn back now, and you may still escape." I tightened my grip and retorted, "Enough of your prattle. Take me there, or I will end you." The woman quickly nodded. All right, I will take you." I instructed her to lead the way while I pressed the 9-dragon ruler against her back. We exited the morgue and descended to the second underground level. I had silently activated my yin-yang eye, transforming the darkness into daylight. Upon reaching the end of the staircase, I turned left into a long corridor where a solitary dim light flickered in the center, casting a feeble glow. On either side of the corridor were several doors, and I sensed a heavy malevolence emanating from each room. In this place, the woman appeared to have shed her earlier fear and began to speak, "Young brother." However, I interrupted her, for I was uncertain of what lay within those rooms. Moreover, her voice seemed intended to attract the attention of whatever resided within. Chapter 39. I wager that your malevolent curse will have no effect on me. I whispered, "You had better not attempt any tricks. Lead me to the confidentiality agreement, and I may spare your life. Otherwise, do not blame me for my ruthlessness." In the corridor, I stood merely a wall away from several rooms, and at that moment, I realized that the malevolent energy here was far more intense than I had anticipated. Taking 2 more steps forward, I paused before the central room. The woman said, "This is the one." I replied, "Open the door." A troubled expression crossed her face as she said, I don't have the key." This woman was still being deceitful. She had just come down to retrieve the confidentiality agreement, so how could she possibly lack the key? I immediately declared, "Then you hold no value to me. Go die." I raised the 9-dragon ruler, feigning an intention to strike her. Seeing my determination, the woman hastily fished a set of keys from her bosom, exclaiming, Wait, I remember now. The key is with me." I nudged her back with the 9-dragon ruler and insisted, "No tricks. Open the door." After inserting the key, she turned it, and with a creaking sound, the door swung open. Instantly, a wave of malevolent energy surged forth. The The stench was overwhelming. Any ordinary person would surely lose their sanity if confined here for a day. Once the door fully opened, I was greeted by the sight of numerous corpses. These bodies lay sprawled upon long tables, and the space was vast, revealing at least 30 corpses at a glance. To place the dead in such a heavily tainted environment, they had undoubtedly undergone decomposition. As I gazed upon one of the corpses, it was unsurprising to observe the elongated, blood-red nails and the pallid complexion. However, the corners of the mouth had yet to sprout fangs. Given the current state of the corpse, it could merely be classified as a walking dead, not yet a true zombie, for the malevolent energy had not fully manifested within it. Should this corpse remain in this place, its transformation into a zombie would be inevitable. Furthermore, I sensed a protective array within the room, effectively trapping the malevolent energy contained therein. A swift glance across all the bodies revealed that the 5 corpses positioned at the back had indeed transformed into zombies, clad in tattered garments and restrained by yellow talismans affixed to their foreheads. The presence of so many walking dead, combined with the 5 zombies, constituted a formidable force. Even I felt a shiver of trepidation, particularly at the sight of those 5 zombies, which would require considerable effort to subdue. As the woman was about to step forward, a sudden realization struck me. The paper used for crafting the black malevolent curse must be placed in an area steeped in heavy. This location, saturated with malevolent energy, could not possibly house such sensitive materials. I seized her arm with a firm grip, employing a technique of restraint that dislocated her shoulder. Initially, she was taken aback, but the intense pain soon contorted her face in agony. I spoke coldly. Should you dare to scream, feel free, but the moment you utter a sound, I shall feed you to this horde of zombies. Despite the excruciating pain, the woman suppressed her screams upon hearing my words, her gaze filled with venomous resentment. I remarked, I warned you against any deceitful maneuvers. This is the price of your disobedience. Should you repeat such actions, the consequences will extend far beyond a mere severed arm. The Black Fiend Curse, a malevolent art forged from the essence of extreme energy, would naturally be drawn to a place of such intense spectral concentration. How could the confidentiality agreement not be here? The woman, drenched in sweat from the agony, exclaimed in astonishment, You know even this? She continued, You are indeed extraordinary. Who exactly are you? What is your true purpose here? My countenance betrayed a hint of impatience. Noticing this, the woman hastily said, Very well. I won't inquire further. I will take you there immediately. We exited the room, and she unlocked a door directly across the hall. Upon opening it, a palpable wave of energy emanated forth. I sensed the presence of an array within the room, a minor gathering formation. This formation served to concentrate the energy in the center of the room, where a table was laden with black paper. This gathering array was undoubtedly established specifically for the preparation of Black Fiend Curse paper. I directed the woman to approach the table, where I discovered the confidentiality agreement and the paper used for its creation. After a brief search, I found over 100 signed agreements. These represented the personnel who had come to this place. If each individual's lifespan was diminished by a decade, then these 100-plus souls had collectively forfeited more than a millennium of life. A lifespan sold for 10 million over 1,000 years astonishingly amounts to several billion. The confidentiality agreement at the top is the one I previously signed. Setting my own agreement aside, I began to search for Uncle Zhou Fujing's confidentiality agreement. After a thorough examination, I discovered that all the agreements were marked with fingerprints, rendering it impossible to discern whose was whose. I inquired, Are all the confidentiality agreements located here? The woman nodded affirmatively and replied, Yes, they're all here. Suddenly, taking advantage of my distraction, she seized my confidentiality agreement and retreated to the door, shutting it behind her. With a sinister laugh, she exclaimed. I looked at her and asked, What are you laughing at? Do you consider yourself my rival? Have you forgotten how I had you under control just moments ago? At this remark, her expression grew even more menacing as she retorted, You fool, I shall ensure that you find no escape, neither in life nor in death. You may not be aware, but the Black Curse possesses another effect. If I actively invoke it, your head will explode. Now, with this Black Curse in my possession, Do you truly believe you can survive? Seeing her confidence, I calmly responded, Sister, I wager that your black curse will have no effect on me. Upon hearing my words, the woman scoffed, Fool, the black curse has never failed. I feigned indifference and said, Then by all means give a try. The woman, observing my unwavering demeanor, swiftly formed a peculiar seal with one hand. I noticed the paper in her grasp emanating a dark radiance. After completing her incantation, a cruel smile played upon her lips as she gazed at me, as if I were on the brink of a tragic demise. I regarded her performance with an amused expression. However, she appeared flustered, as if I were unfazed by the gravity of the situation, prompting her to halt her spell casting and scrutinize the paper. With disbelief, she muttered, Impossible. How can this be? The black malevolence curse has never failed. You, what manner of creature are you, to show no fear of the black malevolence curse? Could it be that the method of its crafting is flawed? No, this was prepared by my master. As I watched her inspect the paper for an extended period, unable to identify any flaws, I remarked, Sister, have you not noticed that the fingerprint lacks any actual prints? Upon hearing my words, the woman hastily glanced at my fingerprint and, indeed, found it devoid of any markings. She pointed at me, exclaiming, You despicable wretch. With that, she flung open the door and bolted outside. Yet, I had anticipated her move. As she turned, I hurled the Nine Dragons ruler, piercing through her body. She collapsed to the ground, crying out, Master, save me. However, her plea was abruptly silenced. I produced an oil pit fire talisman, and as I infused it with spiritual energy, it ignited instantly. I used the talisman to set ablaze the black malevolence curse, and in an instant, the room was engulfed in a raging inferno. Chapter 40. The ice swiftly retreated, seizing the string of keys from the female cadaver as I departed. Subsequently, I unsheathed the Nine-Dragon ruler. As I was about to cleanse the ruler of the female corpse's blood, the ruler absorbed all traces of the blood. This Nine-Dragon ruler is exceedingly peculiar, capable of absorbing human blood, a trait I observed for the first time. Typically, objects that imbibe human blood are malevolent. Yet the Nine-Dragon ruler does not appear to be so. Furthermore, malevolent entities are incapable of executing orthodox Taoists, as they are inherently incompatible. However, the Nine-Dragon ruler is an exception. Strange, the artifact bequeathed to me by my godfather is exceedingly strange. The conflagration swiftly engulfed the entirety of the chamber, prompting my immediate withdrawal and subsequent closure of the door. As the door was wrought of iron, the fire was contained within the room, mitigating concerns of its spreading. This corridor comprised 7 chambers in total, with 3 chambers on either side and 1 at the corridor's terminus. Having already examined 2 chambers, one for raising and another for, I was keen to ascertain the contents of the remaining chambers. Today, I was determined to unravel the enigmatic nature of this crematorium. I proceeded to unlock the outermost 2 chambers, discovering that both were devoid of contents. I then advanced to the depths of the corridor, opening the chamber adjacent to the innermost one. The instant the chamber was breached, a formidable torrent of baleful aura assailed me, prompting me to instinctively raise the Nine-Dragon ruler in defense. The baleful aura emanating from this chamber was even more potent than that of the chamber previously used for raising. Upon entering, I was greeted by the sight of a coffin placed in the center of the room. Surrounding this coffin were 4 zombies, immobilized by an arcane force. Strangely, the malevolent energy emanating from these undead beings was being drawn into the coffin at the center. Gripping the Nine-Dragon's ruler, I cautiously approached the coffin. Gradually, I beheld the lifeless form of a female corpse lying within. Her lips were of vivid crimson, and her skin was smooth and delicate, betraying no signs of death. Moreover, she was strikingly beautiful. Yet, upon closer inspection, it became evident that she was devoid of breath, confirming her lifeless state. This female corpse was the one siphoning the malevolent energy from the surrounding 4 zombies, which had become her sustenance. Once these zombies were drained of their energy, they would be reduced to mere corpses. I recalled the bodies in the morgue, each possessing long nails, bearing the characteristics of zombies. Could it be that those corpses were once zombies whose malevolent energy had been completely consumed by this female entity? But wait, if she were also a zombie, Why did she exhibit no signs of decay, appearing as if she were alive? Suddenly, a possibility dawned upon me. This female corpse might very well be a spirit zombie. A spirit zombie is indeed a subtype of the undead. Zombies are born from the resentment, malice, death, filth, and malevolence of the world, existing in a state of neither life nor death, having been cast out of the 3 realms and 6 paths due to their malevolence. They lack consciousness, acting purely on instinct. Of course, exceptionally formidable zombies are an exception, such as the progenitor of zombies or millennia-old zombie kings, all of whom have developed sentience. However, a spiritual cadaver differs from a zombie in that it possesses its own consciousness from the outset. Devoid of breath, it is otherwise indistinguishable from the living. Zombies lack souls, but spiritual cadavers possess them. A spiritual cadaver is essentially the flawless fusion of a zombie and a human soul, the complete unification of corpse and spirit. Nevertheless, there is a drawback. If a spiritual cadaver is slain, the soul within it will also be utterly annihilated. Should a vengeful spirit be combined with a zombie, the resulting spiritual cadaver becomes all the more malevolent and potent. These ghastly entities were historically conceived by Xia Wuyang, also famously known as the old ancestor of Yi Mountain, from the esoteric and formidable Taoist sect, the Yi Mountain School. Legend has it that Xia Wuyang was merely curious. What would transpire if a zombie, with its body but no soul, were merged with a vengeful spirit, possessing a soul but no body? Ultimately, Xia Wuyang's experiments yielded precisely such a creation. Spiritual cadavers are perilous entities, retaining both the rancor of the vengeful spirit and the sanguinary nature of the zombie. Furthermore, they typically appear no different from the living, making them difficult to discern when concealed among them, unless they reveal themselves or if one is a true practitioner capable of sensing the ominous, baleful aura they exude. Certainly, the simplest method to discern the presence of a spirit corpse among friends or colleagues is to observe if they laugh and converse without drawing breath. In such a case, one should maintain a safe distance. However, I digress. Let us return to the matter at hand. Upon encountering the spirit corpse, an inexplicable sense of dread welled up within me. The crematorium had established a necropolis for the purpose of nurturing zombies, with the ultimate goal of creating a spirit corpse. I noted that the fangs of the 4 zombies had become markedly shorter, indicating that the malevolent energy within them was nearly depleted by the spirit corpse. Once the spirit corpse fully materializes, it would herald a catastrophic event. I could not allow this abomination to come into being. After I and Luo Shiyu eliminate this crematorium, I must ensure the destruction of this spirit corpse. For the moment, I refrained from taking action, as I understood that my solitary strength would be insufficient to contend with this entity. I exited the room, cautiously closing the door behind me, and turned to gaze at the innermost chamber at the end of the corridor. What secrets might lie within this final room? Logically, it should contain something of immense significance. This crematorium had invested considerable effort in constructing the necropolis for the express purpose of crafting a spirit corpse. Yet the spirit corpse itself was not housed in this last chamber. Therefore, the contents of this room must be far more crucial than the spirit corpse itself. I placed my hand upon the door, attuning my senses to the heavy aura of malevolence and darkness emanating from within. Slowly, I opened the door, the hinges creaking as it swung wide. My initial reaction was that the room was rather small, measuring only about 10 square meters. However, my attention was immediately drawn to a peculiar figure seated at the far end of the room, a person with wild, silver hair. I referred to him as a strange individual because his stature was diminutive, resembling that of a 12 or 13-year-old child. Yet his hair was extraordinarily long. The unruly locks obscured his face, rendering it impossible for me to discern his features. Moreover, his hair appeared as though it had not been washed in centuries, greasy to the extent that one could likely fry a dozen dishes with the oil extracted from a single strand. A shrill, dissonant laughter, reminiscent of 2 pieces of metal scraping against each other, echoed in my ears, sending shivers down my spine. After the strange man finished laughing, he remarked, "It has been quite a while since anyone has ventured here." Judging by the ominous aura emanating from him, I instinctively realized that I was no match for this individual. Thus, I decisively stated, "I have inadvertently trespassed upon your domain, disturbing your tranquility. I humbly beg your forgiveness and shall take my leave." With that, I intended to make my escape. Suddenly, I felt an evil presence locking onto me, and the strange man's voice resonated from behind. "You wish to leave after killing my disciple and uncovering the secrets of my sect and the lifespan continuation chamber?" Chapter 41. Preposterous. A flying saucer slaying your disciple? When did I ever commit such an act? I mused, perplexed. Yet, comprehension dawned swiftly, and I inquired, "Was the woman who perished just now your disciple?" The eccentric man nodded, a jovial smile gracing his countenance. "You are not entirely devoid of intelligence. I see." That I had slain his disciple, yet he could still wear a smile, suggested that, in his estimation, she was of little consequence. Luo Shiyu had previously mentioned that the crematorium harbored but one formidable old man in his 60s. I surmised that this was because Luo Shiyu had not detected the peculiar individual before me, nor was she aware of the several zombies and a spiritual corpse lurking beneath. Had she known of these, I imagine she would have long since sought reinforcement from Maoshan. To obliterate this place with merely our two selves this night would be a task as arduous as scaling the heavens. I resolved to seize an opportune moment to flee, and then apprise Luo Shiyu of the situation here, so that she might enlist the aid of experts from Maoshan to subdue this crematorium. At that juncture, the odd man's voice echoed once more, saying, "I find your physical form quite appealing. Upon your demise, I shall transform it into a spiritual corpse for my purposes, and you shall have died a worthwhile death." With that, the bizarre man erupted into boisterous laughter, seemingly inordinately pleased. I was baffled. Why the mirth when merely conversing? Having been on my guard, upon hearing these words, I knew that this strange man had no intention of letting me go. Were I to turn and flee now, I would become an easy target for this oddity. Therefore, I must demonstrate that to claim my life would not be a simple feat. Suddenly, I glanced to my left, extending my hand to point, exclaiming low, and behold, a flying saucer. Upon hearing this, the peculiar figure's laughter abruptly ceased, and he turned to gaze in the direction I indicated. Observing this scene, I thought to myself, what an oddity. He has fallen for my ruse. Without hesitation, I cast 2 cloud thunder talismans, reciting, "O heavenly thunder lord, dispel the thunder and drink the winds, exhale clouds and mist, may the myriad ghosts vanish. I beseech the supreme thunder lord, hasten as the law commands." As soon as my words fell, the talismans reached the peculiar figure, and I shouted, "Break." In an instant, 2 resounding explosions echoed. The cloud thunder talismans detonated simultaneously, unleashing terrifying currents of electricity towards the strange man. At the moment of the explosion, he realized he had been deceived. However, he remained unperturbed, indicating he was far superior to Ma Chikuan. From the unruly locks of his hair, a black mist swiftly emerged, enveloping his entire form. The lightning struck the mist, dispersing it to some extent, yet failing to inflict any harm upon the peculiar figure. Nevertheless, I had more than one trick up my sleeve, and I was prepared with a backup. I brandished the 9-dragon ruler and charged towards the oddity. As I approached, I leaped into the air, channeling my internal spiritual energy, raising the 9-dragon ruler, and with the force reminiscent of splitting Mount Hua, I struck down upon the peculiar figure. With a thunderous roar, when the 9-dragon ruler collided with the black mist, I witnessed it shatter beneath my strike, the fierce winds parting the peculiar figure's hair. Beneath the disheveled hair of the strange figure lay an exceedingly grotesque countenance, marred by an abundance of moles that left no unblemished skin in sight. The sight was so unsettling it nearly triggered my fear of clusters. I finally comprehended the reason behind this peculiar individual's desire to conceal his visage. To my astonishment, the creature, shocked that I could pierce through his shrouded darkness, raised a hand resembling an eagle's claw, attempting to seize my 9-dragon ruler. However, I was not inclined to grant him such an opportunity. I swiftly delivered a kick to his form, propelling myself backward with the force of the impact. The creature, struck by my blow, crashed against the wall with a resounding thud. A chilling scream escaped his lips as he endured successive assaults, culminating in being pinned against the wall by a junior. His fury reached a boiling point. Yet, My onslaught was far from over. A surge of energy emanated from me, spreading outward as my inner spiritual essence surged forth. I positioned the nine-dragon ruler before me and recited, Heavenly Tao, transform the dualities, give birth to yin and yang. Rotate the universe, heed my command. With boundless heaven and earth, the cosmos is my guide. The law arises from the heart, perpetually flourishing, supreme, celestial. Urgent as the law commands. I invoked the Supreme One's exorcism and demon-slaying protective spell. Upon completion of the incantation, the nine-dragon ruler radiated a brilliant golden light, enveloping the previously dim chamber in a resplendent glow. Faintly, a sound akin to a dragon's roar resonated from the ruler. Empowered by the incantation, the spell's potency escalated significantly. Due to the awakening of my yin-yang eye, the golden light did not obstruct my vision. I observed the peculiar individual witnessing the commotion I had created, and it was evident that he began to panic. I thought to myself, how audacious he must feel. Yet this is my most formidable technique. I raised the nine-dragon ruler and unleashed it upon the strange figure. In an instant, the golden light erupted from the ruler, shooting forth like a luminous arrow aimed at the creature. It seemed as if every strand of his hair was animated, responding to a sinister force. I sensed a dreadful malevolence emanating from him, as countless strands of hair surged forward, propelled by this dark energy, colliding with the radiant arrow. Simultaneously, a thick cloud of black mist poured forth from those very tresses. The room appeared to be bifurcated into two realms, one shrouded in darkness, the other bathed in light. A tremendous roar echoed as the entire energy field detonated. I was jolted backward, stumbling several paces, yet I witnessed the strange figure once again ensconced against the wall. Suddenly, I noticed that he had inexplicably acquired a bell in his hand. The tinkling sound reverberated, and an ominous feeling washed over me. This was the corpse-controlling bell. Could it be that this bizarre entity was a corpse handler? As the chime resonated, I felt the sinister energy from the room containing the preserved corpses stir restlessly. I kicked open the door to the chamber, revealing the animated corpses within, including several zombies at the back, staggering towards me. I swung the nine-dragon ruler, toppling the first two zombies before hastily making my escape. I realized I had to vacate this place swiftly. Just before my departure, I noticed the door to the room housing the spirit-preserving corpses being opened from within. The spectral corpse emerged from the chamber, instilling within me an immediate sense of alarm, compelling me to hasten my escape. As I exited the basement, I was met by a throng of individuals encircling me, all middle-aged men with shaved heads, perhaps dozens in number. I had never encountered such a multitude at the crematorium before. They had seemingly materialized all at once. Each of these bald men was clad in tailored suits, adorned with ties, wielding formidable cleavers, and advancing menacingly in my direction. They had evidently discerned that something was amiss within the basement. It seemed that escaping now would prove quite challenging. Among this assembly of bald heads stood an elderly man, likely in his 60s, leading the charge. This elder was presumably the individual that Luo Shiyu had mentioned. Casting a glance around, I noted that I was not far from the final position of the 8 trigrams. I swiftly made my way toward that direction. The elder bellowed, "Seize that boy!" In an instant, a multitude of men in dark attire surged toward me. Reaching the last position of the 8 trigrams, I firmly planted the final flag into the ground. At that moment, a powerful aura erupted, enveloping the entire crematorium in its formidable presence. Chapter 42. The Young Mistress and the Formation of the 9 Palaces and 8 Trigrams following the establishment of the 9 Palaces and 8 Trigrams formation. I distinctly perceived a diminution in the subterranean malevolent aura. My conjecture is that this site was inherently a place of ominous energy. The individuals from the crematorium, with the intention of nurturing corpses, had arranged a formation to confine the malevolent aura here, which in turn facilitated its amplification. Those who were initially advancing towards me were halted by the aura of the 9 Palaces and 8 Trigrams formation. At that moment, a voice resonated through the night. "You scoundrels, your young mistress has returned." Upon hearing this voice, I recognized that Luo Shiyu had taken action. However, I mused to myself, Does this young mistress lack a sense of strategy? With so many individuals present, including several experts, wouldn't it be more prudent to launch a clandestine assault from the shadows? Does she feel the need to engage in a direct confrontation to prove her capabilities? Luo Shiyu's voice diverted the attention of everyone present. She stood atop the courtyard wall on the southwest side, a peachwood sword strapped to her back, casting a frigid gaze upon the crowd. Among the crowd, the elderly man in his 60s, upon seeing Luo Shiyu, exclaimed with indignation, "You have returned once more, repeatedly provoking us. Do you truly believe we are incapable of killing you?" Luo Shiyu remained silent, lightly tapping the courtyard wall with her toes. She then plunged into the throng with the agility of a swallow, her movements lithe and exceptionally nimble. Observing this scene, I realized that this young mistress was indeed a formidable individual. Gripping the peachwood sword in her hand, she brandished the sword techniques, and those who charged toward her were felled by her blade, each succumbing with a single, fatal blow. I mused inwardly, well done. These individuals, steeped in iniquity, have been eradicated for the betterment of society. In that instant, the young woman became the cynosure of all eyes. Those initially intent on my demise, witnessing her ferocity, redirected their aggression toward her. Yet, even with scores of bald-headed men arrayed against her, she remained unscathed. However, the elder, a man well into his 6th decade, had yet to commit himself. His gaze, as he observed her, betrayed a hint of duplicity. I surmised that he was about to resort to subterfuge. Simultaneously, I observed several cadaverous figures emerging from the stairwell that descended into the cellar. I sprinted forward, securing the portal and affixing 3 talismans of exorcism and purification. I noted that the inscriptions previously adorning their foreheads were absent. Moreover, a host of animated corpses trailed behind them, though neither the spectral cadaver nor the grotesque humanoid were in sight. Those 2 apparitions posed the gravest threat. Even a single one would spell our doom. As the cadavers reached the threshold, their eyes locked onto me, their hunger akin to that of ravenous beasts. They surged forward, their fangs bared, emitting a miasma of dark vapor. Yet, upon contact with the portal, the talismans blazed with a golden effulgence, repelling their ossified limbs. However, these talismans could not long deter the undead throng. As I turned, I found myself beset by a dozen or so bald men, brandishing their cleavers. Previously, I observed that this group of bald men was clearly intent on attacking Luo Shiyu, but now they have redirected their aggression towards me. It is evident that they deemed Luo Shiyu too formidable and have chosen to see me as an easy target. Do I truly resemble a soft persimmon? Without hesitation, I brandished my 9 dragons measuring rod and charged towards them. I would not flinch even if another 1 or 200 of them appeared. My years of training in ancient martial arts were not in vain. These bald men were evidently desperate criminals, and as I advanced towards them, they hastened to meet me with fierce expressions. Therefore, I had no intention of showing mercy. The moment we collided, I thrust my 9 dragons measuring rod forward, piercing the throat of one assailant. He instantly gasped his last breath, his eyes wide with disbelief as he met his end. Simultaneously, I kicked another man, sending him flying over 20 meters, silencing him as well. In just one encounter with these few men, I had dispatched them all without leaving a single soul alive. Gazing at the strewn corpses, I felt no psychological burden. I understood that these individuals were steeped in wrongdoing, and their demise served to cleanse the air of society. I noticed that the battle on Luo Shiyu's side was nearing its conclusion as well. Only a handful remained to assault him, and those few appeared utterly terrified, trembling, and too fearful to advance. Witnessing this scene, I couldn't help but reflect on our prior agreement that the minions would be mine to handle. Yet she had vanquished them all. At that moment, I observed the elderly man, over 60, raising his sleeves. I immediately glanced into the old man's sleeve, discovering the concealed arrow hidden within. With a sharp whoosh, the arrow was triggered, shooting forth at an astonishing velocity towards Luo Shiyu. At that moment, she was engaged in dispatching the remaining henchmen, utterly oblivious to the old man's ambush. I pondered to myself how inexperienced she was in the ways of the world. Had she not considered the possibility of such treachery? while I was also occupied with eliminating the henchmen. My primary focus remained on guarding against the unseen threats posed by the peculiar individuals and the spiritual corpses. Despite these thoughts, my actions were swift. The instant the concealed arrow was launched, I had already sprung into action. I hurled the 9-dragon ruler with precision. Luo Shiyu's life must be preserved, should she perish. I would find myself alone against 3 formidable foes, with no chance of victory and no hope of escape. Moreover, as a disciple of the Maoshan sect, her identity was of significant importance. I hoped to leverage her status to exert some influence over these adversaries. With a resounding clash, the concealed arrow was intercepted by my 9-dragon ruler, mere meters from Luo Shiyu. Both the arrow and the ruler fell to the ground. The 9-dragon ruler, attuned to my thoughts, responded at my command, and with a surge of spiritual energy, it swiftly returned to my hand. The old man, witnessing his ambush thwarted at the crucial moment, glared at me with a twisted expression, bellowing, "You little brat, you seek death." Luo Shiyu had dispatched all the minions and comprehended the events that had just transpired. With a face set in icy resolve, she turned her gaze toward the elder and exclaimed, "Lu Wenjiao, you shameless rogue, to launch a sneak attack." It was then revealed that this elder was indeed named Lu Wenjiao. He retorted, "You fortunate little girl. That move was meticulously crafted for you. I never anticipated you would survive it." The peril had been palpable, and Luo Shiyu's complexion shifted as she glanced at me and uttered a word of gratitude. "Thank you." She then added, "You were right. This old man is exceedingly despicable, having prepared specific techniques to counter me." I replied promptly, "Is this truly surprising, my dear? Was this not to be expected?" Luo Shiyu fell into silence, left without words, until after a few moments, she said, "I shall add an additional 100,000 for you." Upon hearing this, I couldn't help but feel a surge of joy. I admit, I was somewhat swayed by the prospect of money. However, I still responded, "Let us first ensure our survival before discussing the reward." Yet, Luo Shiyu's next words rendered me speechless. "This 100,000 will merely be recorded as an IOU," she declared. Chapter 43, The 5 Elements Sword Technique. I sighed and reiterated, "Let us first focus on surviving this ordeal." Luo Shiyu responded, "Do not fear. I shall handle Lu Wenjiao. At most, he and I are evenly matched, and if I exert my full strength, I can easily overpower him." Upon hearing this, I became aware that Luo Shiyu was indeed not well acquainted with the intricacies of this crematorium. Having visited merely once, I had already discerned its hidden truths. It seemed that aside from knowing that this crematorium was a scheme orchestrated by the Broken One sect and the Longevity Abode, and that it harbored malevolent energy beneath, she was largely uninformed. I must admit, this young lady possessed a remarkable audacity. She was bold enough to confront danger head-on. However, it was evident that Luo Shiyu had a personality that detested evil fiercely. Upon learning that this place belonged to the Broken One sect and the Longevity Abode, her immediate impulse was likely to obliterate it. Yet, such a disposition was perilous, for it often leads to a swift demise. I swiftly moved to her side and said, "Sister, whether we kill him or not is inconsequential. We ought to contemplate our escape from this place." I gestured toward the staircase leading to the basement, where a throng of zombies and ghouls battered against the entrance. The yellow talisman affixed to the door, having been affected by the malevolent energy, was now emitting a faint glow. Upon witnessing the horde of zombies, Luo Shiyu declared, "Even with a legion of zombies aiding him, I remain unafraid. You shall engage with those zombies for a time. Do not concern yourself with vanquishing them, just delay them. Once I have dealt with that old rogue Lu Wenjiao, I shall turn my attention to eradicating that horde of zombies." I pondered, secretly aware of the presence of 2 extraordinary masters lurking in the shadows. Suddenly, my gaze fell upon the rooftop of the 2-story building, where the peculiar figure stood, accompanied by the spirit corpse. I pointed upward towards Luo Shiyu and urged, "Look above." Upon seeing the strange man and the spirit corpse, Luo Shiyu's expression shifted from confusion to one of grave seriousness. At that moment, both the odd figure and the spirit corpse leaped from the rooftop. The strange man landed gracefully on the ground, while the spirit corpse upon its descent. struck the earth with a force akin to a 1,000-pound boulder, creating a thunderous impact that left a deep crater. However, the spirit corpse swiftly emerged from the pit. Luo Shiyu discerned the identity of the woman, but remained uncertain. Thus she inquired, "Is that a spirit corpse?" I nodded and affirmed, "Indeed." The peculiar man once again shook the bell in his hand. The ringing echoed, and with it, the horde of zombies became frenzied, erupting into a violent rage as they forcefully pushed open the massive door. The foremost zombies extended their stiff hands and hopped eagerly to position themselves behind the strange man. Similarly, the wandering corpses followed suit. The spirit corpse, upon hearing the chime, also took its place beside the peculiar figure. As the spirit corpse had yet to be fully refined, it lacked independent consciousness and could only obey the commands of the strange man. At this moment, Lu Wenjiao looked at me and Luo Shiyu with a triumphant expression and said, "Little girls, do you still believe you can kill me?" Lu Wenjiao appeared utterly confident in his dominance over us. I replied, "Do not be so smug. Do you know who this young lady is? She is a disciple of the Maoshan sect. If you dare to harm her, are you not afraid of being hunted down by the members of the Maoshan clan?" With no other options left, I resorted to invoking the powerful name of the Maoshan sect, hoping it might serve as a deterrent. Upon hearing the illustrious name of the Maoshan sect, Lu Wenjiao's expression turned grave, clearly intimidated by its reputation. The name and legacy of the Maoshan sect, a prestigious lineage with a history spanning millennia, held considerable weight. Should he provoke them, his fate would be sealed. Lu Wenjiao bowed to the strange figure and said, "Master, what should we do now?" To my astonishment, this peculiar individual was indeed Lu Wenjiao's master. The strange figure let out a derisive laugh and addressed Luo Shiyu, saying, "Little girl, why should we of the broken sect and the longevity abode fear your Maoshan sect? Moreover, your face is quite lovely. I wish to carve it off and wear on my own." The strange figure clearly stated their intention, revealing a lack of desire to let us go. However, I was taken aback when the figure turned to me and said, "This young man's face is also quite appealing. I shall take it as well." How dare they entertain such thoughts regarding my visage? Did they not consider that I might rely on my looks for my future? I immediately retorted, "Do you lack a face of your own? Such a thing is shamelessly borrowed from others. Furthermore, one face is insufficient for you, and you desire two? Truly, you are insufferable." The eccentric individual erupted into laughter, and Lu Wenjiao remarked, "With the matriarch's intervention, you shall not escape this calamity tonight. If we were to transform your corpses into zombies, they would undoubtedly be formidable." Lu Wenjiao and his companions were poised to act. I swiftly turned to Luo Shiyu and said, "The main force relies on you." Suddenly, Luo Shiyu responded, "You should seize the opportunity to flee. I will endeavor to hold them off alone." I was taken aback. At such a critical juncture, Luo Shiyu was urging me to escape. It must be noted that despite her reckless nature, she possessed a fundamentally good heart. I immediately gave her a thumbs up and declared, "Good brother, loyal and righteous. I shall not be modest. Rest assured, once I escape, I will ensure to burn ample paper money for you every year on this day. I promise you shall be a wealthy ghost, and my grandmother, being a paper craftsman, will create several paper figurines resembling little puppies for you, so you'll never feel lonely. Furthermore, if you have a favorite male celebrity, just send me a dream, and I will instruct my grandmother to craft one in his likeness for you." Luo Shiyu replied, "That won't be necessary. After your escape, go to the Maoshan sect and find my master. Have him eradicate these people and avenge me." Her expression was resolute. I too adopted a serious demeanor and said, "Very well, should I manage to escape, I will certainly do so. By the way, where is the Maoshan sect?" I inquired further. Our conversation was overheard by Lu Wenjiao and his companions. "Ha ha ha," the eccentric figure cackled ominously. "You think you can leave? Not one of you shall escape tonight." A sudden, urgent ringing echoed, and the horde of zombies and ghouls rushed at us with frenzied intensity. Simultaneously, the spirit corpse and Lu Wenjiao launched their attacks. As the throng of zombies advanced, Luo Shiyu executed a graceful flourish with her sword, then swung it fiercely, exclaiming, "5 elements sword technique, fire departure sword." With that, she unleashed the fire departure sword, conjuring an imposing wall of flames that stood defiantly between us and the advancing zombies. The undead, fearing the fire, hesitated to approach. The five elements sword technique, one of the highest esoteric arts of Mao Shan, is typically reserved for inner disciples, much like divine combat skills. Luo Xiu's immediate invocation of this technique signified her resolve to fight with all her might. Although the wall of fire deterred the zombies, Lu Wenjiao and the ghouls leapt over it, charging towards us. Observing this, Luo Xiu directly confronted Lu Wenjiao. Seeing her fierce determination, I could not remain idle. I wielded the nine-dragon ruler and advanced towards the spirit corpse. As I aimed the ruler at its forehead, I fumbled in my pocket with one hand, retrieving a talisman. The spirit corpse extended its arm, deflecting my nine-dragon ruler. With its other hand, it clawed toward my abdomen. In response, I struck its claw with my other hand. Yet, the spirit corpse, being devoid of life, possessed immense strength. After our exchange, I was sent flying backward. However, I managed to affix the heavenly thunder talisman onto its hand. After propelling me away, the spirit corpse regarded the heavenly thunder talisman on its palm with a look of confusion, uncertain of what it was. In the fleeting moment of my descent, I swiftly formed a seal with one hand and incanted, "Command, explode." Boom! As soon as my words fell, a resounding explosion reverberated through the air. The entire form of the spirit corpse was enveloped in the smoke generated by the blast. Chapter 44. I will not be your demise suddenly. The swirling dust dissipated swiftly, revealing the spirit corpse unscathed. A wave of frustration washed over me. This spirit corpse, with its ironclad resilience, had withstood a complete heavenly thunder talisman without sustaining scratch. With a thunderous roar, the spirit corpse opened its gaping maw, exposing two razor-sharp fangs. Its blood-red lips curled in fury, eyes ablaze with wrath, evidently incensed by my previous attack. In a flash, a blood-red figure surged towards me with astonishing speed. The spirit corpse's hands transformed into claws, its crimson nails elongating unnaturally to over 10 meters, aiming directly for my throat in an attempt to strangle me. I dared not underestimate it. Channeling my spiritual energy to invoke the Tai Bazu Zhan Yao protective incantation, swinging towards the spirit corpse's neck while deftly evading its grasp. Clang! The Jiolong ruler struck against the spirit corpse's neck, producing a piercing shriek. Remarkably, the Jiolong ruler pierced through the spirit corpse's defenses, embedding itself into its neck. It was astonishing, considering the spirit corpse had just withstood the heavenly thunder talisman without flinching. Blood began to flow from the wound on its alabaster neck. However, as the crimson liquid cascaded downward, the Jiolong ruler emitted a subtle tremor, and the blood was drawn back, consumed by the ruler itself. At the same time, I witnessed a torrent of blood gushing from a severed area of the spirit corpse, all of it flowing into the Jiolong ruler. The ruler feasted upon the spirit corpse's blood. Observing this remarkable function of the Jiolong ruler filled me with elation. As long as the nine-dragon ruler can inflict harm upon the spectral corpse, I shall have the opportunity to slay it. The spectral corpse was taken aback as well. This was utterly bizarre, for it had always been the zombies that drained the blood of others, and yet today it found itself the victim of such a fate. The hair of the strange figure danced in the air, manipulated by her malevolent aura, revealing her face marred with countless moles. Upon witnessing the nine-dragon ruler pierce the neck of the spectral corpse, the strange figure was astounded and incredulously exclaimed, "Young lad, what kind of weapon is that?" The body of a spectral corpse is impervious to blades and firearms. No ordinary magical artifact could possibly harm it. I replied, curious to know, "Come forth and allow me to stab you a few times, and I shall reveal it to you." A fair exchange indeed. Hearing my words, the strange figure let out a fierce cry, her flowing hair lunging towards me once more, resembling countless slender serpents. Though these seemingly delicate strands appeared feeble, I did not underestimate them. I had already devised a method to counter their advance. At that moment, the spectral corpse swung its arms forcefully towards me. And sensing imminent danger, I withdrew the nine-dragon ruler and retreated. Once the nine-dragon ruler was removed from the spectral corpse's neck, the wound began to heal at a visible pace. Soon, all traces of the injury vanished without leaving a single scar. The hare pursued me relentlessly, intent on attack, prompting me to produce the oil pit fire talisman. Just as the hare was about to reach me, I activated the talisman, and in an instant, a vast expanse of flames ignited the advancing strands. With the absence of those tresses, I was eager to see where she would conceal her visage next. The flames unleashed by the oil pool fire talisman surged with remarkable speed, instantly enveloping the creature's head. Upon witnessing his greasy long hair being entirely consumed by the inferno, the creature became infuriated and exclaimed, "You dare to ruin my hair!" Just as the flames were about to reach his scalp, he swiftly transformed his hand into a blade and severed his hair at the roots, rendering himself nearly bald. At that moment, the spirit corpse charged towards me with astonishing speed. However, I noticed a yellow figure trailing behind, moving even more swiftly, resembling a fleeting shadow as it lunged at the spirit corpse. It became clear that it was Huang Xilang, emerging heroically at this critical juncture. Huang Xilang leaped onto the back of the spirit corpse's neck, extending his sharp claws in an attempt to pierce its throat. Although he failed in his endeavor, his claws left several deep gashes on the spirit corpse's neck. I shouted, "Well done, Huang Xilang. I'll treat you to chicken later." The spirit corpse, initially intent on attacking me, was taken by surprise by Huang Xilang's ambush. In a panic, it reached out to grasp him, but Huang Xilang was remarkably agile, quickly evading the spirit corpse's grasp and skillfully maneuvering across the ground. Capturing Huang Xilang would not be an easy feat for the spirit corpse. After all, the yellow weasel had once been a formidable demon for 7 or 8 centuries, and although its power had diminished significantly, it still possessed some remarkable abilities. I cast a fleeting glance at the neck of the spirit corpse, where the marks left by the yellow weasel's claws had failed to heal on their own, a testament to Huang Xilang's sinister methods. Fortunately, I had brought Huang Xilang along. Otherwise, I would have been besieged by the grotesque figures and the spirit corpse moments ago. At that moment, the wall of fire that Luo Shiyu had conjured with the Lihua sword was nearly extinguished, and a horde of zombies, leading the walking corpses, was charging towards me. Simultaneously, the grotesque figure, shaking its bell, advanced menacingly in my direction. I could see the flames of fury igniting in the creature's eyes, a palpable desire to devour me whole. My dissatisfaction grew. It was supposed to be Luo Shiyu taking the lead, yet I found myself contending with this formidable entity. Before I could ponder further, the grotesque figure had closed in. I noticed that, unbeknownst to me, a long whip had materialized in its hand, sweeping towards me with alarming speed. As I deftly dodged, I hastily swung the Nine Dragons ruler to counterattack. The grotesque figure evaded as well, but I caught a glimpse of blue smoke emanating from the whip. "Young one," the creature taunted, "prepare to experience my symbol fire of death." With the emergence of the smoke, bizarre blue runes manifested along the whip, resembling clusters of blue flames. This symbol fire of death could indeed be wielded in the heat of battle. I dared not underestimate its potency. After unleashing this technique, the creature laughed triumphantly, saying, "With a single strike from my whip, you will lose a decade of your lifespan. Let us see how many blows you can endure." I refused to be outdone and declared, "Old fool, with just a single strike from my Nine Dragons ruler, I can send you straight to hell. Let us see how many blows you can withstand." The peculiar figure brandished a long whip towards me, its force formidable and unwavering. Although this strange individual appeared diminutive, their strength was undeniably immense. As I evaded the onslaught of their strikes, I withdrew my runes. This time, I unveiled all the runes I had brought along. Once prepared, I deftly intercepted the whip with my Nine Dragons ruler. The whip entwined itself tightly around my weapon, and we engaged in a fierce contest of strength, each striving to pull the other closer. Realizing my considerable power, the creature found that a single hand was insufficient to subdue me. Thus, it grasped the whip with both hands, attempting to draw me nearer. Seizing the opportunity, I feigned exhaustion, allowing myself to be drawn closer. However, in that perilous moment, I spun the Nine Dragons ruler several times, liberating it from the whip's grasp. I then swung the ruler towards the creature. only to witness a cruel smile spread across its face as it deftly sidestepped my attack. Simultaneously, it extended its palm towards my abdomen. Should it connect, I would surely face grave injury or worse. In a desperate moment, I could only raise the Nine Dragons ruler as a shield. Yet, the creature's strength was overwhelming, and in my haste, I could not withstand the blow. The impact sent my own weapon crashing into my chest, causing me to spit forth a copious amount of blood as I staggered backward, already suffering from internal injuries inflicted by that ruthless strike. Yet I could not help but reveal a sly smile of triumph as I remarked, "Old ghost, behold, will I not obliterate you?" The peculiar figure sensed something amiss. Lowering his gaze, he was met with the sight of several talismans affixed to his very being. It is essential to note that he was no spiritual corpse, lacking a diamond-like physique. Instantly, terror seized the creature, causing his soul to tremble in fear. Chapter 45. The Little Thief. You ambushed me. I observed black, malevolent energy surging from the body of the grotesque figure, and I sought to swiftly sever the talismans affixed to him. Channeling my spiritual power, I triggered an explosion of all the talismans on the creature. A series of violent detonations resonated, accompanied by countless arcs of white lightning. The commotion drew the attention of everyone present, including Lu Wenjiao and Huang Xilang, who turned their gaze towards the unfolding scene. Lu Wenjiao, witnessing his master's wife caught in the vortex of the explosion, was struck with alarm. This grotesque being was his greatest reliance, and should it perish, he too would face dire consequences that night. Yet, Lu Wenjiao found himself unable to extricate himself from the conflict. Luo Xiu's mastery of the five-element sword technique was profoundly intricate, each strike a lethal maneuver, and he was gradually revealing signs of defeat. Meanwhile, the spiritual corpse, having lost the creature's control, stood motionless in place. Having expended all my talismans on this grotesque fiend, I found myself devoid of any remaining charms. I hoped fervently that this maneuver would eliminate the creature. As the dust settled, I beheld the grotesque figure sprawled on the ground, several bloody punctures marring its form. A sigh of relief escaped my lips. It seemed the creature had succumbed. I had anticipated a fierce battle, yet I was astonished that this being had been vanquished by my talismans. The remaining matters would be much easier to address. Nevertheless, an unsettling premonition lingered within me, a nagging feeling that this creature had perished too effortlessly. I hurried towards its lifeless body, intent on incinerating it to ashes, bereft of its corporeal form. It would be powerless to conjure any further disturbances. Lu Wenjiao also beheld his aunt lying on the ground, seemingly lifeless. Overcome with a mix of sorrow and fury, he proclaimed, "You vile miscreants, daring to slay my aunt, your demise is imminent. My master is one of the 10 elders of the Break One sect. You have irrevocably offended us." I paid no heed to Lu Wenjiao, intent only on swiftly incinerating the corpse of the bizarre figure. The surrounding rampaging zombies and ghouls advanced towards me, yet only the few zombies directly in front posed any real threat. I regarded the others with disdain. 2 zombies lunged at me from either side, aiming to sink their teeth into my neck. Their bodies appeared rigid, yet their speed was surprisingly swift. I swung the Nine-Dragon ruler, striking one zombie squarely in the chest. A flash of yellow light emanated from the ruler, and the zombie was sent hurtling away, crashing into the throng of ghouls and toppling several in its wake. Simultaneously, I delivered a swift kick to the abdomen of the other zombie, forcing it to stagger back several paces. I had no desire to engage further with the zombies, and proceeded directly towards the body of the strange figure. Upon reaching the corpse, I confirmed that it indeed lacked any signs of life. My supply of talismans had been exhausted, rendering me incapable of conjuring flames. However, I noticed a remnant of fire still flickering from the firewall conjured by the fire sword earlier. I hastily gathered that lingering flame, preparing to cast it upon the bizarre figure's corpse when, suddenly, a surge of malevolent energy erupted from the body, knocking me back. It appeared that the strange figure was indeed feigning death. The peculiar figure struggled to sit upright, blood trickling from the corners of his mouth. With a cruel gaze fixed upon me, he spoke, "You are indeed ruthless, young man. Unable to kill me, You still wish to obliterate the evidence. I retorted sharply. How else can one ascertain whether you are truly dead? Taking advantage of her vulnerability, I aimed for her life. It was evident that this strange being had sustained severe injuries. Otherwise, she would not have been able to feign death moments ago. I afforded her no respite and lunged at her once more. Once again, I invoked the Tai Chi exorcism spell, and a brilliant golden light enveloped my nine-dragon staff. The creature bellowed defiantly. You seek your own demise. With that, she unleashed a formidable palm strike, releasing a wave of terrifying black energy. At the same time, my staff emitted a beam of golden light. The two forces collided, resulting in a shockwave that propelled me backward. As I regained my footing, the chimes of a bell resonated once more. However, this time, the zombies and ghouls, upon hearing the bell, refrained from attacking me. Instead, they stood motionless, their mouths agape. Soon after, I witnessed a surge of malevolent energy escaping from their mouths, all directed toward the strange figure. She was absorbing the dark energy from the zombies and ghouls. The absorption occurred at an alarming rate, with several ghouls collapsing as their life force was drained. I observed as the creature's festering wounds visibly healed, and her malevolent aura intensified. Damn it, she was drawing upon this dark energy to augment her own power. I would not grant her the opportunity to strengthen herself further. I grasped the nine-dragon staff and charged forward once more. Golden light shimmered upon the nine-dragon's ruler as I descended upon the strange figure with a powerful strike. However, a circle of dark, malevolent energy manifested around the creature, enveloping her in a protective barrier. My blow struck the sinister aura as if it had collided with an impenetrable iron plate, sending a tremendous recoil that left my hands tingling. I realized that my strength alone was insufficient to breach this dark energy for the time being. Once the creature absorbed all that malevolence, she would undoubtedly emerge even more formidable than before. I needed to eliminate the other two adversaries first. Only then could we unite our forces against this anomaly and grasp a sliver of hope. Swiftly, I resolved in my mind and charged towards the weakest opponent, Lu Wenjiao. At that moment, Lu Wenjiao was fully engaged in a fierce battle with Luo Shiyu. Clearly, she was channeling a wood-based sword technique, as she plunged her peachwood sword into the ground, causing several vines to sprout forth and wildly extend toward Lu Wenjiao. In his hands, Lu Wenjiao wielded a pair of bone staffs, likely crafted from human leg bones. He swung the two staffs vigorously, desperately fending off the vines that sought to ensnare him. Luo Shiyu was truly relentless, leaving Lu Wenjiao with little more than the ability to defend himself. Seizing the moment, I stealthily approached him from behind and swung the Nine Dragons ruler with great force towards his back. At the critical moment, Lu Wenjiao seemed to sense an impending attack from behind and attempted to evade my strike by shifting his body. Yet, he was a fraction too late. Although my blow did not land squarely on his back, it struck his shoulder with significant impact. In an instant, I sent him sprawling, and I perceived that his scapula appeared to have been shattered by my strike. His arm hung limply, the white bone staff slipping from his grasp and clattering to the ground, while blood swiftly stained his entire arm. Lu Wenjiao, cradling his fractured scapula with his other hand, weakly uttered upon seeing me, "You little thief, you ambushed me." Lu Wenjiao was already grievously injured, and I did not hesitate. I charged at him, declaring, "And what of ambushing you? I came here with the intent to kill you." Upon realizing the gravity of his situation, Lu Wenjiao hastily turned to flee. I commanded Luo Shiyu, "Quickly slay him. Do not allow him to escape." Luo Shiyu succinctly replied, "Understood." She plunged her peachwood sword into the ground, and new vines began to sprout from the earth, weaving their way up from beneath Lu Wenjiao's feet. Soon, several vines ensnared his legs, rendering him immobile. I lunged at Lu Wenjiao, wielding the Nine Dragons ruler in a flurry of strikes. With only one hand at his disposal, he could hardly defend against my onslaught. Before long, the bone staff in his hand was forcefully severed. Seizing the moment of his dismay, I thrust the Nine Dragons ruler fiercely into his heart. Lu Wenjiao gasped his last breath. Fearing unforeseen complications, I instructed Luo Shiyu, "Burn Lu Wenjiao's corpse." With a swift motion of her sword, His lifeless body ignited into flames. Chapter 46. The Art of Soul Division. After vanquishing Lu Wenjiao, I spoke once more. Let us proceed to eliminate that spiritual corpse. Together with Luo Shiyu, we advanced towards the spectral entity. As she passed by me, Luo Shiyu remarked, I never anticipated your prowess. You managed to inflict grave injuries upon that grotesque figure. Had it been me, I would likely have perished at its hands. She recognized that the most formidable presence here was indeed that eerie being. With a hint of audacity, I retorted, I told you I am the second strongest in the world. Do you now believe me? Observing my continued bravado, Luo Shiyu replied, very well. Then I shall entrust that monster to you shortly. Inwardly, I mused. My ability to injure that creature was purely a stroke of luck. In a true one-on-one confrontation, even two of me might not stand a chance against it. At that moment, Huang Xilang was being relentlessly pursued by the spiritual corpse, darting about in a frenzied state. However, the spiritual entity bore numerous new wounds, with a particularly ghastly gash that sliced from its left eye, traversing its entire visage. The injuries Huang Xilang had inflicted were beyond the entity's capacity for self-repair. It was noteworthy that when I had previously wounded the entity with the Nine Dragons ruler, its wounds healed swiftly. Huang Xilang, a demon of 7 centuries, must possess some remarkable technique that I needed to inquire about later. Seemingly eager to demonstrate her skills, Luo Shiyu surged ahead, leaping gracefully as she brandished her peachwood sword, exclaiming, Cold water sword. In an instant, moisture coalesced upon her sword, forming a razor-sharp ice blade that sliced directly towards the spectral corpse. The spectral corpse was relentlessly pursuing Huang Xilang, caught unprepared by this strike. The Han Shui sword struck firmly against the spectral body, yet it merely halted the entity momentarily without inflicting any harm. Luo Shiyu's complexion paled slightly as she remarked, The physique of this spectral corpse is truly formidable. My sword, forged from 500-year-old lightning-struck wood, fails to cause it any damage. How are we to defeat it? This spectral corpse must be dealt with swiftly. That aberrant being is likely to recover soon. If it allies with this corpse, our chances of survival will be utterly extinguished. I interjected, Step aside, allow me. The Jiolong ruler possesses the capability to inflict damage upon the spectral entity. I charged towards it, employing the same maneuver as before, swinging the Jiolong ruler horizontally towards the creature's neck. This time, I exerted all my strength, hoping to sever its head completely. Without its head, I questioned how it could continue to contest with me. The spectral entity seemed to harbor a fear of the Jiolong ruler, having previously experienced its power. Upon perceiving my attack, it began to evade. Seizing this opportunity, Huang Xilang leaped onto the spectral creature's neck and audaciously covered its eyes with his hand. Blinded, the spectral corpse stumbled, collapsing to the ground. I followed up, bringing the Jiolong ruler crashing down upon its back. With a sharp crack, the Jiolong ruler penetrated the spectral body once more. This time, the front half of the ruler sunk entirely into the corpse, and I witnessed the spectral blood being drawn back into the Jiolong ruler. The spirit corpse emitted a mournful, beastly roar, struggling to rise from the ground. However, I observed the malevolent aura enveloping the yellow weasel, its terrifying energy fluctuations pinning the spirit corpse to the earth, rendering it immobile. The spirit corpse continued to roar in fury, thrashing violently, one hand seizing the yellow weasel's arm and flinging it away with great force, causing the creature to cry out as it was sent flying. At that moment, Luo Shiyu struck the spirit corpse once more with her peachwood sword. Upon contact, sparks erupted, yet the blade failed to penetrate the body of the spirit corpse. In astonishment, Luo Shiyu inquired, What material is your sword made from that can harm the spirit corpse? I replied, I am uncertain. The spirit corpse possesses immense strength, far surpassing my own. Freed from Huang Xilang's restraint, it immediately sprang to its feet, leaping forward to evade the attack. After dodging, the wounds on its back began to heal once again. This spirit corpse proved exceedingly troublesome, its injuries healing autonomously, akin to being immortal. Although the wounds inflicted by Huang Xilang would not mend, it remained challenging for him to deal a fatal blow. Suddenly, An idea struck me on how to confront the spirit corpse, while remaining vigilant against it. I asked Luo Shiyu, "Are you proficient in your sex soul division technique?" She responded, "Of course I am, but what use is the soul division technique? It lacks lethality." I explained, "To combat this spirit corpse, lethality is unnecessary. You must understand how spirit corpses are crafted, and it is evident that this particular one lacks autonomous consciousness, indicating it was not fully perfected in its creation. The spirit corpse is a fusion of vengeful spirits and zombies. Once successfully crafted, it bears an uncanny resemblance to a living being endowed with autonomous thought. However, the current state of the spirit corpse lacks self-awareness, indicating that the amalgamation of the zombie and the vengeful spirit is not yet complete. The soul separation technique still holds the possibility of extracting the vengeful spirit from the zombie's body. Should the vengeful spirit be separated, the spirit corpse would cease to exist." Luo Shiyu, being exceptionally astute, immediately grasped my proposed method. With a look of delight, she exclaimed, "I understand. Excellent. However, for the soul separation technique to be executed, I require you to restrain it for a moment." Without hesitation, I replied, "Very well, this task shall be entrusted to Huang Pizzi and myself." I called out, "Huang Pizzi, advance." Huang Xiling shouted, "Boss, you tackle it from the front while I approach from the rear. We shall encircle it." A formidable aura of demonic energy erupted from Huang Xiling, causing his form to appear slightly enlarged. I charged forward, and the spirit corpse recoiled at the sight of my nine dragon, yet it showed no fear toward Huang Xiling. As it pivoted, evading me, it lunged towards Huang Xiling. The latter, feeling underestimated, was instantly filled with fury and declared, "You insolent creature, do you truly believe this Grandmaster cannot deal with you? In my prime, I could vanquish you with a single strike." Huang Xiling lunged at the spirit corpse, emitting a series of high-pitched squeaks. The spirit corpse extended its claws, intent on tearing Huang Xiling to shreds. However, Huang Xiling exhibited remarkable agility. Upon encountering the claws of the spirit corpse, he seemingly employed some arcane sorcery, transforming into a fleeting shadow that swiftly traversed along the spirit corpse's arm and ascended to its back, positioning himself atop its neck. It became evident to me that this yellow-skinned creature had a penchant for targeting the necks of others, a behavior typically associated with zombies, whose assaults on the neck are driven by a thirst for blood. Once Huang Xiling was seated upon the spirit corpse's neck, a surge of demonic energy erupted once more, forcefully pinning the spirit corpse to the ground. I hastened forward, plunging the nine-dragon ruler directly into the spirit corpse's lower back. I exerted all my strength, and the nine-dragon ruler pierced through the spirit corpse's body, embedding itself into the earth. This effectively anchored the spirit corpse to the ground. Although the nine-dragon ruler was siphoning the spirit corpse's blood, it appeared that its hematopoietic capabilities were exceptionally robust, despite having absorbed a significant amount earlier. The spirit corpse showed no signs of blood deficiency. Huang Xiling and I grasped the spirit corpse's arms tightly, restraining its movements. I then called out, "Luo Shiyu, hurry." The spirit corpse possessed immense strength, and we could not maintain our grip for long. Luo Shiyu promptly materialized before the spirit corpse, declaring, "I'm coming." She formed intricate hand seals, reciting incantations. Heavenly souls return to the heavens. Earthly souls return to the earth. Life souls enter the underworld. Heavenly spirits, earthly spirits, I, disciple Luo Shiyu, invoke the command of the Maoshan ancestor to separate the souls. Upon completing the incantation, Luo Shiyu pointed her finger at the forehead of the spirit corpse. The struggling spirit corpse suddenly became still. We observed spectral shadows flickering upon its form, and the tormented souls appeared to be in excruciating agony, emitting heart-wrenching cries as they desperately attempted to escape from within the confines of the spirit corpse's body. Chapter 47. 4 against 1. As the strange being absorbed the malevolent energy to restore its body, it shouted urgently, "Stop. You shall pay dearly. You cannot touch that spiritual corpse." We paid no heed to the creature's warnings. If it sought our lives, we would first eradicate it. Suddenly, The malevolent spirit within the spiritual corpse began to writhe violently, as if desperate to escape its confines. During the fusion with the zombie, the spirit's original consciousness would dissipate, giving birth to a new awareness. Thus, the spirit resisted becoming a mere spiritual corpse. This was a deliberate tactic of the alchemist, who feared that once the corpse was fully formed, it would seek vengeance against its creator. In an unexpected turn of events, the malevolent spirit burst forth from the spiritual corpse. The corpse on the ground fell into a brief state of paralysis, rendering it motionless. Once the spirit broke free, the previously smooth and resilient body of the spiritual corpse began to age rapidly, showing signs of decay in various areas. With the spirit's separation, the spiritual corpse was reduced to an ordinary zombie. Observing this, I swiftly drew the nine-dragon ruler and decapitated the zombie with a single strike, primarily out of concern that it might be exploited by the strange being against us. Luo Shiyu reacted promptly. Upon seeing me sever the zombie's head, she signaled for me and the yellow-skinned creature to step aside, then set the zombie's body ablaze. I retrieved the severed head and tossed it into the flames. The malevolent spirit, now free, was enveloped in resentment, with one of its eyes dislodged from its socket and the left side of its face marred by torn flesh. The entire chest and abdomen were cleaved open, revealing the ribs within. The spectral figure before me now mirrored her appearance at the moment of her demise, leaving one to ponder the immense suffering she must have endured in life, her death a lamentable tragedy. A sense of dread welled up within me as I beheld this vengeful spirit, and I noticed a change in Luo Shiyu's expression as well. Should this vengeful spirit conspire with a monster against us, we would face yet another formidable adversary. However, in an instant, I witnessed the spirit turning its gaze fiercely upon the monster, its eyes brimming with animosity, while the malevolent energy emanating from it surged ever higher, its power escalating. It seemed quite likely that this monster was responsible for the demise of the vengeful spirit. Thus, it was fortuitous. An enemy of my enemy is my friend. We had gained an unexpected ally. Together, the four of us possessed the strength to contend with this monster. At that moment, the monster had absorbed all the malevolent energy from the zombies, its previous wounds having vanished completely. Upon encountering the vengeful spirit, it cast a venomous glare at both me and Luo Shiyu, coldly uttering, "You have thwarted my grand design." The vengeful spirit let out a chilling cry, shouting, "Return my life." Without hesitation, the spirit lunged towards the monster, its malevolent energy coalescing into a crimson glow. The monster, upon seeing the spirit charge at it, displayed no fear. Instead, a look of disdain crossed its face as it proclaimed, "Old hag, I killed you once, and I can do so again." In an instant, the monster raised its hand, unleashing a blast of dark malevolence that surged directly towards the spirit. Completely consumed by resentment and hatred, the vengeful spirit charged headlong into the tide of dark energy. Upon encountering the malevolent specter, a resounding thud echoed as it was forcefully struck to the ground. A silent understanding passed between Luo Shiyu and me, signaling that it was time to act. Luo Shiyu's complexion appeared somewhat pallid, a clear indication of her overexertion of spiritual energy. I too felt the weight of fatigue. Earlier, during the confrontation with a monstrous entity, I had sustained an injury from a powerful blow, resulting in significant internal damage and depletion of my spiritual reserves. Neither of us was in our prime condition. Hence I called out, "Huang Pizi, let us join forces." Upon hearing my command, Huang Xiling immediately rekindled his demonic energy, responding, "At your command, boss." With that, Huang Xiling launched himself toward the creature. Luo Shiyu summoned her spiritual strength, pointing her peachwood sword forward as she proclaimed, "Five elements sword technique. The growth of all things." In an instant, numerous vines erupted from the ground, thick as a man's arm, surging toward the creature. At some point, the creature's long whip reappeared in its grasp. In response to Luo Shiyu's assault, it lashed out with the whip, unleashing torrents of azure flames that swiftly ignited the vine she had conjured. The barrier of blue flames hindered my advance, but Huang Xiling, shielded by his demonic aura, surged through the flames, aiming to bite at the creature's neck. The creature retaliated with a whip strike aimed at Huang Siling's back. I hastily cautioned, "Be careful. A single strike from that creature's whip could cost you 10 years of your lifespan." I noticed Huang Siling visibly flinch at my words, clearly struck by fear. When Huang Siling was engulfed in fear, he momentarily lost focus. Although he evaded the assault of the long whip, he was nevertheless sent flying by a slap from the strange figure. Huang Siling emitted a series of anguished cries. The peculiar individual, observing Huang Siling's flight, wore a contemptuous expression and scoffed, "What audacious little demon dares to act so recklessly before me?" Upon hearing the mockery directed at him, Huang Siling's fury surged uncontrollably as he retorted, "Truly, a tiger fallen in the plains is bullied by dogs. Had I been in my prime, you wouldn't even withstand 3 of my moves." With that, he cast a resentful glance in my direction. I, recognizing the reason for his discontent, shot him a glare and declared, "What troubles you? Is that strange figure who mocks you? Fear not, I shall avenge you." Of course, I was acutely aware that Huang Siling's diminished prowess was directly linked to me. I retracted the celestial measuring rod, bit my right middle finger, and used the blood that flowed forth to sketch a rudimentary blood-water hexagram in the palm of my left hand. Then, channeling the spiritual energy within me, I proclaimed, "Heaven and earth are boundless. I invoke the power of the universe." Upon concluding my incantation, I struck towards the strange figure with the palm. A golden palm imprint surged forth, targeting the peculiar being. Upon witnessing my attack, the creature laughed derisively, saying, "A mere parlor trick, what can it possibly do to me?" Unbeknownst to him, dismissing it as a trivial technique was the folly of one with short hair and even shorter knowledge. With a casual flick, the strange figure unleashed a wave of malevolence, attempting to shatter the golden imprint. However, this was a manifestation fueled by my blood, invoking the power of the cosmos, and to underestimate it was a grave error. The golden handprint shattered the malevolent energy, striking directly at the grotesque figure. Instantly, a series of explosions erupted around the creature, accompanied by a piercing shriek of agony. Blood trickled from the corner of its mouth as it suffered yet another injury at my hands, pushing it to the brink of madness. The creature howled, "You wretched brat, I shall end your life." With a furious lunge, it charged towards me. However, at that moment, a mass of black hair surged from the ground, ensnaring the creature and lifting it into the air. It was the vengeful spirit that had earlier been cast aside by the grotesque being. As the spirit ensnared the creature, it lunged forward, its ghostly claws aimed at the creature's head, intent on tearing it asunder. Luo Shiyu wielded her peach-wood sword, aiming for the creature's heart, but was met with a formidable force that thwarted her strike just 2 centimeters shy of its target. Observing this, she formed an intricate seal with her other hand and pressed it against the sword, declaring, "The 5 elements unite, seal the evil, and bind the charm." With that incantation, runes emanated from her peach-wood sword, coalescing into chains that swiftly ensnared the grotesque figure. The cunning yellow weasel smirked slyly, leaping up to seize the creature's feet. Chapter 48. The reversal of the peculiar individual unleashed a surge of malevolent energy, and as the inky darkness manifested, it severed one of Luo Shiyu's talisman chains. Simultaneously, the vengeful spirit lunged towards the eccentric figure, its ghastly, pale hands poised to grasp the monster's head. Yet, the creature's hand, wielding the whip, retained some mobility. In a deft maneuver, the eccentric twisted his wrist, and the long whip struck the vengeful spirit, sending it crashing back into the ground. However, despite being repelled, the spirit's long hair ensnared the eccentric tightly, showing no signs of loosening, but rather tightening its grip. The spirit harbored an intense animosity towards the eccentric, displaying an unwavering determination to obliterate him, as if it were willing to risk its very soul in the endeavor. Recognizing that the eccentric was momentarily restrained, I knew it was my turn to act. I shouted, "Brothers, hold on. Allow me to put an end to this old wretch." Harnessing all my inner energy, I leaped into the air, aiming a decisive strike at the eccentric's head. Should my blow connect with full force, it would surely shatter her skull as one would crush a watermelon. Upon witnessing my impending attack, A flicker of panic crossed the eccentric's gaze. In a sudden, desperate act, she bit down sharply on her own tongue and spat a mouthful of black blood towards Luo Shiyu. Indeed, the creature's blood was as dark as its heart. Luo Shiyu, caught unawares, was struck squarely by this vile fluid. With a pain scream, she was hurled backward, and the spell she had conjured dissipated. With Luo Shiyu's binding magic no longer in effect, the vengeful spirit's hair could no longer restrain the frenzied eccentric. A peculiar figure let out a deafening roar, and with a thunderous crash, the ghost's hair was reduced to mere ashes. The yellow weasel seized the figure's feet, attempting to smash him to the ground. Yet, the figure opened his mouth once more, spewing forth a jet of black blood towards the weasel, which, in a moment of instinct, deftly evaded the assault. At that instant, my own attack finally reached its target. The figure scoffed contemptuously, and I beheld the blue flames on his whip intensifying, as if the entire weapon had ignited. He lashed the whip in my direction. The collision between my nine-dragon ruler and the figure's whip produced a resounding explosion, unleashing an invisible force that radiated outward from the center of our confrontation. The tremendous impact left my hands numb, the grip on the nine-dragon ruler trembling precariously, nearly slipping from my grasp. It felt as though my internal organs were in turmoil, and I could not suppress the urge to expel a copious amount of blood. Once again, my body propelled backward by the force. As I flew back, I lamented the blood I had lost, feeling an acute sense of regret. Such a waste it was, for that precious essence could have been utilized to invoke the art of borrowing from heaven and earth multiple times. I crashed heavily to the ground, the pain nearly rendering me unconscious. In stark contrast, the eerie figure appeared utterly unfazed, exhibiting a demeanor of nonchalance. As I raised my head, I noticed Luo Shiyu enveloped in dark energy, seated in a meditative posture, exerting all her strength to combat the encroaching shadows. Meanwhile, the ghost lurked beneath the earth, revealing only its head, which bore an expression of fear as it regarded the figure before it. It was evident that the figure's formidable presence instilled a sense of dread even in the ghost. A dark aura emanated from Huang Xilang, clearly a result of the black blood spewed by the creature moments ago, which he had not entirely evaded. As I observed the creature inching closer, a sense of reluctance washed over me. Damn it, must I truly perish here, failing to reach the age of 30? Suddenly, a crimson light manifested upon my forehead. Alarm surged within me. Could the calamity star be emerging? Hadn't Tia been sealed away? Was it possible that the looming danger had prompted the seal to weaken, allowing the calamity star to emerge in my hour of need? I genuinely hoped the calamity star would remain dormant. After all, Luo Shiyu belonged to a prestigious sect. If she discovered the calamity star within me, she would undoubtedly summon all the formidable masters upon returning to Maoshan to apprehend me. The calamity star poses a threat to the entire realm, and the Maoshan sect, being a righteous order, would not remain indifferent to my existence. However, I sensed that my third I had only manifested for a fleeting moment before vanishing. Moreover, if I were to reveal the calamity star residing within me, my only recourse would be to eliminate Luo Shiyu to silence her. Thus, unless absolutely necessary, I wish to refrain from such drastic measures. After all, Luo Shiyu had shown considerable loyalty by allowing my escape, bravely confronting everyone alone. Yet, I understood she could not hold them off indefinitely, which is why I chose not to flee. At this juncture, my sole option was to employ dark sorcery, exposing my concealed identity as a nefarious practitioner. The Maoshan sect has a long-standing reputation for eradicating the most malevolent of evildoers, but this is contingent upon those practitioners embodying true malevolence. As for someone like me, who possesses a fundamentally good nature, they typically turn a blind eye, showcasing a rather enlightened stance on their part. Just as I resolved to summon dark magic, I suddenly became aware of an unusual sensation coursing through my hand, which clutched the nine-dragon ruler. Lowering my gaze, I beheld streams of sanguine fluid seeping through my skin and infiltrating my being. As this blood flowed within me, an astonishing aura of malevolence began to burgeon inside. What could this phenomenon be? The blood from the nine-dragon ruler continued to permeate my body, filling me with a terrifying potency. Empowered by this newfound strength, I felt an uncontrollable urge to unleash a roar. However, as I opened my mouth to shout, a fearsome cry akin to that of a beast escaped my lips. I quickly silenced myself, realizing it resembled the wail of a zombie. My roar startled everyone around me, causing their gazes to converge upon my figure. Soon, the entirety of the blood from the nine-dragon ruler had entered my form, augmenting my power exponentially. I began to comprehend the situation. The nine-dragon ruler had previously absorbed the blood of zombies and spirit corpses, thereby acquiring their cultivation. Now, through this very process, it was bestowing that cultivation back upon me, rendering me akin to a spirit corpse. I felt my body brimming with explosive energy, my eyes gradually transforming into a crimson hue, while a frenzied thirst for blood lurked deep within my consciousness. My body had become as resilient as steel. Even if 100 AK-47s were to unleash a barrage upon me, I would not flinch. My aura intensified, enveloped by a shroud of malevolence. Seizing the moment, I charged fiercely towards the monstrous beings. The peculiar individual, upon observing my current fearless demeanor and apparent enhancement in strength, was overtaken by a flicker of trepidation in his gaze as he stammered, "Kid, what is happening to you?" In response to his inquiry, I declared, "I have been bestowed with the power of the Celestial, and I am here to claim your life." I had relinquished the Nine Dragons ruler, for I sensed that my bare fists now possessed greater lethality than that artifact. Both my swiftness and strength were transformed, rendering me a veritable different entity compared to before. Before the strange figure could react, I had already lunged forward, delivering a solid punch to his abdomen. Had it been anyone else, my blow would have obliterated them. Yet this peculiar being's physique was evidently unlike that of an ordinary person. Thus, while my strike contorted his face in pain, it failed to inflict a fatal wound. Nevertheless, my punches were executed with remarkable speed, and with the enhancement of the ethereal spirit, I appeared to leave afterimages in my wake. My fists rained down upon the creature's face and body, with a deliberate emphasis on his visage under my precise control. Chapter 49. Exorcism. The bizarre figure I struck was left bleeding from all 7 orifices, sporting a bruised visage, with even several of the blemishes on her face shaken loose, which could be considered a form of unintentional cosmetic enhancement. However, after a brief flurry of blows, I felt an abrupt dissipation of my malevolent energy, accompanied by the vanishing of my strength. I was momentarily taken aback. Such power had come swiftly and departed just as quickly. My final punch landed on the creature's face, causing its head to merely tilt slightly. Instinctively, I retreated swiftly, grasping the Jiulong Qi once more. At that moment, an overwhelming sense of weakness enveloped me, compelling me to collapse on the ground. It appeared that the Jiulong Qi's recent retribution had exacted a considerable toll on my own potential. The creature was now drenched in dark blood, a sight more fearsome than that of a malevolent spirit. Despite my relentless assault, the creature had endured, becoming a formidable adversary. Suddenly, it sat cross-legged, cruelly declaring, "Boy, I swear I will make you wish for life, yet find no solace in death. Escaping me will be no easy feat." At the sound of its words, I instinctively shrank back, realizing the necessity of avoiding capture by this fiend. After settling into a meditative posture, the creature wielded its whip, forming a circle around itself, thereby encasing its form within. The whip ignited in azure flames, while the creature began to weave intricate hand seals. In that instant, we both sensed the surge of malevolent energy rising from beneath the ground. The creature was summoning the sinister energy from the corpse-rearing grounds below, intent on utilizing it to subdue us. The aura of malevolence in the corpse-rearing ground is exceedingly intense, beyond the capacity of mere mortals to withstand. At this moment, we can only rely on the 9 palaces and 8 trigrams array brought by Luo Xiu to subdue the malevolence emanating from beneath the ground. As the sinister energy continues to surge forth from the depths, the array is activated. Glimpses of starlight manifest in various locations within the crematorium. each point of light corresponding to the positions of the array's flags. These points of starlight coalesce into the shape of a colossal Tai Chi 8 trigrams. The 9 palaces and 8 trigrams array firmly suppresses the malevolent energy of the corpse rearing ground beneath the surface. With the malevolence rendered ineffective, I exhale in relief, realizing the formidable power of the array brought by Luo Shiyu. The strange figure attempted to unleash the underground malevolence several times, but to no avail, ultimately conceding defeat. At that moment, I noticed a vengeful spirit stealthily approaching the back of the strange figure, inching closer. However, the figure was enveloped in blue flames, rendering the spirit unable to penetrate. Just as the spirit neared the blue flames, it entirely submerged into the ground. I immediately grasped her intention. The blue flames only burned upon the surface, incapable of hindering the spirits lurking beneath. I must commend the strange figure's keen perception. He seemed to sense something amiss and turned to look behind him. Seizing the opportunity, I called out to divert his attention, proclaiming, "Old wretch, what are you staring at? If you dare, come out from your little shell and face me." The strange figure, unwilling to back down, retorted, "Do you think I am afraid?" I extended my finger, beckoning him, and declared, "Then come out, if you dare." At that moment, I beheld a pair of ghostly hands emerging from the earth, fiercely gripping the creature's legs. I witnessed the vengeful spirit's elongated claws digging deep into the flesh of the monster. The specter shrieked, clawing its way forth from the ground, hoisting the creature's body and dragging it out of the fiery circle. Both the creature and the wraith collapsed onto the ground. As the spirit fell, it swiftly turned to the nearby monster and bit down with ferocity, severing the creature's calf. The monster emitted a cry of agony. I observed as the creature seized the spirit's long hair, while its other hand, brimming with malevolence, struck toward the wraith's crown. With my 9-dragon ruler in hand, I dashed forward in a heartbeat, aiming to thrust the ruler into the creature's heart. The moment the creature saw my ruler approaching, it hastily abandoned its attack on the wraith and caught my weapon in its grasp. At that instant, the yellow weasel charged forth, its dark aura now entirely dissipated. The weasel plunged its claws directly into the creature's eyes, forcibly extracting its eyeballs. The monster, in pain, let out a piercing shriek, causing its grip on my 9-dragon ruler to weaken. Seizing the opportunity, I thrust the ruler deep into the creature's heart. The creature's hand that clutched the wraith's hair fell limp. Witnessing this, the wraith immediately opened its maw wide and bit down, severing the creature's head. The yellow weasel inhaled sharply, drawing forth a shadowy figure from within the monster's body. Upon its emergence, the shadow displayed an expression of panic, struggling to escape. The shadow before me was the soul of a wicked being, which the weasel promptly devoured. This was for the best, as the malevolent entity had committed countless atrocities. Upon death, its soul would undoubtedly not descend to the underworld, but rather be condemned to the depths of hell. Thus, it would remain lurking among the living, posing a significant threat in the future. By consuming it, the weasel could also enhance its own power. With the demise of the villain, the vengeful spirit erupted into maniacal laughter, proclaiming, "Ha ha ha, I have avenged myself at last." I turned my gaze towards the vengeful spirit, which had been instrumental in our efforts to eradicate the wicked being. The spirit, sensing my scrutiny, immediately regarded me with caution. I could perceive that, after consuming the villain's head, its malice had diminished considerably. This was a natural occurrence. Having personally vanquished its foe, its obsession had lessened. I addressed the vengeful spirit. "I can offer you absolution, allowing you to reincarnate in the underworld. Do you accept?" Should the spirit decline, in order to prevent it from wreaking havoc, I would have no choice but to obliterate it utterly. With that, I regarded the spirit coldly, casting a knowing glance at the weasel. The creature understood my intent and positioned itself behind the spirit to prevent any escape. Simultaneously, the weasel licked its lips and remarked, "Boss, do not let her slip away. Allow me to consume her. This spirit possesses great power, and upon devouring her, I could enhance my cultivation by at least a decade." I shot a stern look at the weasel, reminding it that the heavens favor the preservation of life. To obliterate a soul without just cause would invite divine retribution. For such an act would signify a complete disappearance from this realm. Moreover, if I were to guide the vengeful spirit to serenity, it would indeed be a significant achievement for me. The spirit glanced at me, then at the yellow weasel, which had sustained considerable injuries during its battle with the strange entity. After a moment of hesitation, it spoke. "Very well, I beseech the great master to assist." With that, the spirit knelt before me. To be honest, I had never performed a soul's transcendence before. While I was familiar with the procedure, I lacked experience in its execution. I instructed the yellow weasel to fetch paper, writing tools, and incense from within the house. First, I inscribed a petition on the paper, then lit the incense and placed it in the ground. The next crucial step was to recite the mantra for rebirth. As I settled into a meditative position to prepare for the incantation, I suddenly realized that I had not memorized the mantra. I called the yellow weasel over and whispered in its ear, inquiring if it could recite it. It shot me a disdainful glance and replied, "Boss, are you joking? I am a creature of the supernatural. Why would I bother memorizing that?" I closed my eyes and pondered for a moment, sensing the vengeful spirit's growing impatience. It urged, "Great master, are you ready? If you cannot guide me to peace, then please allow me to depart." With that, the spirit looked at me with a face full of yearning. Chapter 50, How about you dig down another 2 meters? I was pondering a solution when suddenly interrupted by a malevolent spirit. I expressed my discontent, saying, "Are you in such a hurry to be reincarnated? Just wait." I heard the ghost mutter softly, "Isn't it precisely that I am eager to be reborn?" After a brief moment of contemplation, I devised a plan and silently praised myself for my brilliance. Indeed, there is nothing in this world that I cannot resolve. I cheerfully declared, "Just a moment. I will be done shortly." The yellow weasel looked at me with doubt and inquired, "Boss, you're not actually going to start memorizing now, are you?" I approached a nearby corpse and rummaged through its belongings until I discovered an old mobile phone. This antiquated device lacked a lock screen, making it easy to unlock. Simply pressing the asterisk key followed by the pound key sufficed. Given that these corpses were all bald heads from the crematorium, I surmised that they likely possessed mobile phones. I opened the music application and searched for the rebirth incantation, then clicked play in one seamless motion. When I placed the phone before the ghost, I noticed the yellow weasel staring at me in astonishment, evidently awed by my ingenuity. After a moment of silence, the weasel remarked, This actually works?" Indeed, it proved to be effective. However, what I played was not music, but rather the sound of a monk reciting the incantation from the music application. As the incantation resonated, the malevolent aura surrounding the ghost gradually dissipated, revealing a glow of yellow light emanating from its form. Soon, the visage of the malevolent spirit transformed, shedding its former terrifying appearance to reveal a young woman of about 21 or 22 years. She was not breathtakingly beautiful, yet undeniably charming, resembling a simple girl with her hair styled in twin ponytails. Her attire suggested she had recently arrived in the city for work, a rural soul navigating the urban sprawl. Although the details of her transformation into a vengeful spirit remained shrouded in mystery, the ordeal she endured must have been harrowing. In this day and age, some workers mysteriously vanish, and it is likely that this girl was one of them. The girl gazed at me and smiled, her expression serene and sweet, accentuated by delightful dimples. She held her talisman and bowed to me several times, expressing her gratitude with the words, "Thank you, great sorcerer, for your benevolent guidance." With that, she dissolved into a cascade of starlight, vanishing from sight. After her departure, I approached Luo Shiyu, only to discover that the dark aura surrounding her had not dissipated. In fact, it had intensified. Blood trickled from the corners of her mouth, and a pool of crimson stained the grass before her, evidence that she had coughed up blood, and the quantity suggested it was not a singular occurrence. At that moment, Luo Shiyu's complexion was ashen, beads of sweat the size of pearls cascading down her face, and her vitality was gradually waning. The sinister black blood of that monstrous being was indeed insidious. It carried a malevolent toxin that had already infiltrated Luo Shiyu's body. If this vile poison was not purged, her demise was all but certain. The yellow weasel had just absorbed some dark energy, yet I could no longer sense its presence emanating from it. I hastily inquired, "Yellow weasel, how did you rid yourself of the dark energy? Please share this with Luo Shiyu." The yellow weasel, with an air of bravado, replied, "Such trifling dark energy cannot harm me." However, it then whispered, "Truth be told, I have no means to combat it. My fearlessness stems from being a creature of the supernatural. I previously cultivated demonic essence, which allowed me to merge the dark energy into that essence. As for this young lady, her practice is rooted in orthodox Taoism. Absorbing dark energy is beyond her capability. Thus, she must rely on formidable cultivation to suppress and eradicate it. Yet, it seems she lacks such prowess. Cursed fate! I am not one to stand idly by in the face of death, especially since if Luo Shiyu were to perish, who would reward me? This entire night would be in vain." Promptly, I positioned myself behind Luo Shiyu, placing my palms against her back, and began to channel my own cultivation to assist her in dispelling the dark energy. The yellow weasel, observing this, chuckled mischievously, "Oh dear boss, how inappropriate of you to engage in dual cultivation with another." I shot a glare at the yellow weasel. After half an hour, the malevolent energy surrounding Luo Shiyu was finally dispelled, and I found myself quite exhausted, a thin sheen of sweat forming on my forehead. As Luo Shiyu exhaled deeply, expelling the last remnants of the dark energy from her body, her complexion finally returned to normal. She rose and expressed her gratitude, saying, "Thank you. It is thanks to you that we have survived this ordeal." I waved my hand and replied, "You're welcome," then made my way towards the basement. Observing this, Luo Shiyu hurriedly inquired, "What are you doing?" "The exit isn't in that direction," I answered. "I intend to explore the basement and see if there are any treasures to be found. Since I am already here, I might as well make the most of my visit." I proceeded directly towards the burial ground, a place where malevolent energy converged, perhaps harboring valuable artifacts for future use. Seeing my determination, Luo Shiyu followed suit. I pushed open the grand door of the burial ground, and upon entering, I activated my yin-yang eye, scanning the surroundings with great curiosity. Luo Shiyu was also examining various spots. Before long, she exclaimed, "There are coffin fungi here." She had discovered the fungi beneath the corpse-laying platform. I generously replied, "Feel free to take it. That thing isn't particularly useful." After searching for a while, I pinpointed a location and called for the yellow weasel, saying, "Yellow weasel, use your claws to dig down from this spot. 2 meters should suffice." The yellow weasel, upon realizing I was assigning it work again, responded with a resigned expression, "I expect to be compensated for my efforts." Nevertheless, it did not hesitate and began to dig. Luo Shiyu approached and asked, "What lies beneath?" I replied, "I have no idea. Let's wait and see what the yellow weasel uncovers." After my words, I noticed the yellow weasel momentarily pause in its swift digging, grumbling under its breath. So I'm the one doing the labor without knowing what lies below. I found myself resembling a foreman urging his laborers, exclaiming, "What are you dawdling for? Hurry up and get to work." In no time, the yellow weasel had excavated 2 meters. Upon reaching the designated depth, he plopped down, declaring, "I'm utterly exhausted, boss. There's nothing down here." Undeterred, I insisted, "Yellow weasel, dig down another 2 meters. I assure you there must be something." Upon hearing this, the weasel widened his large eyes and exclaimed, "What? Boss, why don't you try digging for yourself and see how strenuous it is? Please don't torment this old man. Let's not forget, I am over 700 years old." I reassured him, "Rest easy, yellow weasel. If you truly unearth something, I shall acknowledge your significant contribution." This declaration ignited a spark of motivation within him, and he replied, "Boss, you must keep your word." With that, the weasel resumed his digging fervently. Soon, after digging another 2 meters, he sat in the pit, wiping away non-existent sweat from his brow, and lamented, "Boss, there's nothing here. You've chosen the wrong location." Yet, I remained resolute, suggesting, "Why not dig down another 2 meters? Chapter 51. The all-knowing sage, the yellow weasel, immediately objected, swiftly rising to his feet with hands placed firmly on his hips, exclaiming, "Boss, this is utterly deceitful." Luo Shiyu echoed his sentiment, questioning, "Could it be that you have misidentified the location?" I promptly retorted, "That is impossible. In my lifetime, I have never erred." At that moment, a glint of skepticism flickered in Luo Shiyu's gaze directed at me. The yellow weasel forcefully stamped his foot against the ground, attempting to extricate himself from the pit. Suddenly, an object emanating a crimson glow surfaced from the earth. The three of us, including the yellow weasel, turned our attention towards the mysterious item. A surge of exhilaration washed over me as I exclaimed, "Yes, that is indeed it. The corpse blood jade." I had a hunch that the malevolent aura in this necromantic ground would likely yield such a treasure. With utmost caution, the yellow weasel unearthed the object from the soil, examining it for a moment before leaping up and presenting it to me. The corpse blood jade was imbued with an intense malevolence. Luo Xiu scrutinized the jade in my hand, cautioning, "This is no ordinary artifact. Possessing it could lead one down a perilous path of madness. Moreover, only practitioners of dark arts would find it useful. What purpose do you intend to serve with it?" The corpse blood jade can be utilized to aid in the cultivation of sinister sorcery. While some dark arts wield tremendous power, the path of their cultivation is fraught with challenges and dangers. However, adorning oneself with the corpse blood jade can significantly enhance the efficacy of one's practice. I remarked, "Of course, it's about making money. I am in dire need of funds. Those nefarious cultivators are quite wealthy, aren't they? If I sell the corpse's blood jade to them, I shall undoubtedly make a considerable profit." Luo Shiyu observed my demeanor with disdain, retorting, "You are merely a money grubber." She further added, "Some of these wicked cultivators have committed numerous atrocities. If you were to sell the corpse's blood jade to them, it would be akin to aiding their malevolence." I tucked the corpse's blood jade into my clothing pocket and reassured her, "Do not worry. I am well aware of my intentions." Subsequently, I addressed Luo Shiyu, saying, "Well, as brothers, we must be clear in our dealings. The coffin fungus is yours, but you cannot expect to share in the spoils of the corpse's blood jade." This item was of no interest to Luo Shiyu, who merely scoffed and replied, "Humph, a malevolent and sinister object. Who would desire to share it with you?" We then exited the corpse-rearing ground. After the corpse's blood jade was removed, I sensed a significant reduction in the malevolent energy of the place. Upon our exit, I recalled that there remained a final room I had yet to explore, so I approached the last unopened door. This door, unlike the other 5, bore the imprint of a candle flame. Upon opening it, I was greeted by a sight of flickering red candle flames within, with an array of candles of varying lengths, amounting to over a dozen. Luo Shiyu, upon witnessing this spectacle, immediately exclaimed, "This is the life-extending technique of the life extension chamber. Those who have purchased life from the chamber are granted a red candle to be lit. The length of the candle signifies the duration of the life they have acquired." The yellow weasel danced and flitted among the flickering red candles. I, alongside Luo Shiyu, approached, observing that beneath each candle lay inscribed the birth date, name, age, and remaining years of life of an individual. Luo Shiyu, upon seeing this information, was filled with indignation. I noticed large characters adorning the walls on either side. On the left, the flickering candle prolongs your life. On the right, with wealth, you may attain longevity. Luo Shiyu remarked, "Those who buy life are hardly virtuous. Let's destroy this place and see how they survive." I nodded in agreement, affirming, "Indeed." With that, I brandished the 9-dragon ruler, while Luo Shiyu wielded her peachwood sword, obliterating the still-burning red candles. Afterward, with nothing left to do, the yellow weasel, Luo Shiyu, and I dispersed, setting several fires that engulfed the entire crematory. The flames spread rapidly, roaring fiercely. One could surmise that even the fire brigade would struggle to extinguish it. Thus, the stronghold of the Broken One sect and the life-prolonging altar in this location was rendered to ashes by our hands. We returned to the fortune-telling shop under the cover of night. Upon our arrival, the yellow weasel promptly lay down beneath the statue of the mad God King and fell asleep. After a brief respite, Luo Shiyu said, "Please provide me with a bank card number. As soon as the bank opens in the morning, I shall transfer the funds to you." I held faith in Luo Shiyu's character. She did not place undue importance on money, and thus, the debt of 200,000 would not lead her to default. Generally, cultivators regard worldly wealth with indifference, perhaps due to their lack of financial need. However, I am an exception. Suddenly, a thought struck me. Were the practitioners of the Maoshan sect in search of the whereabouts of the 5 ancient tomes? I quietly inquired of Luo Shiyu. Luo Shiyu, are you aware of the location of the 5 tomes concerning mountain medicine, destiny, and divination? Luo Shiyu cast me a surprised glance and replied, are you also seeking these 5 tomes? I nodded and asked, so, is the Maoshan sect also searching for them? Luo Shiyu responded, the Maoshan sect is not actively searching. However, some individuals affiliated with it may be covertly looking. Yet, they would never divulge such information to me. I advise you to relinquish your quest. Countless individuals throughout history have attempted to locate these 5 tomes, yet none have succeeded in gathering them all. I felt a wave of despondency wash over me. It seemed utterly hopeless, as if the heavens had denied me any chance of success. I wished to abandon my pursuit, but surrendering would equate to accepting fate, and I believe my destiny should be determined by my own choices, not by fate itself. I pressed on with my inquiry. Do you truly have no knowledge regarding the whereabouts of these 5 tomes within the Maoshan sect? Have you heard any whispers or rumors about them, even the slightest hint? Upon hearing my questions, a hint of doubt flickered across Luo Shiyu's face as she replied, I had not considered searching for these 5 tomes. You saved my life tonight, and if I had any knowledge, I would certainly share it with you. However, I must admit that I have not heard any such information. Disappointment settled in my heart. I had hoped that as a member of the Maoshan sect, Luo Shiyu might possess some secret insights. Alas, it appeared she was as uninformed as I was. After a moment's pause, Luo Shiyu spoke. If you truly wish to find 5 volumes of esoteric texts, I can introduce you to a place where you might inquire. I quickly inquired, what place? Luo Shiyu replied, are you acquainted with the organization known as Bai Shaosheng? Indeed, how could I have forgotten this entity? Bai Shaosheng is the largest intelligence organization in Huaxia. As long as you're willing to pay, you can procure a variety of information from them. In the realm of the martial arts, many practitioners of the yin-yang arts often spend money to acquire information that piques their interest from this organization. I remarked, I understand. But if the information available at Bai Shaosheng can be purchased by anyone, can it really be trusted? Luo Shiyu assured me. As long as you part with your money, the information provided by Bai Shaosheng is undoubtedly authentic. Of course, the more you spend, the more information you shall receive. I asked, is it expensive to purchase information from them? Luo Shiyu responded, yes, it is quite costly. If one seeks information regarding the 5 volumes of esoteric texts, how much might that cost? Luo Shiyu raised a single finger, and upon seeing this gesture, I exclaimed, only 1 million? That's not too bad. With a calm demeanor, Luo Shiyu corrected me, at least 100 million. I nearly choked on my own disbelief. They might as well resort to robbery, for I fear I may never earn 100 million in my lifetime. Luo Shiyu continued, the whereabouts of the 5 volumes of esoteric texts represent the highest echelon of information. If you seek precise details regarding their location, not only would 100 million be insufficient, but hundreds of billions would likely be contested fiercely by many eager buyers. 100 million, at most? One is only aware of certain locations where the 5 tomes of sorcery have last manifested, along with some clandestine tales concerning these tomes, the veracity of which remains uncertain. Chapter 52. The King of Celestial Masters, it is somewhat reassuring to have a direction in my search, preventing me from floundering like a headless fly. I inquired, by the way, where is Bai Shaosheng's organization located? How can I find them? Luo Shiyu retrieved a pen and paper from her backpack, which I surmised was intended for drawing talismans. As she inscribed the address, she simultaneously wrote an IOU for 100,000. Last night, Luo Shiyu had promised to lend me that amount, but only in the form of an IOU. She handed me the address along with a note, saying, this is Bai Shaosheng's office in Jinghai City. Just go there and explain your purpose. Regarding the IOU, she added, I will bring you the money once I have it. I accepted the address and the IOU, carefully placing them aside as I expressed my gratitude. However, before seeking out Bai Shaosheng, I realized I needed to earn enough money first. 100 million is no trivial sum. I must work diligently to acquire it. I thought to myself. At this juncture, a crucial memory resurfaced. During our visit to the crematorium tonight, I had forgotten to pry open their safe. Those individuals must have sold countless lifetimes, amassing a significant fortune, even if a portion was surrendered to the headquarters of the Life Extension Society. They should have retained a considerable amount. Yet, it was impossible to return now. We had set several fires upon our departure, and even if the money was securely locked away, it would have turned to ash. I couldn't help but feel a profound sense of regret. In my despair, I let out a deep sigh. At that moment, I realized that I had forgotten to remove my backpack. Upon returning to the fortune-telling shop, utterly exhausted, all I could think of was resting. I took off my backpack and placed it on the table. As I set it down, Luo Shiyu inquired, "It seems you have another magical artifact in your backpack. Why haven't you taken it out to use?" I opened the backpack and retrieved the Wenwang Bawa mirror, explaining, "This mirror is useful for capturing ghosts and subduing monsters, but I felt it was of little use against malevolent practitioners, so I did not bring it out." However, to my astonishment, upon seeing the mirror, Luo Shiyu's expression changed dramatically. She sprang to her feet and quickly retreated a couple of steps, bowing twice before the Wenwang Bagua mirror. Confused by her reaction, I asked, "What are you doing?" Luo Shiyu looked at me with utmost seriousness and queried, "What is your relation to the King of Celestial Masters?" Increasingly bewildered, I stammered, "What King of Celestial Masters?" Luo Shiyu replied, "This Wenwang Bagua mirror is the artifact of the King of Celestial Masters." The title King of Celestial Masters sounded remarkably impressive. The Yin-Yang Master is also referred to as a Celestial Master. Thus, the King of Celestial Masters must be the sovereign of all Celestial Masters, a position comparable to that of an emperor in the secular world. I hesitated, disbelief creeping in, and asked, "Who is the King of Celestial Masters?" Luo Shiyu shook her head and remarked, "To be honest, I am not entirely certain. The Celestial Master King was likely around long before my birth. My master once recounted that the King's 8 trigrams mirror is indeed the artifact of the Celestial Master King, but such knowledge is shrouded in secrecy, known to but a few. However, the Celestial Master King has been absent for quite some time, and I suspect that not many are familiar with his name." Luo Shiyu added, "I once heard that the previous owner of this fortune-telling establishment was a venerable elder, embodying the essence of a transcendent being. Could it be that this ethereal old man is none other than the legendary Celestial Master King? Yet, my mother claimed that this fortune-telling shop was her bequest to me. Is it possible that the Celestial Master King is my mother?" This thought flitted through my mind, and it seemed quite plausible. If that were the case, I could navigate the entirety of Huaxiao with ease. I cleared my throat softly, choosing to remain silent as I carefully stowed away the King's 8 trigrams mirror. Noticing my reticence, Luo Shiyu inquired again, "Where did you acquire this King's 8 trigrams mirror? What is the relationship between you and the Celestial Master King?" "The King's 8 trigrams mirror belongs to the fortune-telling establishment, which my mother bequeathed to me. However, whether my mother is indeed the Celestial Master King remains to be seen, so I must proceed with caution," I replied. "It's a secret. As long as it wasn't taken by force, that's what matters." Luo Shiyu, at a loss for words, responded, "Even if you claimed it was obtained through force, I would hardly believe you. This is the artifact of the Celestial Master King. Who could possibly steal it?" Seeing my reluctance to divulge further, Luo Shiyu ceased her inquiries. Given that the King's 8 trigrams mirror is the artifact of the Celestial Master King, it must be immensely powerful, warranting thorough study. At that moment, Luo Shiyu remarked, "Chun-Yi, you saved my life tonight, and I owe you a favor. Here are 2 communication talismans, should you require my assistance in the future. Simply use these talismans to contact me. No matter where I am, I will receive your message and be at your service." With Luo Shiyu's promise, I found myself endowed with a formidable ally and external support, significantly enhancing my chances of ascending the ranks of the formidable Maoshan sect. This evening had not been in vain. After bidding farewell to Luo Shiyu, I promptly returned to my quarters and lay down to rest, as dawn was approaching. I slept soundly until the following afternoon. Upon awakening, I swiftly took my bank card and headed to the ATM near the fortune-telling shop to check if my remuneration had been credited. Luo Xiu had kept her word. The sum had indeed been deposited, an impressive 200,000. At least for the foreseeable future, I need not fret about hunger. I withdrew 3 to 4,000 and made my way to a pharmacy on another street. After the battle with the peculiar individual last night, I had sustained internal injuries and required a prescription of traditional Chinese medicine for recovery. At this hour, there were still quite a few patrons in the pharmacy seeking treatment and medication. During my wait, I overheard a conversation regarding strange occurrences in Jinghai City the previous night. It was reported that over a dozen prominent figures had perished overnight, including social elites and wealthy merchants. It was said that several of them had lived well over 100 years, with some nearing the age of 130. These were all venerable elders, yet they had all met their demise last night. Strangely enough, it appears that these individuals perished simultaneously, all in the late hours of the night, within the span of merely a minute. This incident has escalated into a sensational news story in Jinghai City, spreading like wildfire throughout society, reportedly even reaching other provinces and cities, causing quite a stir. I couldn't help but think that those who died had it coming. Their demise was presumably the result of me and Luo Xiu extinguishing their lifeline. In the pharmacy, an elderly traditional Chinese medicine practitioner, clad in thick reading glasses, was preparing the medications. As I articulated the prescriptions I intended to purchase, detailing the quantities required, the old doctor frequently peered at me through his spectacles. While he busily prepared the herbs, he inquired, "Young man, who prescribed these medications for you?" I refrained from revealing my identity, responding instead, "It was a divine physician from another place who provided the prescription, as I sustained some internal injuries from a fall a couple of days ago." Upon hearing my reply, the old doctor remarked, "Ah, you must be referring to the esteemed Mr. Zhang Zhonghua. Such an exquisite prescription could only have been crafted by someone from a lineage of traditional medicine like him." I ambiguously replied, "That seems to be the case." The old doctor continued, "You are indeed fortunate to have received treatment from Mr. Zhang Zhonghua. There are few truly skilled practitioners of traditional Chinese medicine these days, and he undoubtedly ranks among the finest." Chapter 53. The strange occurrences of the Lin family. The venerable traditional Chinese medicine practitioner seemed to hold Zhang Zhonghua in high regard. He continued, "Your family must be quite affluent. The consultation fee for Mr. Zhang has soared to over 30,000, and the queue stretches from Jinghai to Yanbei." I shook my head and replied, "It's rather ordinary. I don't possess much wealth." Observing my reluctance to engage further, the old doctor wisely fell silent. After receiving the medicine from him, I settled the payment and turned to leave. Just as I was about to depart, I noticed the old doctor carefully placing the prescription into his pocket, seemingly intent on preserving it. Upon returning to the fortune-telling shop, I consumed the herbal concoction and spent the night in meditation, gradually regaining my strength. However, night had already fallen. After a brief session of cultivation, I glanced at the clock and realized it was 11 o'clock. I extinguished the lights and surrendered to slumber. In my dreams, I once again beheld the Calamity Star, standing amidst the shadows, enveloped in a crimson aura of misfortune. Her breathtaking visage was marred by sorrowful tears as she gazed at me and uttered, "I am in such anguish." For reasons unknown, an inexplicable sorrow welled up within me upon witnessing this scene. At dawn, as the sun timidly peeked above the horizon, I awoke precisely at the hour my biological clock dictated. After refreshing myself, I practiced ancient martial arts in the courtyard for a while before commencing the creation of talismans. For us, the practitioners of yin and yang, talismans must be readily available, for one can never anticipate when business may beckon. Regardless of whether the customer seeks to exorcise malevolent spirits or to ensure their safety and protect their home, the use of talismans is imperative. I meticulously crafted around 10 talismans before pausing to close my eyes, allowing my spirit to rejuvenate. The strength of one's spiritual energy directly correlates with the potency of the talismans drawn. Once my energy was restored, I opened my fortune-telling shop, awaiting clientele. Throughout the morning, not a single soul approached for divination, yet I found solace in the tranquility. My time was spent not in frivolity, but in studying the sacred texts of Taoism. Around 1 o'clock in the afternoon, The sound of abrupt braking pierced the air as a pink Bentley came to a halt before my shop. From this luxurious vehicle emerged a young woman in her 20s. A familiar face, the very same lady to whom I had gifted a 5 Thunder Protected talisman just a couple of days prior. Upon alighting, her previously troubled expression transformed into one of delight as she spotted me. She hurriedly approached, exclaiming, "Young sir, I beseech you to save me." As I observed her, I noted the increasing malevolence that marked her forehead, with dark energy interspersed with crimson light, now enveloping her entire face. It was evident that a considerable amount of negative energy had infiltrated her being over the past few days. However, this was perplexing. The talisman I had provided should have effectively warded off such malign influences. As she drew near, I reassured her, "Do not fret. Speak slowly and share your concerns." Upon reaching my side, she implored, "Young sir, there's been a troubling incident at my home. I kindly request your assistance in investigating it." The shift in her address from brother to young sir indicated her growing acknowledgement of my abilities. Immediately, I addressed the enchanting lady, "Please wait a moment. I shall tidy up and join you shortly." Without a hint of hesitation, I recognized the significance of her affluent choice of vehicle, a Bentley, undoubtedly indicative of her wealthy background. Typically, individuals of such means seek the services of practitioners like myself to resolve their predicaments, and they are willing to offer substantial compensation. The crux of the matter lies in the fact that the affluent possess extensive networks. They associate with others of similar status. If I can establish my reputation within their circles, can I not anticipate substantial rewards? In pursuit of acquiring the coveted 5 volumes of esoteric text from the organization known as by Shaoxing, I require a considerable sum of money. Furthermore, assisting others in their dilemmas not only serves them, but also significantly enhances my own capabilities. To confine oneself solely to rigorous study without practical application is akin to attempting to construct an edifice without a foundation. One cannot truly become formidable. I carefully placed the 9-dragon ruler, the 1 Wang Bawa mirror, and several talismans I had drawn that morning into my backpack. Casting a glance at the yellow weasel still slumbering beneath the statue of the Shen Wang, I hesitated momentarily before deciding against bringing it along, primarily due to the impracticality of the situation. After all, I was visiting someone else's residence. Should her family discover that the weasel possessed the ability to speak, it would surely induce panic. Upon closing my fortune-telling establishment, I accepted the lady's invitation and entered her vehicle. Once inside, she appeared somewhat anxious, pressing the accelerator with fervor, causing the Bentley to emit a deafening roar as it sped away. Startled, I promptly fastened my seatbelt. "Might we proceed at a more moderate pace?" I inquired. "At this velocity, I fear we may reach the underworld before arriving at your home." Upon hearing my words, the vehicle gradually decelerated. The young woman, with an air of distress, remarked, "Young sir, I apologize. I had truly lost my composure." I replied, "It is quite all right. I understand." As the speed normalized, she introduced herself. "Young sir, my name is Lin Yusin. You may call me Yusin." Observing the anxiety etched upon Lin Yusin's features, I reassured her, "There is no need to worry. With me here, I shall ensure your safety." My tone was steady, betraying none of the youthful exuberance expected of an 18-year-old, but rather resembling that of a seasoned, middle-aged individual. This demeanor was, of course, a conscious act, inspired by the calm composure of old Lady Lu during her visits to other families in need. Perhaps my tranquility instilled confidence in Lin Yusin, for her furrowed brow relaxed, dispelling the earlier signs of distress. Seizing the moment, I inquired, "Please tell me, what has transpired in your household?" It was only by understanding the nature of their troubles that I could ascertain whether malevolent forces were at play or if other circumstances were blamed. Upon hearing my question, a flicker of fear crossed Lin Yusin's face. She steadied herself and responded, "I am uncertain of the cause. A month ago, inexplicable deaths began to occur in our home. First, our servants began to perish one after another, each demise shrouded in mystery. Some drowned by submerging their heads in toilets, while others resorted to slicing their flesh, ultimately succumbing to excessive blood loss. Some individuals have reported witnessing, during the night, those who were once deceased rising again. wandering within the confines of a villa. Subsequently, the other servants, overwhelmed by fear, fled in haste, not even pausing to collect their wages. Naturally, we later reached out to them to ensure their compensation was delivered. Furthermore, Lin Yusin hesitated momentarily, a look of terror crossing her face as she continued. I constantly feel as though someone is present in my room. I have always occupied a room alone, yet about half a month ago, I sensed the presence of another being. It appears to be a child. Whenever I am in the room, I have the distinct feeling that it is watching me from behind. I interjected, inquiring, "How can you be certain it is a child?" Lin Yusin replied, "Because I have glimpsed it several times, particularly during the night." Chapter 54. Blood handprint. I gestured for Lin Yusin to continue. She said, "Several times. While lying in bed, I felt as though that child was sleeping beside me, accompanied by a chilling aura. On one occasion, I awoke in the dead of night and distinctly saw the child. His face was pale, his forehead smeared with blood, crouching above me, gazing intently. I was utterly terrified, and the moment I screamed, the child vanished." There were numerous instances when I woke up. As Lin Yusin spoke, her fear intensified, causing her to tremble uncontrollably. While crossing the street, I noticed a car speeding towards us from the left. However, Lin Yusin showed no sign of stopping. I urgently called out, "Be careful." Instinctively, she pressed the brake, narrowly avoiding an accident. After the near miss, she patted her racing heart and said, "My apologies, young sir, I was lost in thought." I reassured her, "It's all right." As we continued along the road, Lin Yusin added, "There were also several occasions when I woke up to find my blanket shaped like a person." Terrified, I immediately jumped out of bed, yet the figure remained. Summoning my courage, I pulled back the covers, only to discover nothing beneath. However, I felt a sudden chill on my neck. When I turned around, I found that child perched on my back, that ghastly pale face resting upon my shoulder. Upon reaching this point, Lin Yusin fell silent. I inquired, "Have you sought the assistance of other practitioners of yin and yang?" Lin Yusin nodded and replied, "Indeed. We have consulted many, yet the majority were charlatans. Several boasted of their immense abilities prior to our meeting, but upon arrival, they were rendered utterly deranged by fear. In these times, it is truly arduous to find a genuine master of the yin and yang arts." After an extensive search, we finally located an elderly gentleman with authentic skills. However, upon visiting our home, he proceeded directly to my sister's morning hall and emerged shortly thereafter, collapsing to the ground. We observed that his breaths were shallow and infrequent, clearly on the brink of death. Before his passing, the elderly gentleman declared that the troubles afflicting our family could only be resolved at a fortune-telling establishment located on Sanin Road in Jinghai City. Of course, this was contingent upon the shop being open for business. He advised us to try our luck at the fortune-telling shop, if someone was present. There remained hope for our family. If no one were there, we should simply seal off the villa and procure a feng shui treasure site to await our demise. Thus, that afternoon, I found myself here, encountering you, young sir. The elderly gentleman may have exaggerated. Jinghai City is indeed a place teeming with hidden talents and extraordinary individuals. Perhaps he was unfamiliar with them and only recognized our fortune-telling shop. If he had not passed away, I would have been eager to inquire further about the shop's affairs. I jested, "So, upon seeing my youthful visage, you deemed me unworthy of being the savior for your family, and thus departed?" Lin Yusin felt a flush of embarrassment as she said, I apologize, young sir." I rested my hands behind my head and replied, "It is quite all right. I am not a person of great stature myself. But why have you come to seek me again today?" Lin Yusin responded, "Because the talisman you gave me saved my life." Before I could inquire further, she continued, "Young sir, I placed the rune you bestowed upon me on my person, and upon returning home, I felt the entire house grow significantly warmer. Consequently, when night fell, I kept the talisman close to me while I slept. In the dead of night, I was jolted awake by a chilling scream. Upon rising, I noticed a flicker of yellow light emanating from the talisman. When I glanced toward the doorway, I saw a cautious child observing me. I suspected that the ghostly child intended to harm me, but the talisman had thwarted its intentions. I remarked, "Not necessarily. If that ghostly child truly wished to do you harm, it would have acted long ago." Some spirits possess peculiar natures. They derive pleasure from frightening others. As long as you harbor no enmity towards them, they typically refrain from taking lives. Lin Yusin continued, when I encountered that ghostly child, it bared its teeth at me, and I was so frightened that I fainted. Upon regaining consciousness, I rushed to find you, young sir. I acknowledged that it is not uncommon for an ordinary person to be rendered unconscious by a ghostly encounter. However, Lin Yusin hesitated, her words trailing off. I inquired, "But what is it?" She replied, "However, there are several marks on the talisman now. I wonder if it is still effective." I hastily inquired, "Do you have the talisman on you? Please show it to me." At that moment, the vehicle came to a halt at a red light, and Lin Yusin retrieved the talisman from her bag and handed it to me. Upon receiving the talisman, I glanced at it and indeed noticed several bloodstains adorning its surface, resembling the tiny handprints of a child. The malevolent aura lingered atop the bloodstains, still palpable. Observing these marks, I deduced that the ghostly child possessed formidable power. Otherwise, it would not have so easily obliterated the Thunder Protection Talisman. With a snap of my fingers, the talisman spontaneously ignited in flames, transforming into ash that dissipated into the air. Lin Yusin, taken aback by my display, gaped in astonishment, her eyes reflecting disbelief. I calmly remarked, "This talisman can no longer be utilized. I shall provide you with another one later." Upon hearing this, Lin Yusin, regaining her composure, displayed a look of gratitude and replied, "Thank you very much, young sir." I then queried, "Did the events transpire within your villa?" Lin Yusin nodded and affirmed, "Yes." I felt a wave of confusion wash over me and asked, "Given that you belong to such an affluent family, you must possess more than one residence. When issues arose in your villa, did you not consider temporarily relocating elsewhere? Remaining there has evidently resulted in numerous fatalities." Upon hearing my words, Lin Yusin's eyes glistened with tears as she responded, "In total, 6 or 7 lives have been lost. My sister and brother have also passed away, leaving me as the sole survivor among the 3 of us. I have also contemplated relocating to another place, thinking that if we cannot confront it, we might as well evade it. However, we soon discovered that evasion was futile. Wherever we ventured, strange occurrences ensued. Either the door to our new room would refuse to open, or a terrifying sound would echo through the night, menacingly urging us to return. It seemed that no matter where we went, sinister forces followed us, intent on driving us back to the villa. This predicament was entirely unexpected. From Lin Yusin's account, I still could not ascertain the true nature of the troubles plaguing their family. Nevertheless, I inquired, "Miss Lin, if you remain in the villa, your family will inevitably meet a grim fate. As you witnessed last night, that ghostly child has already taken action against you. I have a question and hope you will answer candidly." Lin Yusin replied, "Please, young sir, I shall speak without reservation." I continued, "Has your family ever offended anyone, whether in the past or present?" After a moment of contemplation, Lin Yusin responded, "In the course of business, it is inevitable to ruffle some feathers, but I do not believe it would escalate to a matter of life and death. However, I generally do not involve myself in the family business, so for specific adversaries, I will need to consult my father and grandfather." I nodded in acknowledgement. Chapter 55. Transformation of a residence into a grave. As I ambled along, a thought suddenly struck me. I remarked, between close brothers, it is wise to settle accounts clearly. Some matters are best laid bare. Miss Lin, should I successfully resolve the issues plaguing your family, what remuneration do you intend to offer me? Lin Yusin responded, "Rest assured, should you indeed rectify our family's predicament, we shall not be remiss in our gratitude towards you." Previously, my father sought the services of a geomancer, who quoted a fee of 2 million. However, this amount is negotiable. I can persuade my father to augment it by an additional 500,000, bringing the total to 250,000. Upon hearing this figure, I could not help but frown, for it was somewhat disconcerting. Lin Yusin seemed to sense my discomfort and quickly added, "No, dear sir, I shall urge my father to increase it by another 1 million, totaling 3 million. 3 million for a single task." I now truly grasped the lucrative nature of this profession. However, such wealth comes at a perilous price. This line of work is fraught with danger. and a misstep could cost one dearly. After all, the esteemed elder whom Lin Yusin's family previously consulted met his untimely demise. Yet, 3 million still leaves me considerably short of my goal of 100 million. Never mind. I shall focus on completing this task, establishing my reputation, and, subsequently, I need not fear the absence of future opportunities. I declared, very well, 3 million shall suffice. I assure you, the value I provide will far exceed your investment. Upon hearing my words, Lin Yusin visibly exhaled in relief. Turning to me, Lin Yusin seemed to recall something and said, "Oh, by the way, young sir, my father, out of an abundance of caution, has also sought the assistance of several other practitioners of the yin-yang arts. I hope you won't take offense." Upon saying this, she cast a nervous glance in my direction, seemingly concerned that I might be bothered by the matter. Some practitioners might perceive the act of seeking multiple sources of help as a sign of distrust, leading them to feel incensed and withdraw from the engagement altogether. However, I was indifferent. As long as the remuneration was forthcoming, I welcomed the collaboration. Moreover, a larger number of practitioners could prove advantageous, particularly should we encounter formidable malevolent forces. Yet, a sudden thought crossed my mind, one that weighed heavily on me. If the situation were resolved and the spoils were to be divided among many, how would that affect my share? This was unacceptable. Thus, I addressed Lin Yusin, saying, "It's perfectly fine for you to consult other practitioners, but I insist that my compensation remains unaffected." Upon hearing this, Lin Yusin couldn't help but chuckle softly, then reassured me, "Rest assured, young sir, your personal remuneration is set at 3 million and will not be pooled with that of the other practitioners." I nodded in agreement, replying, "That settles my concerns." Lin Yusin visibly relaxed at my words. She continued, "Moreover, it is quite likely that those my father has summoned are charlatans. We have encountered numerous such instances in the past." With this, she let out a sigh. This was entirely reasonable. Genuine practitioners of the yin-yang arts are not easily found. The villa of Lin Yusin is nestled on the hillside to the east of Jinghai City, a secluded spot that is home solely to her family. The picturesque surroundings are undeniably charming, yet the remoteness is quite pronounced. The tastes of the affluent are indeed distinct. Rather than residing in the bustling city, they choose to inhabit this serene hillside. Lin Yusin drove for over 2 hours before arriving outside her villa. At this moment, it was just past 5 in the afternoon, with twilight still some time away. Her villa is truly grand, occupying the entire expanse of this hillside, enclosed by a metallic fence, and is conservatively estimated to cover at least 1,000 to 2,000 square meters. The entrance is remarkably imposing, flanked by 2 stone lions. Guarding the entrance are 2 men in black suits, sporting sunglasses, seemingly acting as bodyguards. Observing this scene, I half-jokingly remarked, "Miss Lin, your family even as bodyguards. It appears those spirits are not as fearsome as they seem." Lin Yusin replied, "These bodyguards have been with my father for nearly 2 decades, displaying utmost loyalty, which is why they remain. They are my father's right and left hands. Under normal circumstances, they would not be stationed here." Lin Yusin parked her car in the lot outside the grand entrance, and I began to admire the villa. The entire estate resembles a manor, with the tallest building reaching 4 stories, centrally located and exuding grandeur and magnificence. Surrounding it are smaller structures that further accentuate the imposing stature of the central 4-story edifice, a configuration that, according to feng shui, symbolizes a pillar supporting the heavens, a towering pillar reaching towards the heavens, a unique splendor amidst the cosmos. Such is the epitome of exquisite feng shui, coupled with the surrounding lush mountains and flowing waters, where the currents of wind and water harmoniously assist one another. It signifies a prosperous fortune. It is no wonder that the Lin family has amassed great wealth. I remarked, "Miss Lin, the gentleman who assessed your family's feng shui possesses remarkable skills. If this arrangement endures, it would be exceedingly difficult for your family to face decline within the next decade." I then inquired, "In light of the recent events, have you sought the counsel of the feng shui expert who previously assessed your residence?" Lin Yusin shook her head and replied, "This villa was acquired from another family over a decade ago, so we are unaware of who initially evaluated its feng shui." I nodded, acknowledging the passage of time. It was entirely possible that the original practitioner had since passed away. Upon alighting from the vehicle, a wave of anxiety surged within me, an unsettling premonition lingering in my mind. What would be the cause of this? At that moment, a chilling breeze emanated from the direction of the villa, enveloping me. This was an ominous wind. Silently, I activated my spiritual sight and gazed toward the interior of the villa. The sight nearly caused me to collapse in shock. The air within the villa was thick with malevolent energy, and dark clouds loomed ominously above. Under the weight of this sinister aura, the villa had lost its former grandeur, now appearing dilapidated and forlorn. With such a heavy presence of negative energy, the villa had ceased to be a dwelling of the living, gradually transforming into a residence for the departed, a dwelling for spirits. Should any wandering souls discover the presence of the living within, they would undoubtedly seek to extinguish their lives. It is no wonder that the Lin family has been plagued by death for the past month. However, the ominous dwelling before us has yet to fully take shape. I inquired once more, Miss Lin, are you certain that your family began experiencing these peculiar occurrences only a month ago? Lin Yusin nodded affirmatively and replied, Indeed, sir, I assure you, I would never deceive you. Upon hearing her words, I contemplated the implication. It was precisely a month ago that the residence began its gradual transformation from a home of light to one of darkness. Yet, the reason behind this metamorphosis remains a mystery to me. It seems imperative that I investigate the villa to uncover the truth. Lin Yusin then asked, Sir, have you discerned anything? I produced a talisman of protection and handed it to her, stating, Miss Lin, I advise you to keep this close to you. She accepted the talisman with solemnity and affixed it to herself. Lin Yusin remarked, I cannot quite fathom why, but wearing the charm you bestowed upon me brings an undeniable sense of peace. I feigned an air of enigmatic wisdom and said, Let us proceed. Upon witnessing my demeanor, Lin Yusin's face brightened with a joyful smile, and she nodded in agreement. Soon, we reached the threshold, where Lin Yusin called out to the two men clad in black. Unklazang, Unklali. The two men bowed respectfully upon seeing her and said, Welcome back, Mississippi. I then felt their scrutinizing gazes sweep over me. Chapter 56. Two matters. As the two bodyguards swung open the door, Lin Yusin and I stepped inside with purpose. Upon entering the villa, I felt an intensified chill in the air. The spaciousness of the villa seemed to amplify its emptiness, perhaps due to the absence of servants. Lin Yusin remarked, Young sir, my father and the others must be in the living room on the first floor. Allow me to escort you. I nodded in acknowledgement, choosing silence. For those of profound wisdom often speak little. I was keenly aware that I needed this opportunity to elevate my reputation. Leading the way, Lin Yusin soon brought us to the tallest structure of the villa. Peering inside, I discerned the presence of 4 or 5 individuals seated within. Among them were 2 men clad in Taoist attire. One was chanting with a string of prayer beads, while the other, with a peachwood sword slung across his back, was meditating with closed eyes. An elderly man in a silk robe observed the 2 Taoists with a disdainful smirk, embodying the adage that rivals often emerge from the same profession, each seemingly dismissive of the others. At the sight of these 3, I immediately recognized them as charlatans. They lacked the distinctive aura that signifies genuine practitioners. Apart from these 3, my attention was drawn to a robust man seated at the far end. He sat upright, gripping a broadsword, which he had driven into the ground with such force that it pierced through the expensive marble flooring and embedded itself into the earth below. I wondered if this man would be liable for the damage, given the villa's lavish marble tiles. He too was in a meditative state, totally indifferent to the presence of the 3 others. I sensed that this formidable man was no ordinary individual. His true capabilities remained a mystery. Yet, even if his skills were lacking, he certainly did not exude the air of fraud. Upon entering alongside Lin Yusin, it appeared that the man had sensed my presence. As he opened his eyes and cast a glance in my direction, followed by a subtle nod, an acknowledgement of sorts, I reciprocated with a nod of my own. Lin Yusin dashed toward the middle-aged man seated in the prominent position, exclaiming, Father, I have returned, although the man exuded an air of distinction. His expression betrayed an undeniable weariness. After all, Being tormented by malevolent spirits for several days would naturally take its toll. I also observed a sinister aura emanating from his forehead. If left unresolved, death would likely be imminent within days. 2 bodyguards stood protectively behind him. The moment the middle-aged man laid eyes on Lin Yusin, a warmth flickered in his gaze, revealing his deep affection for his daughter. He spoke, "Yusin, allow me to introduce you. These are esteemed individuals recommended by my friends. With their assistance, our family's troubles may soon be resolved." His words, however, lacked conviction, suggesting he had encountered too many charlatans and was uncertain of these individuals' genuine abilities. Upon hearing this, Lin Yusin interjected before her father could make introductions. "By the way, father, I have also brought along a remarkably talented young master. Allow me to introduce him to you." With that, she approached me and said, "Young master, this way please. I would like you to meet my father." Suddenly, all eyes in the hall were fixated upon me, except for the burly man wielding a broadsword. I noticed disdain etched in the gazes of the other 3. The priest, clutching a string of prayer beads, couldn't suppress a chuckle, exclaiming, "In today's martial world, there are increasingly more charlatans. Even a child yet to grow a full beard dares to hunt demons." Upon hearing the priest's condescension, I retorted, "Is your beard fully grown? Show me, if you dare. We are all here to earn our keep. I shan't let you belittle me." However, the moment those words left my lips, I regretted them, realizing they tarnished my image as a formidable figure in Lin Yusin's eyes. The priest with the beads was incensed, promptly responding, "You insolent brat. How dare you speak so disrespectfully?" I replied, "Old fraud, I advise you to leave now, or you shall soon find yourself unaware of how you met your demise. They say those who frequently tread by the river will inevitably get their shoes wet. If this old swindler disregards my warning, tonight shall mark his end." The bead-wielding priest was so enraged that his beard bristled. At that moment, the priest carrying a peachwood sword addressed the bead holder, saying, "Wang Daozhong, your cultivation is insufficient. There are no demons in the Lin family. It is clearly entangled with the Millennium Ghost King." Upon hearing this, I almost burst into laughter. This person was indeed speaking without knowledge, and his words fully expose his lack of expertise to those in the know. In the realm of spectral cultivation, those who have endured for a century are deemed ancient spirits, formidable adversaries that only the most adept practitioners of yin and yang can confront. Yet, the legendary 1,000-year Ghost King, should it manifest and wreak havoc upon a domain, would indeed unleash unimaginable calamities. Upon hearing this, a burly man wielding a broad sword cast a skeptical glance at the sword-bearing Taoist, his expression clearly suggesting disbelief. In response, the Taoist named Wang retorted, "Zhao Taidan, your superficial cultivation blinds you to the truth. The 1,000-year Ghost King is but a demon in disguise, meant to beguile your senses. I possess yin-yang eyes, and I can discern its true form with a mere glance." The Taoist known as Zhao Taidan, incensed, declared, "Wang Matzi, my Taoist title is Zhao Yinyang. Moreover, cease your boastful chatter, lest we engage in a contest shortly." Wang Daochang replied, "What merit do you possess to compare with my cultivation?" At that moment, the elderly man adorned in satin, who had remained silent, interjected, "Gentlemen, practitioners of the path must maintain tranquility of heart. It appears to me that your respective skills are yet to be perfected. The matters of the Lin family can only be resolved by me. I suggest you depart post-haste to avoid the peril of malevolent spirits." It was evident that the satin-clad elder sought to monopolize the situation. Wang Daochang interjected, "Zhang Lao Dao, kindly refrain from speaking." Just as Zhao Taidan prepared to respond, Lin Yusin's father interposed, saying, "Zhao Daochang, Wang Daochang, Zhang Daochang, please cease your quarrel. Dusk will soon descend upon us. Soon, those matters will come to light, and I shall require your assistance." Upon hearing this, Taoist Zhao immediately replied, "Rest assured, Master Lin. I am the reincarnation of the pure Yang True Man and guarantee your safety." Master Lin nodded and said, "Then I must trouble you, Taoist." I felt a twinge of confusion. Given Master Lin's acumen, could he truly be unaware that these individuals were charlatans? The characteristics typical of swindlers were all present in them. Lin Yusin had already brought me to her father's side. She addressed him, saying, "Father, this is the young gentleman I found. He possesses remarkable abilities. The talisman he gave me 2 days ago saved my life last night." Upon hearing this, Lin Yusin's father exclaimed, "What transpired last night? You are not harmed, I hope?" Lin Yusin replied, "I am fine, thanks to the young gentleman." When Lin Yusin's father turned his gaze towards me, perhaps due to my tender age, it was evident from his expression that he harbored doubts about my credibility. However, out of respect for his daughter, he extended his hand and said, "Greetings, young brother. I am Lin Jinyu, Yusin's father." I took his hand with both of mine and replied, "Greetings, Master Lin. I am Chinny." After this exchange, Lin Jinyu, with reddened eyes, addressed everyone present. "Ladies and gentlemen, I have called you here for 2 reasons. Firstly, my eldest daughter and youngest son have passed away, their bodies resting in the mourning hall. I have long wished to lay them to rest, but despite having summoned many, we have been unable to carry them away. I humbly request your assistance in granting my daughter and son a proper burial." At this juncture, Lin Jinyu emitted a sigh, his countenance etched with profound sorrow. Lin Jinyu continued, articulating, "The subsequent matter pertains to a series of inexplicable occurrences that have recently plagued our household. Should an individual possess the capacity to resolve these enigmas and safeguard the lives of my entire family, I, Lin Jinyu, shall assuredly recompense them handsomely." Chapter 57. The unopened spirit hall. Elder Zhang spoke in a calm tone, assuring the head of the Lin family, "Rest assured." At that moment, I stepped forward and inquired, "Lin family head, might you take me to the spirit hall? Only by discerning the underlying issue can we devise a remedy." The Lin family's villa was gradually transforming into a haunted residence, which in turn attracted various malevolent spirits. These entities, in their quest to usurp the living's domain, would ultimately eliminate all inhabitants. The reason behind this transformation from a lively abode to a haunted one remained elusive. Furthermore, Lin Yusin had previously mentioned that upon discovering the villa's eerie phenomena, they had vacated the premises, only to be driven back by sinister forces. Typically, if the living were to abandon a haunted dwelling, the malevolent entities would rejoice, for the haunt would then belong to them. It seemed illogical for them to exert such effort to force the living back. Upon hearing my words, Taoist Wang scoffed. "You do not even comprehend the issues plaguing the Lin family, yet you dare to offer your services to others. You are inadequate. If you kneel and bow 3 times, I might consider sparing your life." Taoist Wang still harbored resentment from our earlier exchange. I, too, was not one to be trifled with. I retorted coldly, "Old charlatan. I hope you do not find yourself begging me for salvation shortly." Observing the tension escalating between us, the head of the Lin family displayed signs of impatience and interjected, "Masters, I kindly ask that you cease your quarrel." At that moment, Lin Yusin leaned closer to Lin Jinyu and whispered, "Father, perhaps we should heed the young gentleman's advice. Do you recall the venerable elder with genuine abilities whom we encountered a couple of days ago? Before his passing, he mentioned that our family's matters could only be resolved by the fortune-telling establishment on Sanin Road, and this young gentleman is the proprietor of that establishment." Upon hearing her words, Lin Jinyu's expression brightened, and his gaze toward me became more earnest as he extended his hands, exclaiming, "Ah, so you are a master from the fortune-telling shop. Forgive my earlier oversight." I reciprocated the gesture, saying, "There is no need for such formality. Esteemed head of the Lin family, to receive payment for services rendered is merely to alleviate troubles for others." Lin Jinyu then inquired, "Young gentleman, is your elder at home?" It struck me as peculiar that both this father and daughter were inquiring about my elder. Was I not sufficiently mature? Taking a deep breath, I replied, "Am I not mature enough?" Taken aback by my response, Lin Jinyu pressed on, "Young gentleman, could you kindly bring your elder to visit my home? We can discuss the remuneration." Ultimately, it appeared that Lin Jinyu did not fully trust me, which stirred a sense of indignation within me as I retorted, "Head of the Lin family, my elder is not at home. If you do not trust me, I shall take my leave." Despite my financial needs, I possessed ample capabilities. I had no reason to endure such indignity. Hearing my words, Lin Yusin grew anxious, shaking Lin Jinyu's shoulder and imploring, "Father, the young gentleman is truly remarkable." Lin Jinyu was visibly taken aback by my words, as if encountering someone like me for the first time. He quickly responded, "Young sir, I mean no offense. I hope you will not take it amiss." He continued, "The morning hall is entirely sealed during the day and cannot be opened." I was somewhat taken aback and inquired, "Why must the morning hall be closed?" "According to tradition, the doors should remain open at all times. The newly departed spirits are frail. If the doors are shut, they might feel frightened in the confined space, unable to find their way out, thus lingering in the mortal realm and becoming lost souls." Upon hearing my explanation, Lin Jinyu clarified, "It is not we who close the morning hall. Rather, it seals itself during the day. Each evening, after the sun sets, it opens once more. Once sealed, it cannot be opened. I previously enlisted a dozen strong men, tied ropes around the doors, and attempted to force them open. Yet even their combined strength proved futile. Not even the windows could be opened. As the sun has yet to set, the morning hall remains entirely closed, and we cannot enter. Perhaps it would be prudent to wait until dusk." Upon hearing this, I discerned that the morning hall held some mystery. I remarked, "Master Lin, if that is the case, we must certainly investigate further. It may well be the key to resolving our predicament." The burly man wielding the broad sword also chimed in, "Master Lin, I concur with this young brother. It is essential that we first examine the morning hall." The remaining 3 individuals echoed in agreement. Lin Jinyu, observing this, suggested, "Very well, let us first visit the morning hall." Under Lin Jinyu's guidance, we exited the grand hall and proceeded to the left. At that moment, I felt an eerie sensation, as if someone were watching me. I glanced upward and was immediately struck by the sight of a ghostly figure in the upper window, its pallid face marred by blood seeping from its 7 orifices, sporting a sinister grin. I shot a fierce glare at the apparition. In response, rather than retreating in fear, the specter bared its teeth at me in a menacing display. I turned to Taoist Wang and remarked, "Look, there is someone observing you from above." Taoist Wang, with a look of skepticism, peered upward and was met with the sight of the ghost, causing him to jump back in fright and plummet to the ground, exclaiming, "A ghost! There's a ghost!" The others, witnessing Taoist Wang's reaction, followed his gaze but saw nothing. I chuckled and said, "Taoist Wang, are you not here to capture demons? How can a demon hunter be so easily frightened by a ghost?" Upon hearing my words, Lin Jinyu also regarded Taoist Wang with a look of bewilderment. When Taoist Wang turned his gaze back to the window, he found the ghost had vanished, leaving him in a state of lingering shock. After a moment's hesitation, he murmured, "Could it be that I was imagining things?" Simultaneously, Taoist Wang realized he might have been the subject of my jest, and he retorted with indignation, "Young man, what trickery did you employ just now to befuddle an old man like me?" Observing the less-than-pleasant countenance of Lin Jinyu, the Taoist Master Wang realized that his previous actions had aroused suspicion. He promptly rose to his feet, meticulously adjusted his attire, and, adopting the mien of an accomplished individual, proclaimed, "Insolent scoundrel, to think you dared employ illusionary tactics to bewilder me. Fortuitously, my venerable self possesses profound cultivation, swiftly dispelling your deceptive trickery." I responded with a smile. It appears that Taoist Master Wang's cultivation is indeed commendable, possessing knowledge even of illusionary techniques. Taoist Master Wang emitted a disdainful snort, ceasing further discourse. Presently, we arrived before a single-story edifice. The structure's portals and fenestrations were firmly sealed. Exterior to the main entrance, a pair of white lanterns were suspended, and upon the double doors were affixed 2 characters signifying condolence. Lin Jinyu stated, "Esteemed masters, the morning hall is situated here, currently in a state of complete closure. I wonder who among you is capable of opening it." The 3 Taoist priests each exhibited an air of unfathomable sagacity, yet none evinced any inclination to approach. The broadsword-wielding stalwart likewise displayed no intent to breach the hall's entrance. Addressing the 3 Taoist priests, I inquired, "Distinguished Taoist masters, endowed as you are with extraordinary abilities, surely the opening of a mere portal is within your capabilities?" Upon hearing these words, the 3 Taoist priests each emitted a scornful snort. Elder Zhang, Taoist, asserted, "Were I to exert myself, naturally I could effect an opening. However, Such an action is entirely superfluous, as the Lin family head has already indicated that he himself will open it in the evening. Therefore, there is no necessity to squander my cultivation. Chapter 58. Arrival of the haunted abode. Upon beholding the spirit hall, the brawny man wielding a broad sword instantly adopted a grave expression. Lin Jinyu inquired, "Masters, what shall we do now?" I scrutinized the spirit hall, noting the palpable presence of malevolent energy within, indicative of unclean entities. The entrance and windows were ensnared by this sinister aura, rendering them inoperable. The malevolence within sought to remain undisturbed during the daylight hours, primarily for its own safety. Should anyone dare to open the doors or windows, allowing the sun's rays to penetrate, the entities inside might very well be driven to a state of panic, if not entirely dissipated, at the very least diminishing their dark essence. After circling the spirit hall twice, I discerned that aside from the presence of these unclean spirits, there were no additional peculiarities. The malevolent entities within bore no relation to the villa's transformation into a haunted estate. The pressing concern was not merely to expel the spirits residing in the villa, but rather to uncover the underlying cause of its gradual descent into darkness. Otherwise, vanquishing the current batch of apparitions would merely be a temporary fix, with new ones inevitably arising. Moreover, should we succeed in restoring the haunted estate to its former vitality, the accumulated malevolence would dissipate, thereby weakening the spirits dwelling here, making their eradication considerably easier. I declared, "Master Lin, this villa has indeed transformed into a haunted estate. We must first ascertain the cause of this transformation to resolve the matter at hand." Lin Jinyu, upon hearing that his home had transformed into a haunted dwelling, expressed his disbelief, saying, "How is that possible? We have resided here for over a decade. How could it possibly turn into a ghost house?" The burly man wielding a broad sword echoed his skepticism, asking, "Is it truly so sinister that a living residence can become a haunted one?" I nodded in affirmation, explaining that the villa was teeming with spirits, all of whom were drawn to the heavy energy emanating from the place, compelling them to take up residence there. Spirits thrive in such an environment, finding it exceedingly comfortable and conducive to enhancing their spiritual prowess. The broad sword-wielding man cursed vehemently, exclaiming, "Damn it, we've stumbled into a den of ghosts." He then turned to Lin Jinyu, declaring, "Master Lin, I must demand an increased fee. The situation in your home is fraught with peril, and my current compensation does not justify the risks I would be undertaking." The man astutely recognized the gravity of the circumstances. Even if we identified the cause of the transformation from a young residence to an one and restored it, we would still face the daunting task of expelling numerous spirits, which pose significant danger. Lin Jinyu inquired, "Oh, master, what amount do you deem appropriate?" The burly man replied, "At the very least, an additional $1,000,000. Lin Jinyu nodded, stating, "Very well, as long as the issue can be resolved, I am amenable to negotiations. I, Lin, am not lacking in funds." The three Taoists, witnessing the broad, sword-wielding man's demand for an additional $1,000,000 in compensation, were taken aback, exclaiming, "Master Lin, you must not be partial. If we resolve the issue, should we not also receive a raise?" Lin Jinyu waved his hand and assured everyone, "Rest assured, esteemed masters, once this matter is resolved, I shall not treat you inadequately." Noticing that the burly swordsman seemed to resonate with my perspective, coupled with my calm and resolute demeanor, it was evident that he placed greater trust in me than in the other three. He then addressed me, "Young sir, what course of action should we pursue now?" I replied, "Naturally, we must first ascertain the cause behind the villa's transformation into a haunted abode. Master Lin, have you offended anyone? Perhaps someone with deep-seated enmity?" Lin Jinyu pondered for a moment and responded, "In my decades of navigating the business realm, I have undoubtedly crossed many, and perhaps more than a few. However, I cannot pinpoint any specific individual." Sighing, I remarked, asking is futile. "Never mind, you needn't accompany me. I shall explore the villa on my own." The burly swordsman interjected, "Brother, I shall accompany you." Lin Yusin added, "Young sir, I too wish to join. I am quite familiar with this place." Lin Jinyu inquired, "Esteemed masters, what of you?" Elder Zhang replied, I shall meditate here and await the evening to vanquish the demons that plague this place. Taoist Wang scoffed. All I need is to sit here in meditation. With my spiritual awareness, I can survey the entire villa. I shall perform my incantations right here, without the need to venture elsewhere. Taoist Zhao then stated, Master Lin, do not concern yourself with me. I possess my own methods for exorcising spirits. With that, he closed his eyes. Lin Jinyu said, Esteemed masters, I am grateful for your assistance. I first wandered through the villa, meticulously examining every corner, yet I discerned nothing amiss. Thus, I stepped outside and began to explore the surroundings. Upon noticing my serious demeanor, Lin Yusin inquired, Young sir, have you discovered anything? I shook my head in response. The burly man with the broad sword remarked, Young brother, your demeanor is extraordinary. You clearly possess genuine skill. May I ask which school you hail from? I replied, My master is merely an ordinary folk practitioner of yin and yang, quite unremarkable. The burly man did not press further, stating, I am only somewhat adept in combat and lack proficiency in esoteric arts. Initially, upon hearing the description from the head of the Lin family, I presumed they were merely plagued by a few malevolent spirits. It appears this matter is far more complex than I imagined. How did you ascertain that this villa has transformed into a haunted abode? I said, It is evident once one opens their yin-yang eye. The burly man was taken aback, his expression shifting to one of astonishment as he exclaimed, You have already opened your yin-yang eye? A bit surprised, I asked, Is it difficult to open the yin-yang eye? Upon hearing my question, the man's face lit up with intrigue as he replied, My master requires the tears of an ox and the blood of a black dog steeped with willow leaves to assist in opening his yin-yang eye. At that moment, I recalled that Granny Lu, too, seemed unable to open her yin-yang eye. I quickly remarked it was merely by chance. Continuing on my path, the burly man approached and introduced himself. Young brother, I am Zhou Qingyang. Let us get acquainted. I responded, Greetings, I am Chun-Yi. Zhou Qingyang remarked, Brother Chun. Shortly we shall uncover the reason behind the transformation of the Yang residence into a Yin one, and it may very well depend on your efforts to resolve it. I possess a modicum of combat prowess, but when it comes to other esoteric arts, I am utterly inept. I replied that could be arranged. Observing my keen interest in the surrounding layout, Zhou Qingyang refrained from further conversation to avoid distraction. The phenomenon of converting a Yang residence into a Yin one could either stem from manipulations of feng shui or the placement of talismans in the vicinity. However, having thoroughly examined both the interior and exterior of the villa, I found no issues pertaining to feng shui nor any external influences from talismans, which rendered the situation rather perplexing. Lin Yusin inquired, Young sir, have you discerned the cause? Zhou Qingyang also gazed at me with concern. I shook my head and replied, No. This left me somewhat overwhelmed. Without identifying the cause, the matter remained unresolved. Observing my demeanor, Lin Yusin appeared somewhat disheartened. Zhou Qingyang then asked, What should be our next course of action? Shall we first address the arrangements for the burial of the young lady and the young master of the Lin family? Chapter 59. Establishing a safe haven, I shook my head, indicating that there was no urgency regarding the burial. Zhou Qingyang had underestimated the complexities involved before laying to rest. One must select the grave site, and whether to proceed with cremation or interment would require consultation with the head of the Lin family and others. The choice of cemetery also necessitates the involvement of a funeral service to transport the remains. Given the presence of spirits throughout this villa, the arrival of funeral personnel would likely terrify them. Thus, the burial must be postponed. I remarked, At present, I cannot ascertain the cause of this villa's transformation into a haunted dwelling. I can only spend the night here to observe any changes that may unfold. For now, this was the only course of action available. Lin Yusin, upon realizing that I would be staying in the villa tonight, brightened with joy and exclaimed, That's wonderful. With you here, the spirits in the villa will surely refrain from mischief, allowing me to enjoy a peaceful night's sleep. Feeling somewhat bashful, I replied, Miss Lin, you overestimate my capabilities. The spirits here are quite formidable, and I may not be able to dispel them entirely. However, I can certainly ensure the safety of the few of us present. Should the spirits choose to hide, I cannot guarantee what might occur. Therefore, it would be prudent for the bodyguards accompanying your father to depart for the time being. Lin Yusin nodded in agreement, saying, "All right, I will inform my father shortly." At that moment, I realized the abundance of spirits in this place posed a significant threat. If they were to launch an attack, my ability to defend against them might be severely limited, and I could very well find my own life at stake. Solitary matters are rather easily resolved. All that is required is the establishment of a simple protective barrier against malevolent spirits. The ordinary phantoms bear me no malice, and I have not encroached upon their dwelling. Thus they are unlikely to pose any threat. Of course, this does not apply to the more formidable spirits. I have thoroughly examined the villa, both inside and out, and although I have yet to discern the cause of its transformation into a haunted abode, I have gained a general understanding of its condition, discovering that indeed there are several vengeful spirits residing within. After all, the ambience of this place is precisely what such spirits favor. To speak of specifics, the entity within the morning hall is undoubtedly a powerful ghost. These vengeful spirits kill based on their whims, indifferent to any prior grievances. However, I soon conceived a plan. If we were to establish a grand protective barrier against these spirits, sequestering ourselves within it, would we not ensure the safety of all present? Yet, it is imperative to first observe the entirety of the villa as surroundings. The ultimate purpose of our perilous stay within the villa tonight is to uncover the reasons behind its transformation into a haunted site. Should we fail to grasp the full scope of the villa and miss the underlying cause of its haunting, then our night spent here would be utterly futile. Before long, I made my decision. The storage room is situated at the farthest edge of the villa, towards the northeast. Through the window of this storage room, one can witness the entire transformation of the villa. The storage room spans at least 20 square meters, providing ample space to convert it into a substantial protective barrier against malevolent spirits. Accordingly, I addressed Miss Lin. "Might I borrow your storage room for tonight?" Lin Yusin remarked. "Of course, young sir. Please proceed." Immediately, the three of us made our way towards the storage room. Along the way, Zhou Qingyang inquired, "What do you intend to do in the storage room, young brother?" Zhou Qingyang, despite his fierce exterior and being in his 40s, appeared somewhat lost, trailing behind me. I responded, "I'm setting up a protective array to ward off spirits. If danger arises, we can take refuge within." Upon hearing this, Zhou Qingyang's expression brightened. "Young brother, your decision is exceedingly sound." At this moment, the sun was nearing its descent, while Lin Yusin seemed unaffected. Both Zhou Qingyang and I sensed a sudden increase in the malevolent energy permeating the villa. This was due to the awakening of the spirits residing within. Zhou Qingyang felt the oppressive atmosphere intensifying around us, and a look of trepidation crossed his face. He turned to me and said, "Young brother, this is no favorable place. If we must stay here for the night, do you possess the confidence to endure?" I shook my head and replied, "I lack complete assurance." Upon hearing my words, a troubled expression emerged on Zhou Qingyang's face. I could tell he was contemplating retreat. Although earning money is significant, life is paramount. It would be entirely understandable if he chose to depart. Yet ultimately, it seemed he had resolved to remain. In truth, I harbored my own fears, apprehensive that my life might come to an end here. Nevertheless, I believed that once the protective array was properly established, there would be little left to fear. Suddenly, a thought struck me. The three charlatans were still present tonight. These three deceivers knew nothing, and if they were to cause a disturbance, it would spell trouble. Such an outcome would not only endanger themselves, but also jeopardize our safety. I resolved to find a way to persuade them to leave. In a sense, it would be a means of saving them. I turned to Lin Yusin and asked, "Miss Lin, do you place your trust in me or in those three Taoist priests?" Lin Yusin appeared taken aback, her expression tinged with confusion as she replied, "Young sir, why do you say this all of a sudden?" I responded, "Miss Lin, I can assure you that my intentions are not directed against anyone. My concerns are solely for the safety of everyone involved. I must be frank. Your residence is currently a den of spirits. By entering here, we have stepped into a lair of the supernatural. If we refrain from provoking those spirits, they should bear no malice towards us. However, I fear that the three impostors lack the understanding necessary to navigate this situation. Should they act recklessly and incite the wrath of these spirits, we could find ourselves in grave danger. Lin Yusin inquired, "Are you suggesting that those three priests are frauds?" I nodded and replied, "Miss Lin, if you have doubts, you may consult my companion here." Zhou Qingyang also affirmed. I vouch for the truth of this young man's words with my integrity. I continued, "My intention in urging their departure is for their own benefit. They possess no skills to contend with the supernatural. If they remain here tonight, they might even lose their lives, thus presenting further complications for us." Upon witnessing this, Lin Yusin spoke, "Young sir, I am indeed aware that those three individuals are likely swindlers. Not only do I know this, but my father can probably surmise it as well. However, those three were referred to us by my father's friends, and it may not be prudent to dismiss them outright." I responded in astonishment, "Your father's friends introduced swindlers to you?" Lin Yusin sighed and replied, "No, it is simply a matter of circumstance. Our family has sought the assistance of numerous geomancers in the past, yet nearly all have proven to be charlatans. To be frank, we do not have any genuine geomancers in our acquaintance. My father has devoted himself entirely to his business in recent years, forging connections primarily with those in the commercial realm, lacking any ties to geomancers. Furthermore, the individuals my father associates with are motivated solely by profit. Should a crisis arise, they would be indifferent to our plight. In fact, they might even seize the opportunity during our misfortune to conspire with others and wholly usurp our family's business. Therefore, my father is reluctant to seek their aid. He does, however, have one very close and trustworthy friend. Upon inquiring whether this friend knew of any reputable geomancers, my father's friend did not have any personal connections, but upon learning of our urgent situation, he promptly agreed to help us seek assistance. Nonetheless, my father's friend is also unable to discern the integrity of these geomancers and can only invite those he learns about to our home for evaluation. He hopes that by inviting a multitude of geomancers, we shall eventually encounter one possessing genuine skill. Indeed, this approach proves efficacious. The elderly gentleman who, in his twilight hours, introduced the young scholar to our household possessed genuine talent. Alas! Chapter 60. Grandfather, shall we play football? Lin Yusin sighed and continued thus, "As long as they are introduced by my father's friends, even though we know they are likely to be frauds, my father still treats them with utmost courtesy, simply to uphold his friend's dignity." I insisted, "There is no need for that. Those three are indeed swindlers. Let them leave. If a calamity were to befall us tonight, it would only add to your family's troubles." Upon hearing this, Lin Yusin replied, "Very well, young sir. I shall inform my father shortly." Previously, Lin Jinyu mentioned that there were two matters requiring resolution for the Lin family, aside from addressing the peculiar incidents occurring within their household. They needed to arrange the burial of his eldest daughter and youngest son. However, it was impossible to conduct the burials tonight. We would have to postpone until tomorrow. After all, their remains had already been at rest for an extended period, and an additional night would make little difference. Upon entering the storage room, I set to work, altering the feng shui energy of the space. The south corresponds to fire, the east to wood, the north to water, the west to metal, and the center to earth. I have fixed talismans at these 5 cardinal points within the storage room. A fire talisman to ward off malevolence, a talisman to dispel evil spirits, a talisman to break curses, a talisman to subdue ghosts, and a talisman to repel wickedness. The potency of these talismans, enhanced by the 5 elements of the heavenly stems, transformed the storage room into a protective barrier against malevolent forces. Sensing an increase in the negative energy within the villa, I remarked, "This is unacceptable. The ominous energy is intensifying. Miss Lin, you must quickly have your father's bodyguards escort those 3 Taoists away, and then we shall take refuge in the storage room together." Lin Yusin's expression changed suddenly as she said, "There's also my grandfather. He is still in his room. Can we move him to the storage room as well?" Upon hearing this, I responded, You still have a grandfather? Why didn't you mention it sooner? Hurry, let's go. Staying in such a place filled with negative energy will only worsen his health." Lin Yusin's eyes reddened at my words as she replied, "My grandfather has been in a coma all this time. Don't worry, young sir. I will have the bodyguards carry him to the storage room, and then let them leave. I nodded and said, good, go quickly. After Lin Yusin left, I felt quite exhausted from the flurry of activity and promptly sat down on the ground. Zhou Qingyang, similarly fatigued, plopped down beside me. His face was etched with seriousness, prompting me to ask, brother, are you afraid? Zhou Qingyang retorted, what is there to fear? People die for wealth, just as birds perish for food. With so much money at stake, it's worth risking my life. Besides, if anything goes wrong, I'll simply turn and flee. Hearing this, my expression darkened as I remarked, your attitude is rather unethical. Are you not aware of the unwritten rule among yin-yang masters? Once a job is accepted, one must assist the employer until the matter is resolved. Otherwise, if danger arises and the yin-yang master escapes, the employer is left powerless to cope. Wouldn't that mean the employer is effectively left to their demise because of the master? Zhou Qingyang nonchalantly remarked, morality? In today's society, who still upholds it? Everyone is merely striving to make a living. My young brother, heed my advice. One must prioritize oneself, lest the heavens enact their wrath. I refrained from voicing my thoughts, yet I had already reached a conclusion. Zhou Qingyang was unworthy of trust. After a short while, Lin Yusin and 4 bodyguards wheeled in a medical bed. Upon it lay an elderly man, his hair as white as snow. He wore an oxygen mask and was plunged into a deep coma. Like Lin Yusin, he too was ensnared by a malevolent aura. Once they placed him in the storage room, Lin Yusin exchanged a few words with the bodyguards, who then departed without delay. At that moment, a resounding crash echoed from the direction of the morning hall. Lin Yusin, in a state of urgency, called out, what is happening? My father is still inside. I immediately headed towards the morning hall, with Lin Yusin and Zhou Qingyang trailing behind. Upon reaching the entrance, we discovered that the door to the morning hall had swung open. 3 Taoist priests were gathered around Lin Jinyu, all appearing startled, their gazes fixed on the now open door. Once Lin Jinyu regained his composure, he addressed the priests, saying, since you refuse to depart, and the door to the morning hall is now ajar, I kindly ask that you utilize your abilities to carry my eldest daughter and youngest son out. At this moment, the funeral parlor was illuminated by an eerie crimson glow emanating from the chandelier. In the center of the parlor lay 2 corpses, and before them stood a table adorned with offerings. Yet, what instilled a sense of dread was the figures seated at the table, their back turned to the entrance, hands resting upon the altar, sitting upright with an unsettling stillness. The 3 Taoist priests, upon witnessing this scene, were overtaken by a palpable fear, their earlier composure evaporating entirely. After hearing Lin Jinyu's words, they instinctively retreated a step. Lin Yusin, gazing at the silhouette, trembled as she called out, brother, is that you? I quickly interrupted her, advising, do not act impulsively. It is best not to disturb what lies within. With a resigned silence, Lin Yusin complied. Observing the trio's reaction, Lin Jinyu remarked, well, since you 3 hesitate to advance, I shall not press you further. You may still depart if you wish. At that moment, Zhang Laodao turned his gaze towards me, seemingly recognizing the absence of fear upon my countenance, his expression shifting to one of comprehension. I realized then that this old rogue might suspect that I had orchestrated this scene to deceive him. Zhang Laodao proclaimed, Lin family head, watch closely. I shall enter and retrieve your eldest daughter and youngest son. The other 2 charlatans looked at Zhang Laodao in astonishment, evidently bewildered by his newfound audacity. Zhang Laodao, calm and composed, stepped inside, retrieving a peachwood sword from his bag, resembling a figure of great wisdom. Upon entering, he pointed the sword towards the silhouette seated before the altar. At that moment, the figure slowly turned its head, just the head, while the body remained motionless. The head rotated a full 180 degrees, fixing its gaze intently upon Zhang Laodao. It bore the visage of a child, approximately 11 or 12 years of age, yet devoid of eyeballs, replaced instead by 2 inky voids. Startled, Zhang Laodao dropped the peachwood sword to the ground. However, he quickly regained his composure, retrieved the sword, and once again positioned it at the figure's neck, declaring, demon, cease your tricks. The child then spoke, asking, grandfather, are you here to play with me? It was evident that Zhang Laodao was terrified, struggling to maintain his composure. He raised his voice, asserting, "Do not feign sorcery, or I shall strike you." His loud proclamation seemed a desperate attempt to bolster his courage. The child continued, "Grandfather, shall we play soccer?" With that, the child extended both hands, detaching his own head and presenting it to Zhang Laodao, as if to say, "This is the ball. Shall we play soccer?" Chapter 61. The ghostly kin at that moment. Lin Yusin suddenly burst into tears, her sobs laced with an undercurrent of terror. Through her weeping, she cried out, "Brother, my brother!" But he was supposed to have passed away long ago. Lin Jinyu, too, was bewildered, exclaiming, "My son, what on earth is happening?" However, apart from the anguished voices of Lin Jinyu and his daughter, two piercing screams echoed around me. "Ah, the ghost! There is a ghost!" These cries belonged to Taoist Zhao and Taoist Wang. The two priests, in sheer panic, fled the scene, racing towards the exit of the villa. Meanwhile, I observed Zhang Laodao, who stood frozen, staring at the severed head of the child before him. A wave of confusion washed over me. Was Zhang Laodao truly unafraid? His calm demeanor in the face of a ghost made me wonder if I had misjudged him. Perhaps he was some kind of formidable expert. Yet, my doubts were dispelled as I noticed a wet stain spreading on Zhang Laodao's trousers. He had, in fact, been so frightened that he had wet himself. In an instant, it seemed he finally grasped the gravity of the situation, and with a terrified shout of a ghost, he discarded his peachwood sword and turned to flee. The head of the ghostly child called out, "Grandfather, where are you going? Please don't leave me. Stay and keep me company. There is no one here to play with me." Just as Zhang Laodao reached the doorway, I witnessed a ghostly hand elongating suddenly. Its index finger curled menacingly, ensnaring the collar of Zhang Laodao's back. This spectral hand belonged to the corpse to the right of the ghostly child. In that moment, Zhang Laodao desperately attempted to flee, yet his body remained immobile, unable to advance even an inch. The most alarming aspect was that the ghostly child approached him. Clutching its own head, the child raised its head, bringing it perilously close to Zhang Laodao's face, and inquired, "Grandfather, what game are you playing? Why can't you move?" Zhang Laodao let out a horrified scream and promptly fainted from terror. Observing this scene, the ghostly child crouched down and said, "Grandfather, why have you collapsed? Quickly get up and play with me, or I shall twist off your head as well." However, the unconscious Zhang Laodao was oblivious to the child's words. Without hesitation, the ghostly child tossed its own head aside and reached for Zhang Laodao's head, seemingly intent on carrying out its threat. The child's head rolled across the floor with a thud, coming to rest in the corner. I felt compelled to intervene. If this ghostly child were to commit murder, it would become a malevolent spirit. Should I fail to exorcise it later, the only recourse would be to eliminate it. After all, it was the spirit of my employer's household. If I were to disperse its soul before their very eyes, they would likely be unable to accept such a fate. Just then, Lin Yusin, her eyes brimming with tears, stepped forward and addressed the ghostly child. "Little brother, is that you? Why are you still here?" Upon hearing her words, the ghostly child turned to face Lin Yusin, albeit headless. Yet, its voice resonated as it replied, "Second sister, you've come. Did you know that my elder sister and I have been waiting for you all this time? Sister, please come in. Once you do, our family can be reunited. Then we can bring Dad and Grandpa in as well, and I can continue living in the villa." Lin Yusin, whether enchanted by the voice of the ghostly child or consumed by sorrow, slowly advanced, seemingly wanting to grasp the ghostly child's hand. I hurriedly stepped forward and grasped Lin Yusin, saying, "Do not approach. That child is already dead and wishes to harm you." I then addressed the ghostly child, "Hey, how can you even harm your own sister? Are you still human?" The ghostly child's voice suddenly rose an octave, and the severed head that had rolled aside abruptly flew up, baring its teeth at me and saying, "Mind your own business." "Oh, quite fierce are we?" I retorted. "Come on, step forward and see if I won't use the 9-dragon ruler to smack your backside." The ghostly child continued to call out to Lin Yusin, "Sister, come in quickly. You may not know yet, but eldest sister is already married. Aren't you curious to meet your brother-in-law?" At that moment, Lin Jinyu stepped forward, saying, "Your elder sister is married? How can that be? She has already passed away." Seeing his son in such a state deeply saddened and agitated Lin Jinyu. The ghostly child seemed to have just noticed Lin Jinyu and joyfully exclaimed, "Dad, you're here too. That's wonderful. This means I can have one kill each with my elder sister." Although I could see fear in Lin Jinyu's eyes, I still said, "You little brat, what nonsense are you spouting?" The ghostly child continued, "Father, you do not comprehend. My brother-in-law has stated that if my elder sister and I were to slay you and my second sister, we would attain remarkable prowess in the spirit realm. We could become formidable apparitions. However, my elder sister has yet to agree, which is why we remain confined within this room, refraining from executing our grim task." The child's words bore a chilling truth. Should they indeed murder Lin Jinyu and Lin Yusin, it would be an act of ghastly familial betrayal. Spirits who willingly bring harm to their kin, devoid of just cause, would instantly transform into heinous specters, their malevolence magnified immeasurably. Upon hearing this, Lin Jinyu's anger eclipsed his fear, and he could not help but exclaim, "Who has taught you such vile notions? Where is your brother-in-law? Let him show himself. Without my consent, I shall see who dares to claim my daughter." In that moment, we observed that the two corpses lying in the background were now accompanied by a spectral presence, standing upright. The figure on the left was a female spirit, adorned in a burial garment, appearing to be in her late 20s. The figure on the right was a male spirit, similarly clad in a burial shroud, albeit one that had faded over time. Even had the garment retained its color, its quality would have paled in comparison to that of the female corpse. The male spirit, resembling a middle-aged man with a fearsome countenance, wore a black circular hat. Upon rising, he proclaimed with an air of authority, "It is I who shall marry your daughter. She shall marry, whether she desires to or not." Upon finishing his words, the old specter reached out and grasped the hand of the nearby female corpse, effortlessly guiding it to the ground. Lin Jinyu, visibly infuriated, exhibited intense agitation as I observed his chest heaving dramatically. He exclaimed, This is an act of forceful abduction." The middle-aged specter took 2 bold strides forward and retorted, "What of it, father-in-law? If I choose to seize by force, what can you do to stop me? Perhaps you all should join us instead." Turning his gaze toward Lin Yusin, he remarked, "Father-in-law, your second daughter is quite alluring as well. When she meets her end, I shall take her as well. Thus, we shall all be one family." Upon concluding this declaration, the middle-aged specter erupted into a triumphant laugh. Witnessing the specter's intentions toward his second daughter ignited a fierce resolve in Lin Jinyu, momentarily eclipsing his fear as he gritted his teeth and declared, "You dare." At that moment, the female ghost beside the middle-aged specter interjected, "Father, little sister, you must leave quickly and not concern yourselves with us. Hurry, go." It was clear that the female ghost was unwilling to see Lin Jinyu and Lin Yusin perish in this place. Chapter 62. Then I shall not hold back. Upon hearing those words, the middle-aged specter immediately unleashed a kick upon the female ghost. She let out a piercing scream as she was sent crashing against the wall. Lin Yusin, witnessing this distressing scene, cried out in concern, "Sister." The male ghost erupted in a torrent of curses directed at the female ghost, declaring, "A married woman is like water that has been spilled. You are now mine and must obey my commands. Were it not for your status, I would have already exterminated everyone in this villa." It was evident that the female ghost was deeply intimidated by the male specter. After receiving the kick, she curled up in the corner, trembling in fear. Nevertheless, she managed to respond, "I have married you. You may do as you wish, but you must not harm my sister or my father. Otherwise, I shall take my own life before you." In response to her words, the male ghost approached in exasperation, pointing a finger at her and scolding, "Why are you so utterly obtuse? If you were to kill your father, you would immediately gain immense power and even bring him down to accompany you. Why do you resist?" The female ghost, hugging her knees and turning her face to the wall, replied, "No, I cannot kill my father." The male ghost, infuriated by her response, seized her by the hair and struck her twice, exclaiming, "Shameless wretch, this is the consequence of disobedience." Lin Jinyu, witnessing his daughter's suffering, felt a surge of rage and shouted, "Stop! Do not strike my daughter." The male ghost, undeterred, delivered 2 more slaps to the female ghost, retorting, "So what if I did?" At that moment, I remarked, enough is enough, do not overreach. The male specter, noticing my interruption, retorted, I beat my woman. It is none of your business, you pretty boy. Mind your own affairs, or I shall devour you whole. I found his behavior distasteful. What valor is there in striking a woman? This male specter's strength could only be deemed average among spirits, while the female specter hardly qualified as a formidable ghost, which is why she was subjugated by him. Having encountered him this night, he had but two paths ahead, either to be absolved by me or to face annihilation. Drawing forth my nine-dragon ruler, I strode purposefully toward the spirit hall, declaring, your violence against your partner is indeed no concern of mine, yet I choose to intervene. You threaten to consume me? Come forth, then. As I approached, the male specter seethed, you seek death, boy. However, rather than charging at me himself, he directed his ire toward the ghostly child, saying, nephew, someone dares strike your brother-in-law. Do not hesitate. What a shameless act, to command a child while refusing to confront me himself. The ghostly child stood up, ready to lunge at me, but was halted by the female specter, who urged, shall you do not? Upon hearing his elder sister's plea, the child obediently retreated to the side. Enraged by her intervention, the male specter kicked the cowering female ghost, exclaiming, damn it, your husband is about to be attacked, and you still plead for restraint. Then the male ghost glared at me with a fierce expression and declared, you young lad, today I shall dismember you into 8 pieces. In that moment, I had already closed the distance between us. The male ghost, clearly taken aback by my swiftness, launched a kick towards me. However, being merely an ordinary malevolent spirit, he was no match for my prowess. I evaded his strike and delivered a direct blow to his cheek with my nine dragons ruler. The ghost, unable to evade in time, was struck squarely on the face, letting out a pained scream as he was sent flying. Nevertheless, he quickly regained his footing, baring his fangs and claws as he lunged at me, exclaiming, you brat, I will make your soul scatter to the winds. I charged towards the male ghost, my nine dragons ruler relentlessly striking him. His cries of anguish filled the air as I continued my assault. This ghost, in his ignorance, failed to comprehend the gravity of his actions. Had he succeeded in inciting the female ghost to slay her own kin, her powers would have surpassed his in an instant, leaving him to face dire consequences. Overwhelmed by my relentless attacks, the male ghost hastily begged for mercy, exclaiming, spare me, master, I have realized my mistakes. I continued to strike him for a while before finally relenting. The male ghost lay prostrate on the ground, paralyzed by fear. I turned to the female ghost, who was cowering nearby, and beckoned, come here, dear sister. Startled by my earlier display of strength against the male ghost, she floated over tremulously. I gestured towards the male ghost and urged, go on, give him a good thrashing to vent your frustrations. The female ghost timidly protested, I assent that, not quite appropriate. At that moment, the male ghost threatened her. Dare you? I struck the male ghost squarely on the mouth with my Julong ruler, exclaiming, have you been granted permission to speak? The male ghost let out a pained cry, promptly sealing his lips. I turned to the female ghost and reassured her, fear not. Unleash your wrath as you see fit. I shall support you. Upon hearing this, the female ghost declared, then I shall not hold back. She lifted her foot and unleashed a flurry of kicks upon the male ghost, seemingly intent on venting all her recent grievances. The male ghost writhed beneath her onslaught, issuing anguished cries of supplication, pleading, wife, I was wrong. Please spare me. I shall never dare again. Darling, please stop. My kidneys are on the verge of being crushed. As the female ghost became increasingly fervent in her assault, she was incensed by his terms of endearment, retorting, do not call me your wife. Had you not forced my hand, I would never have married you. You are the reason for my demise, and I shall take your life. It became evident that this female ghost had been a victim of the male ghost's actions. She continued, her anger mounting, seemingly compelled to voice all her pent-up grievances. Not only did you cause my death, but you also coerced me to linger in the mortal realm, disrupting my timely passage to the underworld. I am doomed to wander as a lost soul, all thanks to your actions. With each word, her fury intensified, and her strikes grew more ferocious. It became increasingly clear that she was on the brink of transforming into a vengeful spirit. I realized that I could not allow the female ghost to continue her rampage. Swiftly, I intervened, guiding her aside as I spoke. "Please calm down, dear sister. Take a moment to gather yourself before proceeding." At that moment, I caught a glimpse of the male ghost attempting to flee. Without hesitation, I hurled the Nine Dragons ruler, which embedded itself in the wall, effectively blocking his escape. Startled, the male ghost froze in place, unable to move. He pleaded, "Master, spare my life. I shall depart from here immediately and never return." I retorted, "You believe you could take a life and simply walk away?" Upon hearing my words, the male ghost sensed the gravity of his situation and quickly rose, exclaiming, "Master, do you intend to condemn me to eternal damnation?" I replied icily, "A life for a life. Debts must be repaid." I observed him shudder, and he then proposed, "Master, would it suffice if I offered compensation for my transgressions? I possess a wealth of ghostly currency. Should you perish, this treasure would surely sustain you for a considerable time." Chapter 63. It is time to flee suddenly. A chill washed over me as I remarked, "Are you cursing me to death?" The male ghost, noticing my demeanor, shrank back and replied, "Master, death is an inevitability. Whether it comes early or late, we all must face it. In any case, you will eventually need my money. Release me, and I shall hand over all my wealth to you." I retorted, "If I cannot survive the calamity of my 30th year, I shall be lost to the void, and your money will indeed be of no use to me. You are inciting other spirits to murder their kin. How malicious! A spirit like you must have caused great harm to many, hence you deserve to perish. However, I may allow you a brief extension of your existence. The female ghost is not yet finished with you. Let her have her moment to vent her frustrations before you embark on your final journey." Upon hearing this, the male ghost was consumed by rage, his face turning a furious shade as he declared, "You have gone too far. I shall kill you." With that, he lunged at me, a fierce crimson glow emanating from his being, an embodiment of his malevolent energy. Aware of his imminent demise, he was prepared to fight to the bitter end. I concentrated my spiritual energy within my palm and unleashed a devastating 5 thunder palm strike towards him. In that fleeting moment, a flicker of lightning coursed through my hand. Instantly, the male ghost let out a wretched scream as he was propelled backward. A plume of black smoke erupted from him, signaling the dissipating of his malevolent aura. Struck by my blow, he was grievously wounded, if not already dead. The male ghost swiftly rose to his feet, feigning an advance towards me. I mused upon his audacity. Despite the certainty of his demise, he dared to approach me repeatedly. However, in the midst of his charge, he abruptly pivoted and fled towards the entrance of the morning hall. I could not allow this specter to escape. In mere strides, I reached the corner of the wall, seizing the 9-dragon ruler embedded therein, and pursued him. Outside, Lin Yusin and Lin Jinyu were taken aback by the ghost's sudden emergence, their faces etched with panic. Yet at that moment, Zhou Qingyang stepped forward, shielding Lin Yusin and Lin Jinyu behind him. After all, they were his patrons, and he was determined to protect them, for their demise would mean the loss of his financial benefactors. Upon bursting forth from the morning hall, the male ghost bellowed, "Trouble! This family has summoned a sorcerer to annihilate us. We must unite to vanquish this sorcerer, for otherwise, none of us shall survive." His desperate cries echoed, seeking to rally more allies against me. Unbeknownst to me, this ghost was cunning indeed. As his voice resonated, a chilling wind swept through the villa, and numerous ghostly figures began to manifest in various rooms, peering through the windows towards the morning hall. At that precise moment, I had emerged and swiftly approached the male ghost, wielding the 9-dragon ruler and cleaving his form in twain. The severed halves of his body convulsed upon the ground, gradually becoming translucent until, in a matter of moments, they vanished entirely. As I vanquished the malevolent spirit, it seemed to solidify in the hearts of the other ghosts within the villa that I had been summoned by this family to eradicate them. Instantly, the estate was filled with anguished wails that echoed through the air. I sensed a chilling breeze sweeping towards us, growing stronger with each moment. At that juncture, a female spirit emerged, hand in hand with a ghostly child, drifting from the morning hall directly to the side of Lin Jinyu and Lin Yusin. The female spirit, along with Lin Jinyu and Lin Yusin, embraced one another in a torrent of tears. However, the female spirit shed no tears. Her weeping was dissonant and somewhat grating. Upon recognizing that this female spirit was their daughter and elder sister, Lin Jinyu and Lin Yusin appeared to lose their fear. Lin Jinyu addressed the female spirit, lamenting, "My daughter, you have suffered. It is the fault of your father for being so inept." I observed several other spirits encircling us, yet none dared to approach immediately. Zhou Qingyang, wielding a broadsword in both hands, assumed a defensive stance. I interjected, "Master Lin, it is not the time for familial lamentations. We cannot afford to weep now. If we are surrounded by these spirits, our escape will be impossible." Lin Jinyu glanced around, his expression shifting to one of alarm as he noticed numerous pallid spirits ominously watching us. He promptly inquired, "Young sir, what should we do now?" Having witnessed my abilities during the confrontation with the spirits, Lin Jinyu's address had shifted to a more respectful tone. I decisively instructed, "We must flee to the storage room. I have set up a protective array there that will fend off these spirits." Upon hearing this, Lin Jinyu immediately nodded in agreement. "Very well. Let us proceed swiftly." Lin Jinyu, too, had observed the increasing multitude of specters. I addressed Zhou Qingyang, "Brother, would you prefer to lead the way or bring up the rear? It would be best if the Lin family head and the others were positioned in the center." After a moment's contemplation, Zhou Qingyang replied, "Young brother, I shall take the lead. Your capabilities are considerable. I entrust the rear to you. To guard the rear is inherently more perilous than to advance at the front." I did not dwell on the matter, stating, "Very well, let us hasten our departure." Instantly, Zhou Qingyang strode forward, and I addressed Lin Jinyu, the two others, and the two specters quickly followed Zhou Qingyang. Lin Jinyu and the others promptly followed behind Zhou Qingyang. I, too, advanced, vigilantly observing the surrounding phantoms. The specters that had thus far appeared were of meager cultivation, and, as such, they dared not approach to impede our progress. The distance from our current location to the utility room was not considerable, merely a few minutes' walk. However, we had scarcely advanced any distance when a cry of anguish pierced the air, emanating from Lin Yusin. I turned my gaze towards Lin Yusin and observed that her ankle was seized by a pallid, spectral hand that had emerged from the earth. Lin Yusin found herself utterly unable to move the foot that was thus ensnared. Lin Yusin's elder sister, a female specter, promptly stepped forward, endeavoring to dislodge the spectral hand. But despite her best efforts, she could not budge it in the slightest. With a swift, arrow-like movement, I advanced, exclaiming loudly, "Stand clear." Thereupon, I brandished the Nine Dragons ruler and brought it down upon the spectral hand. Lin Yusin's elder sister, upon seeing my advance, hastily retreated. Though the Nine Dragons measure appeared unremarkable, it harbored an aura that sent shivers through her very core. With a swift motion, the Nine Dragons measure descended upon the pallid, ghostly hand, severing it with precision. A series of anguished screams echoed as the severed hand oozed a viscous, murky fluid. Lin Yusin let out a shriek, startled into shaking off the ghostly hand that still clung to her ankle. I urged the others, saying, "We must depart at once." Zhou Qingyang interjected, "What do you mean depart? We should be fleeing." I retorted, "Then why don't you run?" Zhou Qingyang indeed took flight, moving swiftly. However, Lin Jinyu stumbled just a few paces, losing his footing and falling. By this time, Zhou Qingyang had already covered a considerable distance, prompting me to call out, "Stop! Come back!" Upon turning back, Zhou Qingyang, upon seeing Lin Jinyu sprawled on the ground, returned with a hint of reluctance. Once he reached Lin Jinyu, he remarked, "Master Lin, it's evident you don't engage in much exercise." Lin Jinyu apologized, saying, "I beg your pardon, sir. I truly am growing old." Chapter 64. The Red Malevolent Spirit Child. At this moment, Lin Yusin's elder sister spoke up, "Father, allow me to carry you." With that, the female ghost hoisted Lin Jinyu on her back. She effortlessly bore the weight of over 150 pounds without a hint of strain. Zhou Qingyang, witnessing this scene, swiftly turned and continued towards the storeroom. Our group hastened to follow in his wake. After traversing a mere 10 meters, a disheveled female, ghost-clad in white, suddenly emerged from the ground. The apparition, dressed in a pale burial garment, lunged at me with a harrowing scream. Yet it was evident that she possessed only one hand, the other severed by my own blade moments prior. Unfazed by the spectral figure, I swung the nine-dragon ruler, striking the ghost's head with precision. The impact elicited a piercing wail from her as her body spun through the air before collapsing to the side. The white-clad specter, unwilling to concede, appeared intent on advancing towards me. I raised the nine-dragon ruler, pointing it menacingly in her direction. The ghost's malevolence was not profound. She was not a formidable spirit, and thus I had no desire to send her into a state of utter disarray. Observing the weapon in my hand, a flicker of fear crossed her visage, causing her to hesitate in her approach. Suddenly, Zhou Qingyang, leading the group, came to an abrupt halt, exclaiming in terror, "Heavens! The red malevolent spirit child!" I quickly glanced ahead and beheld a ghostly child, resembling Lin Yusin's younger brother, standing defiantly before us. However, this child was vermilion all over, including every visible inch of skin. The Crimson Spectre child possessed no pupils. A layer of white membrane enveloped its eyes, from which streaks of blood trickled. The Crimson Spectre child is an exceedingly malevolent spirit. Should a child under the age of 3 meet a resentful demise on a Crimson Spectre day, it would transform into such a being. The female ghost carrying Lin Jinyu involuntarily recoiled, deeply afraid of the Crimson Spectre child before her. The younger spectre, holding its hand, whispered, "Elder sister, I'm frightened." Her elder sister replied, "Fear not, the young master is here." As she spoke, the female ghost leaned closer, likely desiring to stand beside me were it not for the aura emanating from the celestial dipper ruler in my hand. Several malevolent spirits obstructed our path alongside the Crimson Spectre child. At that moment, I noticed Lin Yusin gazing at me, her voice trembling as she said, Young master, this child bears a striking resemblance to the ghostly child I often saw in my room. However, that one was entirely white, whereas this one is crimson. I surmised that this was likely the very same ghostly child from Lin Yusin's room. The Crimson Spectre child typically manifests as an ordinary ghostly child. No wonder this ghostly child could nullify the effects of the 5 Thunder Protection Talisman with a single strike, enduring its backlash without perishing and even leaving a bloody handprint upon it. I affirmed, this ghostly child is likely the one from your room. At that moment, the Crimson Ghost Child transformed once more into the guise of an ordinary ghostly child, a naive smile gracing its face as it addressed Lin Yusin, saying, "Sister, is this the appearance you are referring to?" Lin Yusin, witnessing the metamorphosis of the Crimson Ghost Child, turned even paler. In a somewhat dazed manner, she asked, "Young sir, what shall we do now? What shall we do?" "Naturally, we must charge forward." I turned to Zhou Qingyang and said, "Brother Zhou, we have no choice but to press on. If you are afraid, you may retreat to the back while I advance." Lin Jinyu interjected, "Brother Zhou, regarding your earlier proposition of an additional 1 million, I, Lin, am in agreement. I now entrust this task to you." Upon hearing Lin Jinyu's words, Zhou Qingyang immediately stirred himself and declared, "Head of the Lin family, since you have said so, I shall give my all. It is merely the Crimson Ghost Child. What's the worst that could happen?" With a resolute demeanor, Zhou Qingyang raised his broadsword and, with a fierce roar, struck down towards the Crimson Ghost Child with the might of a mountainous descent. Although this sword was forged from metal, it bore Taoist inscriptions, meaning that any ordinary ghost struck by it would likely face immediate obliteration. However, Zhou Qingyang was now confronting the formidable Crimson Ghost Child. Before him, the Crimson Ghost Child transformed once again into a figure entirely clad in red, remaining motionless in its stance. Just as the broadsword was about to make contact, it extended 2 fingers, effortlessly pinching Zhou Qingyang's south weapon in place. Upon witnessing this scene, I gained a rudimentary understanding of Zhou Qingyang's capabilities. Although he possessed a modicum of skill, his prowess was rather lacking. He could manage ordinary spirits with relative ease, yet when confronted with formidable ghosts, he faltered. After observing his broadsword being effortlessly blocked by the Red Shah Ghost Child, he could not help but gasp in astonishment. He exerted all his strength, striving to reclaim the sword from the grasp of the ghostly figure. Yet despite his fervent efforts, his face flushed with exertion. The sword remained immovable in the hands of the Red Sha ghost child. It appeared that Zhou Qingyang was contemplating abandoning the sword and fleeing. As I noticed beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead, his gaze darting around as if searching for the quickest escape route from the villa. Upon perceiving Zhou Qingyang's intentions, I felt a pang of disappointment. A man of such stature, a robust figure standing tall. How could he entertain thoughts of retreat in the face of danger? I glanced around and noted that the spirits were converging in ever greater numbers. We were on the verge of being encircled. Time was of the essence. I leapt into action, vaulting over the crowd, and seized the Nine Dragons ruler, adopting a stance akin to the legendary strike of Mount Hua, aiming directly for the crown of the Red Sha ghost child. My assault was swift and fierce. The Red Sha ghost child sensed the impending threat, its eyes widening in alarm as it fixed its gaze upon me. With a chilling shriek, the ghost flung Zhou Qingyang aside. A crimson aura emanated from the Red Sha ghost child as it poised its hands into a palm strike, launching an attack towards me. This strike unleashed a wave of malevolent energy that collided with my Nine Dragons ruler. The invisible energy field expanded, and the malevolent aura emitted by the red fiendish child dissipated, effectively countering my offensive. The red fiendish child bared its sharp teeth at me, seemingly attempting to intimidate. However, I am not one to cower in the face of threats. With my initial strike thwarted, I swiftly made a decision. I plunged the Nine Dragons ruler into the ground, bit into my middle finger, and used the blood from my fingertip to inscribe a rudimentary bagua on my right palm. Then I proclaimed, "The universe is boundless, and the cosmos lends its power." Upon uttering these words, I struck my palm towards the red fiendish child, sensing an overwhelming peril. The red fiendish child's face betrayed a look of terror, and it attempted to flee. It was too late. A tremendous roar erupted from the spot where the red fiendish child stood. The ground began to erupt violently, with dust swirling into the air. Amidst the relentless explosions, we all heard the red fiendish child's agonizing scream. Chapter 65. The might of the king wins Bagua mirror in a moment of chaos. The figure of the Red Sha ghost boy soared out from the explosion. As Zhou Qingyang stood up, he was momentarily stunned by the spectacle before him, muttering in disbelief. "This is astonishing. This is far superior to my master." He then retrieved his broadsword and made his way back, now taking on the role of a protector. Lin Yusin's voice broke through the tension as she exclaimed, "The young master is truly remarkable." Seemingly forgetting her fear, she turned to Lin Jinyu and said, "Father, did I not choose wisely in bringing this young master?" Lin Jinyu replied, "Indeed, this young master possesses genuine skill. Today, I have witnessed something extraordinary. It appears that the issues plaguing my family may finally find resolution." I waved my hand dismissively, saying, "There's no need for flattery. I expect compensation for resolving your matters." Lin Jinyu assured me, "Rest assured, I will ensure that you are adequately rewarded." Reflecting on my earlier feat, I noted, that last maneuver drew upon all my strength. The borrowing of the universe's power has its drawbacks, particularly the necessity of using blood as a catalyst, which is rather cumbersome. After repelling the Red Sha ghost boy, the spirits surrounding us exhibited a newfound wariness. I urged, "Now is the time, let's depart." With that, I took the lead towards the storage room, with Zhou Qingyang and the others trailing behind. The spirits that had previously obstructed our path parted ways upon seeing me, well aware that they were no match for my abilities. As I approached within 100 meters of the storage room, a voice suddenly erupted from my left, imbued with a profound and seething hatred, declaring, "I seek your life." It was the red evil spirit child, returning to exact its vengeance. This malevolent entity was exceedingly fierce. Although it had been gravely injured by my earlier technique, the chi of the universe borrowing method, it was now enveloped in a shroud of vengeful energy. Its face contorted into a fearsome grimace. Moreover, it seemed that the spirits sensed the presence of a formation within the storage room, for several malevolent spirits had already positioned themselves before it, intent on obstructing our entry. I drew forth the nine dragons ruler and struck once more at the red evil spirit child. To my astonishment, it seized the nine dragons ruler with its hand. However, the aura emanating from the ruler possessed a restraining effect on the sinister energy. As the red evil spirit child grasped the ruler, it was akin to clutching a searing iron, the sound of sizzling flesh emanating from its hand. Though it writhed in agony, it stubbornly refused to relinquish its grip. With its other hand clawed into a menacing shape, it lunged toward my chest. Should it succeed in its grasp, the consequences would be dire. I deftly sidestepped, swiftly withdrawing the nine dragons ruler from its grasp, and without a moment's hesitation, I struck at the red evil spirit child's body. The blow landed solidly near its left waist, eliciting a piercing scream as it was sent hurtling away once more. With determined strides, I advanced, urging the others to follow closely. The malevolent spirits, upon seeing me, hesitated, uncertain whether to yield and allow passage. In truth, my seemingly effortless triumph over the Crimson Fiend child was partly intended to intimidate the other specters present, discouraging them from rash actions. My current strength is diminished to less than 50%. Should these spirits swarm us, our fate would be sealed. The remaining malevolent ghosts alone pose a formidable threat. Fortunately, we are nearing the storage room. I bellowed at the phantoms obstructing our path. Death to those who defy me. The common spirits yielded, but the malevolent ghosts hesitated, failing to immediately disperse. At that moment, the Crimson Fiend child's voice echoed once more, urging, "Why do you cower? If you do not eliminate this formidable individual now, he will recover his strength and eradicate us all." Upon hearing this, the malevolent ghosts emanated a palpable aura of malignance and charged toward us in unison. Besieged by these vengeful spirits, those behind me cried out in alarm. Lin Yusen exclaimed, "Be careful, master." Zhou Qingyang shouted, "Brother, you must hold them back." Realizing the gravity of the situation, I stowed the nine-dragon ruler and retrieved the king when Bagua mirror from my pocket. While the nine-dragon ruler possesses considerable power, it lacks the capacity for widespread destruction. With so many spirits present, I would be overwhelmed before I could dispatch them individually. I held the Wan Wang Bagua mirror in my hand and addressed the gathered crowd, instructing them to keenly observe the opportune moment to break through the malevolent spirit's barrier and swiftly enter the storage room. Zhou Qingyang and Lin Yusen, along with others, readily agreed. With the Wan Wang Bagua mirror as my focal point, I began to invoke the Tai exorcism and protection spell. Rapidly, I recited, manipulating the heavenly principle, transforming the dualities, giving birth to yin and yang, rotating the universe, heeding the edict of forgiveness. The cosmos is boundless. The universe lends its laws. These laws arise from the heart, perpetually flourishing. Tai celestial sovereign, urgent as the law commands. Upon completing my incantation, a surge of righteous energy emanated from my being, and a brilliant golden light radiated around me. Suddenly, a voice filled with terror echoed from behind. Lin Yusen's elder sister. A wave of realization washed over me. I had completely forgotten that Lin Yusen's sister and younger brother were spirits. Their proximity meant they would undoubtedly be affected by my spell. With their meager spiritual prowess, they would likely be annihilated by my attack. I urgently called out, "Zhou Qingyang, quickly shield the Lin family's eldest daughter and youngest son." In this critical moment, Zhou Qingyang proved to be somewhat resourceful. He shouted, "You two, the hilt of my broadsword is hollow. Quickly slip inside." Seeing this, Lin Yusen's elder sister took her younger brother by the hand and dove into the hilt of Zhou Qingyang's sword. With that, I was freed from concern and could fully unleash the Tai exorcism and protection spell. A golden Tai Chi Bagua continuously expanded, enveloping the surrounding spirits in its radiant glow. As the light struck them, wisps of black smoke began to emanate from their forms, signifying their dissolution. The malevolent specters that had lunged towards me were met head-on by the Tai Chi Bagua, and with a piercing wail, they were sent hurtling backward. Observing the ever-enlarging symbol, the remaining spirits scattered in fear, unwilling to confront its power. I stood resolutely at the center of the Tai Chi Bagua, exuding an aura of unyielding strength. Ultimately, At the moment when the bagua reached its maximum expansion, it erupted with a thunderous sound and vanished. As the Tai Chi bagua dissipated, darkness swiftly descended upon the surroundings. The path ahead had been cleared, presenting the perfect opportunity to flee into the storage room. However, I noticed that none of my companions had made a move to follow. Turning to glance behind me, I found them frozen in astonishment, their expressions blank as they stared at themselves. It seemed these three were utterly unaccustomed to such sights, rendered speechless by their shock. Yet, my situation was dire. After that display of power, my own energy reserves had been nearly exhausted. If those vengeful spirits were to converge upon us, we would surely meet our demise here. Thus, I urged them, what are you waiting for? Hurry into the storage room. Chapter 66. The source of Yin energy. Upon hearing this, the three of them immediately reacted and hurriedly dashed towards the storage room. Among them, Zhou Qingyang ran the fastest, fearful that he would be a moment too slow and fall prey to those sinister spirits. Observing Zhou Qingyang's demeanor, I felt a surge of indignation. He was inept in combat, yet excelled in fleeing. Throughout this night, he had exerted little effort, yet after the matter was resolved, he would undoubtedly claim a hefty reward in the millions. No, once this elder brother received his payment, I must demand my share for saving his life. As for the red evil ghost boy, I had saved him once before and now again. Surely, his life must be worth $1 million. I watched as several individuals entered the storage room before I, too, made my way inside without hesitation. Once inside, I no longer concealed my fatigue and plopped down onto the floor. Lin Yusin, noticing my condition, rushed over and inquired with concern, "Young sir, are you all right?" I shook my head and replied, "I am fine. I merely need a moment's rest." Then I added, by the way, "Ensure your sister and brother do not come out under any circumstances. This place is protected by a magical array, and should they emerge, they would likely suffer a fate most dire." Lin Yusin's elder sister must have heard my words, for a voice emanated from the hilt of Zhou Qingyang's sword, saying, "Thank you for the reminder, young sir. We are aware." At that moment, Lin Yusin produced a handkerchief from an unknown source and meticulously began to wipe the sweat from my forehead. A faint, delicate fragrance wafted from the handkerchief she held. I took the handkerchief from Lin Yusin's hand and said, "It's all right, I can manage." For some reason, my gesture seemed to evoke a sense of disappointment in Lin Yusin. A mist appeared in her eyes. I inquired, "Miss Lin, why are you crying?" "It's all right now. We are safe. Those spirits cannot enter here. This protective barrier against ghosts is intricately woven from the principles of the 5 elements, coupled with the power of talismans. Even if those vengeful spirits were to unite in their assault, they would struggle to breach it. If you feel weary, you can rest assured and take a nap." Lin Yusin quickly lowered her head and replied, "No, it's not that. I haven't been crying. Thank you so much for saving my entire family." I remarked, "It is merely a matter of providing service for remuneration. It is nothing to be concerned about." I continued addressing everyone, particularly Lin Yusin and Lin Jinyu, the 2 ordinary individuals, as well as old Master Lin, who was currently in a deep coma and thus did not require immediate attention. For the time being, do not look outside, and regardless of any sounds you may hear, do not respond, lest you attract the spirit's attention. Lin Jinyu asked, "What does it mean to attract spirit's attention?" I explained, "Attracting spirit's attention refers to the way a ghost may lure you through speech. If you respond, you risk losing your will and becoming subject to their control. Should you be led away by the spirits, I would be unable to protect you." Upon hearing this, Lin Jinyu was taken aback and declared, "Rest assured, we will not respond. From this moment on, we shall remain silent and utter not a word." Lin Jinyu also gestured for Lin Yusin to remain silent. Lin Yusin nodded in agreement. Observing the actions of Lin Jinyu and Lin Yusin, I felt a sense of satisfaction and nodded in approval. I chose not to give Zhou Qingyang excessive reminders. After all, he was a practitioner and should be familiar with the rudimentary ghostly arts of calling spirits. I merely sat for a moment before rising and moving to the window of the storage room. Peering outside, I noticed several specters lingering nearby. Upon seeing my presence at the window, those malevolent spirits instantly directed eerie smiles my way. I disregarded them, my gaze sweeping across the villa to discern any unusual occurrences. Standing at the window, I observed the changes within the villa, while gradually restoring my energy. Before long, Lin Yusin brought over an abandoned sofa from inside the room, signaling that I could take a seat. The sofa was quite substantial, weighing no less than 100 pounds, and I was pleasantly surprised by Lin Yusin's strength. Without hesitation, I sank into it, leaning back against the cushions, relishing the comfort it provided. After a while, glancing at the time, I realized it was already midnight, the hour when the atmosphere is most saturated with yin energy. I steel myself, aware that any peculiar phenomena were most likely to occur at this moment. Just as I was intently focused on the interior of the villa, Lin Jinyu approached me. Without uttering a word, he placed a hand on my shoulder. I glanced at him before returning my gaze to the villa and inquired, "What is it, Master Lin?" Lin Jinyu merely murmured softly, prompting me to inquire, "Did you hear any strange sounds?" Lin Jinyu nodded frantically, his face betraying a look of terror. My question stemmed from the fact that I too had heard something, yet I chose to disregard it. Observing Lin Jinyu's demeanor, I mused upon the caution exhibited by the head of the Lin family. I instructed him not to respond to the eerie calls, as it was not my voice he needed to ignore. Even in my presence, he remained silent, merely nodding in acknowledgement. I reassured him, "Lin family head, there is no cause for alarm. As long as you refrain from engaging, nothing will transpire. Do not glance outside. As long as we remain within this room, we are safe." Upon hearing my words, Lin Jinyu visibly relaxed. I scrutinized the villa, despite a palpable increase in the sinister energy pervading the space. There were no overtly strange occurrences. This was perplexing. If there were no evident anomalies, how could this residence, once a sanctuary, transform into a site of malevolence? There was something amiss, undeniably so. I activated my yin-yang vision to begin my investigation. However, despite a thorough examination, I could not discern any significant irregularities. At that moment, Zhou Qingyang's voice reached my ears, exclaiming, "Little brother, there is something peculiar." "What is peculiar?" I inquired hastily. Zhou Qingyang replied, "It's the Lin family head and his two companions." I turned my gaze toward Lin Jinyu and his companions, only to discover that they had succumbed to slumber, lying unconscious upon another sofa. However, this is not the most bizarre aspect. The most peculiar detail lies in the fact that the elder of the Lin family, Lin Jinyu, and Lin Yusin all exude a palpable aura of yin energy. How could the living possibly emit such a spectral essence? I had been intently observing the surroundings, thus failing to notice the anomalies beside me. I hastily inquired, "When did you first discern that they were emanating this yin energy?" Zhou Qingyang replied, "Just moments ago. As soon as I realized, I called for you." At that moment, the yin energy radiating from the three members of the Lin family intensified. Soon, this ethereal energy became manifest, and with the naked eye, one could discern the billowing smoke issuing forth from their bodies. This smoke is, in fact, the very essence of yin. An immediate hypothesis struck me. The heavy presence of yin in this place is a direct consequence of the Lin family's own emission of such energy. Thus, it follows that the Lin family villa has transformed into a haunted dwelling for this very reason. Yet, why would the living members of the Lin family emit such potent yin energy? It is no wonder that even after vacating the villa, the spirits are intent on driving them back. It appears that the Lin family themselves are the source of this yin energy. Should the Lin family depart, the yin energy within the villa would cease to proliferate. Chapter 67. The dispersal of the three souls before the establishment of a true yin residence. If the source of yin energy departs from this place, the yin energy that has been painstakingly gathered will gradually dissipate, transforming the residence back into a yang dwelling. However, once the yin residence is fully formed, the yin energy will coalesce within the house, remaining undispersed. At that point, the three individuals will succumb to death, continuously assailed by the ominous yin energy. I hurried to the side of the three, meticulously investigating their condition. At that moment, Lin Yusin's elder sister seemed to sense that something was amiss with her loved ones and anxiously inquired, "Young master, what has happened to my father and the others?" I reassured her, "Do not worry, they are not in immediate danger." Upon hearing this, Lin Yusin's elder sister grew visibly agitated, pleading, "Young master, I implore you to save them." As I was engrossed in discerning the source of the Yin energy emanating from them, I found her incessant interruptions rather vexing. I replied, "Rest assured, I will certainly rescue them. If they were to pass away, who would reward me?" After that, Lin Yusin's elder sister fell silent. Zhou Qingyang, observing my serious demeanor, refrained from interjecting. After glancing at Lin Jinyu, I approached the venerable patriarch of the Lin family. The elder was half buried in the earth, typically beyond the point of enduring further disturbance. Yet, he exhibited the most intense emanation of Yin energy among the three. Finally, I made my way to Lin Yusin's side. Lin Yusin was distinctly different from the other two. Not only did she emanate a chilling aura, but the 7 orifices on her face also exuded a dense, sinister energy. Consequently, her mouth and eyes resembled black voids, rendering her appearance exceedingly eerie. My mind raced with thoughts, pondering whether there existed methods or dark arts capable of inducing such a spectral presence in an individual. At that moment, Zhou Qingyang inquired, "Young brother, do you perceive what's transpiring?" I mused to myself, thinking that this fellow was being deliberately disruptive. Just as I began to grasp the situation, he interrupted me. I replied, "Do not disturb me." Zhou Qingyang, sensing the gravity of the moment, wisely fell silent. Abruptly, the bodies of Lin Jinyu and the other two underwent a transformation once more. Each bore a faint, ethereal silhouette that emerged, their forms distinctly ominous, unmistakably the apparitions of vengeful spirits. However, at that moment, these spirits, although manifesting from their bodies, remained in a dormant state. Upon witnessing this, Zhou Qingyang promptly raised his broadsword, cautioning, "This is dire. It appears the Lin family head and his companions have already been possessed by spirits." I countered, "If they were indeed possessed, how could they have entered this place? This ghost-repelling formation prevents any malevolent entity from crossing its threshold. Even those inhabiting the living would be detected." Zhou Qingyang questioned, "Then what does this signify?" Initially uncertain, I soon discerned the truth as the 4 ethereal figures materialized before us. I stated, "This is the dispersion of the 3 souls Yin. Someone is employing dark magic to harm the Lin family." Zhou Qingyang was evidently unfamiliar with the so-called dispersion of the 3 souls Yin, scratching his head and inquiring, young brother, "What exactly is the dispersion of the 3 souls Yin?" "My ignorance is vast. I implore you to elucidate." I explained, "The dispersion of the 3 souls Yin involves dissipating all the Yin energy from 3 exceedingly formidable vengeful spirits. However, to dissipate the Yin energy from these 3 spirits, a living person is required as a vessel. Once a living person's body is used to perform the dispersion of the 3 souls Yin technique, the person will only survive for a month at most, sharing the same fate as the 3 spirits whose Yin energy has been dissipated, complete annihilation of the soul, beyond any hope of salvation. This sorcery is excessively malevolent." Zhou Qingyang was visibly terrified by my words, stammering, "That's so dreadful." The elder female ghost, concealed within the hilt of Zhou Qingyang's sword, could no longer remain composed upon hearing my words, hastily pleading, Young master, you must save my sisters. I would willingly serve you in servitude in my next life." I inquired, "By the way, has your Lin family offended anyone? You must truthfully inform me. Otherwise, I will be helpless." The elder female ghost paused in silence for a moment, then responded, "My father has always conducted business with the principle of harmony begets wealth. Even if some commercial conflicts occurred, they would not warrant the taking of our entire family's lives and causing my parents' souls to be utterly destroyed. This heart is truly ruthless. I share your sentiment. Competition in business is inevitable, but to endanger lives is utterly excessive." I inquired once more, "Your father has not committed any misdeeds, has he? If he has resorted to unscrupulous methods and harmed others first, then he deserves his fate, and I shall not intervene." The ghostly lady grew anxious, seemingly fearing that I might abandon my efforts. She implored, "By the heavens, our family has never wronged anyone. Young sir, I swear, if my father has secretly harmed others, I would willingly descend to the 18th level of hell and remain there for eternity." I quickly interjected, "Stop. That's enough? I believe you. Ghosts typically do not make oaths lightly. Should an oath be broken, the consequences are indeed dire. This devoted daughter was so loyal to her father that she was prepared to make such a grave vow. Fortunately, I halted her before she uttered the final word. Thus, even if her father had committed some immoral act, this filial spirit would not truly face such a fate. A devoted person should not suffer such an end. I continued. The technique known as the three souls dispersing art is generally employed by those of malevolent paths when arranging sinister formations, ghostly arrays, or crafting shadowy grounds. However, the Lin family's three members were subjected to this art, evidently not for the purpose of creating such formations. Moreover, establishing a shadowy ground here seems implausible, as this location is too close to Jinghai City, making it too conspicuous. Therefore, the individual behind the invocation of the three souls dispersing art was merely intent on causing harm. Yet, utilizing this technique to inflict injury was something I had not anticipated. Zhou Qingyang inquired, "Young brother, is the practitioner of the three souls dispersing technique formidable? Are you capable of countering this sorcery?" I understood the implication of Zhou Qingyang's question, if the individual wielding this technique possessed great power, and I was unable to unravel it. Zhou Qingyang would perceive the Lin family's undertaking as perilously deep beyond his capacity to manage. He might decide to depart at dawn, without a backward glance, fearing for his own safety. I glanced at Zhou Qingyang and replied, "The practitioner of this technique indeed possesses some strength, and I am well aware of the method to counter it. Typically, the invocation of the three souls dispersing technique requires the ancestral grave as its foundation. Thus, to dispel this technique, one must visit the Lin family's ancestral burial site." Upon hearing this, Zhou Qingyang visibly relaxed and remarked, "Young brother, you truly are remarkable. Not only are you well informed, but you also possess a profound understanding of such malevolent arts." I feigned ignorance to Zhou Qingyang's flattery. Chapter 68. If you dare. Come, the ghostly lady hastily inquired, "Young sir, if this spell is broken, will my father and the others still survive?" I replied, "Indeed, that is not a concern. Although their bodies are heavily infused with malevolent energy, their souls remain unscathed. Once the spell is dispelled, they may only experience a period of weakness. However, I turned my gaze towards the elder of the Lin family and added, the situation for the elder Lin is more uncertain. Given his advanced age and the tribulations he has endured, his survival now rests in the hands of fate." Upon hearing my words, the ghostly lady began to weep softly, calling out, "Grandfather." Soon after, she asked, "Young sir, can you safeguard my grandfather's soul? Will he not be lost to the void?" I assured her, "Do not worry, he will not." The ghostly lady seemed to ponder for a moment before exclaiming, "No wonder the male ghost of my wake, despite urging my brother and me to eliminate my sister and father, hesitated in prompting immediate action. He kept suggesting we wait until they were no longer of use. That male ghost was likely waiting for the formation of this necropolis." I considered this and concurred, continuing, "However, that male ghost seems unaware that once this necropolis is established, if your father and the others perish, it would mean their souls are irrevocably lost." The ghostly lady sighed deeply, once again succumbing to tears. I went on to explain, the dispersal of the three souls can be accomplished with merely three individuals. The fact that your father and the other two have managed to survive until now can be attributed to the dark energy that emanates from them. Otherwise, like many others, they would have perished long ago. The ghost-repelling formation can prevent spirits from entering, yet it fails to contain this dark energy. Once the dark energy is released from Lin Yusin and the other two, it effortlessly weaves through the crevices of the house and escapes into the ether. At this moment, Zhou Qingyang inquired, "Young brother, is there a way to halt the emanation of dark energy from them?" After a brief contemplation, I responded, "Certainly. But if I intervene now to stop the dissipation of dark energy, it would effectively sever the spell, alerting the practitioner. Consequently, they would be on guard, and when we attempt to disrupt the three souls dispersing technique, they might set a trap in advance, placing us in an even more perilous situation." Zhou Qingyang. Upon hearing this, acknowledged the wisdom of my words, and remarked, "Your foresight is commendable, young brother." Suddenly, an idea struck me. There might be a method to prevent the dark energy from escaping without interrupting the spell. I retrieved the corpse blood jade from my bag. This blood-red jade appeared as though it was formed from congealed dry blood. I had kept this corpse blood jade in my backpack since returning from the crematorium to the fortune-telling shop, having forgotten to take it out. The moment I revealed the jade, Zhou Qingyang's pupils contracted sharply. He then took a step back, adopting a defensive stance, and exclaimed, "Young brother, the corpse blood jade is a coveted item among sinister practitioners. How did you come to possess it?" I realized that Zhou Qingyang had begun to harbor suspicions regarding my identity, questioning whether I might be a practitioner of dark arts. Since I dared to present it in front of Zhou Qingyang, I had naturally devised a suitable explanation. With an air of nonchalance, I remarked, "Why are you so agitated? If I were indeed a malevolent cultivator, would I go to such lengths to showcase this and earn a living?" This corpse blood jade was something I had acquired after vanquishing a wicked practitioner. Upon hearing this, Zhou Qingyang finally relaxed, exhaling in relief, and responded, "I see." However, he then regarded me with even greater respect, saying, "Young brother, at such a tender age, to have slain a malevolent cultivator is truly remarkable. This corpse blood jade is formed from the condensation of sinister energy and can further generate malevolent forces. Its utility extends beyond mere assistance in the practice of dark arts. As the saying goes, yin and sha are inseparable. Thus, this corpse blood jade possesses a profound allure for yin energy and can also serve as a reservoir for it." I pricked my fingertip, allowing a drop of blood to fall into the corpse blood jade, then channeled my cultivation. In an instant, a faint crimson glow emanated from the jade. At the moment, the light appeared. The yin energy radiating from the three members of the Lin family seemed to respond as if summoned, all being drawn towards the jade and entering its depths. I placed the corpse blood jade upon the ground, allowing it to continually absorb the yin energy while I sat beside it. I inquired, "By the way, dear ghost sister, where's your ancestral grave? Tomorrow, we shall pay a visit. The 5 ghosts dispelling yin technique must be performed at the Lin family's ancestral grave to be effective." The voice of the female ghost emanated from the hilt of Zhou Qingyang's sword, stating, "Young sir, our ancestral grave lies in our hometown, 400 kilometers away in Tianyuan village, outside Jinghai City." I replied, "I am uncertain whether your family has offended someone or if you have attracted the attention of malevolent practitioners. Only a visit can reveal the truth." Zhou Qingyang cautiously glanced outside the house and then inquired, "By the way, young brother, may we sleep tonight? Since we have identified the reason for this residence's transformation into a haunted abode, there should be no further issues. Moreover, I am confident that no spirit can breach the protective barrier I have established." Therefore, I responded, "Certainly we may rest. The true peril may lie at the Lin family's ancestral grave." Upon hearing this, Zhou Qingyang hesitated and said, "Young brother, perhaps I shall forego visiting the Lin family grave. I will guard this residence to prevent these spirits from disrupting its feng shui." I countered, "You intend to guard alone?" Zhou Qingyang nodded. I continued, "With so many spirits present, are you certain you can withstand them? Would you not consider abandoning the villa once we depart, only to return just before we return?" Zhou Qingyang, caught in my insight, felt a tinge of embarrassment but still insisted, "How could that be?" I remarked, "If you are unafraid of the Lin family head withholding your reward, then remain here." Zhou Qingyang, resolute, declared, "I shall go. I am over 40 years old and have never been one to shy away from challenges." Yet, I held little belief in his words. At this juncture, I observed the assembled specters outside exhibiting signs of agitation, each emanating intense resentment. Indeed, with the absorption of yin energy into my cadaverous blood jade, the proliferation of external yin energy had ceased, rendering their discontent inevitable. However, let them clamor. I derive pleasure from witnessing their impotence against me. Subsequently, the Crimson Ghoul child emerged, addressing me through the doorway of the storage room. "What have you done, boy? Why is the yin energy no longer emanating?" I responded nonchalantly, "I consumed it." The Crimson Ghoul child was flanked by several fierce specters, one of whom declared, "Boy, You would do well to release the Een energy. Lest a cunning smile played upon the lips of the crimson ghoul child. I retorted derisively, "Or what? Are you going to bite me? Come, by all means. Enter if you dare, and we shall engage in a protracted battle." Having toiled throughout the night, with a lengthy journey to the Lin family ancestral graveyard looming on the morrow, I merely sought respite. Yet, these malevolent spirits dared to interject with their impertinent pronouncements, inciting my ire. Should the crimson ghoul child dare to intrude, I would not hesitate to obliterate its very essence. Chapter 69. I'm determined to irritate you to no end. Upon hearing my words, the crimson fiend child did not display any anger. Instead, it emitted a sinister chuckle, proclaiming, "Rest assured, I shall ensure your willing emergence." Intrigued by this declaration, I couldn't help but wonder what means the crimson fiend child possessed that would compel me to comply. I fixed my gaze upon the crimson fiend child, eager to anticipate its next move. Undoubtedly, the crimson fiend child was the most formidable entity within this villa estate. Consequently, the other malevolent spirits dared not stand in its presence. However, the crimson fiend child's ability to withstand my full-fledged assault and scathe was a testament to its remarkable power. Having expended nearly all of my cultivation in covering the escape of the others into the storage room, my strength was greatly diminished. Nevertheless, after this extended period of recuperation, I had regained a considerable amount of my power. Therefore, if it truly came down to a desperate struggle, I would not cower before this crimson fiend child. As the crimson fiend child gestured, I observed 3 figures entering from the outside. Upon closer inspection, I recognized them as the 3 charlatans from earlier. Had not Wang the Taoist and Zhao the Taoist fled? Could it be that they failed to escape the villa and were intercepted by the ghosts? I noticed that the 3 impostors possessed vacant expressions and a deathly pallor. Although their bodies were in motion, their movements were stiff and unnatural. Upon examining their feet, I observed that none of them were making full contact with the ground. All 3 had been possessed by spirits. Zhou Qingyang exclaimed, "It's those 3 swindlers. Young friend, what devilry is this fiend child up to, bringing these 3 charlatans here? Something's amiss. Those 3 have been possessed." Zhou Qingyang cast a brief glance before continuing. I reopened my yin-yang eye and, indeed, discovered that behind the 3 individuals stood a translucent specter. These 3 spirits manipulated the limbs of their respective deceivers, advancing towards us. They halted before the ghost-repelling formation, glaring at us with menacing expressions. The red evil ghost boy declared, "You boy, these 3 are not yet deceased. If you do not reveal yourself, I shall slay them one by one." Upon uttering this, one of the red evil ghost boy's spectral claws plunged directly into the thigh of Taoist Wang beside me. It appeared poised to completely pierce through Wang's leg, blood gushing forth in torrents. The red evil ghost boy opened his mouth and greedily consumed the flowing blood. Observing this ghastly scene, I inquired with confusion, "What concern is their demise to me?" The red evil ghost boy paused, momentarily taken aback, and replied, "Aren't you practitioners of Yin and Yang self-proclaimed champions of justice? Do you not aspire to rescue the suffering populace? These 3 souls, will you not save them?" I retorted bluntly, "I shall not save them." The red evil ghost boy was once again taken aback, a look of perplexity crossing his youthful face as he scrutinized me, seemingly questioning my identity as a practitioner of Yin and Yang. He remarked, "That cannot be. Previously, a young monk, to prevent me from harming others, even went so far as to carve out his own heart for me to consume, all to save those 3 strangers. Why will you not intervene?" I scoffed dismissively, too weary to explain my stance on the matter. Then I reclined on the sofa, preparing to close my eyes and succumb to slumber. Zhou Qingyang cast a couple of glances my way before lazily lying down on another dilapidated bed, his head turned towards the wall, completely oblivious to the world outside. This young lad was exceedingly naive, believing that everyone was akin to that little monk. I couldn't help but scoff inwardly. This child had met his demise far too early, shielded from the harsh realities of society, unaware of the malevolence lurking within human nature. In this world, there are individuals who would forsake even their kin let alone a stranger. Moreover, those three were nothing but charlatans, no innocuous souls themselves. Having chosen a path of deceit, they must be prepared for the inevitable consequences. I had no intention of endangering myself to rescue three swindlers. As I lay on the sofa, I gazed outside, noticing the red, ghostly child observing the spectral entities to his left and right, a look of confusion on his face, as if he were inquiring why things were as they were. Yet, neither of the spirits responded to his queries. Subsequently, the red, ghostly child assumed I was jesting and exclaimed with a sharp tone, "You truly intend to abstain from helping? If you do not intervene, I shall indeed eliminate them." I retorted, "Do as you wish. I shall merely observe your actions." True to his word, the red, ghostly child extended his hand and extracted the heart of Taoist Wong, then opened his mouth wide to consume it, the spirit that had possessed Taoist Wong. Upon witnessing his demise, erupted from his body. In an instant, Taoist Wong's form collapsed to the ground, blood gushing from his mouth, and, after a couple of convulsions, he breathed his last. I gazed at him quietly and said, "Continue." The Red Shah ghost boy, seeing my indifference, became infuriated, emitting a piercing scream as he transformed into a streak of crimson light, extracting the hearts of the other two individuals. He then opened his mouth wide and devoured the two hearts simultaneously. The Red Shah ghost boy, in his rage, exclaimed, "You are driving me to madness." I cradled the nine-dragon ruler in my arms and declared, "It is precisely my intention to drive you to madness." At that moment, the souls of the Taoist Wong and his companions leisurely floated out of their bodies. These three souls were newly formed and lacked any significant cultivation, so when they first emerged, they were unaware of their demise. However, upon glimpsing their own corpses, Taoist Wong stared in shock at his nearly transparent form, glanced at the lifeless body on the ground, and pondered, "Am I dead?" Upon witnessing the malevolent spirits surrounding them, they were instantly paralyzed with fear. The malevolent aura emanating from these vengeful spirits instilled profound dread in the three fledgling souls. Huddled together in terror amidst the swarm of malevolent spirits, they trembled uncontrollably. Meanwhile, the Red Shah ghost boy stood before the elder Taoist Zhang. The elder, gazing at the terrifying Red Shah ghost boy and the vengeful spirits, stammered, "Esteemed elders, since I have already perished, I intend to report to the underworld. I kindly ask you to grant me passage, for your presence fills me with fear." In that moment, the elder Taoist Zhang had lost all the composure and bravado he once possessed as a deceiver in life. The Red Shah ghost child, still seething with rage, declared, "Dream on if you think you can report to the underworld. It has been ages since I last devoured a new soul. I hereby announce that you shall all be my sustenance." Among the ghostly beings, it is permissible to annihilate and consume one another, and when a ghost devours another, its power is enhanced. Conversely, a ghost that has fallen prey to another will vanish forever, akin to the scattering of its soul. Upon hearing the Red Shah ghost child's words, the three deceivers nearly lost their wits, issuing terrified cries of despair. In a desperate turn, they simultaneously knelt before the Red Shah ghost child, incessantly bowing their heads, pleading, "I implore you, esteemed one, spare my life. Should I perish, my soul will be eternally lost. Esteemed one, you have already claimed my life once. I beseech you, in the name of the heaven's benevolence, do not strike me down a second time." Chapter 70. The Heart of Buddha. The red evil ghost boy observed the three men pleading for mercy, seemingly deriving immense satisfaction from their torment, as he erupted into a maniacal laughter. Once the laughter subsided, he opened his gaping maw, prepared to devour Elder Zhang. At that moment, I interjected, "Hey, little ghost, to take lives and extinguish souls is an egregious overreach." Regardless of their past transgressions, these three souls had already departed. Death absolves debts, leaving only the journey to the underworld for judgment. They must face the consequences of their malevolent deeds without evasion. Yet their souls need not be utterly annihilated. Upon hearing my words, the three men realized their pleas to the ghost boy were futile. They turned instead to me, bowing deeply, imploring, "We beseech you, young brother, save us." Meanwhile, The red evil ghost boy's expression brightened at my statement, a mocking grin spreading across his face as he retorted, "Didn't you claim you would not intervene?" What is this? A sudden surge of compassion? Now you wish to save them? I offer you a choice. Like that little monk, extract your heart and present it to me, and I shall release their souls. In response to the ghost boy's audacious demand, I felt a chill wash over me, and I declared, "Little ghost, do not overstep your boundaries. Otherwise, I shall bring about your demise." The red evil ghost boy's demeanor shifted dramatically as he stomped down upon Elder Zhang, forcing him to the ground, motionless and trembling. A malevolent aura emanated from him, suggesting that with the slightest exertion, the elder's very soul could be shattered. I abruptly rose from the sofa and addressed the crimson demon child. "Do you believe I could extinguish you this very moment?" It was evident that the crimson demon child harbored intense resentment towards me. I had previously injured him multiple times and had just now provoked him to the brink of fury, to the extent that he wished to slay me instantly. The crimson demon child retorted, "If you are indeed a man, step forth and let us see who shall vanquish the other." My temper flared, and I strode purposefully toward the door. Observing this, Zhou Qingyang hastily called out, "Hey, young brother, are you truly going out?" Ignoring him, I reached the threshold of the storage room, stepping out with determination, declaring, "I have emerged. What do you intend to do?" Upon witnessing my exit, the crimson demon child was filled with elation, abandoning Zhang Laodao to charge directly at me. As he neared, I swiftly retreated back into the storage room, causing the crimson demon child to crash against the barrier designed to repel spirits. A flash of yellow light emanated from the barrier, propelling the crimson demon child away. He let out a shriek, and I remarked, "I have returned." Regaining his composure, the crimson demon child glared at me from the doorway of the storage room, seething with rage. I could faintly hear the grinding of his teeth. Relishing in his discomfiture, I leapt out once more, exclaiming, "Little ghost, I have emerged again." Just as the crimson demon child prepared to act, I swiftly jumped back into the storage room, declaring, "I have returned again." The red demon child abruptly halted. Thus, I leaped forth once more, declaring, "I have emerged again." Swiftly, I retreated back into the storage room, exclaiming, "I have returned. Come and strike me, you fool." I observed the red demon child seethe with rage, nearly losing his composure. Zhou Qingyang, witnessing my antics, remarked, "Hey, little brother, we need not toy with spirits, do we?" I then sprang out again, positioning myself by the doorway, taunting the red demon child. "Hey, little ghost, see, I'm out again. If you dare, come and hit me. You imbecile." Although the red demon child was eager to rush over and annihilate me, he hesitated, fearfully considering my potential retreat into the storage room. Instead, he merely glared at me, gritting his teeth. Understanding his thoughts, I teased, "What is the matter? Are you afraid to approach? Is it because you fear I might leap back into the storage room? How about I take a couple of steps forward?" With that, I took 2 steps ahead and challenged the red demon child. "Come, strike me, you utter fool." Seeing me advance, the red demon child's eyes brightened momentarily. Yet, the proximity to the storage room remained too close. With a powerful leap, I could swiftly return within its confines. Consequently, the red demon child refrained from action. Observing this, I taunted, "Why do you hesitate, little ghost? Are you afraid of your grandfather? Come, even if I take another step forward, what can you possibly do to me?" With that, I took another step forward, knowing that I could not instantly retreat to the storage room this time. As my foot barely touched the ground, the crimson specter of a child bellowed and charged at me with astonishing speed, akin to a flash of red lightning. The malevolent child shouted, "I shall ensure your soul is shattered." This was the moment I had been anticipating. Since the onset of our encounter, I had intentionally provoked the crimson specter, hoping to strike with full force when it lost its rationality. Had I approached openly, I would have likely been besieged by a throng of vengeful spirits. But in its furious state, it had succumbed to madness. I knew I must seize this opportunity to vanquish it in a single blow. With a swift motion, I drew the Nine Dragons ruler, channeling all my cultivation into it. The runes upon the ruler glimmered intensely, and a faint sound of dragon roars echoed in the air. I lunged the Nine Dragons ruler towards the child's brow, exclaiming, "Demon, meet your demise." The crimson specter, exerting all its might to assail me, realized too late the folly of its charge. It attempted to halt its advance, but the overwhelming inertia compelled it forward. With unwavering resolve, I thrust the Nine Dragons' ruler, intent on piercing the child's brow. In an instant, the crimson specter was upon me, despite the multitude of malevolent energies attempting to shield it. The luminous runes of the Nine Dragons' ruler sliced through the oppressive darkness, embedding themselves in the child's forehead. This strike penetrated directly into the very core of the crimson specter. The power of the runes surged through its body, swiftly spreading like cracks in a fragile porcelain vessel, threatening to shatter it completely. Before his soul was completely scattered, the Red Shah ghost boy, with a gaze filled with unwillingness, uttered, You are truly cunning." I sighed and replied, "This is what one might call cleverness." Suddenly, the body of the Red Shah ghost boy erupted violently, disintegrating into a cloud of ash. However, although his body had vanished, a heart radiating a golden glow fell from within him. This heart was diminutive, evidently that of a child. The gentle golden light emanating from it was unmistakable. It was the light of Buddha, a phenomenon only found in the presence of an enlightened monk. Previously, the Red Shah ghost boy had mentioned that a young monk, in an effort to prevent him from committing murder, had extracted his own heart. The ghost boy then consumed this heart, which likely belonged to that very monk. It appears that the Red Shah ghost boy had not digested this heart after all. Chapter 71. The vegetative state. How is it possible for the Buddha's heart to reside within the body of a malevolent spirit? Logically, it should be impossible for the malevolent spirit to come into contact with the Buddha's essence. Furthermore, a young monk capable of cultivating such a Buddha's heart could hardly be considered an adversary of the Red Shah ghost child. The teachings of Buddhism emphasize the salvation of both humans and spirits, advocating for a path toward goodness. Did that young monk willingly sacrifice his heart to the Red Shah ghost child in hopes of guiding him toward righteousness? Yet now, the Red Shah ghost child has met his demise in my hands. With a sigh, I gazed at the Buddha's heart in my possession, feeling a sense of regret for the young monk. With such innate talent and cultivation, would it not be more beneficial for him to live on and bring blessings to many? Why must he sacrifice his own life in pursuit of redeeming a malevolent spirit? I carefully stowed the precious Buddha's heart away. After all, a perfectly preserved Buddha's heart is a rarity, even in the most renowned temples. Having vanquished the Red Shah ghost child, I momentarily instilled fear in the remaining malevolent spirits who dared not approach. At this moment, I lacked the strength to confront them further. The spirits of Taoist Wang and his two companions stood frozen, seemingly astonished by my prowess. The righteous aura emanating from the Nine-Dragon ruler instilled in them a profound dread, causing them to shy away from me. I turned to Zhou Qingyang and said, "My friend, throw forth your weapon for my use." Zhou Qingyang appeared to grasp my intention and, after a brief pause, cast his broad sword into my direction. I retrieved the sword and addressed the spirits of Taoist Wang and his companions. "Come forth and take refuge within the hilt." The three individuals, Wang Daochang and his companions, had yet to acclimate to their spectral identities, lacking mastery over the abilities to manipulate their forms. In light of this, I proceeded without hesitation, folding and compressing their essences, forcefully confining them within the hilt of my sword. I then swiftly retreated to the storeroom. The restless spirits dared not confront me. However, a few emitted mournful wails upon witnessing my return, their lamentations stemming from deep-seated resentments. I chose to disregard them and reclined upon the sofa. At that moment, the malevolent energy emanating from Lin Yusin and her companions had ceased. Yet, they remained in a state of unconsciousness, still ensnared in slumber. With dawn still distant, I took a moment to examine the Buddha's heart in my possession, a truly precious artifact. Its innate properties inherently counteract malevolent entities, and should the opportunity arise in the future, it could be refined into a formidable talisman. Zhou Qingyang, having noticed the Buddha's heart, gazed at it with palpable desire and shamelessly approached me, inquiring, "Little brother, such a treasure is typically shared among those fortunate enough to witness it. Might you consider giving me half, or even a third?" Despite having contributed nothing, he audaciously sought a share. Ifirmly rabia. No. His audacity was indeed remarkable. With that, Zhou Qingyang, begrudgingly defeated, withdrew. Moments later, having stowed away the Buddha's heart, I observed that the oppressive aura surrounding Lin Yusin and her companions had dissipated, and the specters haunting them had vanished. I then collected the corpse blood jade as well. Having completed these tasks, I commenced meditative practice, determined to swiftly restore my strength. As dawn approached, I sensed that my strength had nearly returned to 70 or 80%, and simultaneously, I perceived that Lin Yusin and the others were awakening. Thus, I opened my eyes. A ray of sunlight streamed through the window. At that moment, the malevolent energy within the villa seemed to retreat, and the ghosts outside the storage room vanished without a trace. I rose to my feet, stifling a yawn and stretching my limbs. Once Lin Yusin and Lin Jinyu regained consciousness, they felt an overwhelming weakness, unable to muster any energy, which was to be expected. Lin Jinyu, still not fully awake, glanced around in a daze before inquiring, "Young master, did I fall asleep last night?" I nodded in affirmation. A look of confusion crossed Lin Jinyu's face as he remarked, "Strange, I have no recollection of how I drifted off." He then turned to me, his expression brimming with anticipation, and asked, "Young master, what exactly is happening with our family? Have there been any discoveries? Is the matter resolved?" Upon hearing this question, Lin Yusin also regarded me with eager eyes. I shook my head and replied, "The issue has not yet been resolved, though we have a clearer understanding of it. Someone has tampered with your family's ancestral grave, intending to endanger the lives of all your family members." Upon hearing this, Lin Jinyu was instantly enraged and exclaimed, "Damn it, who could it possibly be?" With that, he pulled out his phone. I asked, "What are you planning to do, head of the Lin family?" Lin Jinyu, filled with fury, declared, "I am calling 300 people to return to our hometown with me. Someone actually dared to disturb my ancestral grave. I gathered a group to investigate, and if I uncover the culprit, I shall ensure they are so thoroughly beaten that they will not recognize their own mother." In my astonishment, I addressed Lin, the head of the Lin family, urging him to remain composed. I cautioned, if you bring such a large number of people, not only will it be futile, but it may also alert the enemy. Upon hearing this, Lin Jinyu appeared to regain some composure. I continued, "The ones who have targeted your family are certainly not ordinary individuals. Therefore, what purpose would it serve to confront them with a throng of common folk?" Lin Jinyu, having been momentarily blinded by rage, took a moment to collect himself and inquired, "Young sir, what do you propose we do now?" I replied, "Let us few return to your ancestral grave first. We must also dismantle the 3 scattering soul technique that has been set upon your family's grave." Lin Jinyu responded, "In that case, I entrust everything to you, young sir." I waved my hand dismissively, indicating it was no trouble. I added, "Prepare yourselves. We shall set off for your hometown shortly." Lin Jinyu, taken aback, exclaimed, "Are we departing now? Is it so urgent?" I affirmed, "Is it not urgent to save your lives? My sole desire is to resolve the matters here swiftly to prevent further complications." I then added, "And we must also bring the elder along. He is one of the practitioners and cannot be left here alone." Upon hearing this, Lin Jinyu found himself in a predicament. He spoke, "Mister, my father has been in a coma for over 10 days. During the previous examinations, the doctors informed me that he has become a vegetative state. His bodily functions have severely deteriorated. I have expended a considerable sum to hire a specialized medical team, who have been treating my father daily to keep him alive thus far. Originally, this medical team was supposed to provide round-the-clock care, but due to the strange occurrences in our household, the medical staff were frightened away in the middle of the night. Eventually, they refused to return, claiming our home was haunted. After much persuasion and offering them double the pay, they agreed to come during the day to treat my father, leaving immediately after the sessions." At this juncture, Lin Jinyu let out a deep sigh. The elderly gentleman, given his advanced age, was subjected daily to the oppressive aura surrounding him. It was not surprising that he succumbed to a vegetative state. I approached the old man and inquired, "He has not awakened at all in these past 10 days?" Lin Jinyu replied, "Indeed, he has not stirred. I even invited the renowned traditional Chinese medicine master, Zhang Zhonghua, to examine him at home. Master Zhang spent the better part of the day merely taking his pulse, ultimately having to concede that he was powerless to help, stating that there was no hope for my father to regain consciousness. I gently felt the old man's pulse, which was faint. I then lifted his eyelid, discovering that he had completely lost awareness, confirming that he had indeed entered a vegetative state. Chapter 72. Viewing money as rubbish. Upon seeing my expression, Lin Jinyu hurriedly inquired, "Young sir, do you possess knowledge of medicine?" I nodded slightly and replied, "I have a modest understanding." Lin Jinyu seemed to glimpse a flicker of hope, promptly stating, "Do you believe my father still has a chance?" I responded, "It is worth attempting. Do you have silver needles?" Upon hearing my words, Lin Yusin was equally elated and quickly answered, "Yes, young sir. The previous medical team brought some when they came. They used them for acupuncture on my grandfather. I shall fetch them at once." Lin Jinyu echoed his enthusiasm. "This is splendid news." Before long, Lin Yusin returned with a needle case, presenting it to me as she said, "Here, young sir." After receiving the needle case, I borrowed a lighter from Zhou Qingyang to sterilize the silver needles, then commenced the application of the 13 Ghost Gate needles. The 13 Ghost Gate needles can sustain life as long as one's time on Earth has not yet ended, regardless of the severity of their injuries. The elder's condition was merely due to the degeneration of bodily functions, compounded by the corrosive influence of yin energy affecting various organs. As long as I could employ the 13 Ghost Gate needles to reactivate the latent potential within the elder's body, he would surely awaken. I manipulated the needles with remarkable swiftness, and soon the 13 needles were in place. Zhou Qingyang, Lin Jinyu, and the others watched in rapt attention, refraining from any interruption. Suddenly, the elder, who had been in a coma, coughed softly, and shortly thereafter, he slowly opened his eyes. Lin Jinyu exclaimed joyfully, "I'm awake, truly awake." Upon seeing her grandfather regain consciousness, Lin Yusin rushed towards him, tears streaming down her face as she cried, "Grandfather, you have finally awakened." Zhou Qingyang, equally astonished, remarked, "This is nothing short of miraculous." While some practitioners of the yin-yang arts are indeed skilled in medicine, it seems improbable that anyone could revive a comatose patient with just a few needles. Clearly, my ability had left Zhou Qingyang quite taken aback. A glance in his direction revealed a look akin to that of someone gazing at a marvel. I explained the silver needles were inserted into his body, and they were removed after an hour. Lin Jinyu promptly responded, "Yes, yes, we will heed the young gentleman's guidance." He then continued, "Young sir, you have awakened my father. I shall not let your efforts go unrewarded. Once matters are concluded, I will offer you an additional 2 million. I shook my head in refusal, saying, "There is no need. I do not accept payment for healing." Lin Jinyu was taken aback, as if encountering a healer who refused remuneration for the first time. Zhou Qingyang interjected, "Young brother, 2 million is no trivial sum. It could purchase a 3-bedroom apartment in Jinghai City. You hardly appear to be affluent. Why not accept it?" Lin Jinyu added, "Young brother, this is merely a token of my appreciation. I implore you to accept it. If you believe it insufficient, I can add another 1 million, or you may name your price, and I will call you once everything is settled." Lin Jinyu repeatedly expressed that payment would be rendered only after the matter was resolved, likely out of fear that I might abandon the task midway. After all, it was not easy for them to find someone like me, who held the potential to address their family's peculiar issues. However, I firmly stated, if I say no, then it is no. I do not accept payment for healing and saving lives. Simply reward me for resolving the supernatural troubles within your household. Seeing my unwavering refusal, Lin Jinyu replied, "Young sir, how can I accept this? Perhaps this. We own a villa on the second ring road, which, based on current market value, could fetch around 10 million. Since you do not wish for money, we would like to gift you this villa, and we can proceed directly to the transfer." Upon hearing this, Zhou Qingyang's eyes widened with envy. I waved my hand dismissively and said, "No need." It was not that I was unwilling to accept, but rather that Grandma Lu had informed me that my mother once said, "I am a descendant of the medical texts, as a successor of the medical scriptures. It is my duty to heal and save lives without accepting any form of compensation. All of my medical knowledge stems from these texts, and thus, I must adhere to this principle." At this moment, Lin Jinyu was at a loss for words. He realized that my politeness was genuine, and I truly did not want to accept anything. After a pause, he finally remarked, "Young sir, you truly regard money as worthless." Only I understood that while I genuinely desired it, I simply could not accept it. Therefore, in response to Lin Jinyu's comment, I merely replied, "You exaggerate." At this moment, the venerable elder of the Lin family gazed at Lin Yusin, who was resting upon him, and with a look of perplexity inquired, "Who are you? What are you doing upon me?" With teary eyes, Lin Yusin lifted her head and replied, "Grandfather, I am your granddaughter, Yusin." To his astonishment, the elder abruptly pushed Lin Yusin away and exclaimed, "I'm only 8 years old this year. How could I have a granddaughter of your age? Do you take me for a senile, old man?" We all stood in stunned silence, gazing at the elder. Lin Jinyu hastily stepped forward, saying, "Father, I am Lin Jinyu, your son. Do you not remember?" The elder scrutinized Lin Jinyu and remarked, "You are my son? At your age, I would be more inclined to consider myself your son. Do not presume that my faculties have diminished to the point where you can take advantage of me." After a moment of contemplation, the elder continued to examine Lin Jinyu, a look of confusion crossing his face as he said, "You bear an uncanny resemblance to my father." "Oh, I see now. You must be my father." The elder then directly addressed Lin Jinyu, calling out, "Father, where is my mother?" At that moment, the elder descended from the bed and unexpectedly knelt before Lin Jinyu, saying, "Ah yes, father, today seems to be your memorial day. Allow me to pay my respects." Lin Jinyu quickly sidestepped, unwilling to accept such reverence from his father. Yet, the elder persisted, kneeling wherever Lin Jinyu attempted to evade him. As Lin Jinyu continued to dodge, the elder suddenly bellowed, "Lin Jinyu, you little rascal. What are you standing there for? Come quickly and help me up." Good heavens, how did I end up on my knees? This is quite strange. Lin Jinyu hurried over upon hearing the commotion. At that moment, old Master Lin seemed to regain a semblance of normalcy. He inquired, "Where am I? How did I end up here?" Lin Jinyu replied, "Father, this is the storage room. Please, let me assist you to your bed. I will lead you back to your room." Upon noticing Lin Yusin standing nearby, old Master Lin exclaimed, "Xiao Yusin, you're here too. Come, give Grandpa a back rub." Seeing her grandfather in a more lucid state filled Lin Yusin with joy, and she quickly rushed to provide him with a massage. However, after just a few moments, old Master Lin began to sob like a child, crying out to Lin Jinyu, "Father, someone hit me." Lin Yusin promptly ceased her ministrations. Lin Jinyu turned to me with concern, asking, "Mister, what is happening?" I surmised the situation and explained, although I revived old Master Lin with silver needles. His brain has suffered significant damage, causing fluctuations between periods of clarity and confusion. Lin Jinyu refrained from expressing further concerns, recognizing that old Master Lin's awakening was indeed a monumental blessing. Amidst his tears, the old man lamented, "Father, I am hungry. It has been ages since you last made me cornbread." Lin Jinyu felt overwhelmed, for he had never encountered nor prepared cornbread. He could only respond, "Father, please wait a moment. I will arrange for some food." With no house staff available to prepare meals, Lin Jinyu resorted to calling for takeout. During the wait for the delivery, old Master Lin oscillated between moments of lucidity and confusion, with the latter prevailing. However, at this moment, the health of the elder Lin had significantly improved compared to before his unconsciousness. Lin Jinyu exclaimed that I was nothing short of a miraculous physician. Soon, the takeout that Lin Jinyu had ordered arrived. The meal was lavish and abundant, evidently catering to all of us. An hour had passed, and I had removed all the silver needles from the elder's body. During the meal, Lin Yusin continuously served me meat. After we finished dining, the medical team summoned by the head of the Lin family arrived at the villa, intending to examine the elder. However, upon seeing that the elder Lin had already regained consciousness, they were somewhat incredulous. At that moment, Lin Jinyu inquired whether it was still necessary to conduct a medical examination for the elder. I waved my hand to indicate that it was unnecessary. The head of the Lin family then dismissed the medical team. Chapter 73. A letter from Luo Shiyu after having breakfast. Lin Jinyu and the others tidied up before summoning 2 drivers. They drove out 2 luxury cars from the garage, and we set off towards Tianyuan village. Whether by design or happenstance, Lin Jinyu arranged for Lin Yusin and me to share a car, instructing us to sit in the back seat, claiming that the front seat was unsafe. This was the first time I had heard such reasoning. In truth, this arrangement felt somewhat awkward for me. Sitting together without a shared topic of conversation was rather uncomfortable. However, I sensed that Lin Yusin was quite enthusiastic, continuously seeking various subjects to discuss with me. Before long, the vehicle entered a dense forest, and traversing through it seemed to lead us to the highway. As I gazed out at the rapidly retreating scenery, preparing to close my eyes and rest, I suddenly noticed a yellow figure leaping and darting among the trees. My eyes lit up. It was a yellow weasel. Simultaneously, I sensed its presence. The yellow weasel had evidently spotted me and employed a form of telepathy, saying, "Boss, please stop for a moment. I'm about to collapse." Luo Shiyu asked me to convey a message to you, stating that there is something important she needs to discuss. A sense of curiosity washed over me. What could Luo Shiyu want? After our previous encounter involving the annihilation of the Shuming sect and the Poi sect S branch in Jinghai, had she uncovered another nefarious cult operating in the same vicinity? Nevertheless, considering that Luo Shiyu still owed me a sum of 100,000 yuan, I turned to the driver and said, "Driver, could you please pull over? I need to use the restroom." However, the driver did not halt immediately upon hearing my words. Instead, he addressed Lin Yusin, asking, "Miss, shall we stop here?" Lin Yusin's face flushed crimson as she quickly replied, "Yes, please stop at once." What the young gentleman says holds true for me as well. Consequently, the driver promptly brought the vehicle to a standstill. After disembarking, I made my way directly toward the dense thicket where Huang Pizi was located. After walking for approximately 3 to 4 minutes, when the road was no longer visible behind me, I uttered, "Come out." With a swift motion, Huang Pizi appeared at my side, panting heavily. "Boss," he said, "that girl, Luo Shiyu, insisted that I seek you out, claiming there is something of great importance to discuss." With that, Huang Pizi handed me a communication talisman, which Luo Shiyu had previously entrusted to me. This talisman would allow me to contact her, and she could likewise reach me through it. I channeled my spiritual energy to activate the talisman, and soon Luo Shiyu's voice resonated from within, inquiring, "Hello, is this Chun-Yi?" "Yes, it is I." "What is the matter?" I responded. Luo Shiyu continued, "It is nothing grave, merely 2 pieces of information to relay." Without waiting for my inquiry, she elaborated, "Firstly, word has reached us that the Break One sect and the Life Continuation Hall are already aware of the destruction of their branch in Jinghai City. Furthermore, they have traced the incident back to me. However, so far, they only know that there are 2 perpetrators, one of whom is myself. The identity of the other individual remains unknown to them, prompting a widespread investigation and vows of brutal retribution upon discovery." Upon hearing Luo Shiyu's words, I felt a surge of anxiety and silently acknowledged the gravity of the situation. With a sigh, I remarked to Luo Shiyu that her affiliation with the Maoshan sect provided her with a sense of security that I, unfortunately, did not share. I lamented that if they were to trace the matter back to me, I would be forced to live as a fugitive, constantly evading capture. Luo Shiyu retorted that I was being disingenuous, surpassing even her master in pretense. She suggested that revealing my identity as the owner of the fortune-telling shop would command more respect than her position as an inner disciple of the Maoshan sect. Furthermore, she assured me that even if those individuals were to discover my involvement, I could simply remain within the confines of the shop, rendering me untouchable. She proposed that I contact her via a telepathic talisman, allowing her to bring her master and members of the Maoshan sect to eradicate them for their malevolent actions. I jokingly accused her of using me as bait and demanded additional compensation for the heightened risk I faced. I asserted that, in light of the potential dangers, she should provide me with a payment of 50 million. Furthermore, I pointed out that I had overlooked a crucial aspect of our previous agreement, namely the subsequent threat of pursuit by the Pei sect and the Su Ming Zhai following the destruction of the crematorium. Therefore, I insisted on an additional 50 million in compensation. I was making an audacious demand, intending to earn enough from Luo Shiyu in one fell swoop to purchase information from the Baixioshing organization. However, the matter was indeed troubling, as the Su Mingjai and the Pai sect still loomed large as formidable adversaries. A high-ranking individual could emerge from within, and I might find myself utterly incapable of handling the situation. Luo Shiyu remarked, "You truly seem blinded by money. There's none to be had." I replied, "If you lack it, then ask your master. Those wealthy individuals are eager to bestow funds upon him, are they not?" Upon mentioning her master, Luo Shiyu immediately expressed her displeasure, saying, "Do you know what nickname my master holds at Maoshan?" "What is it?" I inquired with curiosity. "He is called the Stingy Taoist, or the Iron Rooster. This is another prominent trait of my master, aside from his ability to feign." Luo Shiyu spoke of her master with unreserved candor. I countered, "Is it truly appropriate for you to speak of your master in such a manner?" She retorted, "What is wrong with that? He is precisely as I describe." Then she reassured me, "Rest assured, I shall not betray you. I have already disseminated information. Those who will accompany me to eradicate the followers of the Broken One sect and the Lifespan Altar are also from Maoshan. The two malevolent sects behind will only seek means to contend with me and the Maoshan sect, and for the time being, they will not turn their attention towards you." Upon hearing Luo Shiyu's words, I paused momentarily, compelled to admit that she truly possesses a sense of loyalty. This is a friend worth having. However, friends are friends, and one must still seize opportunities. After all, isn't that the essence of friendship? I cunningly suggested, "Junior Sister Shiyu, while your actions do indeed enhance my safety, danger still lurks, does it not? You must provide me with a sum for perilous circumstances. Nothing excessive, just 50 million will suffice. If you find yourself short, isn't your master affluent? Given his stingy nature, why not procure 50 million from him? Let us see if he dares to be so frugal thereafter." After I finished speaking, there was a prolonged silence in the communication talisman, devoid of Luo Shiyu's voice. A sense of confusion washed over me. Where had she gone? Why was there no response? I called out, "Shiyu, my little junior sister, are you there? Shiyu, little junior sister?" Just as my words faded, a harsh voice erupted from the talisman. "Get lost, you shameless one, attempting to incite my disciple to steal my money." The voice belonged to a man, his tone revealing a deep anger, likely belonging to someone in his 50s, and evidently, he was Luo Shiyu's master. The man continued, "You brat, who are you? Do not let me cross paths with you. If I see you, I shall strike you down each time." Chapter 74. The 7 Kills Steal. How dare this voice threaten me? I'm not one to be intimidated easily. I retorted immediately, "Miserly Taoist, as a monk. Your obsession with wealth is quite unbecoming. Your 6 senses are tainted. Beware lest you fall into the abyss of your own making." I heard the miserly Taoist's voice suddenly rise an octave as he addressed Luo Shiyu. "Luo Shiyu, have you divulged my nickname to this wretch?" Luo Shiyu replied, "Master, return the communication talisman to me. Let us not jest. I have urgent matters to attend to." The miserly Taoist, visibly irked, responded, "Luo Shiyu, mark my words. Unless you practice the 5 elements sword technique 800 times today, sleep shall elude you." Then, turning to me, he declared, "You young man, be bold enough to share your birth date with me, and witness how I shall deal with you. By the way, who is your master? Reveal their name, and I shall address them as well." As I prepared to retort, Luo Shiyu interjected, "Master, the mistress is looking for you." The miserly Taoist appeared taken aback, exclaiming, "What? The tigress has arrived? Where? Where?" Luo Shiyu pointed out, "Look, she is coming around the corner." The miserly Taoist pleaded, "My dear Yua, do not inform your mistress of my presence here. I shall treat you to a meal another day." It seemed the communication talisman had returned to Luo Shiyu's possession. She exhaled deeply and said, "Now, I shall share with you the second matter." Truly, Luo Shiyu's master is quite the character. However, I was more intrigued by the nature of Luo Shiyu's second matter and inquired, "What is it?" Luo Shiyu remarked, "This matter is quite peculiar. There exists an outer disciple of Mao Shan, hailing from Yuxing, by the surname of Zhong, who should be considered my senior brother. His ancestral home is in Wushan. After completing his studies at Mao Shan, senior brother Zhong returned to Wushan. Recently, whilst the villagers around there ventured into the mountains to exploit iron mines, bizarre occurrences began to unfold. Initially, an inordinate amount of black water surged forth from the mine, accompanied by several disfigured corpses. Simultaneously, a strange creature emerged, injuring several individuals before vanishing without a trace. Sensing the oddity, senior brother Zhong ventured into the mine for an investigation, yet he uncovered nothing, and the black water left no remnants after its disappearance, save for the few incomplete corpses. These bodies were subsequently sealed away by the town's officials. However, that very night, all who had come into contact with those corpses exhibited exceedingly strange behavior, as if they were no longer themselves. Those individuals proceeded to the mine, delving deeper until they ultimately worked themselves to death. I listened intently as Luo Shiyu continued. Upon discovering the peculiarities of the corpses, senior brother Zhong intended to incinerate them. However, he was thwarted by someone who claimed that the bodies bore a striking resemblance to ancient soldiers, remarkably preserved without decay, thus possessing significant research value. The corpses were subsequently relocated. Despite senior brother Zhong's insistence on their destruction, his efforts were in vain, and he was even met with physical opposition. Nevertheless, that night, strange occurrences unfolded once more. Those who had come into contact with the corpses, along with the very corpses themselves, returned to the mine, seizing the cover of darkness to activate the machinery and continue their excavation. Brother Zhong, sensing the anomaly within the mine, endeavored to halt the digging. It was already too late. By the time Brother Zhong arrived, the machinery had ceased its operation, and the corpses, alongside those who had been in contact with them, were all kneeling on the ground, prostrating themselves as if in reverence to something unseen. As Brother Zhong approached to investigate, he discovered that what they had unearthed was none other than the 7-kill steel of the Great Western King. Beneath the steel, there appeared to be something sinister. As a mere wisp of malevolent energy seeping through the crevices of the stone nearly immobilized Brother Zhong, who had cultivated decades of mastery. Fortunately, he was prudent and managed to evade the peril at the critical moment. However, the ancient soldiers' corpses and those under their control obstructed Brother Zhong's escape, intent on taking his life. Wounded gravely, Brother Zhong fought his way out of the mine with great determination. He understood that the entity lurking below was beyond his capacity to confront, and for the time being, it was restrained by the 7-kill steel. Yet, the foundation of that steel had already been disturbed, indicating that its hold would not last much longer. This meant that the entity beneath would soon break free. Should it emerge, numerous nearby villages would undoubtedly face calamity. Thus, Brother Zhong hastened to Mount Mao, seeking assistance. Upon hearing this, I remarked, "So, you do not intend to ask for my help, do you?" "That is not quite right," said Luo Shiyu. "In Mao Shan, skilled practitioners abound. My abilities are insignificant, whether I am one more or one less. This matter is indeed difficult for the Mao Shan sect to handle, so we have reached out to Longhushan, King Chengshan, and Wutai Mountain to send forth some of their experts to accompany us. Naturally, there are also other skilled individuals from the martial world." Upon hearing this, I furrowed my brow and inquired, "Is it that serious? Have you discerned what lies below?" Luo Shiyu responded, after Master Zhong concluded his report. "The elders within the sect speculated that the entity beneath cannot be taken lightly. There are rumors that beneath the 7-killing steel of the Great Western King lies an evil deity, one that is likely connected to the madman Huang Chao, possibly one of his formidable generals." I expressed my disbelief. Huang Chao and the Great Western King are from entirely different eras. There's a gap of several centuries between them. How could that be possible? Luo Shiyu replied, "It is quite plausible. There are tales that after his defeat, Huang Chao acquired the secret techniques of the Taiping Dao from General Zhang Jiao. These techniques contain methods for nurturing battle corpses and evil deities. Thus, Huang Chao feigned death, transformed into a monk, and concealed himself, secretly crafting battle corpses and evil deities in anticipation of a future resurgence." As I absorbed Luo Shiyu's words, my mind became somewhat disoriented. It felt as though individuals from multiple timelines were inextricably intertwined. While grappling with this complexity, I could not suppress my astonishment and exclaimed, "General Zhang Jiao? The heavenly General Zhang Jiao is indeed a formidable figure, surpassing even the Taoist patriarch Zhang Daoling in prowess. Had he not rebelled, His status in later generations would have eclipsed that of Zhang Daoling. Even in rebellion, his remarkable capabilities cannot be denied. Luo Shiyu remarked, "Indeed, it is said that the secret techniques of the Taiping Dao, attributed to General Zhang Jiao, originate from Shanshu. There are even rumors that the Shanshu is in the possession of General Zhang Jiao himself. The Shanshu, akin to my medical texts, is one of the 5 classics. Precisely what I seek. The Shanshu is also referred to as the immortal text, containing records of cultivation methods and formidable secret arts. While my medical texts document healing practices to save lives." Luo Shiyu continued, "I have heard from my master that historically, Huang Chao sought the 5 classics to defy fate. Yet ultimately, he only discovered the secret techniques of the Taiping Dao and retreated to cultivate dark deities. Furthermore, the king of the Great West also searched for information regarding the 5 classics, seemingly uncovering some clues that led him and his army to Wushan, where they excavated a vast cavern. The king of the Great West, accompanied by a contingent of soldiers, ventured inside, leaving a group stationed outside. Ultimately, only the king emerged from the depths, his body drenched in blood, exuding an aura of murderous intent that was profoundly chilling. Apart from the sword in his hand, he could bring nothing out from the cave. Upon his exit, the king inscribed a poem of 7 kills upon a stone, which subsequently became known as the 7 Kills Monument, a testament to his dominion at the cave's entrance. Subsequently, whispers emerged from the army of King Dashi, with some claiming to have heard the king speak of a cave where a malevolent deity was being nurtured. Chapter 75. The Village of Zombies and Folklore. There exists a plethora of esoteric practices and dubious methods concerning the cultivation of zombies. However, the cultivation of a malevolent deity has historically been the sole domain of the secret techniques of the Taiping Dao. This is because a malevolent deity possesses powers far surpassing those of a mere zombie, and the journey to transform a common malevolence into a deity is fraught with challenges. Thus, directly nurturing a malevolent deity is no small feat at this juncture. I began to comprehend why Luo Shiyu had chosen to confide these matters to me. I inquired, "Do you mean to suggest that if I venture to Wushan, there lies a possibility of acquiring information regarding the mountain scriptures, or at least some clues pertaining to them?" Luo Shiyu affirmed, "Indeed, that is precisely my intention, though the decision to embark on this journey rests solely with you. I divulged this only out of gratitude for your saving my life." Without a moment's hesitation, I declared, "I shall go, of course. This pertains to my very existence. Even the slightest possibility merits exploration. Moreover, acquiring similar information from the Baixioshing organization would cost a fortune, upwards of 100 million. To let such an opportunity slip by would equate to forfeiting a fortune." I then asked, "When do you plan to set out?" Luo Shiyu replied, "The Maoshan sect is currently making swift preparations. We shall depart in 3 days and expect to reach our destination in approximately 5 days. This time, my master will accompany us, along with my senior brother and myself." Astonished, I queried, "Your master's going as well?" I distinctly recalled the old man's earlier threats to deal with me. However, I am not intimidated. It remains uncertain who will ultimately prevail. Although I am well aware that I am no match for him in terms of strength, should he dare to provoke me, he mustn't blame me for resorting to cunning tactics. Luo Shiyu remarked, "Indeed, my master remains a key player here in Maoshan. The strength of the Maoshan sect is not to be underestimated." After a brief contemplation, I concluded that 5 days would suffice to resolve the Lin family's affairs before making my way to Wushan. Once the call concluded, the communication talisman disintegrated into ashes. Seeing that matters had come to an end, the yellow weasel said, "Boss, if there's nothing else, I shall take my leave." I replied, "Since you've come this far, why not stay? Accompany me." Having this yellow weasel as an ally could prove advantageous. In times of peril, it could indeed be quite useful. I placed the yellow weasel into my backpack and turned back towards the vehicle. My brief absence had surprisingly taken half an hour. I awkwardly explained, "My stomach feels a bit uneasy." Lin Yusin's cheeks flushed slightly as she responded, "It's quite all right, young sir." Once inside the car, Lin Yusin inquired, "Young sir, are we ready to depart?" I nodded and said, "Let us be on our way." The vehicle swiftly merged onto the highway, and after a brief pursuit, we caught up with Lin Jinyu and the others. Around 3 in the afternoon, we drove into a quaint little town, merely 20 kilometers away from Tianyuan village. Lin Yusin and the others intended to purchase some snacks for the journey. Seizing this opportunity, I also procured some yellow paper and cinnabar in town. These items are primarily used for drawing symbols. My supply of talismans has dwindled significantly, prompting me to replenish them. After completing our purchases, we continued our journey towards Tianyuan village, a rather secluded place nestled deep within the mountains. After more than half an hour of walking, Lin Yusin remarked, "We are almost there, just about 2 kilometers to go." I nodded in acknowledgement and replied, I did not anticipate that Tianyuan village would be accessible by road, and a concrete one at that. This is quite surprising, considering that many regions in the Huaxia still lack proper roads, especially in such remote areas. Lin Yusin explained, "This road was constructed over a decade ago at my father's expense, primarily to facilitate the villagers' access to the outside world and to ensure that my grandfather could return home easily whenever he wished." I understood and remarked, "Building bridges and repairing roads are indeed noble deeds. Your actions contribute to the accumulation of virtue for your family. One should perform good deeds without concern for future rewards, for the return may come when the time is right." Lin Yusin nodded in response and said, "Understood, sir. We will strive to perform more acts of kindness." As we conversed, the vehicle had already entered the village. In Tianyuan village, most of the houses were wooden, except for a small Western-style building located at the far end of the village, which must belong to Lin Yusin's family. It was apparent that only her family could afford to construct such a house in this village. Upon noticing the return of the Lin family, the villagers gathered around, effectively halting our vehicle. It was evident that the Lin family held a prominent position within Tianyuan village. Upon witnessing this scene, Lin Yusin smiled and explained to me, "After my grandfather achieved success, he would almost always provide assistance to the villagers upon his return. Moreover, the educational expenses for nearly every child in the village are borne by our family, which is why the villagers hold us in high regard." I noticed Lin Jinyu supporting the elderly patriarch as he descended from the vehicle, with Zhou Qingyang trailing behind. The villagers were exceedingly enthusiastic, rendering it impossible for the car to depart. Lin Yusin and I also stepped out and approached Lin Jinyu and the old gentleman. Lin Jinyu greeted each villager in turn, while the elder villagers affectionately referred to him as Yuzi. At that moment, the old man suddenly shook off Lin Jinyu's hand and exclaimed, "Dad, I do not require your assistance." Lin Jinyu felt a twinge of embarrassment at being addressed as dad in front of so many people. The villagers were momentarily taken aback, exchanging puzzled glances as they struggled to comprehend the situation. The old gentleman addressed the villagers, saying, "Greetings to all the uncles and aunts, and to all the grandfathers and grandmothers. I am Lin Zijian." Can you imagine the scene of a white-haired elder, trembling with each step, referring to individuals 3 or 4 decades younger as uncles and aunts? The villagers found themselves in a rather awkward predicament, hesitant to respond. One villager turned to Lin Jinyu and inquired, "Yuzi, what is the matter with the old gentleman?" Lin Jinyu sighed and replied, "It's nothing. My father is unwell." At that moment, the elderly Lin tugged at Lin Jinyu's sleeve and inquired, "Father, where is my mother? Where have you hidden her?" Lin Jinyu quickly replied, "Father, please don't say such things. Grandmother has passed away many years ago." The old man, with an innocent expression, responded, "Grandmother may have departed, but my mother is still alive." Lin Jinyu was at a loss for words. The elderly man continued, "By the way, Father, I want to play with Zhang Hongfei. We made plans to catch fish in the river together." With that, he limped ahead. Concerned for her grandfather, Lin Yusin hurried after him. An elder from the village grasped Lin Jinyu's hand and cautioned, "Yuzi, you must be careful. The village has been rather unsettled these past few days." Lin Jinyu halted, intrigued, and asked, "What has happened in the village?" The elder whispered cautiously in Lin Jinyu's ear, "I have seen zombies in the village, and one of them even killed the chickens and ducks we raised." Though the elder's voice was low, Lin Jinyu heard every word. Others nearby also overheard, but seemed to dismiss the elder's claims, reproaching him, "Old Tian, what madness has taken hold of you? Stop spreading such nonsense." "Indeed, Old Tian, The head of the Lin family is a benefactor to our village. If you dare to frighten them again, we will not let you off easily. Chapter 76. Zhang Hongfei, I observed that old man Tian's expression did not betray any deceit. If indeed a zombie had manifested in the village, the situation would take a grave turn. The safety of the villagers necessitated its eradication. Those who have been bitten by a zombie inevitably transform into one themselves. Should we permit that creature to roam free, the village could very well succumb to the fate of becoming a zombie-infested realm, akin to the legendary Rinjia town. However, the question lingered. Why did the zombie refrain from attacking humans? Humanity, being the essence of all creation, possesses blood that serves as a veritable tonic for the undead. Consuming it could enhance their powers considerably. Yet, old man Tian, with his failing eyesight, might have simply misjudged the situation. It was prudent to verify the matter. I inquired, "Old man Tian, do the carcasses of the chickens and ducks that were bitten still remain?" He cast a glance at me and replied, "Yes. They're still in my home. I intended to dispose of them, but my son and daughter-in-law insisted otherwise." I asked, "Might we take a look at those unfortunate chickens and ducks?" Old man Tian responded, "Certainly, I will lead you there." With that, he set off ahead, guiding the way, while Lin Jinyu and I followed closely behind. During our walk, old man Tian queried, "Yuzi, did you return for a specific purpose?" Lin Jinyu exchanged a glance with me before replying, "Uncle Tian, we have come to pay respects to our ancestors." Old man Tian responded with an intrigued, "Oh," and continued, "Yuzi, I recall that your family's Memorial Day does not fall at this time." Lin Jinyu's expression turned troubled. I could sense his uncertainty in formulating an explanation, for he could hardly confess to old man Tian that their household had been ensnared by malevolent sorcery. However, Grandpa Tian did not dwell on the matter for long. Instead, he turned to me and inquired, "Who is this young fellow?" Lin Jinyu took over the conversation and replied, "Uncle Tian, this is the master I invited for our ancestral rites." Upon hearing this, Grandpa Tian's face immediately displayed a look of confusion. He leaned closer to Lin Jinyu and whispered, "Yuzi, this person appears to be a mere student. So young. Are you certain you haven't been deceived?" Lin Jinyu quickly reassured him, "Rest assured, Uncle Tian, this young master possesses genuine skills." Upon hearing this, Grandpa Tian's body trembled with excitement as he asked, "Is that true?" Lin Jinyu nodded affirmatively. Then, Grandpa Tian turned to me, visibly agitated, and implored, "Master, you must save the villagers. That zombie could strike at any moment." I responded, "Grandpa, do not worry. Should a zombie indeed exist, I will not turn a blind eye. Exorcising a zombie would also serve as an accumulation of merit for me, and who knows, it might even prove beneficial for my impending calamity at the age of 30. Before long, we arrived at Grandpa Tian's residence. He opened the yard gate, revealing a woman in her 30s who was using boiling water to pluck the feathers from deceased chickens and ducks. At a glance, I could see that there were quite a number of carcasses, at least 7 or 8, all piled together. Without needing to activate my yin-yang vision, I could already sense a malevolent aura emanating from the bodies. Subsequently, I quietly opened my yin-yang vision and was immediately struck by the sight of dense, dark malevolence enveloping the carcasses of the chickens and ducks. Each neck bore 2 puncture wounds, stained with blood. I am certain that old man Tian is not lying. There truly are zombies in this village, and these chickens and ducks have indeed been slain by them. I observed a woman preparing to handle these chickens and ducks, seemingly intent on cooking them. I hurriedly informed old man Tian, "Sir, these chickens and ducks are not fit for consumption. Eating them could result in poisoning from a corpse." Old man Tian replied, "Young brother, you now believe that these chickens and ducks were bitten by zombies, don't you?" I nodded in agreement. The woman, who was plucking the feathers from the chickens and ducks, noticed our presence, especially when she saw Lin Jinyu, and immediately abandoned her task, joyfully approaching us. "Boss Lin, what brings you here?" she exclaimed warmly. Lin Jinyu responded, "Oh, nothing much, Aunt Tian. I just came to take a look." Old man Tian reproached the woman, saying, "Daughter-in-law, I've already told you to dispose of those chickens and ducks. Why do you not listen? Are you planning to cook them for us?" Aunt Tian shot old man Tian a glance and retorted, "Father, there are so many chickens and ducks. They were raised with great effort, It would be a shame to throw them away. Old Man Tian insisted, if you do not dispose of them, it could cost someone their life. Aunt Tian, irritated, replied to Old Man Tian, Father, do not frighten people. What zombies exist in this world? What era are we in, still believing in such archaic superstitions? Hearing this, I thought it would be quite difficult to persuade Aunt Tian to discard these chickens and ducks. So I interjected, Aunt Tian, you see, the head of the Lin family has just returned, and there is little food at home. Upon learning that your poultry had been killed by some creature, we were wondering if you might consider selling them to us for consumption. Lin Jinyu, though unaware of my intentions, chimed in supportively. Indeed, Mrs. Tian, would you be willing to sell us these fowl? Mrs. Tian responded, Mr. Lin, you're too kind. You've been covering my child's educational expenses, even providing a stipend. It's just a few dead chickens and ducks. No need to sell them. I'll simply give them to you. Grandpa Tian interjected, these are not fit for consumption. I glanced at Grandpa Tian, indicating that I was aware of the situation. Then I addressed Mrs. Tian, no need to deliver them. We'll take them ourselves, so as not to interrupt your work. Turning to Lin Jinyu, I said, Head of the Lin family, since we offer to purchase them, please tender the payment. Upon hearing this, Lin Jinyu produced a wad of 100 yuan notes, handing them to Mrs. Tian without counting, saying, Mrs. Tian, you must accept this. As you know, I, Lin, am not lacking in funds. Such was the extravagance of the wealthy. The stack of bills must have amounted to at least 5,000 or 6,000 yuan, more than sufficient to purchase the 7 or 8 fowl. Subsequently, I took 4 of the fowl, and Lin Jinyu took the other 4, and we proceeded to leave. Grandpa Tian followed us out, whispering in my ear, Exorcist, these fowl were indeed killed by Jiangshi, were they not? I nodded in affirmation. Upon receiving an affirmative response, the elder Mr. Tian immediately displayed a look of alarm, exclaiming, Master Tian, you must save us. I reassured him, do not worry, I shall intervene. With my words, Mr. Tian finally felt a sense of relief. As we made our way to Lin Jinyu's residence, a thought suddenly struck me. The elder Mr. Lin had previously mentioned a person named Zhang Hongfei. In his moments of confusion, aside from recalling his own parents, he had managed to remember this individual. I could not help but inquire, Master Lin, who is this Zhang Hongfei that the elder just mentioned? What is his connection to him? Lin Jinyu paused, reflecting for a moment before responding. It seems he was a childhood companion of my father's. However, this person is no longer in the village, having departed decades ago. My father rarely speaks of him. At that moment, Lin Jinyu glanced to the left and noticed an exceedingly dilapidated old house behind a patch of vegetable fields, slightly askew and appearing as though it might collapse at any moment. Chapter 77. He has returned. The door of the old house stood ajar. Lin Jinyu, upon noticing this, exclaimed in astonishment, the door is indeed open. Could it be that Zhang Hongfei has returned? I inquired, Master Lin, is this Zhang Hongfei's residence? Lin Jinyu nodded in affirmation. Before long, we arrived at Lin Jinyu's home. I remarked, Master Lin, these chickens and ducks are tainted with corpse poison and are unfit for consumption. For safety's sake, we should find a place to incinerate them. Lin Jinyu agreed, saying, Understood, young sir. He then entrusted the chickens and ducks to the driver, repeatedly instructing him to ensure they were thoroughly burnt. After resting for a while in the hall of the small Western-style building, I heard a commotion from my backpack. The yellow weasel transmitted to me, Boss, please let me out for some fresh air. I can hardly breathe in here. Moreover, your backpack contains the 9-dragon ruler and the king when Bagua mirror. Even with the fabric barrier, the aura of those 2 artifacts is quite unbearable for me. Could you perhaps prepare a dedicated backpack next time? I utilized my transmission technique to respond to the yellow weasel. I shall consider it. The weasel insisted, Boss, don't ponder too long. If one day I accidentally come into contact with the king when Bagua mirror or the 9-dragon ruler while still inside the backpack and get suppressed, you will be left without a subordinate. I proceeded to the rear of the small building, seeking a secluded spot to release the yellow weasel. In no time, the weasel vanished from sight. As I was about to return to my room, I noticed an elderly man with hair as white as snow, wandering outside the small villa, occasionally glancing inside. This man appeared to be of similar age to the venerable patriarch of the Lin family. However, he exuded a remarkable vitality. and there was a glimmer of keen intelligence in his eyes. Upon directing my gaze towards him, I inquired, "Sir, are you looking for someone?" Upon hearing my question, the old man scrutinized me from head to toe, and when our eyes met once more, a grave expression emerged within his gaze. In that moment of silent exchange, I sensed a hint of hostility and animosity emanating from him. Yet, he chose not to respond verbally and instead turned away, departing from my sight. As I observed his retreating figure, an unsettling feeling washed over me regarding his peculiar demeanor. At that instant, a voice echoed in my mind, "Do not concern yourself with this matter. Leave swiftly, depart from here." It was the voice of the Calamity Star, which instantly heightened my alertness. The voice continued to resonate within my thoughts. I sense that there are two practitioners of the arcane arts in this village, one of whom is exceedingly formidable. You are certainly no match for him. I then asked, could these individuals be connected to the affairs of the Lin family? The Calamity Star replied, "Most likely, the elderly man you just encountered is one of those who wields such powers." As he observed the Lin family, he harbored an overwhelming sense of hatred and fury. I was taken aback, realizing that the old man possessed skills in the arcane arts, which I had failed to detect. Either his cultivation far surpassed mine, or he had employed some extraordinary means to conceal the aura of his prowess. I hope it is the second option. I could not help but sigh. It seems that the affairs of the Lin family are far from simple. But why have these individuals set their sights on the Lin family? What grievances do they harbor against them? If I were to leave now, would all the members of the Lin family meet their demise here? I inquired. The Calamity Star replied, "Whether they live or die is of no concern to you. At most, you would merely forfeit a sum of money, which is certainly preferable to losing your life here." I shook my head and responded, "I am an Yin-Yang master, and an Yin-Yang master cannot abandon their employer midway. Such is the code of professional ethics." After a brief silence, the Calamity Star conceded, "Do as you wish." Upon returning to the parlor of the small villa, Lin Yusin approached me with a cup of tea, saying, "Young master, please have some tea first. I will prepare something to eat shortly. Earlier, when we were in town, we had a light meal, so we were not particularly hungry now." I accepted the teacup from Lin Yusin, took a sip, and said, "It's all right. Miss Lin, you should rest for a while. We will first visit your family's ancestral grave." Lin Yusin asked, "Is it really necessary to hurry?" I replied, "The sooner we resolve this, the sooner you will be safe. At the very least, we must first dispel the three souls dispersing Yin technique afflicting you. Otherwise, the effects of a spell will manifest again tonight." Lin Jinyu interjected, Yes, thank you. Young master, we entrust the safety of our entire family to you." After he spoke, Lin Jinyu noticed Zhou Qingyang beside him and added, "And to you as well, Mr. Zhou." Zhou Qingyang offered a sheepish smile, feeling a twinge of embarrassment, for he had scarcely contributed throughout the entire endeavor, essentially reaping rewards without exertion. At that moment, old Master Lin appeared fatigued, reclining on the sofa in deep slumber. I turned to Lin Jinyu and inquired, "Could you prepare a quiet room for me? I wish to gather some materials." Without further questions, Lin Jinyu led me to the study. After exchanging a few pleasantries, he departed, and I closed the door behind me. I retrieved yellow paper and cinnabar, meticulously crafting 3 cloud and thunder talismans, along with 2 protective and evil-repelling talismans. After a brief respite, I glanced at the clock. It was nearly 6 o'clock, and the sun was on the verge of setting. I exited the study and called for Lin Jinyu and the others to join me as we made our way toward the ancestral grave. The Lin family grave is situated on the hillside behind the village. We had to ascend a narrow path, and due to the incline, the trek proved somewhat arduous. However, having trained since childhood, this distance posed no challenge for me. In contrast, Lin Yusin and Lin Jinyu struggled significantly, particularly Lin Jinyu, who required assistance from the driver to continue. Meanwhile, old Master Lin was unable to manage the climb and was being carried by another driver. At that moment, old Master Lin seemed to regain some lucidity and addressed Lin Jinyu. "Jinyu, where are we? Have we returned home?" Lin Jinyu replied, "Yes, father. We are on our way to the ancestral grave to pay respects to mother, as well as to grandfather and grandmother." Old Master Lin wore a rather sorrowful expression as he spoke. "Alas, it has been quite some time since I last returned. Perhaps it is for the best." If I were to pass away here, you could conveniently inter me in the ancestral grave. Upon hearing this, Lin Yusin hurriedly replied, Grandfather, do not speak such nonsense. You are destined for longevity. Seizing the moment while the elder was lucid, I quickly inquired, Grandfather, do you still remember a man named Zhang Hongfei? Upon hearing this name, the old man paused for a moment in contemplation, then suddenly trembled, his demeanor shifting to one of unease. Of course, I remember him. Why do you ask about him? Observing the old man's reaction, I realized that something significant must have transpired between him and Zhang Hongfei. I responded, It's nothing, Grandfather. I merely recalled you mentioning him before and grew curious about the story between you and Zhang Hongfei. Could you share with us? Old Master Lin's expression turned nostalgic as he murmured, What story could there possibly be between us? Lin Jinyu interjected, By the way, Father, I noticed the door to Zhang Hongfei's house was open. Could it be that Uncle Zhang has returned? The old man's countenance suddenly shifted, filled with a complex array of emotions, hatred, regret, and guilt. He spoke in disbelief. He has returned. He has truly returned. Chapter 78. Prescient Insights. Old Master Lin was initially overcome with excitement, but he soon regained his composure and remarked, Well, if you have returned, then so be it. After experiencing such a tumultuous emotional roller coaster, he unexpectedly succumbed to slumber on the back of the driver. Curse be it, I felt a tinge of dissatisfaction for failing to extract any valuable information from Old Master Lin. I called out to him twice, Old Master Lin, Old Master Lin, but all I received in response was the sound of his snoring. He did not awaken. I could not ascertain whether he was unwilling to speak or genuinely lost in sleep. Our party continued to ascend the mountain. Zhou Qingyang, wielding the massive sword, appeared entirely unperturbed, his demeanor betraying no signs of fatigue. As we walked, an unsettling realization struck me. It seemed that someone was trailing us from behind. I swiftly turned to glance back, yet found nothing amiss. Instantly, my senses heightened, and I began to scan the surroundings vigilantly. The ominous voice of the Calamity Star echoed in my mind, informing me, the elderly figure you encountered outside the Lin residence is following you. I maintained my composure. At that moment, I sensed the presence of the yellow weasel lurking nearby, remaining concealed, likely to avoid alarming Lin Jinyu and the others. The yellow weasel communicated with me telepathically, cautioning, Boss, exercise caution. I have detected 3 malevolent energies stirring within the woods. I inquired silently, What are they? The yellow weasel responded, They're likely zombies. 3 malevolent energies indicated the presence of 3 corpses reanimated. Before long, we reached a clearing midway up the mountain, where several grave mounds came into view amid the trees. As darkness enveloped the sky and the sun dipped below the horizon, evening descended upon the scene. Lin Jinyu and his companions had already retrieved the flashlights they had prepared in advance. The graves in this area had evidently undergone renovations in recent years, with the tombstones appearing newly crafted. Here, the wind cascaded down from the mountain peak, with streams flowing on either side. From this vantage point, one could gaze downwards, embracing the grand perspective akin to standing atop the world, surveying the diminutive mountains below. This particular burial site was situated halfway up the slope, precisely at the midpoint of the mountain, which in geomancy is regarded as a site of resurgence. The term resurgence denotes the transition from decline to prosperity. If my deductions are accurate, the ancestors of the Lin family were indeed affluent, though they later fell into decline. Now, due to the presence of this site of resurgence, they had begun to thrive once more. I inquired of Lin Jinyu, Master Lin, your ancestors must have belonged to a distinguished and wealthy lineage. Lin Jinyu paused momentarily, then replied, Indeed, esteemed scholar, my ancestors held the rank of a 5th-grade official during the late Qing dynasty, but were later framed and nearly faced annihilation. Fortunately, the Qing dynasty collapsed swiftly, allowing my forebears to be released from prison and return to our ancestral home in Tianyuan village to pursue agriculture. I nodded in understanding, remarking, So, your ancestral burial site is indeed a site of resurgence. The transition from prosperity to decline, and then from decline back to prosperity, is an inevitable cycle. However, the geomantic configuration of this location remains intact. If you can navigate this tribulation, your family shall continue to thrive." Upon hearing this, Lin Jinyu said, "I beseech you, esteemed scholar, to take the lead and dispel the malevolent influences afflicting us." I responded very well. As I surveyed the surrounding graves, I found myself inquiring within about the ominous presence within me. "Has the old man followed?" The ominous presence replied, "Yes, he has, lurking behind a large tree 50 meters away, stealthily peering in our direction." "Is there any other unusual activity in the vicinity?" I continued to question. The presence responded, "3 zombies have emerged from the ground and are making their way toward us. It seems we are in for a fierce battle." I covertly advised Huang Pizi to remain vigilant. Huang Pizi assured me, "Boss, do not worry. I've already detected the enemy. Several zombies are hopping through the woods toward us." Suddenly, it struck me that we had 2 ordinary individuals with us. It would be best not to involve them in the Lin family's affairs. I addressed the 2 drivers. "Gentlemen, perhaps you should descend the mountain for now. We shall return after paying our respects to the ancestors." Upon hearing this, the drivers turned to Lin Jinyu. Although Lin Jinyu was unaware of my reasoning, he replied, "Listen to the young sir. You may head back." Zhou Qingyang approached me and whispered, "Little brother, have you discovered something?" I said, "Prepare for a fight." Zhou Qingyang was taken aback, wanting to glance around, but I quickly restrained him, saying, "Do not look around. We must not let the enemy realize we are aware of their presence." I noticed Zhou Qingyang appeared somewhat anxious. I addressed Zhou Qingyang, saying, "Brother Zhou, there's an abundance of dry wood in the forest. Could you please ignite a few piles of fire? The larger the flames, the better." Zhou Qingyang replied, "Certainly. I will attend to it immediately. The undead are averse to fire, and I hope it proves useful shortly." Meanwhile, old Master Lin sat on the ground, lost in thought. With Lin Yusin by his side, I retrieved the Wang Bawa mirror from my backpack and handed it to Lin Yusin, whispering, "If any malevolent spirits approach you, use this to ward them off. Protect your grandfather well." Upon hearing my words, Lin Yusin felt a surge of anxiety, but mustered her courage to respond, "Understood, young sir." She clutched the Wang Bawa mirror tightly in her hand. After completing these arrangements, I began to pace back and forth among the graves, scrutinizing each one's orientation, calculating which grave would be used to deploy the 3 souls dispersing Yin technique. Eventually, I halted before the gravestone of Lin Tianli, father of Lin Zijian. At that moment, Zhou Qingyang had already kindled 3 piles of fire, illuminating the entire burial ground. I crouched down, placing my hand on the ground to sense carefully, and indeed, I detected a faint aura of Yin energy beneath. It appeared that the 3 souls dispersing Yin technique was executed based on this grave. The remainder would be straightforward. I simply needed to excavate the 3 Yin souls buried underground. Having been scattered for such an extended period, their strength should be exceedingly feeble. If it is possible to guide them to transcendence, I shall do so. If not, I have no choice but to obliterate their souls. I confirmed the positions of the 3 souls, one at the foot of the grave and one on either side of the tombstone. When performing the ritual, one must first excavate the soul at the end of the grave, ensuring that the technique possesses a head but no tail. I approached the grave's end and crouched down to examine the area. Despite the foliage covering the soil, a closer inspection revealed that it was freshly turned earth, indicating that someone had come to dig here today. Although efforts were made to conceal the evidence of the disturbance, they were not executed flawlessly. Clearly, this technique of scattering the 3 souls had been tampered with. Zhou Qingyang spoke up, "Little brother, the fire has been lit. How is your progress?" I replied, "We can begin the ritual now. Your presence is timely, as I require your assistance." I then addressed Lin Jinyu, saying, "Chief Lin, please bring over the farming tools." Lin Jinyu handed me 2 prepared hoes and a spade. I took one hoe and handed the other to Zhou Qingyang, instructing both men, "Dig down 1 meter in this direction." Zhou Qingyang appeared reluctant to dig, but he refrained from voicing his objections. Lin Jinyu, though lacking in physical strength, said nothing and began to excavate with the spade. Chapter 79, Vengeance for Vengeance, Grievance for Grievance. After delving deeper for a while, the 3 of us stumbled upon a square wooden box. Affixed to the box was a yellow talisman, and surrounding it were inscribed ominous runes. Lin Jinyu, exhausted and panting heavily, gazed at the object with a hint of confusion and inquired, What is this, sir?" I replied, "This is a talisman used to enact the Three Souls Dispersal In technique." Upon hearing this, Lin Jinyu instinctively took a few steps back. To dismantle the Three Souls Dispersal In technique, we must extract the wooden box from its original position. I cast aside my hoe and leaped into the pit. The box bore an iron clasp that seemed to promise its opening with a simple tug. With utmost caution, I grasped the iron clasp. As I pulled it, a sharp sound echoed, and the lid of the wooden box was wrenched open. Suddenly, a surge of dark malevolence shot toward my forehead from the open box. Fortunately, I was prepared. I swiftly recoiled my head, narrowly evading the oncoming malevolence. Zhou Qingyang was equally startled by the sinister energy, realizing that had he been the one to approach, he might have succumbed to its effects. Lin Jinyu exclaimed in alarm, "What is that?" I explained, "This must be the gateway malevolence laid by the practitioner of the Three Souls Dispersal In technique, intended to thwart any attempts to disrupt the spell. If struck by the gateway malevolence, one would not only face potential death but also severe injury." While Lin Jinyu remained visibly shaken, I had completely opened the wooden box. Inside the wooden box rested a black wine jar, its mouth adorned with a yellow talisman. The practitioner was employing the jar to seal away a malevolent spirit. After closing the wooden box, I lifted it and set it aside. Lin Jinyu inquired, "Young sir, what lies within the box?" "Ghosts, vengeful spirits," I replied. Upon hearing this, Lin Jinyu involuntarily shuddered and quickly distanced himself from the wooden box. I reassured him, "Fear not. The spirit is confined within the wine jar inside the box and cannot escape." Hearing my words eased Lin Jinyu's trepidation somewhat. Zhou Qingyang, however, wore a look of concern, his gaze darting nervously around the surroundings. At that moment, the yellow weasel communicated with me telepathically, "Boss, the zombies have arrived, yet they remain concealed within the surrounding thickets, not daring to emerge. The old man beneath the great tree is using a secret method to control them. These zombies must have been conjured by him." I responded mentally, "Understood." Turning to Lin Jinyu and Zhou Qingyang, I continued, "Patriarch Lin, Brother Zhou, let us proceed. There are 2 more wooden boxes that require excavation." The 3 of us resumed our digging on the right side of the tomb. Before long, we unearthed another square wooden box, identical to the previous one. Lin Jinyu gazed at the box in the pit and asked, "Young sir, could there be a similar malevolent formation within this one as well?" "I shall descend and ascertain," I replied. Lin Jinyu cautioned, "Young sir, please exercise utmost caution." I plunged into the pit, extracting a protective talisman from my person and affixing it to my forehead. The moment I opened the wooden box, a surge of dark malevolence rushed towards me. The talisman emitted a radiant yellow light, dissolving the sinister energy. Inside the wooden box lay another wine jar. After lifting the box, the 3 of us resumed our relentless excavation at the 3rd location. After a short while, Lin Jinyu, panting heavily, plopped down onto the ground and exclaimed, "Young sir, I can no longer continue. I am utterly exhausted and must rest for a while." I replied, "Lin Patriarch, fret not. Simply take a seat and rest. We shall finish shortly." Before long, we unearthed yet another wooden box, the talisman still firmly affixed to my brow. I leapt into the pit, driven by impulse, and reached for the box. However, the moment my hand brushed against the iron clasp, a sudden, intense trepidation coursed through me, as if an ominous premonition loomed. Beneath the talisman, the 3rd eye of malevolence on my forehead abruptly snapped open. This unsettling sensation lingered only briefly before fading into silence. Steadying my nerves, I resumed pulling at the iron clasp on the wooden box. As the box creaked open, a chilling gleam flashed forth, akin to a lightning bolt aimed directly at my brow. This time, it was not malevolence, but a dagger glimmering with an icy light. The talisman proved ineffective against such a blade. Zhou Qingyang gasped in alarm and urgently warned, "Young brother, be cautious." It was too late. The shimmering dagger pierced through the protective talisman, plunging directly into my forehead. In an instant, I collapsed to the ground. Zhou Qingyang stared in shock at the scene. Calling out, little brother," Lin Jinyu and Lin Yusin sensed something was amiss and approached, only to behold me lying silently in the pit, lifeless. A dagger protruded ominously from my forehead. At once, panic enveloped everyone. Lin Jinyu inquired, "Master Zhou, what has happened to the young gentleman?" Zhou Qingyang replied, "I witnessed a dagger shoot forth from the wooden box and pierce the young gentleman's forehead. He surely cannot survive this." Lin Yusin, noticing the dagger embedded in my brow, called out anxiously, "Young gentleman, young gentleman." She seemed intent on descending into the pit to assist me, but was abruptly restrained by Lin Jinyu, who cautioned, "Yusin, do not approach. That wooden box harbors malevolent spirits." In tears, Lin Yusin lamented, "Father, are we truly to abandon the young gentleman? What, there is still a chance?" Zhou Qingyang sighed deeply and responded, "A dagger piercing the brain leaves no hope. Not even the most celestial being could intervene. How could there possibly be salvation? Alas, little brother, I never anticipated you would meet your demise in this gutter." Suddenly, a clear sound of bells resonated through the dark night sky. The old man, who had been concealed behind the trees, emerged upon witnessing my death, shaking the bell in his hand and laughing triumphantly. He then cast a venomous glare at the slumbering elder Lin and declared, "Lin Zijian, I have awaited this day for far too long. Today, we shall avenge grievances with vengeance." At that moment, several zombies, under the ominous control of the bell's chime, leapt forth from 3 directions, encircling Lin Jinyu and his companions. These grotesque creatures, with their ghastly visages, greenish skin, and rigid limbs, bore a striking resemblance to charred remnants, their exposed flesh as dark as coal. Upon the emergence of these zombies, Lin Yusin let out a piercing scream, while Zhou Qingyang exclaimed in horror, "Black zombies! These 3 are indeed black zombies." In the ancient tome, Zibu, the classification of zombies is delineated into 8 distinct ranks, ascending from the lowest to the highest: purple zombie, white zombie, black zombie, green zombie, hairy zombie, flying zombie, swimming corpse, the Millennium Zombie King, and the Indestructible Bone, culminating with the progenitor of zombies. This hierarchy has endured through the ages. Zhou Qingyang, sword in hand, assumed a combat stance, yet his eyes reflected sheer terror. The mere sight of a single black zombie would send him fleeing, let alone the presence of an enigmatic elder. In this dire moment, Lin Yusin's elder sister emerged, soaring from the hilt of her sword, positioning herself protectively before Lin Jinyu and Lin Yusin, declaring, "Do not harm my kin." Lin Jinyu, initially startled by the sudden appearance of the zombies, quickly regained his composure upon hearing the elder's words and inquired, "Elder, is it truly our family's lives you seek?" The elder, with a mirthful yet sinister laugh, shifted his malevolent gaze from Lin Laoyes to Lin Jinyu, replying, "Indeed, it is I who desires your family's demise." Chapter 80. The grievances between the Lin and Zhang families. Upon hearing these words, Lin Jinyu was filled with indignation and exclaimed, "Elder, how have we, the Lin family, wronged you? Why must you treat us in this manner? Please, grant us clarity before our demise." The elder, taken aback by his response, replied with surprise, "What? Did Lin Zijian fail to inform you?" At this moment, Lin's grandfather, roused from his stupor by the commotion, turned to the elder and inquired, "Grandfather, who are you?" The elder cast a cruel smile at Lin's grandfather and said, "Lin Zijian, you truly possess a remarkable memory. Have you forgotten me so quickly? I am Zhang Hongfei." Lin's grandfather, wearing an expression of disbelief, retorted, "Grandfather, you speak nonsense. Zhang Hongfei is of a similar age to me. We even fished together in the river just yesterday. How is it that you have transformed into an old man today?" Zhang Hongfei paused, seemingly astonished that Lin's grandfather remembered this encounter. He then declared, "It appears you have indeed lost your sanity. Even in your madness, I shall ensure the demise of your entire family." Lin Jinyu hastily inquired, "Uncle Zhang, what transpired between you and my father? Why you seek to harm us?" Zhang Hongfei's tone suddenly turned sinister as he remarked, "Lin Zijian, do you truly not recall me?" His voice, like a delicate thread, wove its way into our ears, speaking directly to the depths of our souls. Yet it was laced with a malevolent aura. Upon hearing these words, Lin's grandfather trembled, a look of confusion crossing his features before gradually transforming into clarity. After scrutinizing Zhang Hongfei with astonishment, he swiftly regained his composure and remarked, "Zhang Hongfei, you have returned." Following this, Old Master Lin coughed violently several times. Lin Yusin hurried over to support him. Zhang Hongfei replied, "Indeed, I have come back, and I have come for revenge." Old Master Lin was momentarily taken aback, then responded, "Revenge? What enmity remains between us? My father has already avenged himself against yours. What more do you desire?" Noticing the zombies surrounding them, Old Master Lin was suddenly struck with fear and exclaimed, "Yusin, what are those things?" They resemble the zombies from television dramas. Lin Yusin, now understanding their perilous situation, averted her gaze from the zombies and said, "Grandfather, those are indeed zombies." She turned to Zhang Hongfei and inquired, "Was it you who orchestrated the strange occurrences in our family and practiced dark sorcery upon us?" Zhang Hongfei smirked coldly and replied, "Precisely. I seek the lives of your entire family. I want to ensure that Lin Zijian has no descendants." Lin Yusin's elder sister, realizing that the one responsible for their demise stood before them, furiously demanded, "What grievance have we inflicted upon you that compels you to treat us so cruelly?" Zhang Hongfei sneered again and said, "What? Has Lin Zijian never recounted our family's history to you younger generations?" Upon hearing this, Lin Yusin, Lin Jinyu, and their elder sister exchanged bewildered glances. Zhang Hongfei perceived their confusion, recognizing that these descendants were truly unaware of the past. Zhang Hongfei declared, "Very well. I shall ensure you grasp the gravity of your impending demise." He then turned to Old Master Lin and asked, "Lin Zijian, will you confess your transgressions to your descendants, or shall I elucidate them?" Old Master Lin sighed, subsequently glaring at Zhang Hongfei, retorting, "The events of the past transpired over 60 years ago. I never anticipated that your resentment would only fester with time. After all these years, have you not found solace?" Zhang Hongfei merely scoffed twice, remaining silent. Old Master Lin continued, "I had intended to bury this matter deep within my heart, never to speak of it again. Over 30 years ago, you departed the village and never returned. I presumed you would not come back. I never imagined your return would be to demand the lives of my entire family." Zhang Hongfei seethed, "I cannot rest until your family is extinguished." Old Master Lin retorted furiously, "You are committing a crime." Zhang Hongfei laughed heartily. "Even if I am a criminal, what can you possibly do about it?" Old Master Lin sighed once more, deciding to no longer conceal the truth from his son and granddaughter. "When I was but a child, my father took the life of Zhang Hongfei's father." The trio, Lin Yusin and the others, gasped in shock. However, Zhang Hongfei responded, "Nonsense. My father was clearly murdered by you." Old Master Lin countered, "What are you babbling about? I was just a child then. How could I have possibly killed your father?" Zhang Hongfei laughed mockingly. "Ha ha ha. Lin Zijian, do you truly not comprehend the reality? Or are you merely feigning ignorance, refusing to acknowledge the truth of your father's crime against mine?" Zhang Hongfei continued, "Back then, our two families quarreled over a piece of land. Your father, without ascertaining the land's rightful ownership, presumptuously sowed seeds upon it. When my father went to your home to seek redress, he argued with your father, and a scuffle ensued. You then picked up a stone and struck my father on the back of the head, causing him to collapse to the ground, where blood flowed freely. Your father, startled by this, hastily went to check my father's breathing and discovered that he was no longer alive. At that moment, my father was already dead. Your father then looked at you, hesitated for a moment, and then picked up a large stone from the ground once more, violently smashing it upon my father's head. Lin Zijian, do not feign ignorance as to why your father did this." The Old Master Lin's eyes dimmed. Zhang Hongfei stared intently at the Old Master Lin and said, "Your father was afraid that you, at such a tender age, would bear the burden of being a murderer, so he voluntarily took the blame upon himself. As expected, your father became a convicted murderer and was sentenced to death. But you, the true culprit, have remained at large for decades." Lin Zijian looked at Zhang Hongfei and said, "I didn't expect that this is what you believed." Zhang Hongfei said, "This is the truth. I followed behind my father when he went to your house to seek justice. Everything that happened that day is still vivid in my mind. For decades, I I have had nightmares every night. I dream that my father, covered in blood, tells me that he is in pain and that I must avenge him. Today, I can finally fulfill that wish. Lin Zijian declared, "You have lost your father, and so have I. Is that not sufficient?" Zhang Hongfei, consumed by intense emotion, retorted loudly, "Not enough. You have lost your father, yet your mother remains. After your father was executed, your mother took you away from the village. As for me, my mother perished during childbirth, leaving me solely reliant on my father. You have slain my only pillar of support. Do you have any inkling of the life I have endured since then? Lacking any refuge, I became a target of relentless bullying at school, suffering from hunger and deprivation each day. Eventually, fear of their torment drove me away from school. I never finished middle school and returned home to toil in the fields. Due to my poverty, I will never have a wife in this lifetime. Meanwhile, fate has been blind, allowing you to thrive in your career, ultimately becoming a renowned philanthropist in the village, revered by many. I am left desolate, devoid of kin, enduring incessant humiliation, facing a bleak future with no descendants. All of this is attributed to you. Thus, I vow not only to avenge my father by taking your life, but also to ensure that you face a fate of utter desolation, leaving you bereft of heirs, even to the point of your very soul being scattered." Chapter 81. The Corpse Bell and the Corpse-Slaying Spell. Upon hearing Zhang Hongfei's words, Old Master Lin pointed at him and exclaimed, "You are consumed by jealousy." Zhang Hongfei, tears welling in his eyes, let out a raucous laugh, declaring, "Whether it be jealousy or revenge, it matters not. The misfortunes of my life are all attributable to you. What you owe me, I shall demand repayment in full today." Zhang Hongfei was on the brink of madness. At this moment, Zhou Qingyang, gripped by fear, stepped forward, clasping his hands in a gesture of respect, and implored, "Senior, your family's matters do not concern me. Might I be granted leave now?" Upon hearing this, Lin Jinyu's expression shifted dramatically as he queried, "Master Zhou, what is the meaning of this?" Presently, Lin Jinyu had no one to rely on but Zhou Qingyang, yet Zhou only wished to escape. Zhou Qingyang cast Lin Jinyu an apologetic glance. In response, Zhang Hongfei retorted, "You are a hired hand of the Lin family. There is no way I shall let you go. Like that previous lad, you shall meet your demise here as well." Zhou Qingyang's face turned ashen upon hearing this. Zhang Hongfei vigorously shook the bell in his hand. The sound of the bell resonated, dingling, dingling, and at that moment a black zombie sprang forward, leaping 3 meters towards Lin Jinyu and the others with murderous intent. Just as the zombie's hands were about to pierce Lin Jinyu's chest, a resounding whoosh from the Nine-Dragon ruler struck the zombie's chest, sending it flying several meters away. I suddenly leaped from the pit, placing myself before the Lin family members, the dagger still protruding from my forehead. Simultaneously, I retrieved the third wooden box from the pit, effectively breaking the 3 souls dispersing Yin technique. Lin Jinyu exclaimed with delight, "Young sir, you are still alive." Lin Yusin also displayed a joyful expression. Upon seeing my appearance, Zhou Qingyang's demeanor improved slightly as he remarked, "Little brother, it turns out you have not perished." Zhang Hongfei, startled by the unexpected turn of events, said, "How is it possible that you are still alive?" I reached up and removed the dagger that had lodged itself into my forehead, casually discarding it onto the ground. Just moments before, this dagger had pierced my third eye, which harbors calamity, thus inflicting no harm upon me. My charade of death was merely a ploy to discern the elders' motives for targeting the Lin family. And now the truth was clear to me. I addressed Zhang Hongfei, stating, "Master Zhang, over 60 years have elapsed since that incident. Lin Leiazizi's father has also passed away, thus settling the score. Furthermore, if your intention is to take a life, it suffices to eliminate Lin Leiazizi alone. Why involve his innocent family?" After a brief moment of contemplation, Zhang Hongfei replied, "They're to blame for being born into the Lin family, as descendants of Lin Zijian. Young man, I see a glimmer of strength in you. Since you have chosen to aid the Lin family, you shall meet your demise here tonight." With a ringing sound, Lin Jinyu shook the bell in his hand, prompting 3 black zombies to spring into action. One lunged towards me, while the other 2 advanced toward Lin Leiazizi and Lin Jinyu. I willingly charged at the zombie that approached me and shouted loudly to Lin Yusin, "Miss Lin, do not be afraid. When the zombie draws near, use the Wang Bawa mirror to reflect its image. Lin Yusin's expression was tense, her voice trembling slightly as she uttered, "All right, good sir." In an instant, a black zombie lunged towards her, and with the patriarch of the Lin family behind her, retreat was not an option. Despite the fearsome nature of the zombie, Lin Yusin summoned her courage and raised the Wang Bawa mirror, directing its light toward the face of the black zombie. A brilliant beam emitted from the mirror, and the black zombie let out a chilling scream as it was sent flying. Observing this, Lin Yusin breathed a sigh of relief. Zhou Qingyang and Lin Jinyu stood together, their faces reflecting fear as they witnessed the approaching black zombie. Zhou stammered, "Little brother, what should I do? I cannot fend off the black zombie." I shouted back, "Is that broadsword of yours merely for show? I do not ask you to slay the creature, but merely to restrain it." Reluctantly, Zhou Qingyang hefted his broadsword and struck at the black zombie. I commanded, "Elder Sister Ghost, do not remain idle. If you wish to save your kin, control the torches from the fire pit and hurl them at these zombies." Elder Sister Lin Yusin, standing guard beside Lin Jinyu, replied, "Understood." Being a ghost, she possessed the ability to manipulate objects with ease. With a swift motion of her hand, several flaming torches shot forth from the fire pit, soaring directly towards the black zombie. Having engaged with the black zombie for 2 rounds, I wielded the Nine Dragons ruler, which proved to be effective against it. Though the zombie's body was as tough as steel, my Nine Dragons ruler left deep imprints upon its flesh. The black zombie before me was gradually being overwhelmed by my relentless onslaught. Upon witnessing the unfolding situation, Zhang Hongfei immediately charged towards me. It appeared that he possessed genuine martial prowess, as he lunged forward with a clawed hand aimed at my throat. Even before the strike could reach me, a formidable gust of wind announced his approach. As I deftly evaded, Zhang Hongfei's other hand, wielding a bell, struck towards my abdomen. In a swift motion, I leaned back and kicked at the hand that clutched the bell, sending him staggering backward several paces. Steadying himself, Zhang Hongfei remarked, "Not bad, kid." As he shook the bell in his hand, I sensed something amiss. Turning to glance behind me, I saw the black corpse spewing forth a noxious miasma. This foul essence was imbued with potent corrosive properties and deathly toxins. With no time to spare, I brandished the 9 dragons and invoked the Tai Baizue Zhan Yao protective incantation. A beam of golden light erupted from the, colliding with the miasma. In an instant, the foul essence was repelled, and the golden light struck the black corpse with a thunderous impact, causing it to collapse to the ground. Turning my gaze to the other battlefield, I noticed Zhou Qingyang wielding a broadsword, relentlessly slashing at the black corpse. With each strike, the runes upon the sword flickered. Yet the black corpse, apart from trembling as if electrified, sustained little damage. Instead, it was Zhang Qingyang who found himself retreating under the relentless pressure of the black corpse. Meanwhile, Lin Yusin, armed with the Wang Bawa mirror, had lured the black corpse into a mound of graves. With remarkable agility, she evaded the black corpse's attacks, and when cornered, she utilized the mirror to reflect its gaze. In an instant, the dark zombie found itself unable to contend with Lin Yusin. Zhang Hongfei launched another assault upon me, raising the bell in his hand to strike. As the bell swung toward my chest, it emitted a piercing sound. This peculiar sound was unnerving, as if it could ensnare one's very soul, disturbing the mind and clouding my thoughts, leaving me momentarily uncertain of how to respond. Reluctantly, I positioned the 9 dragon ruler across my chest to defend myself. The bell collided with my 9 dragon ruler, producing a resonant clang. With his initial attempt thwarted, Zhang Hongfei shook the bell and drew it back. Seizing this moment, I silently recited a calming mantra, dispelling the influence of the bell's sound. However, in that brief span, Zhang Hongfei attacked once more. This time, I sensed an exceedingly malevolent aura emanating from his bell. Zhang Hongfei bellowed. Corpse-subduing bell, gather the corpse's malevolence. Malevolence formed, slay. Chapter 82. The flying corpse before my eyes. Zhang Hongfei's arm manifested a visible aura of malevolence, which swiftly drifted into the bell. Instantly, his hand relinquished its hold on the bell, and he began to weave an intricate series of gestures. The bell floated in midair, spinning rapidly while emitting an increasingly frantic ringing sound. In that fleeting moment, a thick, crimson mist billowed forth from beneath the bell, so dense that Zhang Hongfei was obscured from view. I remained uncertain about the dark sorcery he was invoking, yet I dared not underestimate it. As the crimson mist surged towards me, intent on ensnaring me within its grasp, Zhang Hongfei's voice echoed menacingly. Boy, prepare to experience the might of my corpse mist. I have cultivated this for over a decade. Inhale just a wisp, and I shall turn you into a zombie, bound to my will. Once more, I summoned the Tai exorcism charm, and a vast expanse of golden light erupted from the nine-dragon ruler, forming a barrier before me that repelled the corpse mist. Such petty tricks dare to threaten me? Witness as I shatter your dark arts with heavenly thunder, with the golden light shielding me. I procured a heavenly thunder talisman and boldly charged into the mist. Guided by sound, I swiftly located the bell, which continued to spin in the air. I pressed the talisman against the bell and then retreated hastily. Once out of the mist's reach, I formed a single-handed seal and shouted, "Break!" with a resounding crash. Tiny arcs of electricity erupted within the corpse mist, which began to churn violently. The bell that controlled the corpse mist was sent flying. The spell was interrupted, and I anticipated that the mist would either dissipate or return to the bell. However, the corpse mist did not vanish. Instead, it converged towards Zhang Hongfei's palms. In an instant, his hands became enveloped in a malevolent aura, turning a deep crimson. Once the sinister energy around his palms had coalesced, Zhang Hongfei swiftly moved to my side, striking towards me with his hands. In this dire moment, I bit my middle finger, drawing a rudimentary hexagram in my palm, channeling all my spiritual energy into my hands, and shouted, "Infinite realms, grant me your power." A verdant light flickered on my palms as they collided with Zhang Hongfei's. With a resounding crash, the forces of righteousness and evil clashed violently. Zhang Hongfei, in the throes of wielding dark magic, had his hair standing on end, his visage twisted into a frightful grimace. He exclaimed, "You young brat, despite your tender years and formidable cultivation, why meddle in my quest for vengeance?" Our powers were evenly matched, and both of us bore the brunt of the encounter. I replied, "Your vengeance is not my concern, yet you have entangled the innocent. The descendants of the Lin family should not be harmed. You have slain two of their kin, and over 60 years ago, Lin Leiazizi's father also lost his life. It is time for you to relent." Zhang Hongfei scoffed coldly. "Relent? If I were to let go, who would bear the weight of my tragic existence? And as for involving the innocent, though I am nurturing zombies, upon returning to the village, I refrained from allowing my undead minions to harm any villagers. Even when these zombies were famished, I merely permitted them to feast on a few chickens and ducks. As for the Lin family, I hold no innocent souls among them. They are all deserving of their fate." I remarked, "Are the chickens and ducks from Old Man Tian's household the ones bitten by your zombies?" Zhang Hongfei replied, "I borrowed a few. Once I have avenged my grievances, I shall leave some compensation for him." I cautioned, "Do you not realize that should Old Man Tian consume those chickens and ducks that have been bitten by zombies, it could be fatal?" Zhang Hongfei appeared taken aback and said, "Did I not intend for Old Man Tian to see that they were bitten by zombies? Would they dare to eat them then?" It dawned on me that Zhang Hongfei had deliberately allowed Old Man Tian to witness the bites inflicted by my zombies. I continued, "While Old Man Tian may be too fearful to eat them, his son and daughter-in-law may not share his apprehensions and intend to consume those fowl." Thankfully, I discovered this in time. Zhang Hongfei fell silent, not uttering a word. I sighed, acknowledging that some matters are too complex to articulate. The saga of the Zhang and Lin families is, at its core, a tragedy, an unfortunate tale mirrored in the life of the elder Zhang himself. If one must assign blame, it can only be attributed to the whims of fate, which often proves unjust. At that moment, I suddenly noticed the black zombie behind me, standing upright. They began to bounce and leap toward me. With a cold sneer, Zhang Hongfei declared, "You're as good as dead, kid. You are currently immobilized in a contest of cultivation, and this black zombie will take the opportunity to drain your blood." The black zombie behind me drew ever closer, But just as its head was about to sink its teeth into my neck, a swift yellow figure appeared, delivering a powerful kick to the zombie's head, sending it flying through the air. With a thunderous crash, the zombie landed heavily on the ground. Zhang Hongfei's smile abruptly faded, for he had yet to comprehend the nature of this unexpected arrival. At that moment, it was undoubtedly the yellow weasel. As the weasel landed, it boasted to me, "Boss, did I arrive just in time? Shouldn't I be credited for this?" I replied, "Well done." Zhang Hongfei's expression was one of bitter disappointment. He had believed that I was doomed in that instant. Upon seeing the weasel, his face shifted to one of astonishment as he stammered, "Is that a spirit medium?" The reason I had not allowed the weasel to reveal itself immediately was due to a warning from the disaster star, which had alerted me to the presence of two individuals skilled in the arts of magic within this village. Now that Zhang Hongfei had made his appearance, the second practitioner had yet to show themselves. I instructed the weasel to remain hidden, tasked with monitoring the second individual to prevent any sudden ambush. However, given the circumstances, it was imperative for the weasel to emerge. I too regarded Zhang Hongfei with a cold smile. Upon witnessing my malicious grin, his expression changed dramatically. I returned his earlier taunt, saying, "Old Zhang, you are now powerless against me, while the weasel can easily sever your head." At my words, the weasel, with a sinister glint in its eyes, stealthily approached behind the old man. The yellow weasel extended its claws and remarked, "Old man, to perish by my hand is indeed a stroke of fortune for you." Zhang Hongfei, in a fluster, continually glanced back at the yellow weasel. I perceived that his distraction had weakened his palm strength, and seizing the opportunity, I fervently channeled my cultivation, propelling my palm forward. In an instant, a tremendous force surged towards Zhang Hongfei. The previous equilibrium was shattered, and the disadvantaged party inevitably faced a backlash. Zhang Hongfei violently spat out a mouthful of blood, sustaining considerable injury. After expelling the blood, Zhang Hongfei cast a venomous glare in my direction. I summoned my strength once more, exclaiming, "Boundless as heaven and earth, let the laws of the universe be my ally." Instantly, a brilliant azure light emanated from my palm, forcefully propelling Zhang Hongfei away. During his flight, he expelled a series of blood droplets. Zhang Hongfei, gravely wounded, found his meridians shattered by my strike, rendering him incapable of recovery for at least 3 years. I approached him directly and inquired, "Old Zhang, who imparted these wicked arts to you?" Zhang Hongfei refrained from answering, instead stating, "Kid, I concede, go ahead and finish me." At that moment, the yellow weasel hastily approached my side, saying, "Boss, a formidable adversary is approaching." Simultaneously, a warning echoed in my mind, "Be cautious. A powerful foe is on the way." Suddenly, the already darkened sky deepened into an even more profound black, and a figure descended from above, crashing to the ground. I turned my gaze towards this figure, my pupils constricting in shock. Upon landing, it revealed itself to be a flying corpse. Chapter 83. The Corpse King. The fallen flying corpse, clad in the official attire of the Qing dynasty, stood at an imposing height of 2.5 meters. Its back adorned with a pair of colossal bat wings. The moment it descended, an overwhelming aura of dread enveloped the surroundings. The 3 black corpses immediately ceased their movements and knelt before this formidable being. The flying corpse represented an entirely superior echelon compared to the black corpses. Towering and majestic, it revealed 2 menacing fangs from its lips, exuding an air of dominion over all. Wisps of white mist emanated from its lips, instilling a profound sense of terror. Huang Pizzi, startled, swiftly urged me, "Boss, we must flee." Yet, before he could finish, he had already lifted his foot to make his escape, only to halt abruptly. He realized that the malevolent aura of the flying corpse had already ensnared everyone present. There was no chance of escape for anyone. Not only was the flying corpse immensely powerful and impervious to blades, but its speed was also remarkable. Suddenly, a stuttering voice broke through the tension. It was Zhou Qingyang, who stammered, "FFFFF." His fear rendered him incapable of uttering the final word, prompting him to turn and flee into the night. In his haste, he discarded the broad sword he had been wielding. His speed astonished Huang Pizzi, who shook his head, fully aware that Zhou Qingyang stood no chance of evading capture. Did he really believe he could escape? Upon witnessing the visage of the esteemed figure, do you still believe you can escape? From behind the flying corpse, such a voice emerged. Subsequently, an elderly man leapt forth, perching upon the neck of the flying corpse. The old man stood approximately 1 meter 60 tall and appeared to be in his 90s. Though slender, he exuded a remarkable vitality. Seated upon the neck of the flying corpse, his eyes resembled those of a cat, gleaming green and scanning the gathering with keen intensity. Then he emitted a peculiar sound, akin to the roar of a ferocious beast. The three black corpses, previously kneeling, immediately rose upon hearing this sound, inhaling deeply before pursuing the direction in which Zhou Qingyang fled. This singular act revealed the elder's prowess far surpassed that of Zhang Hongfei. While Zhang Hongfei required the assistance of a corpse-controlling bell to command these zombies, the elder needed only to utter a single sound. The zombies leapt several meters in an instant, displaying remarkable speed. The elder atop the flying corpse turned to the fallen Zhang Hongfei and declared, "Disciple, approach me. Let's see who dares to bully you." Trembling, Zhang Hongfei made his way toward the flying corpse, exclaiming, "Master, eliminate them, eliminate them." Meanwhile, Lin Jinyu and the others, sensing the precarious situation, hurried to my side. Lin Jinyu inquired, "Young sir, what is transpiring?" I noticed a profound fear reflected in the eyes of Lin Jinyu's family as they regarded Zhang Hongfei. Even Lin Yusin's elder sister could not suppress her trembling. I responded, "This is a flying corpse, a formidable type of zombie. We're most likely doomed here." The yellow weasel, filled with reluctance, uttered, "Damn it. If I were my prime, I would surely capture this flying zombie and make him my steed. Yet now, I find myself unable to flee or fight back. Is this a sign that fate seeks to extinguish me? The heavens are blind to let me encounter such a creature." Lin Jinyu and his companions, having witnessed ghosts in the villa, were now unperturbed by the sight of a talking weasel. The aura emanating from the flying zombie caused my body to tremble involuntarily, a sensation I had never experienced before. The weasel stepped forward, declaring, "Old man, who are you? What arrogance! Do you not see that this great deity stands before you?" The elder squinted his eyes at the weasel and replied, "A traveling sorcerer? From the Huang family?" "Indeed, it is I, the great deity," the weasel proclaimed. The elder, however, scoffed, "This is not northeast China. This is not your territory. Even if I were to slay you here, what could the Huang family do about it?" Disheartened, the weasel had intended to leverage his background to intimidate the elder, only to find that the tactic was ineffective. Nevertheless, the weasel raised its head once more, standing beside me, and stated, "Regardless of who you are, you cannot lay a hand on this person. Otherwise, you shall face dire consequences." The elder, perched upon the flying zombie, scrutinized me and remarked, "Humph, in all of Huaxia, is there truly anyone I, the Corpse King Lin Fujing, cannot confront? The title of Corpse King. It all makes sense now. No wonder he could command the flying zombies. The Corpse King, Lin Fujing, is a name I have encountered, a formidable figure of the dark arts. In his relentless pursuit of corpse cultivation, he has hunted down righteous yin-yang masters, utilizing their bodies to refine and nurture the undead. This heinous pursuit eventually incited public outrage, leading to a coalition of righteous warriors seeking his demise, yet he managed to escape, a testament to his formidable prowess. Lin Fujing's lifelong aspiration is to forge a 1,000-year-old zombie king. However, it appears that this ambition may elude him indefinitely, as the creation of such a being is no trivial endeavor, and his current cultivation level hardly matches that of a 1,000-year-old zombie king. Huang Pizzi remarked, "A mere corpse king dares to boast. There are countless formidable individuals across China whom you cannot provoke. A narrow-minded frog at the bottom of a well." Huang Pizzi understood the imperative to conceal my identity as the heir to the medical texts, while was unaware of my mother's true identity. Although it recognized her formidable strength, it remained oblivious to whether she possessed a reputation capable of intimidating this corpse king. Thus, Huang Pizzi asserted, "Regardless, my master is not someone you can offend. If you possess any sense, you should depart promptly. Otherwise, if his family learns of your presence, you will find yourself in dire straits. Lin Fujing scoffed, while I am still being pursued by the righteous forces of the world. If I allow you to leave today and you betray my whereabouts, I would be placing myself in peril. Therefore, none of you shall leave tonight." He then turned his gaze towards me and declared, "You, a mere youth, have managed to defeat my disciple. You possess some skill. Speak, from which sect do you hail? And who is your master? I would like to know whom I am about to eliminate." Incessantly, I pondered in my mind how I could possibly match Lin Fujing in combat. I recalled every technique I had ever learned, and now it seemed that only forbidden arts could stand a chance against this old man. Before I could respond, Huang Pizi interjected, saying, "Liping his mother's Liping." Hailing from Langtugu, unyielding, Huang Pizi uttered my mother's name, for if it came to a direct confrontation with this old man, we would undoubtedly be at a disadvantage. Having heard Lu Popa call my mother by her name in the past, he remembered it, hoping that this corpse king might recognize her name and feel some trepidation. However, the corpse king scoffed, "Ha, a rather ordinary name, but alas, I have traversed the martial world for decades and have never heard of it." There was no escape now. Lin Fujing was resolute in his intent to eradicate us. I turned to Huang Pizi and instructed, when the fight breaks out, ensure the safety of the Lin family and others. Huang Pizi gazed at me in disbelief and asked, "Boss, are you really going to challenge them both alone?" I nodded, for it seemed that our only course of action was to stake everything on this fight. Chapter 84. The Three Talents Incarnation. Lin Fujing, upon seeing me step forward, remarked, "Youngster, your courage is commendable. Given your refusal to flee in the face of danger, I shall, after feeding you and your companions to my flying corpse, grant you a proper burial." I retorted, "Old fool, who will kill whom remains to be seen." Though I was acutely aware that I was no match for this ancient adversary, I could not allow my spirit to falter. Upon hearing my words, Lin Fujing's expression darkened even further. With a swift motion, he unleashed a wave of corpse energy directed at me. The blood-red energy surged forth like a sharp sword, aiming to pierce through my defenses. I raised the Nine Dragons ruler, positioning it before me. With a thunderous clash, the blood sword collided with the Nine Dragons ruler, sending a tremendous force reverberating through me, propelling me backward past all onlookers. I felt as though my internal organs were in tumult. This elder's prowess was indeed formidable. A mere casual strike nearly inflicted harm upon me. I swiftly formed a seal, gripping the Nine Dragons ruler firmly and holding it upright against my chest, bellowing, "Three Talents Incarnation." Suddenly, a terrifying aura emanated from me, spreading outward in all directions. Influenced by this energy, my hair stood on end, seemingly defying gravity in a most eerie manner. Upon hearing the name of my technique, Lin Fujing's countenance shifted dramatically, disbelief etched across his features. "Forbidden technique. You dare to cultivate a forbidden technique?" His greenish eyes darted about, contemplating, before he exclaimed, "No, the Three Talents Incarnation was thought to be lost to time. How did you acquire the method to practice such a forbidden art?" I remained silent, fully engrossed in controlling the spiritual energy and vital essence within me. This technique, which I am attempting to execute, is exceedingly arduous. Thus, I can only hold my breath, concentrate my mind, and exert every ounce of my strength. The startled Huang Pizi, aware of the gravity of my maneuver, hastily calls out to those around him, urging, "Come with me quickly. Do not linger here and hinder my master from performing this forbidden art." Upon hearing his words, Lin Jinyu and the others promptly follow Huang Pizi to the edge of the forest. In an instant, ethereal shadows manifest around me. Two figures, one on each side, slowly detach from my body. Witnessing this, Lin Fu remarks, "Indeed, it is the Three Talents Incarnation. I can sense the disturbance of the elements of fire, water, and wind in the air. Ha ha ha. Fate has favored me, lad. I have resolved to spare your life this night and extract the cultivation method of the Three Talents Incarnation from you." In Chinese folklore, it is said that there are 10 forbidden techniques, and the Three Talents Incarnation is among them. This technique allows the practitioner to divide their body into three, with each incarnation corresponding to the elements of fire, water, and wind. Once the three talents incarnation is formed, these avatars become embodiments of their respective elements, wielding them for both offense and defense. The higher one's cultivation, the greater the number of elements they can utilize, and the more formidable their power becomes. This secret art is also recorded in the Taoist canon, which contains accounts of 2 of the 10 forbidden techniques, the 3 talents incarnation and the heavenly demon descending. It is rumored that mastering all 10 forbidden techniques grants one the power to traverse heaven and earth. At this moment, I too am in great discomfort, as my cultivation permits me only to barely perform this formidable technique. As the 2 incarnations drifted further from my physical form, the elements of fire, water, and wind surged wildly into my being. I felt as if my body were on the verge of exploding. A column of blood erupted from my nostrils. Before the battle had even commenced, I was already wounded by the forbidden technique I had unleashed. Fortunately, with a resounding crash, my 3 incarnations took shape. My true form represented fire, the left incarnation represented wind, and the right incarnation represented water. Lin Fujing, witnessing my successful manifestation of the 3 talents incarnations, was not deterred. Instead, he erupted into laughter, exclaiming, "Indeed, it's the 3 talents incarnation. There's no mistaking it. Boy, you have finally unleashed it. I have been waiting for you for half a day. Today, I shall experience the might of the 3 talents incarnation." This old fellow, Lin Fujing, was audacious due to his exceptional skills. The chasm between our cultivations was profound, a gap that mere formidable techniques could not bridge, which is why he remained so composed. However, I silently vowed that even if it meant my demise, I would seize a piece of flesh from this old rogue. I brandished the 9-dragon ruler, and instantly, a colossal pillar of fire surged towards the flying zombie's head. Lin Fujing casually patted the zombie's skull and uttered nonchalantly, "Kill." In an instant, the zombie's enormous wings flickered, extinguishing my fiery assault with sheer force. Then, with its feet lifting off the ground and wings flapping, it conjured a tempest, charging fiercely towards my true form. I swiftly dodged, while the water elemental incarnation seized the opportunity to raise its hands, summoning a massive column of water that surged from the ground, crashing down upon the flying zombie. Though the torrent of water struck the flying corpse, it remained impervious to harm, the deluge failing to inflict any damage upon it. However, the water elemental doppelganger did not intend to rely